At the South China base, in the War God residential district, an extended Maybach glided past rows of luxurious villas. In the rear seat sat an 18-year-old wearing the South China No. 4 high school uniform. His handsome features were sharp and resolute, and sunlight on his face made his eyes shine like stars. So much like him, the driver murmured to himself, watching through the mirror. Cheng Xing stared calmly at the mansions outside, though a trace of anticipation flickered inside. He was not born in this world. 8 years ago, the moment he crossed over, the apocalypse began. A red star streaked across the sky, and the apocalypse game fused with reality. The planet mutated, disaster beasts ran wild, and every adult awakened a talent to fight back. After bitter sacrifice, humanity reclaimed barely 20% of its land and rebuilt 5 great bases: North China, South China, West China, East China, and Central China. The gifted were called awakened, and the strongest earned the title War God. Cheng Xing turned out to be the lost son of Cheng Xing, one of South China base's war gods. "Young master, we've arrived." The driver's voice broke his thoughts as the Maybach stopped in front of a lavish estate. Being called young master felt strange. Cheng Xing had no memory of the original host. From day one he had survived on his own until order returned and a welfare home took him in. Only after he recently awakened did tests prove he was Cheng Xingyang's biological child. He stepped out and faced the tightly shut gates. No one came to greet him, not even a welcome. He smirked. Typical soap opera treatment for the fake heir. Rather than ring the bell, he waited in silence. Why hasn't Uncle Sue brought him in yet? My whole intimidation setup is being wasted after an hour. A grumble sounded from inside. The gate opened and a middle-aged woman peeked out, shrinking back when she found herself eye-to-eye with the tall teenager. Cheng Xing's expression stayed flat. He looked past her into the hall. Lavish decor, a massive cake in the center, and guests holding party poppers, clearly a birthday party. On the staircase stood a young man who faintly resembled him. The youth's smile froze, panic and annoyance flashing in his eyes. The name on the cake had nothing to do with Cheng Xing. A fake versus real young master act, Cheng Xing thought, with a sneer. "Explain what you meant by intimidation," he asked coolly, sweeping the room. "Well, what intimidation?" The woman stammered. "I asked, what did you mean?" His tone dropped to ice as he stepped forward. "What are you doing?" The young man Cheng Yun rushed down, shielding her. "You must be Cheng Xing, she's your mother. Is this how you treat her? I figured life was hard for you, but I never thought. And how exactly should I treat her?" Cheng Xing cut in. 18 years abandoned. No one greets me. I have to knock on my own door, and am supposed to play along with your little celebration. I thought the party was for my return, turns out it's your birthday. You cuckoo in my nest. Right, Cheng Yun? Embarrassment washed over Cheng Yun and the woman, Lu Chunyan. "Enough." A commanding voice came from upstairs. A middle-aged man who looked 70% like Cheng Xing descended. He was Cheng Xingyang, South China's war god. He eyed Cheng Xing. "You're Cheng Xing? What talent did you awaken?" "Grade F. Drop rate boost," Cheng Xing answered evenly. Disappointment and disdain flickered across the man's face. And class boost of 0.1% was almost worthless. "I'm a war god." Cheng Yun awakened in a class sword saint talent, and you show up with trash tier F? Isn't that shameful enough? He snapped. Cheng Yun lifted his chin, openly smug. "And class couldn't touch Cheng family resources. Kneel and apologize to your mother." Cheng Xingyang pointed toward a utility room in the yard. "That's your room." Then he turned gentle, handing Cheng Yun a long sword. "Yuner, happy birthday. Hey, race your gift." Cheng Yun hooped. "Up-class purity sword. Thanks, Dad." He shot a mocking look at Cheng Xing. Even with 2 lifetimes behind him, Cheng Xing's fists tightened at the blatant bias. A translucent interface suddenly appeared. Ding. Transmigrated detected. Plot. Real versus fake young master. System ready. Choose. 1. Know your place, kneel. Get Dad's forgiveness. Secretly rival the fake. And form a warm family of 3 war gods. Reward. Hidden a class talent. Peerless sword saint. Cheng Xing grimaced. 3 war gods, my foot. 2. Endure. He snorted. Endure? In this mess? 3. If heaven hadn't birthed me, darkness would rule forever, flame them. If they think you're an embarrassment, cut ties and show them real trash talk. Reward. Talent upgraded to SSS 100% drop rate. He chose the 3rd without hesitation. Let someone else be war god's son. He wasn't swallowing this. Choice confirmed. Talent upgraded to SSS. Current drop rate, 100%. Elation surged through him, but Cheng Xingyang's harsh bark cut in. "Useless boy, what are you standing there for? Kneel and apologize to your mother." Cheng Xing's thoughts snapped back to the present. He glanced at Cheng Xingyang and said coldly, "Apologize? Kneel? Who do you think you are? Watch your mouth, I'm your father." Cheng Xingyang barked, frowning hard, shocked that Cheng Xing dared talk back. Cheng Xing gave a short laugh. "During those post-apocalyptic years, how many times did you even see me? Did you ever look for me? I was 10, half dead, scavenging for food in the rubble. Where were you? Now you want to play the father card?" His voice was calm, but every word cut like ice. Yu Cheng Xingyang choked, at a loss. He couldn't imagine how a 10-year-old had survived that cataclysm. In those years, he could barely keep himself alive. The silence was broken when Cheng Yun spoke, his voice as soft as a spoon warmed in tea. Brother, if you don't want to come home, why did you return? Deep down, you still blame me for stealing Mom and Dad's love, for taking the title of God of War's heir, don't you? Dad, Mom, it's my fault. If nothing else works, I'll leave. Yun, don't argue with him, Lu Chunmei said at once, pulling Cheng Yun into her arms and patting his back like a frightened cub. No matter what, you're still our son. Cheng Xingyang glared at Cheng Xing, his tone even harder. So young, yet already vain and hungry for fame. Who taught you that? Look at yourself. Then look at Yunkin you learned from him. To him, swapping in Frank Cheng Xing for an rank Cheng Yun was only logical. Arms folded, Cheng Xing kept his voice even. Vain, hungry for fame, that's all you ever say. Be honest and drop the father act. I fought to survive in the apocalypse while he enjoyed life behind you as the God of War's son. How dare you tell me to be like him? Lu Chunmei couldn't help herself. But he's still your father. My father? Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow. He's a God of War. Yet he didn't know about that little stunt aimed at me? When I was at my lowest, he didn't look for me or help me. And now he teams up to pressure me. I could walk into the street, pick a stranger, call him dad, and he'd treat me better. Shut your mouth. Veins bulged on Cheng Xingyang's forehead. Shut up yourself. Cheng Xing snapped. This is really about my awakening rank being too low, isn't it? I'm an embarrassment to your illustrious family. If I awakened at a rank or higher, would you still act like this? You're selfish, stop pretending it's anything else. Bang. A dull roar rose from deep inside the villa, and a violent aura burst outward. The floor beneath Cheng Xingyang's feet shattered like paper. Nearby furniture and even the birthday cake crumbled to dust under the tremor. Standing in the doorway, Cheng Xing felt his chest tighten and staggered back several steps, the raw pressure of a level 50 awakened. No respect for your elders, and full of sophistry. With that frank talent, you still dare compare yourself to Yin? Cheng Xingyang thundered. Cheng Xing lifted his gaze, eyes icy. Heh, of course I'm not qualified to compare myself to him. He's a rank, the future God of War. He let out a cold laugh, utterly fearless. All this time you haven't spared me a single glance. You twist the truth for him, yet throw groundless accusations at me. Face it, you just want a son you can brag about. That's simple enough. From this moment on, pretend I never existed. We're done. As soon as the words fell, the vast manor went silent. Cheng Xingyang and Lu Chunmei stared in shock, unable to believe their legitimate son, Cheng Xing, would abandon the family name. Only Cheng Yun lowered his eyes, unable to hide his delight. Only then did the couple notice that, though the young man shared their features, he felt like a stranger. A chill crept into their hearts. Could a little favoritism really have been such a mistake? Get out. I want you gone. Let's see how you manage without my support. Cheng Xingyang thundered. Save your breath. Cheng Xing sneered, flicking his sleeve as he turned away. His back was resolute. Cheng Xingyang's chest heaved, and Lu Chunmei hurried to calm him. Their eyes met, filled with confusion. How had the sweet child they lost for 8 years become this? Dad, Mom, it's my fault. If I weren't here, brother wouldn't be so angry, Cheng Yun said softly, head bowed in self-reproach. Looking at the child who had been with them for 8 years, the couple's hearts softened. This isn't your fault. That ungrateful boy is simply out of control. Exactly. No matter what, you're our dearest son. The tender words wiped away the last trace of guilt they felt toward Cheng Xing, leaving only anger and disdain. Dad, Mom, you're the best parents in the world. Cheng Yun beamed, wrapping them in a hug. After a brief moment of warmth, Cheng Xingyang raised his hand. Someone come here. The elderly steward stepped forward, trembling slightly. Clean this up. And Cheng Xingyang's tone iced over. Announce that there is no Cheng Xing in this family. Reclaim every resource set aside for him. From this day on, my only son is Cheng Yun. Cheng Yun's eyes gleamed. Everything his father owned would now be his. The steward hesitated. What? Do you object to my decision? Cheng Xingyang growled. Master, you never made young Master Cheng Xing's existence public, nor did you allocate any resources to him. The steward replied, head lowered. Cheng Xingyang froze. It was true he had done nothing for Cheng Xing, but the memory of that pointed rebuke reignited his fury. He was the war god. Who dared shout at him? Enough. If that unfilial son ever wants to come home, he'll kneel at the gate for 2 days before he steps inside. The steward bowed and withdrew, but not before glancing at Cheng Yun. After all, every instruction he had just repeated came from Cheng Yun himself. Leaving the God of War's residence, Cheng Xing hopped onto a city bus. As the neon-lit streets outside gradually faded into a patchwork of aging alleyways, he mentally rehearsed his next move. Everyone awakened to a gift at 18, but the results varied wildly, and combat wasn't for everyone. Take his friend Cheng Yun's rank gift, Sword Saint, a textbook fighting talent that, with enough monster kills, would all but guarantee an eventual breakthrough to true rank. Even so, support gifts were just as crucial. The very bus he was riding, and the concrete skeleton of the entire base, existed thanks to builders and researchers with non-combat gifts. He lowered his gaze and pulled up his status panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 10,100. HP, 100. Attributes, Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. Unassigned points, 0. Gift, SS Teardrop Rate Boost. Effect, Loot Chance 100. Skills, none. The information was as terse as a memo. He calculated silently. Find a low-level disaster zone, test the gift, and grind some levels. Whether you fought, built, or researched, there was only one way to level up cool disaster beasts. Gift rank set your ceiling, but it never guaranteed how high you would climb. Every awakened individual understood that. Next stop, Sector H, the robotic announcement cut through his thoughts. Cheng Xing shouldered his pack and stepped off. Unlike the opulent Sector A at the core of the base, Sector H hugged the outskirts, its decrepit buildings squatting beneath a looming gray-black wall several stories high. Rumor had it the place used to be the old downtown of pre-apocalypse Y City before becoming Sector H of South China Base. He threaded narrow lanes, exchanging easy hellos with the neighbors. Compared to the glitz of Sector A, he preferred the everyday bustle here. Minutes later, he ducked into a weathered apartment building, navigated a maze of corridors, and reached what he called home. Strictly speaking, it was a single room barely a dozen square meters, furnished with a bed and a couple of chairs cheap, but that was the point. Sliding under the bed with practiced ease, he pulled out a mountain knife whose cold edge had long since dulled, along with a travel pack. Head scavenged the blade from a supermarket during the early chaos, and it had stayed with him through the founding of the base. Checking the time, he slipped the knife into his bag, changed into faded civilian clothes, and headed out. Keeping the wall to his left, he chose the eastern route. He used to go west, where a hidden tunnel let the unawakened sneak outside. City rules barred the unlicensed from leaving. Things were different now. As an awakened, he could walk through the official gate in broad daylight. Soon a massive steel gate came into view, standing open to reveal a camp beyond. The camp belonged to the Adventurers Guild. Awakened who earned their living in the disaster zones by hunting beasts were simply called adventurers. The guild was never meant to be a strict governing body. It formed to collect monster materials and to guide the awakened as they leveled up and explored the zones. The entry bar is so low that anyone who has awakened can sign up, making adventuring the best way for ordinary people to break out of their social class. In the 5 great Huaxiao bases, many powerful conglomerates, clans, and warlords all clawed their way up from a single adventurer ID card, which is why Cheng Xing has never felt the need to return to the Cheng family. The adventurer camp was a sea of voices. Beneath makeshift steel awnings, backpackers rubbed shoulders with full metal players. Some wore battered surplus fatigues and carried cheap canvas packs, while others gleamed in polished armor with weapons worth a fortune. In front of the notice board, electronic loudspeakers looped recruitment ads. E-Class Disaster Beast Hunting Squad, E-Class and up. Qingyun Mountain Disaster Zone seeking class or better. Rookie Self-Improvement Team, starting at E-Class. 1 Carry 4 Leveling Group, E-Class Adventurers and above, price negotiable. Shouts overlapped in every direction, and even a few of Cheng Xing's classmates could be spotted in the crowd. He didn't pause, heading straight for the glass counter. The receptionist, a petite girl with a ponytail, looked up, her eyes lit at his handsome features, but the smile faded the moment she read his form. Class aptitude? What a shame, she murmured silently. Cheng Xing ignored her reaction. The process was simple. In less than 2 minutes she returned with a brass badge cradled in both hands. This is your adventurer ID. First registration is free. If you lose it, there's a replacement fee, so keep it safe. The plate felt heavy in his palm. The front carried a bold F, while the back showed only his name plain and unadorned. To reach E-Class, you need to hit level 10 and submit proof you've helped slay an E-Class disaster beast. Got it, thanks. Cheng Xing hung the tag around his neck and headed for the city gate. Hey, brother. A young man in his early 20s hurried after him, eyes flicking to the tag on Cheng Xing's chest before a practiced smile spread across his face. He rubbed his hands together as though head found prey. Cheng Xing frowned slightly. Can I help you? The hint of refusal was already in his voice. Just registered, right? The young man said. Need a leveling party? We've got 1 spot left. I'm leading E-Class adventurer. Only 10,000 Huaxia credits a day. No thanks. Cheng Xing shook his head. So it was a sales pitch. Too expensive? This is the lowest rate you'll find. The man insisted. His name was Lu Gu, and his own aptitude was only E-Class. To reach level 10 head scraped by, even paying to leech off an E-Class disaster beast team just to earn his badge. Lacking real power, no serious squad would take him, and without a team, he had no income. So he set his sights on freshly registered, low-aptitude adventurers instead. All we have to do is take these rookies on one quick sweep through a low-grade disaster zone, drop a few level 1 class beasts, and well rake in a pile of cash. Lu Gu lurked in a corner of the makeshift camp, eyeing the lone teenager standing a short distance away. Cheng Xing. If he could lure this fat fish into the squad, then no matter what went wrong afterward, what could a bunch of low-talent losers do to him back in the city? I don't need it. The boy's voice was steady as he stepped past Lu Gu and headed off. Hey, hey, don't be like that. Lu Gu hurriedly blocked his path, forcing a smile. You'll have to team up sooner or later. He'll knock 10% off the fee. We're 4+1 over here just missing you. Had been watching Cheng Xing for a while and had no intention of letting this class cash cow slip away. I'm not planning to join any team, Cheng Xing said, brow furrowing. Pausing half a beat, he added, and I'm broke. You're broke? Lu Gu's face fell. All that sweet talk, only to find out the fish had no money. What? And class talent wants to charge an alone? He raised his voice so the entire camp could hear. The noise level spiked between the tents. Hey, isn't that Cheng Xing from class 1? Only class. And he's going solo into the zone? Is he tired of living? There are easier ways to die, you know? A few students from South China number 4 high recognized Cheng Xing first and stirred the gossip. Before long, everyone was staring. Cheng Xing's gaze went cold as he turned to Lu Gu, the troublemaker. The look was sharp enough to make Lu Gu's heart jolt. He instinctively took a step back. Is there a rule against leaving the city alone? Cheng Xing asked quietly. Well, no. Caught off guard, Lu Gu had nothing else to say, and the camp fell silent. With everyone watching, the boy slung a modest pack over his shoulder and walked out of the camp without looking back, vanishing into the gray mist of the disaster zone. Only after that silhouette was gone did Lu Gu regain his wits. He spat viciously. Huh. Acting all high and mighty with class talent. I guarantee that kid's a dead man walking. Someone nearby chimed in, half teasing, what if he makes it back alive? Comes back alive? Keep dreaming. You think he's class or something? Passing through the gate, Cheng Xing left the base's order and cleanliness behind. What greeted him was a panorama of ruins that merged with the remains of old Y City, buildings sagging, rebar jutting from cracked concrete, weeds and vines spreading unchecked. The scene reminded him of those after humans disappear photos he had seen in his previous life, and with a faint sigh he found his bearings and sprinted south without hesitation. Strictly speaking, everything beyond the walls was a disaster zone. However, an elite garrison patrolled the thinly perimeter around the base. Their weakest member held a graded talent, far stronger than ordinary awakened, and they had long since wiped out every beast nearby. Anyone looking to gain experience had to go farther afield. After running flat out for half an hour, a ruined cityscape rose before him. Cheng Xing came to a halt, quietly marveling at what his awakening had done for him. Half an hour of hard sprinting, and he wasn't even out of breath. Before, it would have taken him 2 full hours to reach this spot. All trace of the relaxed mood head had inside the walls was gone. He kept ears and eyes wide open. The highway beneath his feet had been abandoned for years. Cracks were choked with weeds, loose gravel, and rust-eaten signs hinting at the prosperity that once existed here. Staying close to the road, he moved along the edge of the ruins. The place had been a small town before the apocalypse. Now it was nothing but broken walls and empty air. Once he confirmed the area was clear, he chose a half-standing building, crouched, and climbed to the roof. Claiming the high ground, he pulled an old map of Qing City from his pack and spread it out. Colored notes covered the sheet, dividing the city into zones ranked from A to F. More than half of the center was circled in red as in a level area, next to warnings that read enter with caution and certain death. At first, no one bothered to classify the ruins, but disaster beasts were still animals of Blue Star origin and retained a strong sense of territory. Humans eventually divided them into 9 tiers, F to SSS, every 10 levels, and labeled their domains from F to SS accordingly. The ruins of Qing City were a pure class zone, ruled by a level 55 crimson-eyed hellhoundone of the strongest beasts of its rank. L-Town, where Cheng Xing now stood, lay on the map's outermost edge. The place was crawling with level 2 to level 4 mad rabbits, with scarcely an E-class beast inside a textbook level zone and the closest beginner grind spot to the H-sector gate. While he pondered, fierce fighting echoed from deeper inside the town. Squinting, he counted 1, 2, 3, for small teams hunting among the ruins. Revealing his full hand was not today's plan, so he decided to steer clear of them. The town was large enough. After choosing a target area, he slipped back downstairs and vanished into the shadows. Along the way, he laid a series of upgraded traps with practiced East titanium tripwires, sonic lures, reverse barbed hooks, taking a little over an hour in all. When everything was ready, he returned to the rooftop and waited for prey to appear. Awakening or not, he was alone, and caution still came first. Time ticked by, and soon one of the traps was triggered. Xing Cheng's eyes flashed with excitement. He dropped his backpack, kept only a machete, and raced downstairs toward the trap. His footsteps echoed through the empty corridor while he tracked the low, guttural snarls ahead. Reaching the pit's edge, he pressed against the cracked wall and leaned out for a look. Hiss! In the darkness, a calamity beast, nearly a meter long and shaped like an oversized hare, writhed madly. Blood-red eyes glared, and a mouth crammed with fangs spat savage hisses as rubble and dust sprayed everywhere. A steel bar had skewered its left hind leg, pinning it to the concrete. Ink-dark blood soaked the faintly glowing fur. The other leg hammered the floor so hard it punched fresh craters into the slab. Calamity Beast, Mad Hare. Level 2. Health, 100,120. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 6, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. Talent, Tire Sprint Movement Speed 10. Skill, Stomp LV.1. Cheng Xing scanned the panel and held back. Even after awakening, his stats were still fragile. The lowest Calamity Beast could crush him if he got careless. The Mad Hare kept kicking, tearing its wound wider until blood gushed freely and its motion slowed. After several minutes it collapsed, limbs twitching, and passed out cold. Now's the time. He lunged, blade first. Less than a meter away, a black blur shot toward him. Damn. He reflexively raised the machete. Sparks sprayed as fangs slammed into steel. The hare, seemingly paralyzed moments ago, exploded into action and clamped down on the blade. Crack. With a shriek of metal, the machete snapped in half. Cheng Xing's eye sharpened. He wrenched his body sideways, yanking back the broken handle. The jagged edge sliced across the hare's neck. Resistance surged up the hilt, but he gritted his teeth, veins bulging, and twisted hard. Rip. Flesh tore wide open. The hare's crimson pupils flickered with a final burst of madness before it crashed to the ground. Mad Hare slain. Experience 5. Phew, that was almost a disaster. His sword hand trembled from the effort. Before awakening, head wait for hours before closing in. Now had nearly been bitten in half. Getting cocky after awakening is a good way to die. Need to stay sharp. Out of the corner of his eye he spotted a flash of white beside the corpse. Self-reprimand forgotten, he strode over. On the floor lay a long sword glowing with soft white light, next to a similarly radiant orb. Cheng Xing grabbed the sword first. Standard Tang blade. Grade F. Effect, none. A fully forged weapon. He blurted. Drops were possible after killing a beast, but the odds were tiny and usually yielded raw materials. A graded weapon was rare, treasury and artifact of the apocalypse, far stronger than common steel. Similar gear either dropped from kills or had to be custom forged by a talent smith. Even F grade, this blade would fetch at least 50,000 Huaxia credits. Talk about jackpot odds. Still buzzing, he reached for the light orb. It felt like empty air, and the awakener system chimed a heartbeat later. Talent, Sprint. Grade F. Effect, Movement Speed 10. Talents. Staring at the data the system had just returned, Cheng Xing froze for a beat. The moment he confirmed he hadn't misread it, his heart lurched. He had never heard of a talent dropping before. Levels, gear, even rare skill books could be gained by killing calamity beasts, but a talent was locked in the instant it awakened. Two people with the same level, equipment, and skills would still see a crushing difference in combat power if their talent ranks differed. The wider the gap, the more overwhelming the disparity. In this resource-starved apocalypse, everything tilted toward those with high-grade talents, giving rise to the iron rule of talent above all. Yet what he saw now shattered that rule. No one can hear about this, Cheng Xing decided immediately. He knew the danger of flaunting treasure, especially a secret that could overturn the existing order. If it leaked, countless interests would be threatened, and he might not even know how he died. Fear, however, couldn't smother his excitement. When a weakling exposes a secret, he's meat on the block. When a strong man does, it's merely a statement of preference. The strong set the rules, and Cheng Xing sensed he could join their ranks. 8 years after crossing into this world and clawing his way through each day, he finally had a turning point. Use it. He clenched his fist. The orb of light shattered into motes that sank into his body. New talent acquired, Sprint. His body instantly felt lighter, muscles and joints surging with vitality. Status. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 15,100. HP, 100. Attributes, Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. Free attribute points, 0. Talents, SSS-rank drop rate boost, Frank Sprint. Skills, none. Noting the extra Frank Sprint, Cheng Xing grinned. It was only the most basic rank, yet it was the perfect beginning. A trap rattled in the distance, and his eyes gleamed. The snarling calamity beasts out there had already turned into treasure chests in his mind. He stowed his chipped blade, drew the newly looted Tang sword, and crouched low toward the noise. A few minutes later he reached a ruined intersection. A gutted building loomed on the left. Pressing against its wall, he edged to the corner and peeked out. Hundreds of meters ahead, a collapsed overpass speared into the street. A rabid hare lay pinned under the concrete, only its rear half exposed, blood soaking the pavement. Its breaths came in ragged bursts. Speed is a hare's greatest asset. Pin it down, and even an ordinary person can finish it, he muttered. This one was easier than the last. To him, the half-dead hare looked like a treasure chest waiting to be opened. He lifted his sword and was about to break cover when a dark shape stepped from a distant alley first. Cheng Xing froze another rabid hare. The newcomer sniffed the blood-scented air, crimson eyes swiveling until they locked on its trapped kin. Its massive jaws flexed, viscous drool pattering to the ground. Without hesitation, the creature charged forward and clamped its fangs around its fellow's skull. If the crazed rabbit could talk, It would probably thank Mother Nature for the free loot, my personal treasure chest. Not far away, Cheng Xing watched, eyes wide with shock. The starving rabbit tore into its kind, flesh and blood flying, while he could only grip his Tang sword and retreat behind a concrete barrier. Go head-to-head with a peak-condition mad rabbit? Ridiculous. Stat for stat, he would be flattened. Yet frustration still made him crane his neck for another look. Disaster Beast, Mad Rabbit. Level 3. HP 140. Strength 4 Agility, 7 Constitution, 3 Spirit, 2. Trait, Frank Sprint. Skill, Trample LV.1. The panel flashed and vanished. This one was even stronger than the last. Cheng Xing decided instant lino-frontal fight. But as he pulled back, the distant rabbit's ears twitched. Its single crimson eye swiveled and locked onto him. The air froze. Run. Cheng Xing burst forward, an arrow loosed from the bowstring, clearing the street in an instant. The rabbit thundered after him, and it was faster. He veered into a twisting alley, trying to use the buildings for cover, but the predator stayed glued to his trail. Bangstone scattered. The sound behind him grew louder. He jerked his head aside. Razor fangs snapped past his ear, carrying the stench of blood. Do or die, he muttered. He stamped hard, spun, and his Tang blade flashed a sweeping arc of steel. Blood sprayed, carving a diagonal slash from the rabbit's right cheek to its left brow, destroying its left eye. Screech. The roar split the air. The rabbit thrashed, flinging gore and spit across the walls. Cheng Xing didn't linger. He sprinted deeper into town. An injured beast was twice as vicious. The rabbit's remaining eye fixed on his back, and it lunged again. Off balance without its second eye, it somehow moved even faster. After minutes of brutal pursuit, Cheng finally spotted an abandoned house marked with a red X. Relief flooded him. He darted inside and slammed the door. In a shadowed corner he crouched, sword ready, feet coiled like springs. The rabbit's pounding steps drew closer, yet his heartbeat stayed unnervingly calm. Boom. The steel security door caved inward. The rabbit tumbled into the room, shaking its head to clear the dizziness. Swish. A length of rebar shot out of the darkness to the right. Just before impact, the rabbit's hind legs blurred. A moment later the bar lay bent beneath its hoof. The blade followed. Cheng Xing slipped into its blind spot and cut at point-blank range. The new wound crossed the first, blood painting a vivid X. The rabbit's world fell into total darkness. Blind, the beast rampaged through the cramped room, smashing furniture and bricks alike. Cheng Xing weaved around it, letting stray light dance along his sword's edge. Sunlight streamed through the window, gilding the blade's cold sheen. Now, the roles were reversed. Chingching Disaster Zone, L-Town. The blind berserk rabbit rampaged through the narrow, abandoned house like a derailed cannonball, battering walls and beams until the whole structure groaned. Pressed against the shadows, Cheng Xing kept his Tang saber close, darting in whenever an opening appeared. Each time, the blade carved a savage gash through the creature's coarse fur before he sprang back, maintaining a safe distance and waiting for the next gap. Blood sprayed from the rabbit's body, and its health bar visibly shrank. Within minutes the crashing grew weaker. The level 3 disaster beast was running out of steam. Cheng Xing seized the moment and drove the tip of his saber straight into its heart. After the dull crunch of metal meeting flesh and bone, the monster collapsed. Defeated LV.3 Berserk Rabbit, EXP 10. With the system prompt, a book bathed in pale blue light slowly floated up beside the corpse. Cheng Xing's eyes lit up, and he strode forward to snatch it. Skill book, 4-way slash. Grade, B. Effect, unleash 4 rapid slashes, each dealing 150 damage. Requirement, must wield a slashing weapon. Upgrade skill book. His pulse spiked. Skill books were the rarest of all, drops only 0.1%, according to the stats. Finished weapons were barely 1%, and beast materials only 20. Even crazier, this grade book had dropped from an grade beast. The odds were on par with winning the jackpot in his former life. Upgrade skill book would fetch, what, 20 million? Old memories surfaced, and for a second he was tempted to head straight back to town and cash out. The impulse died just as quickly. One glance at the rabbit's body reminded him how close to death had been. A single level 3 beast had almost put him down. Without the trap's head set beforehand, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Money could wait, only had one life. Requirement, the Tang saber qualifies. Cheng Xing took a deep breath, then activated the book without hesitation. Skill learned, 4-way slash. Knowledge surged into his mind like a jolt of lightning. He shouted, stamped forward, and the blade followed his movement. Air screamed as 4 arcs of icy light crossed the room, etching gashes deep into a load-bearing pillar, which snapped a heartbeat later. So this is grade power. Cheng Xing drew a sharp breath. Had he known the technique earlier, he wouldn't have needed that drawn-out dance with the rabbit. Dust trickled from the ceiling. After the rabbit's rampage and his own test swings, the decrepit building had reached its limit. Wooden beams cracked with a piercing screech. Cheng Xing flashed out the doorway an instant before the structure collapsed. Time to keep leveling. He brushed the dirt from his clothes, battle intent soaring, and strode toward his next trap without looking back. This SS-rank talent with its guaranteed drop rate is pure bliss. Yet the next few traps failed to trigger, and Cheng Xing shook his head had the beast gotten wise. With no time to waste, he hurried to the next ambush point. The abandoned overpass looked almost identical to the last one. Exposed rebar, cracked concrete, and a mournful whistle whenever the wind blew. In the middle of the span, a level 2 berserk rabbit was clawing furiously at a gap in the deck, clearly having avoided the trap. Cheng Xing's eyes lit up. It would make the perfect test target for his new skill. He sauntered into view and was instantly locked onto by the rabbit's blood-red eyes. Its meager intellect couldn't fathom why this fragile human showed no fear. The next heartbeat, it bared its fangs and shot toward him like an arrow. Cross-slash. Cheng Xing stepped forward, his Tang Dao flashing silver as it cleared the scabbard. Man and rabbit brushed past each other, twin arcs of light forming a cross. For bone-deep gashes appeared on the rabbit's body, blood geysered, and it toppled without so much as a scream dead in one strike. Sheathing the blade, Cheng Xing studied the corpse. Even stronger than I expected, he thought. If I chain the skill, my stamina will barely allow for uses. He crouched to check the drops, finding only 2 grade or pieces. Common, but each fetched 500 credits, so he pocketed them with a smile. Let's see just how far I can push this. After a quick cleanup, he left the old trap behind and began hunting through L-Town's ruined streets. SS-rank talent in one hand, rank skill in the other, whether dog or disaster beast, everything he met would taste his blade. Meanwhile, on the other side of L-Town's disaster zone, stay sharp. Don't let the words class fool you. Drop your guard, and you're dead. E-class adventurer Lu Gu walked point, barking warnings while secretly grinning. 4 rookies trailed him. 3 looked deathly pale, while the 4th, shrouded head Toto in a black cloak, remained silent. But don't panic, Lu Gu went on. With me escorting you, you're perfectly safe. The remark drew the 3 greenhorns closer, yet the cloaked figure kept the same distance, their gender impossible to tell. The pay was too good for Lu Gu to refuse the odd passenger. His thoughts drifted until the rookies suddenly cried out. Ahead crouched a berserk rabbit, ears flat, growling. The trio collapsed on the spot. Seizing the chance to perform, Lu Gu drew sword and shield and charged. A dozen clashes later, the rabbit lay dead, and he turned to bask in 3 admiring gazes. Now you see how smart it is to join a power leveling team, right? He was about to brag again when someone raised a hand. Sir, we've barely gained any experience. At this rate, how long till we level up? What do you know? Slow and steady wins the race. Lu Gu snapped. Plenty of rabbits out here. Afraid of more questions, he quickened his pace. The 3 rookies hurried after him. The cloaked one remained unhurried. Oddly, the farther they went, the quieter it grew. Aside from that first rabbit, not a single monster appeared. Lu Gu's confidence began to waver. Had someone cleared the area already? No one knew how long they walked before a flash of white tail appeared around a corner. Lu Gu perked up, but as they approached, everyone gasped. The rabbit slumped against the wall, long dead, for savage slashes carved deep into its body, the blood already dry. Damn, Lu Gu muttered, tossing the corpse aside and pushing on. The 3 rookies scrambled after him, but the cloaked figure stayed put. For the first time, a voice clear as a silver bell rang out. What a fast blade. The sun was merciless, turning the ruined outskirts of L-Town on Qing City's edge into a blistering furnace. Amid the rubble, Cheng Xing raised his blade. A single thought triggered his skill 4-point slash. Steel flashed in a cross of light, and a level 3 frenzied rabbit shrieked and fell. It was the 15th time he had used the skill in less than an hour. After 5 consecutive casts, his stamina was usually spent, forcing him to rest for 5 minutes before he could charge it again. Only now did he grasp why a rank skill cost so much. The power was enormous, and so was the drain. A system prompt appeared. Killed LV.3 frenzied rabbit, EXP 10. Level up LV.1 LV.2. Free attribute points 3. The instant he leveled, all the crushing fatigue vanished. His body felt as if every cell had plunged into a hot spring. Huh, a level up already? He sheathed his sword, pleasantly surprised. That was the advantage of grinding solo. All the experience was his, so progress came fast. Most rookies ran in teams of 5. Together they could handle beasts 1 or 2 levels higher, but splitting the EXP slowed leveling to a crawl. The higher your talent rank, the less you needed teammates. Anyone who farmed alone usually had at least in-strength combat talent. Cheng Xing's was even Betran SS-rank drop rate boost. He pulled up his status panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 25,200. HP, 120. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 3, Spirit 3. Free attribute points, 3. Talent, SS-rank enhanced drop rate. Frank skill, Sprint. Rank skill, 4-point/LV.1. The level up had raised every stat by 1. After a moment's thought, he invested the 3 free points, 1 to Strength, 2 to Agility, instantly matching the stats of a level 2 frenzied rabbit. When he closed the panel, he noticed a ring at his feet, glimmering with a faint emerald glow. Soul of the frenzied rabbit. Quality, A-rank. Effect, agility 2. Nice. He slipped the ring on and darted deeper into L-Town. With both his stats and his gear improved, the entire district was his playground unless an oversized disaster beast showed up. Time slipped by. The sun sank behind the mountains, clouds blotted out the moon, and darkness swallowed the shattered streets. At night the death rate in a disaster zone soared. Elsewhere in the ruins, Lu Gu led 3 newcomers through the empty streets. What's with today? We haven't run into a single frenzied rabbit, he muttered, worried the trio would demand their money back. After an entire day, they had seen only 2 rabbits. The 3, terrified that morning, were now bored enough to complain. We've spent all day out here and fought only 2 beasts. Think we got scammed? I'm telling you, if I don't get at least 10 EXP, I'm reporting him. Their chatter sent sweat rolling down Lu Gu's back. He had bent the rules before, but only to the point of stretching the Adventurers Guild's bottom line, flashy claims and false advertising at worst. Showing up today with the bodies of 2 calamity beasts was different. One report would trigger an investigation, and the worst-case outcome was losing his adventurer license. After weighing his options, Lu Gu clenched his teeth and pressed on, unaware they had already reached the edge of L-Town. South of here lay the wilderness surrounding Qing City. Crack crack. In the silent night, a series of faint snaps drifted in from the left. Lu Gu's eyes lit up, barely breaking stride. He dashed toward the sound, the 3 rookies clinging to his heels for fear of missing out on experience. Only the black-robed figure at the rear halted abruptly, brows knitting together. Something felt off. They passed a row of collapsed shacks and emerged into an open square choked with wild grass. A pitch-black shape writhed at its center. Lu Gu was first onto the scene, but a chill went down his spine. The thing was 5 or 6 meters long, far too massive. A gust of wind parted the clouds. Moonlight poured down, and the view snapped into focus. In the middle of the square, several 2-meter-tall, cockroach-like calamity beasts lay strewn in pools of blood. Towering over the corpses, a near 3-meter sibling was tearing off its fellows' heads with a mouth lined in backward barbs, the cracking echoing like snapping bones. Under the moonlight, its entire body glowed crimson, the carapace reflecting a sinister sheen. Bloodroach. Lu Gu's knees buckled, his breath coming in gulps. A system panel flashed before his eyes. Calamity Beast Bloodroach. Level, 910. HP, 500. Stats, STR 32, AGI 34, Con 32, SPI 22. Talent, E-rank Digestive Regeneration, recovers HP while devouring prey. Skill, Bite LV.1. Watching the monster rise from F rank to E rank in real time, Lu Gu spun on his heel and bolted. The other 3 froze half a heartbeat before tearing off after him. The bloodroach twitched its antennae, compound eyes locking onto the fleeing party, yet it kept chewing on its fallen kin. They stumbled back into the ruins of L-Town, and only when nothing stirred behind them did their hearts settle slightly. The 3 rookies were already gasping for air. Lu Gu's mind was blank against an E-rank calamity beast. They were dead men walking. Look out. As they finally exhaled, a clear, bell-like warning rang out behind them. They froze, unable even to turn before a massive shadow engulfed them. Boom. The bloodroach plummeted from above, slamming into the ground behind them. 2 barbed forelimbs, sharp as grappling hooks, swept out faster than sight. One rookie's chest was pierced clean through. Hoisted aloft, he was bitten in half, blood spraying as the stench of iron filled the air. The remaining 3 shrieked and crumpled in terror. The bloodroach's compound eyes flickered. It raised a forelimb to strike again. Hum. A flash of cold light, and one limb was severed at the base, the cut smooth as glass. Only then did it notice the black-robed man now standing before the trio, a long sword radiating icy vapor. You focus on defense, it'll handle the attack, he said quietly, eyes never leaving the bloodroach. Jolted awake, the 3 newcomers scrambled away, their screams fading into the ruins, leaving the black-robed man alone. When no reply came after a long pause, the cloaked figure glanced back and froze. Lu Gu and the other 2, who should have been right behind, had disappeared without a trace. A jolt of alarm shot through him. Those were full-fledged rank adventurers, yet a calamity beast of the same rank had frightened them into outright flight. Before the thought could settle, the air behind him split with a sharp whoosh. The blood mantis flashed its murderous glare, the only intact forelegs sweeping sideways. The cloaked figure twisted reflexively and drew her sword, but she was still half a beat too slow. The chitinous blade sliced the air, grazed her steel, and shredded her hood with a hiss. A waterfall of midnight hair spilled out, and in the moonlight an exquisite face was laid bare, skin like snow, a tapered jaw, a high bridge of nose, lips pressed tight, slender brows knit in concentration, and cool almond-shaped eyes locked on the blood mantis. Her identity was exposed in that instant. She was a striking young woman, Su Yinran. The blood mantis realized its blow had failed to kill and felt a surge of danger. It shuffled back on thick hind legs, its hard shell scraping rock with an awful screech. It could sense that the seemingly fragile woman's last strike had carried lethal intent. While its antennae quivered, a ribbon of cold light lunged toward it again. The creature sprang backward, narrowly evading Su Yanran's slash, then unfurled its blood-red gossamer wings, kicked up a cloud of dust, and shot into the night sky. Don't run. Su Yanran frowned, guessing its aim. She stepped forward and swung her sword in a brilliant arc. The mantis rolled midair, dodged by a hair's breadth, and without hesitation streaked toward the direction where Lu Gu and his partners had fled. Biting her lip, Su Yanran sheathed her blade and gave chase. She cared nothing for the trio's lives, but her mission might still require working with them. Damn it! Why is a calamity beast from Cheng Xing showing up out here on the fringe of L Town? Elsewhere, Lu Gu was sprinting along a winding forest path. As an rank adventurer, his stamina far outstripped a rookie's. In a flash, he had left his two teammates nearly a kilometer behind. Captain, wait for me. Don't leave me. Help. I don't want to die. Their hoarse pleas mixed with choking dust. Lu Gu pretended not to hear and ran for his life. Damn you. One of them screamed. Lu Gu, they'll remember this. They'll report you to the guild. You bastard, just wait. Lu Gu didn't even look back. He snorted. Report me? Go ahead. As long as I'm alive, your complaint means nothing. Right now, no job or honor mattered more than survival. Ah. The cursing cut off, replaced by a scream. Lu Gu whipped around, terror freezing his blood. The blood mantis had somehow caught up. A single sweep of its limb hacked the rookie clean in two. The remaining novice let out a soul-rending shriek and scrambled into the trees, too panicked to keep cursing. Lu Gu clenched his teeth and bolted, cursing under his breath. Useless. I thought that cloaked one was strong, but she couldn't even buy us a few seconds. After dispatching the first rookie, the blood mantis lowered its head, sniffed the corpse, and began tearing at it leisurely, savoring the hunt. Warm blood spattered the dead leaves with soft splats. Soon, its wings fluttered and it lifted off again, homing in on the second rookie. The fresh scream died abruptly, leaving only the echo of torn flesh in the forest. Useless. All of them. Completely useless. Lu Gu couldn't stop cursing, a sharp sense of danger turning his eyes bloodshot. No. He'll die at this rate. There has to be a way I have to live. He babbled, yet his ears caught the clang of metal against bone in the distance to his right. A fierce thought struck him. I'm a rank adventurer, far more valuable than those 5 franc rookies. Snarling at the idea, he veered right and sprinted. Behind him, the bloodroach's carapace scraped the ground with a piercing shriek. The scent of prey thickened until the warm, metallic stench seemed to cling to the back of his neck. He gritted his teeth, pushed faster, and burst from the ruined alley, boots crunching broken brick. The highway beyond was desolate. The 5-man squad had expected was nowhere to be seen. Only one figure stood there, several mad rabbit corpses strewn at his feet. The stranger was stuffing loot into his pack when the commotion made him spin, eyes wary. Cheng Xing began, then recognized Lu Gu's salesman had blown up when his pitch failed. The memory chilled Cheng Xing's gaze. Lu Gu said nothing, skirting past him and diving into the dark alley behind like a rabid stray dog. What's he doing? Cheng Xing frowned. A moment later, the answer crawled from the shadows. A disaster beast nearly 3 meters long, its black-red shell gleaming coldly, antennae probing, a smooth cut still marring its left forelimb. And Frank Bloodroach? No, a rank Bloodroach. He muttered. His interface confirmed it, and his expression darkened. Lu Gu's reason for not looking back was obvious, had dumped the threat on him. A rare spark of killing intent flared in Cheng Xing's chest. Set him up again, and now try to get him killed? Did the fool think he was a saint? Pray we never meet again, Cheng Xing murmured, raising his tang blade, its edge flashing coldly. The bloodroach's triangular head swayed, then locked onto its new target. This food smelled weaker, but far easier to catch. It abandoned Lu Gu without hesitation and crouched low. Open the panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 9 EXP, 535-1000. HP, 300. Attributes, Strength 22, Agility 30, Constitution 15, Spirit 15. Unassigned points, 0. Talent, SSS-rank drop rate boost 100. Skills, Frank Sprint, Brank Quadruple /LV.1, E-rank Parry LV.1. A day of intense hunting had transformed him. He now wore a full set of rank armor, and his pack bulged with materials. He tightened his grip on the blade, battle lust surging against an rank bloodroach. He was far from helpless. Come on, spar with me. He raised the sword, its tip tilting in provocation. The bloodroach seemed enraged and lunged at him with explosive speed. On the outskirts of Qing City, in the ruins of L Town, the moon hung pale and distant. A blood mantis nearly 3 meters long faced a young man across a shattered street, neither willing to make the first move. The insect sensed no fear in its prey, and Cheng Xing felt just as uncertain himself, human or beast. Every 10th level marked a lethal threshold, and the jump from 9 to 10 was a true watershed. Hiss! The blood mantis lost patience and lunged. Its burst of speed was terrifying, closing on Cheng Xing in a blink. His pupils tightened as he sidestepped. Matching the E-class calamity beast for pace speed was his forte. Its first strike missed, and the mantis swung its remaining forelimb like a reaper's scythe at his waist. Cheng Xing vaulted upward, letting the limb smash into the wall behind him. Reinforced concrete shredded like paper, leaving a gaping scar before the wall collapsed. He raised an eyebrow. If that blow had landed, he would have been cut to pieces. The instant his feet touched the ground, he countered. A flash of steel traced a cunning arc across the mantis shell. Screech metal shrieked on chitin, sparks flying. The mantis hissed and slashed back. Cheng Xing tapped the pavement and sprang away as gravel exploded behind him. The force still numbing his grip through the blade. The shell was far too hard. Every failed attack drove the mantis into a deeper frenzy. It charged again, even faster. Cheng Xing kept dodging, slipping in another slash that still failed to penetrate. Realizing its armor held firm, the mantis simply ignored the nearly harmless flashes of the sword and pressed the attack. The fight stalled in a stalemate of can't hit versus can't pierce, while the buildings lining the street crumbled under the clash. Time for a new plan, Cheng Xing muttered after several probes. The mantis lunged again. He slid aside, closed in, and swept his Tang Dao in a diagonal cut. As the blade left his hand, he released, reversed his grip, and snapped his left hand onto the hilt, both arms driving forward a fluid thrust that rammed straight through the mantis' flank. Rip! This time the armor failed. The blade sank deep, foul green blood slithering down its edge. Found it, he breathed. Yanking the sword free, he slipped away. The weak spot was clear. The mantis thrashed in agony, its wild strikes opening ever more gaps to his eyes. Again and again the blade stabbed the same thin section. The shell blossomed with wounds, acrid green blood hissing onto the pavement. Its life dropped past half, then a third, then scarcely a fifth. Now, Cheng Xing stepped forward, the tip of his sword aimed between its eyes. Crack! A sharp whistle split the air beside his ear, followed by the explosive snap of something striking like a whip. Cheng Xing felt a searing pain in his lower back and was hurled through the air. In mid-flight he fought past the agony, twisted around, and drove his blade into the shattered concrete, barely arresting his momentum. As the pain ebbed, he caught sight of the blood mantis across from him. The two crimson antennae on its head were now writhing like live earthworms, not the stiff, useless decorations he had assumed them to be. So those things aren't just for show. Stereotypes will get you killed, he cursed. That single blow had vaporized more than 100 health points. A squishy low-level like him couldn't take many more. He flicked a glance at his status panel, made up his mind, drew a deep breath, and exploded forward. Quadrant slash. His figure vanished into air sliced to ribbons, leaving only a spiderweb of cracks where head stood. The mantis' antennae snapped taut, wings flared, and it tried to climb higher, but it was half a beat too slow. For intersecting arcs of steel fell like forked lightning, cleaving off its four hind legs and most of its abdomen in one precise stroke. The creature screeched, wobbling in midair like a helicopter about to crash. Yet its antennae whipped toward Cheng Xing at an even sharper angle, faster than before. His eyelid twitched, couldn't match that rhythm. He jerked his blade back, retreated 2 steps to dodge the lethal thrusts, and waited for an opening. Grievously wounded, the mantis lost all will to fight and fled on instinct alone. It beat its ragged wings, gaining barely 3 meters of altitude, and moving at half its former speed, plenty of room for Cheng Xing to give chase. And a grey blood mantis might drop something nice. No way head let it get away. Just when he thought the win was certain, disaster struck. From a gap in a pile of twisted scrap metal, a black blur sprang out, a level 4 rabid rabbit, fur bristling, fangs bared, launching straight for the mantis. Almost simultaneously, an antenna lanced downward, punching through the rabbit's chest with a wet pop. The mantis reeled the corpse to its mandibles and tore in. Blood gurgled as it drank, its health bar climbing before his eyes, the shredded muscles of its abdomen knitting back together. Damn, Cheng Xing muttered. He pushed off and unleashed a second quadrant slash, but the rejuvenated mantis beat its wings first, climbing clear of the blades. Hovering above, it fixed its compound eyes on him, etching the human face into memory. It planned to hunt down that other prey, the one called Lu Gulaval, up again, and then return for Cheng Xing. Watching his cooked duck fly off, Cheng Xing felt his heart lurch. Swish! A sword's whistle split the air. From the roof of a 3-story building nearby, a figure leapt out, icy swordlight slicing across the mantis' back with surgical precision. A dull thud followed, and both wings were severed at the base. Feathers and gore scattered as the creature lost control and slammed into the street. Let's see you run now. The swordswoman landed on a broken wall across the street, leaning on her weapon to catch her breath. The sharp, graceful strike made Cheng Xing look up despite himself. There's someone else? The woman Su Yamren looked down at that moment and noticed him. Their eyes met, surprise flashing in both pairs of pupils. Not bad looking, Su Yanran thought. She's pretty cute, Cheng Xing admitted to himself. The brief stare ended when the mantis began to crawl away again. Su Yanran raised her voice. Team up? No thanks, Cheng Xing answered almost immediately. Had been soloing this long. He wasn't about to split the experience, not even for a pretty face. All right, I'll go first, huh? Su Yanran answered on reflex, poised to strike again. But Cheng Xing's reply made her almond eyes go wide with confusion. You mean you don't need my help? She could hardly believe it. In a single day she had been stabbed in the back by teammates and now rejected by a stranger. Her nerves were fraying. If she had a mirror, she'd be checking whether something was wrong with her face. Cheng Xing didn't budge. He lowered his center of gravity, gaze locked on the blood mantis, as if one blink would let it slip away. Seeing that, Su Yanran swallowed her frustration, sheathed her longsword, and stepped aside with an icy expression. She wanted to see if this man could really solo an E-class disaster beast. Swish. Cheng Xing raised his hand, unleashing four-way slash. Four cold arcs crossed in midair and struck the mantis shell almost simultaneously. The carapace burst open, for ragged trenches spraying ichor in every direction. Hiss! The mantis shrieked in fury. The health it had just regenerated vanished by more than half, and its head feelers whipped forward with a razor-sharp whistle. Block! Cheng Xing thought. The tang blade flicked, deflecting both feelers from an impossible angle. Using the rebound, he sidestepped the sweeping forelimb, reversed his grip, and stabbed through a gap in the joint. Steel bit deep. Pressing down with his left hand, he forced a brittle crack. One forelimb snapped clean off. Deprived of its main weapon, the massive creature staggered, kicking up dust. It's him. Su Yanran kept her eyes fixed on the fight, unable to stifle a gasp. Earlier, with Lu Gus' squad, she had seen hundreds of mad rabbit corpses felled by the same one-shot skill. She had assumed some hidden master was responsible. Now she had run into him by chance. Every trace of disdain vanished. Her gaze followed the cracked ground and found battle scars stretching from deep within the ruins. Her glass talent, insight, activated, shattered rubble, broken chitin, lingering energy ripples each frame of the fight reconstructed in holographic detail inside her mind. Incredible combat talent. He mapped the mantis rhythm in no time. He's at least glass, she marveled. Is he some prodigy from a major clan, out here for field training? The thought fell apart at once. Cheng Xing wore only E-class armor, and his tang blade was even Warshonf glass, attributeless weapon. A true clan heir would be pampered with heirloom gear and leveled up in private hunting grounds, not stuck in the hellscape of L-Town's disaster zone. He looks freshly awakened, yet his gear is basic local stock, she mused, piecing together the clues. A chilling notion surfaced. Could his awakening be in Splus drop rate talent? Under Insight's glare, Cheng Xing's data unraveled strand by strand. She even noticed a stray detail: his legs are pretty long. Dust blew past, and she pretended to wipe grit from her eye, all while making a quiet decision. The fight ended quickly. One more four-way slash tore through the air, and the blood mantis crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Stone fragments flew. Its feelers twitched a few times, then lay still. Elsewhere in L-Town's disaster zone, a five-man squad huddled inside an abandoned villa. 5 heavily armed figures stood with gear strapped all over their bodies, identical masks hiding their faces. The instant the blood mantis crashed to the ground, someone in the squad snapped his eyes open. A level 10 blood mantis just got taken out? The system prompt followed a beat later. Blood mantis slain. EXP 500. Level up? LV9, LV10. Free attribute points 15. That was quick. Cheng Xing was startled himself. Staring at the soaring experience bar, he muttered, E-class calamity beasts really are EXP fountains. He finally understood why the jump from 9 to 10 was considered the rookie wall 1 level, now paid out what used to take 5. He pulled up his status panel at once. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 10 1035 10,000. HP, for 100. Stats, STR 27, AGI 35, Con 20, WIS 20. Free points, 15. Talent, SSS-rank drop rate boost. Frank skill, sprint. Rank skill, quadrant/LV.1. Rank skill, parry LV.1. Seeing the 10,000 EXP needed for the next level, his excitement deflated. Leveled up, did you? At some point Su Yanran had stepped in front of him, her almond eyes roaming over him with open curiosity. The stare felt like an X-ray, and Cheng Xing tensed. Sensing his discomfort, she shifted her gaze to the pale green orb beside the mantis corpse as another system chime sounded. Huh, is that a talent? Talents can drop? She whispered, clearly shaken. She had never heard of such a thing. Remembering Cheng Xing's SS-rank drop boost, her shock only grew. Her answer came in 4 ruthless arcs of steel. Clang. Blades met, sparks flew. Cheng Xing's signature quadrant slash was blocked on all fronts, the rebound numbing his hands. Her stats are higher than mine. His brows knit, killing intent rising. He dumped all 15 free points into his attributes and lunged again, every strike lethal. Yet no matter how tricky the angle, Su Yanran slipped half a step aside or lifted her long sword just enough to deflect him. Within a few heartbeats, they'd traded dozens of blows. Chips now marred the edge of Cheng Xing's Tang saber. He was shaken. The woman's stats were high, and her weapon looked top tier as well. Holding her ground, Su Yanran exhaled quietly, fending off his onslaught had been anything but easy. She glanced at the talent orb on the floor, realizing her impulse might have brought serious trouble. I apologize for my rudeness. She sheathed her sword, gaze steady. You have my word, I won't breathe a word of what I just saw. The murderous light in Cheng Xing's eyes didn't fade. In this world, trusting a stranger was suicide. He narrowed his eyes, calculating the quickest kill. What will it take for you to trust me? Su Yanran backed away, voice earnest. An idea flashed across her mind. She hesitated, then finally spoke, her offer unmistakably sincere. Upon hearing her words, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. He sensed genuine goodwill. During their clash, she had stayed purely on the defensive, and he doubted he could keep her here if she chose to leave. Residual energy still rippled through the air, loose stones skittered across the ground, and their ragged breathing filled the brief but dangerous lull. Drawing a deep breath, he let a shade of killing intent fade from his gaze, yet his tone remained icy. Who are you? How do you know my talent? What are you doing here? Across from him, the young woman slid her sword into its sheath, dust cascading from her hem. She straightened slightly, voice crisp yet unruffled. I'm Su Yanran, junior investigator with the South China Awakener Administration Bureau. Awakener Administration Bureau? Cheng Xing frowned at the unfamiliar name, even as his eyes swept the surroundings, gauging his chances of pursuit or escape. Sensing his wariness, Su Yanran raised a calming hand and continued, I only guessed your talent. Mine is SSS-rank insight. I can pick up faint details and deduce the full picture. With that, she summoned her personal interface and pushed the translucent panel toward him. Name, Su Yanran. Level, 9 EXP, 935-1000. HP, 400. Attributes, Strength 28, Agility 33, Constitution 20, Spirit 35. Unassigned points, 0. Talent, SSS-rank insight. Talent effect, information analysis and deduction. Skill, Brank Frost Edge Sword Ring LV.1. The data glowed ice blue in the dark, casting a chill light over her features. Cheng Xing scanned the numbers and felt his heart jolt. She was only level 9, yet her attributes surpassed those of many level 10 Awakeners, evidence of superior gear and resources. Coupled with a Brank skill, every detail pointed to formidable backing. In his current state, he had no chance of killing her. Any world hopper knows, he muttered inwardly, that someone with a background like that always carries a deadly trump card. Su Yanran dismissed the panel, eyes lowered, her tone steady but sincere. I'm here on Bureau orders, investigating why rookie mortality in L-Town has spiked. Cheng Xing stayed silent. Worried she hadn't convinced him, she bit her lip, scanned the area to ensure they were alone, then stepped closer and lowered her voice. Since I discovered your secret, I'll share mine with you. A cold wind swept past, whipping dust and tugging at their clothes. Su Yanran's halting words were still clear to Cheng Xing. When she finished, her pale cheeks flared pink, as though the confession had drained every ounce of courage. Cheng Xing stared, bewildered. How is that supposed to be a secret? What do you mean by calling this a secret? Su Yanran's pretty face darkened as she almost exploded. I'm still a virgin. Do you have any idea how much damage a rumor like that could do to me? Right. Cheng Xing nodded half-heartedly, his expression awkward, though her outburst eased most of his suspicion. He crouched and scooped up the glowing orb on the ground. Talent, digestive restoration. Grade, E. Effect, restores HP while digesting food. So it really was the bloodroach's talent. Apparently talents don't drop as randomly as skills. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, then hit use without hesitation. Su Yanran's curiosity skyrocketed. I'm dying to know was practically written on her face, yet she bit her tongue. She couldn't risk the trust she'd finally earned. Acting oblivious to her stare, Cheng Xing reached for the second item the bloodroach had dropped, a long blade shaped like a Sichuan Dao. Bloodroach Fong. Grade, E. Effect, damage 20. The stats made him smiley. Finally had a full set of a grade gear. That burning gaze beside him grew even hotter. Cheng Xing looked up, exasperated. Now what? If he hadn't already seen Su Yanran's profile, he might have killed her on the spot. Dead people keep secrets best. But her talent was far too overwhelming and Combathe had no easy way to silence her. I want you. The 3 words burst out of Su Yanran's mouth, and Cheng Xing actually took 2 steps back. This ice-cold beauty could say something that bold. Don't get me wrong. She realized the misunderstanding instantly, cheeks flushing as she waved her hands. I want you to join our reconnaissance team. Not interested. Cheng Xing refused without a beat. First, had never heard of any Awakener Administration Bureau. Second, membership in any faction brought both perks and shackles. If he only had grade talent, maybe, but now, absolutely not. Don't be so quick to say no. Su Yanran's almond eyes narrowed. Join us, and you won't have to keep hiding your talent. Her voice was sharp and direct. She'd hit the sore spot. That was exactly the problem nagging Cheng Xing. He could tell she wasn't lying. The bureau clearly had clout. Still, after living 2 lives and holding an SS grade talent, he prized his freedom. If things ever got desperate, he could reconsider. Erase my address and number. As though reading his mind, Su Yanran handed him a slip of paper and ended the topic. Clearly, her grade talent, insight, was deeper than it looked. Her decisiveness stunned Cheng Xing. He accepted the note in a daze. Seeing his expression, Su Yanran's bright smile blossomed, dimming even the moonlight overhead. Her perfectly measured sense of distance put even the worldly wise Cheng Xing at ease. He knew she held his most important secret, yet he was powerless against her. Since we've already met, why not lend me another hand? The moment the danger passed, Su Yanran seized the chance to ask. Her mission had stalled, but every clue she collected warned her that the matter was far from simple. If she could recruit Cheng Xing, her odds of survival would double. No thanks, I'm busy, Cheng Xing replied without hesitation. He would rather hunt a few plague beasts at the street corner. Su Yanran lifted her chin and said calmly, we'll pay a grade piece of gear, win or lose. Cheng Xing froze mid-step. A grade item was worth at least $500,000. In the blink of an eye he put on a genial smile, pivoted smoothly, and declared, I do have one redeeming trait. I'm always eager to help. The offer was too generous. Shameless or not, he had to accept. Su Yanran rolled her eyes gracefully, cursing inwardly that a man's words were nothing but smoke. With the deal struck, she crouched to inspect the blood mantis corpse. From the moment she first saw it, she felt something was off. Yet even with her insight talent, she could draw on no useful information. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive impacts echoed from deep inside the town. They exchanged a glance, sprinted up a derelict staircase to the roof of an abandoned building, and scanned the area. After a quick survey, they pinpointed 5 separate battle sites. Incoming, Cheng Xing muttered. 5 clusters of combatants were racing through the streets, as if herded by some unseen monster. There. He pointed at an intersecting street in the heart of L Town. If they keep that path, they'll all converge right there. It's as if someone's deliberately steering the adventurers into one spot, Su Yanran said, brows knitted. L Town was a beginner leveling area, filled with mismatched teams, some raw recruits. Others like Lu Gus power leveling group, yet now strong and weak alike, were forced to fight while retreating. Could the Qingqing disaster zone have expanded? She wondered. Cheng Xing shrugged. No point guessing. Let's take a look. Hearing is fickle, seeing is believing. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of L Town, a 6-man squad dashed through the ruins in unusual size compared to the typical 4. Lu Gu was among them. Behind them, a level 9, Frank blood mantis tailed them relentlessly. Damn it, these things are everywhere. Lu Gu cursed, yet he was no longer panicked. When the mantis lunged, he even dared to meet it head-on. With an average level of 7 and his owner rank, escape was assured. The mantis suddenly accelerated, its claws swinging toward a young teammate. Watch out. Lu Gu rushed forward, shield raised, and blocked the lethal strike. Thank you, Brother Lu. The young man stammered. Lu Gu waved it off, retreating while quietly farming goodwill with the squad. Look, people ahead. Someone spotted 2 silhouettes in the distance. Great. The more the merrier, the squad leader said. Check their ranks. One's an Frank adventurer. The other isn't wearing a badge. Frank? Hopefully not a rookie. Move. They quickened their pace. As the distance closed, the 2 figures grew clearer. She's gorgeous. The 5 teammates stared at the graceful woman, unable to look away. Lu Gu also froze, but when he recognized the man beside her, his expression darkened. Stop. Don't go any closer. That's the man who nearly wiped out my whole squad. At the warning, the 5-member squad blanched and came to a stop. Earlier, after running into Lu Gu in the wild, they had heard him spin a vivid tale of danger. Had been exploring with a team when a newly registered rookie talent grade floundered off and lured a level 10 blood mantis straight at them. Lu Gu claimed he'd tried to stay behind and buy time, but the rookie pushed teammates aside and sacrificed everyone else just to save himself. Only when the mantis locked onto that rookie did Lu Gu barely escape, eventually crossing paths with today's 5-man squad. Seizing the chance to look heroic, the squad captain repeated Cheng Xing's crimes with extra flair, then planted himself between Su Yanran and Cheng Xing. Miss, stay away from that treacherous killer, he declared. Let me strike him down and deliver justice. He had no intention of wasting such a perfect moment to impress a beauty. Su Yanran's expression turned decidedly odd. Treacherous? A killer? If she hadn't personally watched Cheng Xing hold his ground against calamity beasts and seen Lu Gu sprint for his life from a single grade creature, she might have swallowed the story. Across from her, Cheng Xing's face darkened, his gaze locked on Lu Gu, the obvious source of the rumor. Tension thickened just as the blood mantis picked up their scent and closed in. The mantis burst through the grass with a shrill screech. Cheng Xing vanished like wind and reappeared inside its striking range. Instinctively, the mantis snapped its 4-bladed limbs, carving the night apart. An icy voice split the darkness, and steel flashed like cold lightning. For thin crimson lines appeared on the creature's shell. With a wet crack, foul green ichor sprayed several meters, splattering the 6 onlookers. Its 300-plus hit points drained to 0 in an instant, and 2 pricey materials clinked onto the ground. A level 9 blood mantis one-shot. Cheng Xing flicked the gore from the blood mantis fang, the blade humming. He lifted his eyes to the captain who had just mocked him and said evenly, "You were speaking too softly. Care to repeat that?" The offhand question sent a chill down every spine, especially Lu Gus. Eyes wide, Lu Gu shouted, "Impossible. You only registered today, and your talent was rated fair. You actually scrayed? Did you fake your rating? Why?" Cheng Xing didn't even spare him a full glance. "You don't need to know." The blade came down. Lu Gu scrambled to raise his shield. The moment steel met iron, a force heavier than the mantis strike hammered him backward, numbness spreading through his hands. Seeing this, the captain who had taken quite a liking to Lu Gu blurted, "Sir, maybe there's been a misunderstanding?" "Oh, you object to what I'm doing?" Cheng Xing's gaze drifted over him, the weapon still unsheathed. In an instant the man fell silent. He couldn't afford to provoke this master. The blood roach that had chased them the whole way hadn't survived even a single exchange against Cheng Xing. The captain finally calmed down. As he replayed the story Lu Gu had spun earlier, the more he thought about it, the more holes he found. Cheng Xing angled his blade forward, forcing Lu Gu to huddle behind his shield. Steel clanged again and again as hair-thin cracks spread across the shield's surface, one after another. Lu Gus' voice turned raw as he begged for mercy, but Cheng Xing never slowed. A flash of cold light, and the long blade ripped open Lu Gus' forearm, scarlet soaking his sleeve. The pain wrenched a scream from him, cut short when the icy edge pressed against his throat. "Talk. What exactly did you do?" Cheng Xing's voice was calm. All dignity gone, Lu Gu dropped to his knees. He poured out everything how he had framed Cheng Xing at the adventurer camp. What had happened after they ran into the blood roach, every detail. When he finished, he knocked his forehead against the ground. "I deserve to die, sir, please spare me. I don't want to die." The air reeked of urine. The blade hadn't fallen, yet terror had already made him wet himself. Seeing this, Cheng Xing's killing intent faded a little. He sheathed his weapon and went back to Su Yanran's side. After hearing the whole story, the 5-person squad all looked livid. Scum. He tries to cover his own mess by smearing someone else. "Just wait, we're reporting you to the guild." Off to the side, Lu Gus' face was ashen. Cheng Xing turned to Su Yanran and asked quietly, "Why did you stop me from killing him?" Su Yanran was no saint. Her single warning had simply saved Lu Gus' life. "I can't explain now," she shrugged. "Just remember this. Don't kill an awakened unless you have absolutely no choice." Cheng Xing turned the words over, but found no answer. Suddenly, he caught the sound of chaotic footsteps. At the far end of the ruined street, another 5-man squad was fleeing for their lives. The moment they saw Cheng Xing's group, they sprinted even faster, a blood roach snapping at their heels. Yet when the gap closed to less than 100 meters, the creature abruptly halted, as if the numbers made it give up. Everyone was standing in front of the abandoned mall in L Town, while the blood roach prowled along the edge of the plaza. Certain they were safe, the newcomers let out a sigh of relief and called out, "We're the Hound Squad, rank F. We're the Terrorclaw Squad, rank F." After exchanging team names, the two fixed squads warmed up to each other quickly. Their overall strength was similar, though Hound Squad was slightly stronger, most members already at level 8. Noticing Lu Gu standing alone, a Hound member looked puzzled. The Terrorclaw captain whispered the reason, and the entire group spat in disgust. In a permanent team, abandoning your comrades was the ultimate taboo. A man like that would never be accepted. Conversations soon shifted to Cheng Xing and Su Yanran. When the Hound Squad members caught sight of Su Yanran, their steps faltered half a beat, but her frosty aura kept anyone from striking up a conversation. Before long, yet another squad hurried over. L-Town Disaster Zone, abandoned mall. The third squad to take shelter here had just settled in when the number of blood mantises roaming the weed-choked plaza outside climbed to 3. Stranger still, the beasts only circled the edge of the square, neither retreating nor attacking. This new 4-person team was hastily thrown together, nameless, but every member possessed a crank talent and level 9 strength. 2 blood mantises had chased them all the way here. If only one remained, they were confident they could finish it. For that reason, apart from Cheng Xing and Su Yanran, they now ranked as the second strongest force on site. After a quick exchange of intel, the 4 ignored the lower-tier Hound and Razor Claw squads and treated Lu Gu as if he didn't exist. Their captain, however, kept eyeing Su Yanran greedily, because Razor Claw had told him the ordinary-looking man beside Cheng Xing had once felled a level 9 blood mantis with a single slash. True or not, he dared not gamble. After being hounded here by such a monster himself, he knew exactly how deadly it was. Anyone who could kill one in one blow had to be at least in a rank adventurer, definitely someone to avoid provoking. Overt or covert gazes all landed on Cheng Xing and Su Yanran. "We're quite the attraction," Cheng Xing quipped, leaning against the stained exterior wall. "Of course, unlike a certain steel-celled caveman," Su Yanran muttered, tilting her chin. Cheng Xing hurried to change the subject. "Any leads on the mission?" So far, I'm 80% sure the Cheng Xing disaster zone is spreading, Su Yanran sighed. If that's true, things might actually be easier. While they talked, a fourth team arrived. For members again, also crank and level 9, but clearly more arrogant, they didn't bother to look at Hound or Razor Claw, greeting only the third squad. Outside, the number of blood mantises rose to 5, their black and crimson shells gleaming in the dying light. Before the fourth team could grasp the situation, a fifth team hurried in from another direction, or rather, a single person. What's going on here? His face darkened at the sight inside and outside the mall. His eyes swept the crowd, pausing a moment on the isolated Lu Gu. Like Lu Gu, he had entered the disaster zone in one-man let's form mode. When everyone noticed the rank badge on his chest, their eyes lit up. Razor Claw's captain rushed over and reported the situation in full. Hearing that Cheng Xing had one-shot a level 9 blood mantis, the newcomer, Zhao Li, froze, then turned for a closer look. Recognizing the face, a trace of disdain crossed his lips. He remembered Cheng Xing been there on registration day. And Frank Rookie, reaching the point of one-shotting a level 9 blood mantis in so short a time? He was convinced there was something fishy going on. Looks like everyone's here. What now? Cheng Xing murmured, letting his eyes drift over the dozen faces gathered around him. Beside him, Su Yanran scanned the mall. Beyond the glass facade, near the dead elevator, between stacked shelves, 7 blood roaches sealed every exit, their obsidian shells catching the light with a cold crimson sheen twice the number she had expected. What else can we do? If the Green City Zone really is spreading, we clear the roaches, then report back to the Adventurers Guild, she said, lowering her voice. But I can't figure out why they're not attacking yet. Something's off. If it was only a routine spread, things would be simple. Without an E-class blood roach, sheer numbers couldn't threaten the two of them. Cheng Xing jerked his chin toward the other's Hound Squad, Claw Squad, and a handful of freelancers. Their mixed strengths would be hard to coordinate. Easy, Su whispered. He'll pose as a zone investigator. They'll buy it. Aren't you already a bureau scout? Just use that title, Cheng blurted, then immediately regretted it when her icy glare cut him off. Just back me up, she said, striding toward the crowd. Cheng could only shrug. Shed just lent him a set of grade gear. Hoed her. Everyone, may I have your attention? Su called. Heads lifted at once. Her ice-cold beauty and bell-like voice were impossible to ignore, even under a dark cloak. I am a zone investigator sent by the Adventurers Guild, she announced. The guild has spotted an abnormal death rate in the L-Town zone. Our checks show the Green City Zone is expanding. What? Green City is expanding? No wonder the roaches are here. The crowd erupted. The Hound and Claw squads panicked first. 7 blood roaches were beyond their firepower. The others exchanged uneasy looks, and expanding zone usually meant the Lord-class beast inside had grown stronger. Seizing the moment, Su pointed at Cheng Xing. From here on, Hell Command. Your job is to wipe out the blood roaches. No one objected. The tale of Cheng cleaving a blood roach in one blow had already spread. Fine by me. With a carry like that, we're set. Someone cheered. But a mocking voice cut through the agreement. Take orders from him? Why? He's a rookie with nth-grade talent. Zhao Li stepped forward, a sneer on his face. I don't care how you claim you killed that roach, but I saw the registry this morning, only just signed up, grade talent. What right does he have to lead us? He's really a newbie? I saw him at the desk too. Doubt rippled through the crowd. Nonsense. We saw Cheng Xing's strength with our own eyes, a Claw squad member shot back. Oh, you saw it? Zhao scoffed. Did anyone else? Heads shook. They'd heard the story but hadn't witnessed it. So only a few of you have actually seen him fight. I think you're hiding something, Zhao declared, scanning the crowd. I propose the two of us E-class adventurers take command. And he stays here, he's not coming with us. Cornered, Zhao Li thrust a finger at Cheng Xing. A stir rippled through the hall, as everyone suddenly realized that Lu Guth man they had just shunned had quietly slipped to Zhao Li's side. Zhao Li shifted gears and fanned the flames with a few embellished remarks. In seconds the mood flipped, the majority lining up behind him. The logic was painfully simple. One side had a brand new, frank rookie. The other held 2 seasoned E-rank adventurers. Who wouldn't pick the obvious winners? Does anyone question my arrangement? Before Cheng Xing could respond, Su Yanran stepped forward, her icy gaze sweeping the room. Investigator, we're only telling the truth, Zhao Li said, spreading his hands with a kindly smile. I'm sure he tricked you. No worries without him. I can still get you safely back to the Adventurers Guild. His eyes roamed unabashedly over Su Yanran's cool features and slender figure, possessiveness leaking from his stare. If a mere frank rookie could win her favor, then a crank real powerhouse like him deserved her even more, so he told himself. At his cue, the adventurers behind him started heckling, their voices rising in waves. Su Yanran's almond eyes narrowed. Her appraisal talent pierced straight into their minds, catching every filthy thought. She exhaled a thin breath and said, fine then, we'll fight on our own. Turning, she returned to Cheng Xing's side. Mr. Cheng, can we go with you? Claw Squad, silent until now, broke from the main group and asked nervously. Cheng Xing nodded. They cheered under their breath and huddled behind him. A derisive snort cut through the crowd. Fools. Can't drop the act, can you? It was Lu Gu. He fixed Cheng Xing with a glare so hateful it seemed solid. The humiliation still burned, and now he saw his chance. Since he claims he can one-shot blood mantises, let's have him prove it, he said coldly. Give his team 3 of them the exact number he bragged about. Inside he added a vicious thought. If the witnesses all die, he'll expose the truth. Zhao Li blinked, then brightened. With 3 fewer mantises to handle, he and his rank partners could wrap up the rest easily, maybe even play hero in front of Su Yanran. Lu Gu's right, he agreed. If they want to show off, let's give them the stage. Yeah, sounds fair. His followers chimed in, eager for the advantage. Cheng Xing's group could live or die, none of them cared. Claw Squad saw the setup instantly. Lu Gu, you piece of trash, are you insane? Damn you. Screw you. Su Yanran's gaze grew colder still. She cursed silently, then patted Cheng Xing's shoulder. Stay calm. Once we're back, they'll see to it he's finished. Don't dirty your hands. The scene everyone pictured Cheng Xing flying into a rage and lopping off Lu Gus had never happened. Instead, he was startled by Su Yanran's chilling remark. Cheng Xing reached out and tapped Su Yanran lightly on the forehead, his tone weary. Young lady, do you even hear yourself? Although they'd only just met, neither found the intimate gesture odd. Off in the distance, Zhao Li watched, veins throbbing at his temple, yet the next words he heard made his eyes flash with glee. Fine, they'll take that assignment. To everyone's surprise, Cheng Xing accepted Lu Gus' proposal. Zhao Li cursed him for being too deep into character, even as he ran the numbers. Handling 1 blood mantis versus 3 was night and day. And class mantis could be one-shotted, but without a class AoE skill, a single target strike meant the other mantises would counter at once and kill you instantly. AoE skills of the same level cost at least 5 times more than single target ones. Anyone who could afford one wouldn't be risking their neck here. As far as Zhao Li was concerned, Cheng Xing was already dead. Smirking, Zhao Li waved for the team to spread out. 15 members surrounded the 4 mantises guarding the mall entrance. Bolts, fireballs, and sword slashes poured down, splattering bright green ichor as the monster's health bars visibly dropped. Meanwhile, the other 3 mantises raised scythe-like forelegs, ripping up concrete as they charged straight at Zhao Li's group. While issuing orders, Zhao Li yelled to Cheng Xing, "What's wrong planning to backstab us after agreeing? No take-backs. If you don't help, we'll report you." Inside, he felt no panic. The mantises never set foot inside the mall. As long as they fell back, they'd live. Someone else would just take the hit. Relax, I'm not like you, I keep my word, Cheng Xing replied. His figure blurred and vanished, reappearing in the corridor the 3 mantises had to pass through. Haizhua moved to follow but was stopped by Su Yanran's outstretched hand. Stay out of his way. Cheng Xing didn't strike immediately. He simply watched Zhao Li, a cold smile tugging at his lips. They'd practically been counting their winnings on his forehead. Did they really expect him to roll over? Besides, memories from his previous life told him L-Town's trouble was no simple side effect of Qing City's expansion. Something else was driving the mantises' odd behavior. The time just wasn't ripe yet. Under the 15-man assault, the 4 mantises beside Zhao Li were already down to half health. He glanced over and saw Cheng Xing standing motionless, while 3 mantises' scythes hovered inches from his face. A sneer curled Zhao Li's lips. Frozen with fear? Once you're dead, it's my turn to shine. Boom. The 3 mantises slammed their forelegs down, kicking up a storm of dust. A vicious gleam lit Zhao Li's eyes, but a heartbeat later the dust cleared. No one stood before the creatures. Quadrant slash. A blur shot out from behind the mantises and vanished in a blink. Zhao Li caught only 4 intersecting flashes of steel before several crisp splats sounded and nauseating green blood fountained through the air. The figure landed lightly, sheathing his long blade. Not a single drop had touched even the hem of his coat. A one-shot. The sight before him left Zhao Li gaping, disbelief written all over his face as every attack froze mid-swing. Zhao Li, what are you doing? His teammates' roar snapped him out of the stupor and forced him to refocus on the charging blood mantises. Yet the shock in his chest refused to settle. Under the squad's relentless onslaught, the last 4 blood mantises finally dropped, collapsing in the dust with empty health bars, yet not a single item appeared on their corpses. Look at that. No way he took down 3 blood mantises by himself. So the Haizhua squad wasn't exaggerating after all. Every gaze locked onto the ground at Cheng Xing's feet. 3 mantis corpses lay sprawled in a tangle of severed antennae and shattered carapace, crimson ichor glinting in sinister streaks. The spectacle hit them like a punch to the face, hot and stinging. Even more dazzling, each of Cheng Xing's kills had dropped loot. These people risked their lives in disaster zones for one thing: money. Now that the profit lay bare before them, their eyes clung to the ground like red-hot hooks, while Cheng Xing ignored them, crouched, and scooped up every reward. Blood mantis antennae 2. Quality E. Description: tough, springy material, excellent for forging long whips. Blood mantis glands 2. Quality E. Description: contain an indescribable energy. Blood mantis spear. Quality E. Effect: increases damage by 20. Nothing special, just a few crafting parts and in a grade spear. he remarked flatly. On the way back, he tossed everything except the 2 glands to the Haijua squad. The Haijua members nearly hugged his leg on the spot, shouting Godfather. An A-grade weapon could fetch over 100,000 credits, and the antennae alone were worth 30 to 40,000. They had never seen such profit since forming the squad. Not far away, Zhao Li's team watched with bloodshot eyes, wishing they could rip off their own badges and swap places with Haijua. The captain of the Hound squad was sick with regret. Their weakest team had come out battered, with no drops and only a trickle of experience worlds apart from Haizua's windfall. In an instant, faces flipped and the crowd swarmed forward. Brother Cheng, we actually believed in you from the start. Zhao Li badmouthed you behind your back, and we fell for his lies. Could you maybe carry us too? Watching everyone scramble to flatter Cheng Xing, Zhao Li's face twisted, yet he didn't dare squeeze in. Lu Gu beside him turned to Shinth Man's power was far beyond anything they'd guessed. Offending him meant ruin. We agreed to fight our own fights, didn't we? Don't go picking new masters now. Cheng Xing's smile was icy as he refused them on the spot. Handing the loot to Haijua served 3 purposes. 1. They were the first to stand with him. 2. A-grade gear and mats meant little to someone with a 100 drop rate. 3. He wanted those who had kicked him while he was down to taste regret ignoring him when he was slandered, yet eager to cozy up once profit appeared. The world doesn't hand out that many favors. When Cheng Xing turned them down, Hound Squad could only leave in frustration, but the other class team exploded instead. Stop putting on airs, one of them spat. So you hit level 10 a bit before we did big deal. We talk nice to give you face. Don't push your luck. Unlike Hound Squad, they believe their higher talent guaranteed a brighter future on the adventurer's road. To them, Cheng Xing was just a guy with a slightly higher level and enough cash to buy a few group skills. The moment he acted superior, their anger boiled over. Face. Cheng Xing snorted. What did you do? Eat a face fruit. The way you grovel and flip sides is like watching grandma crawl under the covers. It's hilarious. In his previous life, Cheng Xing had been a hardcore gamer who never let trash talk slide. Once he opened up, the verbal barrage came fast and furious, leaving his targets red-faced and speechless. They backed off, too scared to fight and unable to hide behind moral posturing. Against Cheng Xing's combat power, that was nothing but paper. Su Yanran witnessed the entire scene, stars sparkling in her almond eyes. You can argue like that? She whispered in awe. Boss Cheng, something's off, a sharpied member of Claw Hacker Squad said, pointing outside the mall. A sudden wind rose, clouds devoured the moon, and the world went black. Crimson beast eyes flared in the darkness, one after another, surrounding the mall like fallen stars. Throats went dry. Everyone knew what they were. Moonlight burst through again, bleaching the scene. Dozens of glass blood mantises clung to walls, pillars, and wrecked cars, green ichor gleaming between their shells like a seamless net. System warning windows flooded their view in a red haze. Despair seeped into every heart. Even Cheng Xing and Su Yanran looked grim. King Cheng's expansion can't be this fast, Su Yanran muttered, arms folded, fingers tapping her chin. Blood mantises already? Stranger still, the swarm didn't rush them. It simply encircled the building, intent on trapping them inside. The comm snapped. 5 mantises broke ranks and charged Zhao Li's formation, mandibles twitching. Another 4 veered toward Cheng Xing's group. Zhao Li's team had no choice but to fight. 5 foes were barely manageable and far tougher than before. After a brutal 10-minute slog, their gear splattered with green blood, they finally prevailed. Cheng Xing's side finished with ease. The difference in strength was obvious. At least victory yielded 1 crafting material. Zhao Li's team had just started arguing over the loot when the night echoed with another click of chitin. A fresh batch of 5 blood mantises stalked into the mall, emerald shells glinting in the moonlight. This wasn't a routine disaster zone expansion at all. Su Yanran jolted as the truth finally sank in. Damn it, I'm all in. Zhao Li roared. With the Hound Squad and the Razor Claw Squad behind him, he charged the blood mantises again. At his shout, the whole fight seemed to jump to a harder difficulty. On the other side, 5 mantises lunged at Cheng Xing. Before their blades even reached him, he was already grinning like a spectator about to enjoy the show. If several dozen had swarmed him at once, he might have pulled back, but the creatures insisted on coming in waves. At level 10, that was nothing more than a warm-up. Since someone had kindly set the stage, he wasn't about to waste it. First round of carnage. It took Zhao Li's group a full 30 minutes to cut down the first 5 mantises. Everyone in the Hound Squad was badly wounded, while the 2 crank teams were hanging on with minor injuries. Only Zhao Li and his partner, who'd done most of the heavy lifting, were still mostly unhurt. The corpses had barely hit the floor when another 5 mantises burst out. Instinctively, everyone looked to Cheng Xing, hoping the big gun would act. Instead, they saw him gasping for air, gripping his long sword in reverse, swaying as if he might collapse at any second. Is Master Cheng running out of steam too? Someone in the Razor Claw Squad asked in panic. They remembered he hadn't used another area attack since the last wave. The brutal stamina cost of low-level AoE skills now seemed obvious. Su Yanran, however, saw through it. She knew how long Cheng Xing could really last. Her almond eyes flashed was putting on a show. Sure enough, once he exhausted himself, the next spawn didn't increase in number. Second round of carnage. Su Yanran stepped up to fight at Cheng Xing's side. They exchanged a glance and said nothing. The Razor Claw squad hurried to join them. 40-odd minutes later, Zhao Li was seeing red. The entire Hound squad lay on the ground, critically hurt. Everyone else was battered head to toe, and the gap in talent was being torn wide open by the drawn-out grind. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing, aided by Su Yanran and Razor Claw's support, seemed to drag iron chains as he hacked down the last mantis. During the fight, every member of Razor Claw leveled up. Shift in the battlefield. Only 10 mantises remained outside the mall. The crushing weight on everyone's chests suddenly lightened, and hope peeked through the stench of blood. Someone murmured, "You never know your limits till you're pushed." After that wave, some members of the two crank teams leveled up as well. Their wounds closed on the spot, and the last mantises no longer looked hopeless. The final wave. With a collective roar, they charged first for once, morale flaring like a torch. The last 10 mantises didn't last 30 minutes before they were hacked to pieces. Aftershocks. Moonlight poured down on a carpet of black-red gore and severed limbs around the mall. Zhao Li and the others, too exhausted to care about the mess, collapsed in the blood and laughed sky-high a wild relief at surviving. The press of those dozens of mantises had blinded them to countless details. Only now did they breathe again. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran leaned on each other, still keeping up the act of being spent. The biggest difference between them and Zhao Li's side lay in the loot. Amid Zhao Li's mountain of corpses, only a handful of items glittered in the muck. On Cheng Xing's side, the floor was littered with loot, including several pieces of gear that gave off a faint green glow. As their stamina gradually returned, Zhao Li and his men shook off the post-battle haze, and greed quickly filled their eyes. "Leave the woman, kill everyone else," Zhao Li growled, giving a sharp wave of his hand. Lu Gu, standing beside him, remembered how many times his life had hit rock bottom before this turning point, and vicious intent swelled inside him. The subordinates still capable of fighting let out low snickers. The gun barrels that had just been aimed at the blood maggots now swung toward their own kind. Cheng Xing frowned. Had gone to all this trouble to set a trap, and it wasn't meant for catching small fry. "What do you think you're doing? The base laws clearly forbid awakened from killing each other." Su Yanran, perhaps a bit too deep into her act, shouted hoarsely. Exhausted and disheveled, the once aloof beauty looked like a flower with its stem snapped an image that only ignited the beasts across from her. "This is a disaster zone, a lawless place. Keep quiet, and who's going to know? Enough talk. When the time comes, we rush them together. Pull this off, and we're rich." They had barely taken a step when a shrill scream split the empty mall. Everyone froze and whipped around. At the entrance, a member of the Hound squad stood impaled through the chest by a long scythe. Scream was his. "Who are you?" Following the scythe's haft, a dark figure emerged from the dim corridor. Someone was still hiding in the mall now, an entire squad. Before anyone could react, 4 more figures stepped out. All wore matching black cloaks and white masks. The 4 in front had a few circles painted on their masks, while the one in back had circles on both the top and bottom halves. "For circles, and a one with the 2 bamboo? River bandits?" Someone muttered, recognizing the mahjong tiles on the masks. While confusion still hung in the air, the masked one yanked his scythe free. Blood sprayed, and the Hound squad member convulsed and collapsed under his comrade's horrified gaze. "Who the hell are you people?" Zhao Li demanded, teeth clenched, as more than one stomach churned. One ignored him. With practiced ease he finished off the remaining hounds, chatting lightly with 2 bamboo behind him. "Boss, nothing beats your plan. Drive them together with blood maggots. Let fatigue wear them out. Then we harvest. Our squad's numbers blow the others out of the water." Their casual tone and efficient, throat-cutting sent icy shivers down every spine, and the meaning of those words drained all remaining color from the onlookers' faces. No one dared move. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. Now that was a big fish. He glanced at Su Yanran. Su Yanran stared at the circle-marked masks, her expression heavier than ever. "You know them?" Cheng Xing asked in a low voice. "Cheng Xing, this is Badthir the Fallen," Su Yanran answered. Before her words had fully settled, the silent 2 bamboo stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Cheng Xing and Su Yanran. "Miss Investigator, Mr. S-Class," he said calmly, "do you know the fastest way to level up?" Cheng Xing was caught off guard by Tong's sudden question. In the middle of this chaos, he couldn't fathom why the man insisted on such a topic. "Oh, so you don't know? But it looks like the investigator does." Sensing Cheng Xing's hesitation, Tong drew his conclusion. His voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. At once, several Bing members nearby tightened their fingers on their triggers. The will to fight hung in the air, but Tong's presence kept them in check. Other awakened onlookers exchanged uncertain glances, wondering why he was rambling. From a corner, a few people shared a look, then quietly edged backward. "Now, fall back." The urgent order rang in the squad's private channel. A class team slipped from the crowd and sprinted toward the base. The sudden retreat left Zhao Li and the others frozen. By the time they reacted, the squad had vanished down an abandoned street. Idiots. Standing around listening to him. Survival comes first. Zhao Li punched the wall, cursing himself. Strangely, the Yibing crowd showed no anger at being upstaged. Instead, they let out low, rasping chuckles, like metal scraped by a file. Behind his mask, Tong's face turned grim. Cold light sparked in his eyes. In the next instant, the shattered roof of the mall erupted. Two huge black shapes rocketed skyward in a blast of debris, streaking after the fleeing squad too fast for most to see clearly. Cheng Xing and the investigator saw them for what they were, two E-class blood mantises. Less than 30 seconds later, a sonic boom echoed down the street. Four dark figures crashed back into the plaza, landing between Tong and the crowd. The class team lay broken, legs bent at grotesque angles, bones piercing flesh. The impact left them half-conscious, unable even to scream properly. Apologies for the interruption. Let's continue. Tong brushed dust from his sleeves, resuming his courteous poise as though nothing had happened. He looked every bit the well-bred gentleman, a stark contrast to the ragged whales at his feet. Who can tell me the fastest way to level up? With deliberate calm, he turned toward Zhao Li's group. Answer correctly, and you walk away. Kill calamity beasts. Nor in smaller teams when you farm them. Catch a power leveling ride. Find someone to carry you. At the chance of survival, people shouted over one another. Behind the rubble, the two E-class blood mantises crouched, mandibles clicking like metal, chilling every F-class awakener. If they'd been F-class mantises, the crowd might have fought. But A-class 12 of them took at least 5 E-class adventurers to handle. Tong listened, then shook his head in disappointment. He fixed his gaze on Cheng Xing and pronounced, whether you farm alone or in a squad, that's not fastest. There's only one quick path: kill people. Kill other awakened. The words sucked the air from the plaza, leaving only silence. Even braced for it, Cheng Xing's pupils contracted. Su Yanren's warning rang in his ears. Never kill another awakener unless you have no other choice. So that's how it is. An awakened doesn't just gain experience by slaying calamity beasts, killing other awakened works too. The realization hit Cheng Xing all at once, and Su Yanren's earlier attempt to stop him from killing Lu Gu suddenly made sense. She hadn't wanted him to discover this hidden shortcut. The so-called fallen were simply awakened who leveled up by murder. The fastest way is murder? Zhao Li blurted, still in shock. Tong raised a hand, his voice low and hypnotic. It's simple. A beast kill gives you a fixed amount of experience, but if you kill an awakened, you absorb everything they have. Understand? A level 1 awakened who takes down a level 10 jumps straight to level 10. At his words, Su Yanren's fingers tightened around Cheng Xing's arm, almost digging through his sleeve. She could already guess what Tong wanted. No faction would ever pass up and class talent teetering on the edge of becoming a fallen. The stronger the talent, the stronger the temptation. And in class fallen was a disaster compared to in class 1. Tong pointed at Su Yanren. If you don't believe me, ask the investigator from the Awakened Administration Bureau. The moment those 6 words Awakened Administration Bureau left his mouth, Yibing and the others behind him went rigid, their eyes nailing Su Yanren in place. To the fallen, the Bureau was an executioner's blade. Awakened Administration Bureau? What's that? I thought she was with the Adventurers Guild. Zhao Li and the rest muttered, baffled. Under their scrutiny, Su Yanren spoke coldly. You corralled calamity beasts to trap adventurers, then used the zone's expansion to cover it up. The mask, your power steers no doubt. You're Lingzhong, the class rookie of the Slaughter Sect. With her accusation laid bare, Tong dropped the charade and smiled. Didn't know I was that famous. But by your bureau's secrecy rules, you haven't told them who you are, right? Join the Slaughter Sect, and every one of these experience bundles is yours. 5 level 10 bundles, 6 level 9s, and a handful of smaller ones. Enough to reach level 13 instantly. With your talent, you'll hit level 20 in under half a year. To Cheng Xing the offer was dazzling. To everyone else it sounded like a death sentence. Even Yibing's eyes flashed with envy. Those bundles could have been shared, letting the whole team step into level 10 and don a mask of their own. Now, every gaze locked on Cheng Xing. Zhao Li and the others went pale. With terms that generous, they doubted had refuse. Su Yanren's heart pounded. She opened her mouth to protest, but Cheng Xing gestured for silence. I think you're wrong, he said calmly, unmoved by the lure. Oh, what part is wrong? The fastest way to level up is soloing higher-tier calamity beasts, Cheng Xing replied lightly. Killing people isn't the quickest path. Killing monsters is. Lingzhong froze. He recognized the words solo higher-tier calamity beasts, but strung together they sounded like gibberish. Do you even know what you're saying? Not even I can do that. Just because you can't doesn't mean I can't. Cheng Xing's gaze was steady. After all, you're only class. And I, he added, am SS class. The moment the words came out, the clearing fell silent again. Are you trying to play me? The face behind Lingzhong's mask turned grim. He felt blatantly insulted. Do you even understand what SS level means? If you really were SS level, the entire South China base would orbit around you. Would you still need to level up here? He shook his head with a sigh, then raised his hand, his voice as sharp as a blade. I bared my heart to the bright moon, yet the moonlight shone on a ditch. Kill them. Leave no one alive. For bloodthirsty cultists, already itching for action, lunged at Zhao Li's team. At the same time, two E-class blood roaches slammed their 6 legs into the ground, scarlet eyes blazing as they charged. Ling Zhong ignored Cheng Xing for the moment. He wanted to harvest Zhao Li's group first, letting them taste the cult of slaughter's methods. Everyone's stamina had been drained by his class blood roaches. Their combat power was under 30%. Even 5 level 10 awakened couldn't withstand 2 E-class blood roaches. With roaches on their faces, I can't imagine losing, he thought confidently. Why us? That's not fair. Zhao Li's men wailed, forced to fend off the cultists' relentless assassinations. Strange, vicious techniques plus the blood roaches closing from behind left several fighters badly wounded in seconds, and despair swept through the ranks. Cheng Xing met Su Yanren's gaze. Both nodded. The fish had played long enough time to cast the net. In the next instant their figures vanished. When they reappeared, each stood before a blood roach. Quadraslash, ring of frosted blades. Knife light and sword light formed a blazing cross. Both E-class blood roaches were launched into the air, carapaces split, blood spraying as they screeched. Everyone froze. Their stamina was supposed to be gone, yet they'd unleashed instant skills. Cheng Xing repelling a blood roach was expected, but Su Yanran doing the same with one strike was shocking. Only then did people realize they'd admired her looks, without ever asking how she'd walked into the disaster zone alone. Yours class 2. All composure vanished from Ling Zhong's voice. The situation had slipped out of his control. Two's class awakened had just put on a show. Cheng Xing, you're amazing. Sister Su, you're amazing. The Rending Claw squad roared their support. Even those surrounded by cultists regained their fighting spirit and pushed back. They weren't helpless, only exhausted. Ling Zhong's brow nodded. With the forces on hand, he could no longer secure those XP bundles. He needed the roaches to cripple the targets first, but once the roaches fell, defeat was certain. For the first time, impatience crept in. If only his talent, spirit seed, were Slevelthin, none of this trouble would exist. Cheng Xing's earlier claim of SS level flashed through his mind, stirring equal parts self-mockery and resentment. Spirit seed was powerful yet limited. He could implant seeds in disaster beasts and control only 3 of the same rank or 51 rank lower. For all his strength, there was one fatal flaw. When the monsters under his command killed other beasts or awakened fighters, they gained no experience at all. Ling Zhong quickly realized that Cheng Xing was leading his emotions by the nose. He drew a deep breath and forced himself calm. On the battlefield, the cultists were locked in stalemate with the defenders, yet the blood mantis was being driven steadily back. Ling Zhong's eyes flickered, an idea sparking to life, and beneath his mask his lips curved in a sinister smile. Do you want to join the cult of slaughter? We don't care about talent or background. Prove yourself, and the cult will welcome you. He looked down on Zhao Li's battered team, his voice a low, chilling whisper that slid into every heart like the murmur of a devil. Memories flashed before them, their near-death hunts, the humiliation of being rejected by squads because of mediocre gifts. Hands gripping weapons began to tremble, eyes wavered. Don't let him deceive you. Su Yanran drove the blood mantis back with one sweep of her sword and shouted, he's cornered. Hold on a little longer. Once we finish off the mantis, we're safe. Remember, the moment you kill for power, you become a fallen, and every base will hunt you down. Her words pierced Ling Zhong's honeyed speech, snapping everyone awake. She's right. Just a bit more. Zhao Li shouted, rallying them. Only moments earlier, even he had felt the urge to strike a comrade, but the phrase enemy of every base yanked him back to his senses. When the renewed resolve washed the despair from their faces, Ling Zhong knew his attempt at defection had failed. He began to plot his escape. He had barely turned to flee when a scream tore through the night. Ah! Zhao Li stared in horror. Cold steel burst from his chest, blood soaking his tunic. He turned with effort and saw his attacker. His pupils shrank to pinpoints. Why I even helped you, Lu Gu? Lu Gu's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted. I had no choice. I'm not like you. I've had no place in the bases for a long time. Don't blame Meblin them. Ripping the blade free, he let Zhao Li crumple lifeless to the ground, killed by the man he had once saved. As Zhao Li fell, a dull yet dreadful glow flared around Lu Gu, startlingly bright in the dark. So this is a fallen, he muttered. The experience surged into him, pushing the long-stalled Lu Gu up a level in an instant. Drunk on the flood of strength, he lunged at the nearby squads. The defenders could barely hold off the cultists, let alone a fully refreshed E-rank adventurer. Wherever his sword flashed, men and women dropped like wheat beneath a scythe. Pleas for mercy rose and died. Lu Gu showed none. In mere seconds, every survivor of Zhao Li's squad lay dead, and Lu Gu had climbed to level 13. Ling Zhong stopped running and watched coolly. Only an E-rank gift? Humph, it will do. Finished with those still standing, Lu Gu even sought out the wounded who had tried to crawl away on broken legs, dispatching them one by one. Weren't you crank? Why so quiet now? Didn't you look down on me? He butchered and screamed, madness boiling in his eyes as if each corpse were just another puppet for his rage. Help me. One of the last crank defenders stretched a hand toward Cheng Xing's group. The only answer was the cold gleam of Lu Gus' blade. Su, killing a fallen isn't against the law, is it? Cheng Xing knocked the blood mantis back with a single slash, his gaze settling calmly on Lu Gu. Dodging the mantis talons, Su Yanran glanced over and gave a faint smile. Of course not. He who kills must be prepared to be killed. At an abandoned mall in L Town, Lu Gu drew his long sword. The enemy at his feet was already dead. On the other side, Cheng Xing swept his blade in a silver arc. An E-class blood mantis was hurled away and burst into 2 pieces of loot as it hit the floor. Su Yanran followed close behind, darting forward to finish off another mantis with a single, clean strike. You're next. Lu Gus' eyes were bloodshot, his lips curled in a feral grin, intoxicated by the kill. Ignoring Su Yanran and the last members of the Claw Squad, he locked onto Cheng Xing and charged. The burst of speed he unleashed was far beyond that of an ordinary E-class blood mantis. After an awakened reaches level 10, each new level grants far more stat points than before. The freely distributed portion alone jumps to 15. That was why the Spiritborn had felt mocked by Cheng Xing's earlier answer. Beyond level 10, the gap only widens, making it ever harder to kill above one's level, let alone across classes. Blade met sword with a shower of sparks, the shriek of metal echoing through the empty mall. The force traveling down the hilt drove Cheng Xing back several paces, numbing his grip. Seeing Cheng Xing falter, Lu Gu advanced, laughing like a madman. Keep pretending. Weren't you acting tough a moment ago? A string of heavy blows followed. Cheng Xing instantly realized Lu Gu had poured nearly all his free points into strength. He stopped meeting force with force, using his high agility and the grade talent sprint to weave and dodge. Lu Gus' blade couldn't even graze his clothes. Why are you dodging? Aren't you the one with an SS grade talent? Lu Gu snarled. Cheng Xing ignored him, seized an opening, and slashed. Lu Gu hurried to parry, only to find that halfway through his swing Cheng Xing had already slipped several meters away. Damn it, stand still if you've got the guts. He roared, hacking at empty air. Even at level 13 you're still trash. The Spiritborn watching from afar frowned. He had long noticed Lu Gus' one-track focus on strength and cursed his lack of brains. Yet after losing his Calamity Beast, the Spiritborn was weaker than a common level 10 awakened. Lu Gu remained his only chance to turn the tables. Go, help him, he ordered quietly. The 4 cultists in 1-masks were annoyed at missing out on experience, but none dared disobey a superior with grade talent. Within the cult of slaughter his status was unassailable, even the 3 bamboo bowed to him. Weapons in hand, the 4 fanned out to encircle Cheng Xing, intent on hemming him in. Before they could close in, a slender figure flashed in front of them, as if she had teleported. This path is closed. Su Yanran stood with sword in hand, long black hair rippling in a gentle arc. One icy look from her halted their advance. Don't be scared, all at once. Barked 1 with the scythe, and the 4 struck together. Icy blade ring, Su Yanran murmured. Her sword flashed from its sheath. A burst of blinding light tore the 4 1 into a mist of blood. For cultists who hadn't even reached level 10 were never going to be a match for Su Yanran. After cutting down the slaughter cultists, Su Yanran was wrapped in a soft glow, looking every bit like a celestial maiden come to earth. Already stunning. Even her level-up effect was extraordinary, drawing awed whispers from everyone nearby. Across the way, Lu Gus' sword raged like a torrential storm. Every slash grazing past Cheng Xing power from 3 instant level-ups boiled inside him, and he reveled in the illusion of invincibility. That's enough time to end this. Once head read Lu Gus' rhythm, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes and murmured, "What?" Lu Gu hesitated. In the same breath, he saw Cheng Xing rush forward. Delighted, he raised his sword and unleashed mountain-cleaving strike. The blade flashed through the air, stopping a single fist's length from Cheng Xing's face. Members of the Scareclaw squad cried out and covered their eyes. Even the distant Ling stopped retreating, shook his head, and sighed. It's decided. At that range, not even a pure agility awakened can dodge. 3 levels down and facing Lu Gus' full-strength build, Cheng Xing should have died on the spot. Lu Gus' grin widened, already picturing his opponent split in 2. Block. Clang. Metal shrieked. The recoil nearly tore the sword from Lu Gus' hands. Pain shot through his palms, and his arms went numb. Cheng Xing's blood mantis Fong lay crosswise before him, the rank skill block activating in silence. You were hiding your strength? Lu Gus' face froze. I was waiting for my body to adjust. What were you waiting for? Cheng Xing sneered and stepped in. Impossible. Ecstasy flipped to terror. Lu Gu roared and poured everything into fourfold cleave. Clang. This time Lu Gu was hurled backward, rolling several meters. For savage wounds opened across his chest, blood spurting. He stared at the severed stump of his sword, ice-cold dread flooding him. Please spare the plea died. Cheng Xing stepped forward, a cold arc flashed. Lu Gu clutched his throat as blood erupted, power ebbing like a receding tide. He never understood why level 13 still wasn't enough, and no one would tell him now. Level up 1013. Free attribute points 45. Cheng Xing sheathed his blade and walked towards Su Yanran without a backward glance. Had Lu Gu not butchered his own kind, had he not become a fallen, the mere fact he was an awakened might have saved him. Too late now. Looks like it's just you, Cheng Xing said, eyes locking on the Ling at the mall entrance. I wouldn't be so sure. Deprived of his calamity beast, the Ling hadn't run. He straightened his coat and spoke evenly, well aware either of these two could grind him into dust. You've cost me dearly, he said, pulling a pitch-black sphere the size of an infant's fist from his pocket and rolling it between his fingers. The orb's lethal aura made Cheng Xing's brow knot. Su Yanran's pupils constricted. She seized his arm. He turned to her and saw her graver than ever. A calamity seed? Disaster-born species? Cheng Xing had never heard the term before, but the grim look on Su Yanran's face told him it was extremely dangerous. We will meet again. The spirit-born spoke in a low voice, wasted not another word, fixed Cheng Xing with a long stare, and crushed the black orb in his hand. The sphere shattered, black light erupted, and a palpable ripple of energy swept outward, flinging stone chips and dust into the air. When it was done, the spirit-born retreated unhurriedly, his figure swallowed by the shadows in the depths of the mall. Cheng Xing started to give chase, but Su Yanran grabbed his arm after his very first step. Everyone, pack up and fall back to base now? She barked at the battered Claw Raiders squad. The raiders traded looks. Then, seeing Cheng Xing nod, scooped the scattered spoils into their packs at breakneck speed. In less than a minute the inventory was complete, and Su Yanran led them back the way they had come, heading straight for the South China base. Cheng Xing asked no questions. Anything that could make Su Yanran abandon the pursuit of a fallen meant an even greater threat lay ahead. He reviewed everything since they had met the Awakener Administration Bureau, this new disaster-born species, and realized how shallow his understanding of the world still was. The reflection glinted in his eyes. Hold on, I left something inside. Do we have time? Reaching the edge of L-Town's disaster zone, he stopped before a relatively intact high-rise. Plenty, but don't bother if it isn't worth the effort. Su Yanran checked her watch and reminded him. With her go-ahead, Cheng Xing borrowed several spare backpacks from the raiders and dashed into the building. Barely a minute later he returned, packs bulging. Through the half-zipped seams, beast materials were piled to the brim alongside a dozen pieces of quality gear. That lot has to be worth 10 million at least, someone whispered. Su Yanran's almond eyes widened. She couldn't tell whether Cheng Xing was here to level up or to resupply. This guy, could he really be SS class? Carry these for me, and you get 10% when we're back. Cheng Xing dropped the packs on the ground and waved the squad over. Their eyes lit up, and they scrambled to snatch the haul, finally tasting what it meant to cling to a true powerhouse. Once everything was secured, they raced toward the base at full speed. Along the way Cheng Xing grew surer of his suspicion. Every disaster beast in L-Town was swarming toward the mall, and even the crazed rabbits that normally attacked on sight ignored them completely. The moment they crossed the disaster zone's boundary, Su Yanran let out a long breath. Almost at once fully formed army units from the base marched into view, their dense black ranks making the Claw Raiders' hearts pound. They had never seen the garrison mobilize on such a scale. The soldiers spotted the group immediately. Several squads advanced for a brief interrogation. Su Yanran produced a credential and handed it over. With a single crisp motion the formation split, and an officer stepped forward. After a routine check, the troops escorted Su Yanran away with marked respect, leaving only Cheng Xing and his companions behind. Is something wrong with Sister Su? A few members of the Claw Raiders muttered as the base soldiers formed a tight ring around them. Relax. She probably summoned them herself, Cheng Xing said soothingly. He remembered how, on their way out of the mall, Su Yanran had pulled out a post-apocalyptic comm device and made a call. Old-world electronics were long since scrap. Terminals made from beast materials now cost a fortune, far more than someone from District H could afford. Before long, Su Yanran returned, several officers in respectful tow. She saluted everyone, then gestured for the troops to head toward L-Town at full speed. Let's get back to base. What happens next is out of our hands, she said gently, watching the soldiers march off. Catching Cheng Xing's eye, she explained while they walked. A disaster core is a concept scholars proposed a few years ago. They believe every beast carries an inner energy source. That's its power center, the core. In theory, a core can drop when the beast is killed. Then why have I never seen one? Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow. Only E-class or stronger beasts can drop them, and the odds are tiny, Su Yanran replied with a smile. They're so rare that the base buys each one for an absurd price the moment it appears, so almost nobody even knows about them. She paused, then added, so far we've confirmed just one effect, an absolute attraction for every beast nearby. Remembering the core in Lingzhong's hand, she went on, from its size, that one must have come from at least a level 30, or class, beast. It could draw every class and lower within 100 li and trigger a stampede. Being torn apart by a pack of class monsters, the Claw Raiders shivered, silently thankful for her warning. Otherwise, they'd have shared the Hound Squad's fate. Cheng Xing finally understood why Su Yanran had abandoned the chase. 1. Lingzhong would never surrender, and no one knew what other cards he held. 2. The L-Town ruins sit too close to the base and border the Qingqing zone. A mass of class beasts there would put the base on the brink. If the A-class beast at Qingqing Center were provoked, the consequences would be unthinkable. Weighing it all, she had to pull back and report to command. While she spoke, the towering steel wall of the base came into view. They passed through the heavy gates and re-entered the adventurers' camp. Night had fallen, yet the place was still a din of voices. Waves of hunters who had planned to head out were now told that anyone below class was grounded for several days, igniting a noisy uproar. Fresh from their brush with death, the Claw Raiders relaxed at the sight of the familiar camp and collapsed in a row. On the run, they'd been chased by blood mantises, surrounded by a swarm of them, and even ambushed by Fallen. Had they not clung to Cheng Xing's group, they would have ended up just like the Hound Squad. The thought made them glance at Cheng Xing's party with gratitude. Sharp-eyed adventurers noticed their looks. Guessing the raiders knew something, they began to edge closer only to be blocked by several figures who stepped in front of them. Guild investigators at work. Do not approach. South China Base, Adventurers Camp, Zone H. Who the hell are you? Just because you claim to be an investigator doesn't make it true. An adventurer on his way to register is blocked by several figures. His face darkens, and he jerks his shoulder free, voice thick with defiance. 5 strangers in identical black trench coats bar his path. The sharply cut coats snap in the cool afternoon wind. The man in front steps forward, his heel grinding on the gravel with a crisp scrape. Rugged features, a dusting of stubble, and an eyebrow split by an old scar lend him a lethal air, mature, restrained, the kind who speaks with his fists. One glance from him makes the waiting adventurers edge back. He lifts his hand, exposing the gear beneath the coat and the gold badge on his chest. The gear's lines are razor sharp, its finish matte, yet the class pressure is unmistakable. The badge gleams coldly in the sun, announcing his rank. The crowd scatters at once. Class adventurer? Nope, not messing with that, someone mutters. That loadout's a full class set. Must be swimming in cash. Once the space is clear, the man looks at Cheng Xing's group, expressionless, voice low. Let's talk elsewhere. Cheng Xing glances at Su Yanran. When she nods, he follows the newcomers through the tent maze to a temporary wooden cabin. The door slams shut, cutting off the din outside. The instant it closes, the man's face collapses like a popped balloon. For heaven's sake, me little ancestor, will you please spare me? He clutches his head and wails. I only asked you to find out why rookie deaths are spiking in L-Town's disaster zone, and you blow the place up. Now the base has mobilized 40% of its troops, and even the war god is on level 1 alert. The blocker is none other than Su Hauran, captain of Investigation Team 1, Awakener Administration Bureau. Stripped of his trenchcoat aura, he looks like a man dragged into overtime, eyes ringed with fatigue. I had a date with a few girls, and my boss yanked me back to mop up your mess. Cheng Xing, let me introduce you. Unmoved by her brother's moaning, Su Yanran coolly continues. This is Su Hauran, captain of Investigation Team 1, Awakener Administration Bureau. Me brother. Talent, a class sword soul. 24 years old. Single. Likes to lay. MF Su Hauran slaps a hand over her mouth before she can spill anything else. Cheng Xing's pupil's contract. 24. The rugged, world-weary man looks only a few years older than he is. On closer inspection, the siblings do share the same eyes, though their opposite temperaments only emphasize the family resemblance. A smooth, amused voice breaks in. Hi, I'm Gao Chun, deputy captain of Team 1. His fox-like eyes are wickedly charming. Handsome to the point of distraction, he wears his coat open, a dark silver belt swaying with every step as though he's on a runway. Gao Chun thinks. If Su Yanran can tease the captain like that in front of a stranger, this Cheng Xing must be someone special. Im Shunya, investigator, Team 1. A short-haired Amazon strides up, her voice crisp and efficient. The cinched trench coat can't hide her athletic curves. Me, Medont forget me. A petite girl with twin buns hops up, waving frantically. Imli Man, also an investigator with Team 1. She speaks a full octave louder than anyone else, desperate not to be overlooked. At last, all eyes turn to him. Cheng Xing inclines his head and finishes the round of introductions with textbook precision. Pleased to meet you. Im Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing smiled, raised his hand to shake Gao Chen's, and spoke politely. They had barely finished introducing themselves when the commotion between the Su siblings finally wound down. Why did you skip me and go straight to dad? Don't you know that's against protocol? Su Hauran slapped Su Yanran's forehead with a sharp crack. It was urgent. Your clearance isn't high enough. Who knows what might have happened while you were filing the report? Su Yanran rubbed her head and fired back. Su Hauran sighed. So what exactly happened? With the argument over, Su Yanran recounted everything that had happened in L-Town: the Bloodmite siege, the appearance of the fallen, the arrival of a final tier calamity, and most importantly, Cheng Xing's awakening of the class talent drop rate boost. Everyone's eyes flew wide. The best anyone had ever recorded in that branch was only class. Remembering the packs of loot on Claw Squad's backs, all of it courtesy of Cheng Xing, Su Haoran stared at him like a gamer who'd just met the ultimate loot goblin. Part awe, part envy. But the words blood mites, fallen, and calamity quickly wiped out the excitement. This is way above the squad leader's pay grade. Agreed, way above. Definitely. Gao Chun, Xiao Zhou, and Li Manman nodded in sequence. You're all unbelievable. I'm still your squad leader. Su Haoran clutched his chest, theatrically wounded. Gao Chen ignored him, turned to praise Su Yanran, and then addressed the room. The Awakened Administration is a classified agency. Any intel on the fallen is restricted, so everyone needs to sign an NDA before leaving. Claw Squad answered as one. No problem. Cheng Xing nodded. Fine by me. Li Manman spun to a desk, produced a stack of documents, and had each person sign. Once the paperwork was done, Cheng Xing handed a tenth of his latest haul to Claw Squad, and they took their leave. He had just slung his backpack over his shoulder when Gao Chun called after him. Cheng Xing, hold on a second. Something else? He asked, turning around. Would like to know if you'd be interested in joining Unit 1. This time Cheng Xing didn't refuse outright. He lowered his head in thought. The L-Town trip had paid off, but it had also shown him the pitfalls of going it alone. Su Yanran's eyes lit up. There was hope. Gao Chun grew tense, mentally running through sweeteners. Full gear package? Housing? If he wants authority, do we replace the squad leader? Cheng Xing looked up. What's the salary? No one had expected that. Gao Chun glanced at the bulging pack at Cheng Xing's feet, then at the man himself, as if to say, you're really asking that? Cheng Xing shrugged. Can't help it. I'm an orphan. Poverty left a mark. 1 million a year, Gao Chun said, top-tier insurance and pension, plus travel bonuses, and per diem. Deal. Cheng Xing replied without hesitation. Gao Chun felt a pang of guilt. That's it. Sure you don't want the squad leader position, too? Otherwise we'll feel bad. Hey, you jerk. Su Haoran roared. Cheng Xing suddenly remembered something. Hold on, don't a classified agency like yours require approvals and screening? Can I really just say I'm in? In principle, yes, Gao Chen said, but our squad leader's dad is the city lord. South China Base, Zone A, South China Tower. The towering steel spire pierced the clouds, standing like a gigantic spear at the very heart of Zone A. Anyone who stood on its summit could survey every street and building in the base, and even the distant ring of gray-black walls came into view. At the tower's foundation, the South China branch of the Adventurers Guild served as the core, surrounded by training grounds, research labs, logistics centers, and other facilities that radiated outward to keep the base running. This was where South China's sharpest combat strength gathered, and rumor held that even a disaster beast above grade A would not survive more than 2 blocks here. Inside the tower, conference hall number 1 blazed with light. At the head of the oval alloy table sat a middle-aged man in a clean jacket, whose features resembled Su Haoran's by 7 parts Su Zhengwo, master of South China Tower. Arrayed along the table in order of their auras were 11 war gods. The gray-haired man at the far end was Cheng Xing, whom Cheng Xing would have recognized at a glance. Tower Master Su, it's late, what's the emergency? Someone asked, breaking the silence. Such war god meetings were convened only when the base faced a serious threat. See for yourselves. Su Zhengwo spoke evenly and gestured. An accompanying officer distributed files to everyone present. Pages rustled. At first the war gods looked puzzled, a mere reconnaissance assignment, but as they read on, their expressions grew grave. The slaughter cult has resurfaced? Someone released disaster breeds in town. The bold move. If that startles the grade A reedied madhound in the Qingqing disaster zone, we're in trouble. Their low voices merged into a suppressed hum. Only Cheng Xingyang frowned more deeply, for he had spotted the line Cheng Xing, grade S talent among the team members. Cheng Xing? Grade S? Must be someone with the same name. He sneered. Recalling the rebellious failure, he called a Sona mere grade F. Without a father's pull, that boy would never find anyone to help him level up. The memory of their confrontation ignited a spark of anger, though thoughts of his sensible daughter, Cheng Yun, soon cooled it. I've already reserved a leveling site for Yun. The South China University entrance trials are a week away. As long as she reaches level 10, everything will be fine, he calculated silently. War God Cheng. War God Cheng. The sudden call yanked him back to reality. He looked up to find every gaze fixed on him, Su Zhengwo's especially sharp. War God Cheng, Su Zhengwo said in a tone that brooked no refusal, we don't yet know how a grade C disaster breed might influence a grade A beast. You will go to the Qingqing disaster zone yourself and monitor the reedied madhound. Any objections? Me? Cheng Xingyang hesitated. He was only level 50, while the madhound was level 55, no match in a heated fight. Yet, feeling Su Zhengwo's uncompromising stare, he could only grit his teeth and answer, understood. The breed may not draw the hound at all, but it hasn't advanced in years, so report any movement instantly. If it acts, the other war gods will back you up, Su Zhengwo concluded once Cheng Xingyang agreed. After Cheng Xing was promoted to war god, he immediately started building factions and expanding his influence, paying little attention to leveling up. Several newer war gods have already surpassed him in rank over the past few years. This is the perfect time to give him a wake-up call. Understood. Meanwhile, at the H-Zone Adventurer Camp. That's it. We're done already? After signing a stack of classified documents, Cheng Xing looked up, disbelief written all over his face. A covert agency should vet recruits far more thoroughly. Of course it's not that simple, Su Haoran replied with a grin, giving him a pat on the shoulder. You're only on the reserve list. Whether you become official depends on a final selection, but with your strength, it should be a breeze. Cheng Xing's talent is well above rank, making him a prize every major faction would fight over. Now that Su Yanran is on the team too, they have a doubles lineup pure luxury. Su Haoran couldn't help picturing himself strutting through the bureau with that kind of roster and almost burst with pride. Su Yanran was just as excited, gesturing triumphantly at Gao Chun and the others as if to say, see? I brought him back. The team welcomed the newcomer with genuine enthusiasm. After hearing Su Yanran's account, their verdict on Cheng Xing was clear, calm, modest, low-key the exact opposite of their eccentric squad leader. Some were already wondering whether he should take over once he becomes official. Catching the mix of thoughts on everyone's faces, Cheng Xing suddenly wondered if had jumped into this too quickly. For now you and the kid are both untested recruits, so there won't be any missions, Su Haoran said after stifling his laughter. Just mentioning missions gave him a shiver. The supposedly simple investigation that landed Su Yanran in danger was still fresh in his mind. That easy? Cheng Xing was even more surprised. This was far more freedom than had expected. Honestly, it's pretty quiet most of the time. Su Haoran tapped the golden badge on his chest. We operate as adventurers until a fallen stirs up trouble or the base is threatened, and those jobs only go to full members. Then he remembered something else. But you two do have one immediate task. What task? Get accepted into South China Martial University, Su Haoran said casually. Marshal you? We can still apply after joining the bureau? Cheng Xing asked, puzzled. Absolutely, Gao Chen cut in. Our bureau identity is classified. Having a student cover only helps. Don't underestimate the university. You both lack formal knowledge of disaster zones, beasts, and awakened theory. Marshal you fills those gaps. You're not considered ready to operate solo until you graduate. Got it, Cheng Xing nodded. After laying out the details, Su Haoran left a special issue phone and led the team away to handle the cleanup of disaster beasts. In an instant, only Cheng Xing and Su Yanran remained in the tent. Heh, I covered for you, didn't I? Just keep my little secret to yourself, Su Yanran teased. Secret? At best it's personal business. Cheng Xing rubbed his nose, then suddenly thought of something and let his gaze drift downward. H District, Adventurers Camp. At dusk the entrance was packed with returning adventurers, so crowded that no one could squeeze through. The garrison blocked them all, and the dust-covered crowd trudged back into the camp. A few who had just been turned away huddled together, whispering, have you heard? Something big went down in the L-Town disaster zone. Big? It's only in class beginner area. What could possibly happen there? No details, but the garrison has surrounded the place. Someone claims they saw a class beast. The travel ban sparked a storm of speculation. Amid the commotion, Cheng Xing threaded calmly through the crowd and headed for the Adventurers Guild counter. As someone who had witnessed the incident, he looked perfectly composed. Good evening. The H District gate is under restriction. Anyone below class may not leave. Wait, it's you. The receptionist had been reciting the rule by rote, but the moment she looked up she recognized Cheng Xing's class newcomer who had registered that morning and ventured out alone. I'm here to sell beast materials, Cheng Xing said, without preamble. His arrival drew instant attention. Several adventurers who had just been sent back pointed at the heap of bulging packs at his feet and sneered. Isn't that the rookie who went out alone this morning? When did he sneak back? What's with all the bags? Did he go scavenging for junk? Huh, maybe his first trip into a disaster zone scared him stiff, so he grabbed some trash on the way home. Bored veterans joined the mockery. One of them eyed the stuffed packs and muttered, if those are beast materials, how many monsters did he kill? It looks like the haul of an entire squad. A bystander who knew the story shook his head. Squad. He registered to Dave class talent, went in solo. No way he brought back that much loot. The rising doubts made the receptionist hesitate. She could hardly believe an class rookie could land such a haul. Cheng Xing couldn't be bothered to explain. He bent down, unzipped the packs, and slid them onto the counter. A crisp clatter of metal and leather followed beast cores, claws, fangs, scraps of hide. Even a few pieces of sequence gear spilled out like a waterfall, piling into a small mountain. The crowd that had been sneering fell silent. The adventurer who mocked him froze, mouth hanging open. Veterans who didn't even know Cheng Xing stared at the mound, their eyes blazing with envy. The receptionist's breath caught. Even the most experienced squad would need months, maybe half a year, to amass loot on this scale. She stood stunned, half-open mouth forgetting her job. Hurry up, please. I'm on a schedule, Cheng Xing reminded her calmly. His words snapped her back to reality. She grabbed her ledger and began counting at lightning speed. The more she counted, the more alarmed she became. Almost everything on the counter was clearly taken from class mad rabbits, which meant the man in front of her had probably killed them all himself. The heap of flesh, teeth, and severed limbs emitted a metallic stench, their color and texture so uniform that any mixed platter suspicion was dismissed at a glance. She thought of those rich brats who once tried to pass off bulk-bought scraps as trophies. Their materials were always assorted and uneven, whereas this batch looked as if it had come straight from a single battlefield. Her heart skipped when she noticed several pouches of shells shimmering with a dark crimson, sheeny class blood cockroach carapaces. Blood cockroaches were vicious enough that a lone specimen could break an entire rookie squad, yet this newcomer had hauled back 6 intact sets. Professional instinct kept her calm. She swiftly entered the data into the terminal and gave the final quote. You have 574 F-class materials, 6 E-class materials, 11 pieces of class gear, and 1 E-class weapon. Total value, 3.87 million. Hey, race the itemized statement. Please confirm. Her tone was far more respectful than before. Since the apocalypse, power spoke loudest. Whoever held resources held authority. Cheng Xing glanced over the sheet and found no fault with the guild's pricing. It ran slightly lower than the black market, but the guild was transparent and safe. 3.87 million has been deposited in your adventurer account. You can withdraw the funds at any bank in the base. The clerk packed away the materials and slid the touchscreen toward him. Every awakened opened an adventurer account at registration, and all trades went through that ledger. Almost simultaneously, Cheng Xing's newly linked phone buzzed. Payment received. With the formalities done, he left the camp without hesitation. Only then did the crowd, as if released from a freeze spell, erupt with chatter. What did I just see? Hundreds of materials and E-class loot worth more than my life. Where did that monster rookie come from? He's not leveling up, he's restocking. Most people stared in awe, while the earlier loudmouths slipped away, faces crimson. No one seriously considered robbing him. South China base enforced strict laws, and attacking someone in broad daylight was a shortcut to execution. Besides, who could guarantee that newcomer wasn't hiding even greater strength? Plenty had lied about their ability. Rank before power was all that mattered. Meanwhile, in District A of South China base, the basement of a lavish villa lay shrouded in dim light. A figure knelt on one knee. Master, I failed. Had Cheng Xing been there, he would have recognized him immediately. The spirit spawn who had escaped. A gentle voice emerged from the shadows. No matter. Your subordinates were incompetent. With capable aides, this wouldn't have happened. The speaker stepped forward, the crimson six-chamber mask on his face glaring beneath the lamp. Lutong helped the spirit spawn to his feet and handed him a folder. I found a junior brother for you. Approach him and recruit him into the sacred sect. If you succeed, he'll be an invaluable ally. Yes, master. I won't fail again. The spirit spawn accepted the folder, flipped it open, and murmured, a class talent sword saint? After leaving the camp, Cheng Xing stared at the balance in his adventurer account, momentarily dazed. That long string of zeros was something he had never possessed in either of his lifetimes. All those sleepless nights and blood-soaked battles had finally paid off. He slipped the phone into his pocket and realized he was already standing beneath the rundown apartment building he rented. It was a little past 9, yet the streetlights made the night look like day, and the damp breeze carried the mingled aromas of frying oil, cumin, and Sichuan pepper. His stomach growled, reminding him he still hadn't eaten dinner. Now that he had money, he deserved a proper meal. Blending into the crowd, he walked a few steps and spotted the familiar Zhang's sign. Lifting the curtain, he stepped inside. 2 large wonton noodles, Cheng Xing called as soon as he sat down. Xiaoxing back already? 1 day away, and you're acting like a big spender. Uncle Zhang, the middle-aged owner, emerged from behind the register with a smile that chased away half his fatigue. He wiped his calloused hands on his apron and disappeared into the kitchen. Moments later, 2 steaming bowls of wonton noodles arrived, along with a fragrant roasted chicken leg. You're just like my good-for-nothing son. Since awakening, you probably haven't eaten all day, have you? Hurry up and eat while it's hot. This one's on me to celebrate. Uncle Zhang pushed the bowls toward him and patted his shoulder. Thanks, Uncle Zhang. Cheng Xing was already drooling. He lowered his head and dug in. 3 years ago, he had moved to this city alone and penniless. That day, Uncle Zhang treated him to a bowl of noodles and even told his son, Zhang Chong, to bring him over for free meals from time to time. Since then, Zhang's wontons had been his comfort amid the city's hardships. Even now, when everyone worshipped talent, Uncle Zhang treated him no differently, though he was only ranked F. When the bowls were empty, Cheng Xing finally remembered his buddy. Uncle Zhang, where's Zhang Chong? Gone all day, Uncle Zhang grumbled. Ever since his awakening, he's been running wild. When he gets back, I'm tanning his hide with my belt. After a brief chat, Cheng Xing took his leave. Evening traffic was always light, and the shops soon fell quiet again. Uncle Zhang returned to the register and passed the time skimming a newspaper. Around 10, he stood up to switch off the lights and close for the night, only to spot a bulging bag in front of the counter. He lifted the flap and froze at the sight of thick stacks of cash. On top lay a note. Uncle Zhang, Your wonton noodles are amazing. Don't ever close down. Uncle Zhang stared for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. That kid. At dawn, Cheng Xing changed into a clean school uniform and slung on his backpack. The grim weight of last night's monster hunt was gone, replaced by the ease of an ordinary student. As he walked past Zhang's, a hearty shout stopped him. Hey, Cheng Xing, get in here for breakfast before you head out. A young man about 6 foot stood in the doorway, thick-browed and bright-eyed, looking very much like Uncle Zhang. Zhang Chong, where did you disappear to yesterday? Cheng Xing dropped into the seat across from him. Uncle Zhang, the usual. You got it. Uncle Zhang answered from the busy kitchen. The shop was packed, and the identical number 4 high school uniforms made the students easy to spot. He soon brought over a steaming bowl of wonton noodles, the fragrant broth filling the air. He and Cheng Xing exchanged a smile, neither mentioning yesterday. Something's off here. Don't tell me we were switched at birth and you're actually my dad's real son, Cheng Xing? Zhang Chong stared at the heap of wontons in Cheng Xing's bowl twice as many as his and blurted it out. Before he finished, Uncle Zhang smacked him on the back of the head. Can't you keep that mouth shut while you eat? Uncle Zhang glared and ducked back into the kitchen. Ouch, that strength proves I'm the real one, Zhang Chong muttered, rubbing his head. Cheng Xing chuckled and dug into his noodles. Halfway through, Zhang Chong finally got to the point and told him everything that had happened yesterday. Remember how Vice Monitor Su Wenxuan awakened a crade talent? He treated the whole class to lunch ring a bell? Oh, right, Cheng Xing recalled. He did invite me, but I was at the Cheng house. Zhang Chong waved his chopsticks excitedly. You missed a show? He planned to confess to the class rep at the party, but she never showed. All the stuff he prepared was for nothing hilarious. Imagine a crade talent chasing our grade class rep. As Zhang Chong replayed the scene, a graceful figure flashed through Cheng Xing's mind class rep, Chu Yanyan. Chatting and slurping, they finished breakfast and headed for school. Zhang Chong chattered the whole way, listing Su Wenxuan's extravagance. A restaurant lunch, then KTV, and they didn't break up until late at night. More students in uniform appeared on the street, and the gate of South China number 4 High soon came into view. It wasn't the top school in District A, but in District H it was unquestionably the best. They squeezed through the crowd and reached their classroom. Over half the students were already seated. As they walked in, several people gave them odd looks. I landed on Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing? You're actually alive? Am I seeing things? What do you mean still alive? Zhang Chong asked, confused. A classmate leaned over and lowered his voice. Someone from class 4 said they saw Cheng Xing head into the disaster zone alone last night. Yeah, I heard it too. They said he was a goner. What? Cheng Xing went to the disaster zone by himself? Gasps rippled through the room, and even those who had heard nothing snapped their heads around. Cheng Xing then remembered running into a few schoolmates while registering yesterday. They must have spread the rumor. Zhang Chong yanked his sleeve. Why do you go to the disaster zone alone? Are you out of your mind? Cheng Xing shrugged, calm. I went to level up. See, imperfectly fine. Someone nearby snorted. Level up? And grade talent strolling into the disaster zone and backwit the act. While everyone was still wondering how Cheng Xing had come back alive, an unexpected voice rang out from the doorway. Everyone turned to see a strikingly handsome boy stride in with a look of contempt, a few hangers son trailing behind him. Su Wenxuan. Cheng Xing recognized him without the slightest emotion, tugged Zhang Chong back, and returned to his seat. The vice class rep was right. Everyone knew venturing into a hazard zone alone was suicide. Even the deputy class rep, who had a crank talent, never went in without 3 teammates. Yet Su Wenxuan, with nothing but frank generic talent, claimed he could solo a hazard zone? There were limits to bragging. When Cheng Xing ignored him, Su Wenxuan tilted his chin, and his lackeys immediately began to question her claim. The class exchanged uncertain glances. Common sense told them soloing was impossible, but years of friendship made them doubt Cheng Xing would lie. What's your problem, Su Wenxuan? Zhang Chong slammed the desk, unable to hold back. Cheng Xing hasn't said a word, and you're already pinning labels on him? Su Wenxuan expected to rile up the class, but the reaction was lukewarm. He could only shrug. Nothing personal, just stating facts. I put together a squad yesterday and scraped my way to level 3 in the beginner hazard zone. And you're telling me Cheng Xing, with frank talent, can solo it? I don't buy it. He deliberately emphasized level 3 and frank talent. That finally drew attention, but mostly admiration. The vice rep is something else. Level 3 in a single day. I can't even form a team. You're lucky. I've got frank walk-tossing talent. Leveling is a nightmare. The flattery made Su Wenxuan smug. He glared at Cheng Xing, but the latter never looked up. Being ignored burned him before awakening. Cheng Xing had eclipsed him in grades and looks. Now that he finally had a lead in levels, he wasn't about to miss the chance to humiliate him. As he pondered his next move, a crisp but impatient voice sounded behind him. Su Wenxuan, why are you blocking the way? The voice was gentle as a spring breeze, yet edged with chill. Su Wenxuan froze, then pasted on what he thought was a warm smile. Yan, you're here? Cheng Xing looked up to see a tall figure in the doorway. At 1 meter 72, she made many boys feel small. Her loose uniform traced perfect lines. Her delicate oval face was soft-edged, willow brows arched, peach blossom eyes sparkled, and a teardrop mole at the corner drew every gaze. A straight nose, rosy lips, and perfect teeth needed no makeup. A single ponytail revealed a snow-white neck that glowed in the morning light. At the sound of Yin Yan, Chu Yanyan's brows knit slightly, her tone icy. Su Wenxuan, show some respect. Use my full name. And move, our homeroom teacher is coming. The words hit Su Wenxuan like a bucket of ice water. His smile froze, and he could only step aside in a daze. Before he could gather his thoughts, Chu Yinyan brushed past him. Just before entering the classroom, she tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping the room until it settled on Cheng Xing by the window. Seeing that he was safe and sound, the worry she had carried all night vanished at once. The faint sorrow on her face melted into a radiant smile, and she skipped back to her seat. She had heard the night before that Cheng Xing had headed to the disaster zone. She rushed to his home only to find him gone and spent the entire day in fear. Now that she had seen him unharmed, she could finally breathe again. Su Wenxuan took it all in. His molars ground together as he fixed a chilly stare on Cheng Xing, his knuckles blanching from the force of his grip. Only when a lackey beside him muttered a warning did he swallow his anger and return to his seat in silence. Moments later, a stocky, middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses strolled into the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Li Ji. He rapped a piece of chalk against the lectern with a sharp crack, swept his gaze over the faces below, and spoke in an even tone, awakened or not, you still have exams to take. Not everyone can become an adventurer. Getting an education is another way forward. Study hard. Being admitted to an ordinary university is perfectly fine. With that, he lifted a stack of forms and gave them a shake. College entrance preference sheets. The exam is in 7 days. Chu Yinyan, pass these out for me. Chu Yinyan stood and handed the thick pile of forms down the aisle. The white sheets rustled from desk to desk. After the apocalypse and the rebuilding of order, the college entrance system was overhauled. Students now sit for the exam a week after awakening. Universities are split into regular institutions and martial universities. Regular universities follow the old model and rely mainly on written tests, catering to students without combat-related talents. Martial universities, by contrast, admit solely on the basis of level, combat strength, or in a grade combat talent. No written exam is required. With beasts rampaging across the land, everyone wants into a martial university, so far more students apply there than to ordinary schools. All right, talk it over among yourselves. If you have questions, come to me and keep your feet on the ground. Li Ji set down the microphone, returned to the lectern, and unscrewed his thermos, letting the scent of tea drift out. Everything he could teach in 3 years was done. The rest was up to the children and the choices they would make. At his desk, Zhang Chang pinned the form beneath his workbook and leaned over to whisper, so, what will you put down? South China Martial University. Cheng Xing replied without the slightest hesitation as he picked up his pen. What? You're really applying to a martial university? Zhang Chang's eyes widened, and he kept his voice to a whisper. Ever since He had known Cheng Xing, the latter had aimed for a martial university, but after awakening at only grade 2 days ago, Zhang had assumed He'd change his mind. Cheng Xing asked in return, what about you? Where else? Jiang University, of course. Zhang Chang shrugged and shook the form helplessly. His awakening had given him a crank spirit affinity non-combat. Luckily, his grades were near the top of the class, so he still had a shot at a good regular university. While they chatted, a lackey in the row had spun around, raising his voice. Did I hear that right? You, Cheng Xing, want to apply to a martial university? His shout drew every eye in the classroom. Did I mishear? Or doesn't Frank think he can get into a martial university? Where do you get that kind of confidence? Hearing the remark, Su Wenxuan pounced on the opportunity, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he stirred up several classmates. Cheng Xing, you're always near the top of the class. Getting into an ordinary university would be effortless, so why cling to Wuda? He crossed one leg over the other and bobbed his foot, contempt coloring every word. A few students, spurred on, nodded in agreement, their curious and mocking eyes settling on Cheng Xing. The homeroom teacher, unaware of the earlier exchange, frowned and offered advice. Cheng Xing, I know you're awakened talent, and it's really not suited to Wuda. Take a step back and choose a comprehensive university. It's safer. Before he could finish, Su Wenxuan delivered another barb, raising his voice. If you ask me, trash like you should just stay home and stop making a fool of yourself. Cheng Xing lifted his eyelids, clear impatience on his face. He had always treated Su Wenxuan like an annoying mosquito, but today the mosquito wouldn't let go. Bang! A desk resounded with a slap. A sharp, angry voice followed. What did you say about his talent? The sudden outburst made Cheng Xing's pen pause in midair, and the entire class jolted in surprise. Everyone turned to see the usually quiet, refined class monitor, Chu Yinyan, standing tall, her delicate face so dark it looked ready to storm. Who gives you the right to mock his choice? Chu Yinyan fixed her gaze on Su Wenxuan, her clear voice edged with frost. You live off your parents' money and flaunt a higher grade talent. then belittle others. Does that make you feel superior? She pointed at Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing may have frank talent, but he dares to challenge himself and never looks down on anyone. In my eyes, he's far better than you. Her words sent a ripple through Cheng Xing's heart. Is your big brother Xing really that remarkable? He mocked himself inwardly, yet a quiet warmth lingered. Only then did the other students put things together. Cheng Xing treated everyone equally, always lent a hand when asked, and wasn't bad-looking either. Su Wenchuan, on the other hand, relied on his rich kid status and looked down his nose at everyone. Apart from talent, Cheng Xing outclassed him across the board. Sensing the tension rise, the homeroom teacher hurried to the podium. Su Wenchuan, how many times have I told you? Sit down and stop causing trouble. He shot Chu Yinyan a placating look. With her rank talent, she was a sure bet for South China Wuda, and the school treated her like a prized asset. They couldn't risk her throwing a punch. Su Wenchuan's face turned livid as he locked his gaze on Cheng Xing, his chest heaving. Just you wait, he snarled. They'll have someone cripple you after class. South China 4th High School, Grade 12, Class 1. Inside the classroom, students filed to the podium to hand in their completed preference forms, while Li Ji recorded each one. When Cheng Xing finished his own form and approached, Li Ji lowered his voice. Cheng Xing, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? He knew the boy's talent rank in Frank applying to Wuda University was almost a lost cause. Sir, you know me. If I dared to write it down, I can make it happen. Cheng Xing spoke calmly, the stubborn light in his eyes unmistakable. He understood how much Li Ji had done for him over the years. Seeing the decision was final, Li Ji sighed and said no more. Everyone in the class knew Cheng Xing never wavered once had chosen a path. After the forms were in, the class split in two. Those aiming for regular universities stayed behind to keep drilling test papers, while the Wuda hopefuls rushed out to level up. When the bell rang, Cheng Xing slung his backpack over one shoulder and stepped into the hallway, only to spot a familiar figure leaning against the wall. Walk with me. Chu Yinyan stepped forward, a faint scent trailing her words. Before he could refuse, she grinned and nudged him ahead. Their shoulder-to-shoulder closeness drew jealous stares. Classmates quietly cursed their lack of good looks. All right, stop pushing, I can walk on my own. Feeling the small but forceful hands at his back, Cheng Xing gave in with a smile. The girl had once been quiet, always keeping her distance, but ever since awakening and a rank talent, she seemed to have swapped out her entire processor. Her boldness had grown several sizes. Chu Yinyan bounced to his left, still keeping pace with him. Because they were on campus, she reined herself in, simply walking alongside him. The striking pair drew looks all the way down the corridor. A passing teacher started to scold this public display, but the moment he recognized Chu Yinyan, he turned away and pretended not to see. Cheng Xing took note and teased. No wonder in a rank prodigy blinds even the teachers. Your aura's too bright, I'd better back off. Smart mouth. Chu Yinyan wrinkled her nose and tapped his arm with a pink-clenched fist. Cheng Xing dodged theatrically, but when he edged away, she closed the gap again. Laughing and sparring, they left the school grounds. Outside the gate, a sleek black sedan waited at the curb. The moment Chu Yinyan appeared, a middle-aged man in a suit climbed out and hurried over. Miss. Uncle Li, I feel like walking. Chu Yinyan waved him off. Her tone brooked no argument. The bodyguard's eyes flicked to Cheng Xing, a brief contempt flashing before he masked it. This frank kid had become infamous in the Chu household the night Miss Chu awakened her a rank gift. She announced she'd marry no one but him, leaving the whole family stunned. Their investigation confirmed his frank, and nearly everyone objected, but in her rank carried tremendous autonomy. No one could stop her. Satisfied with her safety, the bodyguard merely reminded her to be careful and returned to the car. Chu Yinyan immediately took Cheng Xing's hand and headed toward his home, the sedan following at a discreet distance. Meanwhile, not far away, Su Wenchuan sat in a BMW and watched Cheng Xing and Chu Yinyan walking side by side, teasing each other now and then until jealousy nearly consumed him. For years he had done everything to win Chu Yanyan's favor. Just when success was within reach, Cheng Xing appeared out of nowhere. Son, is that the eldest miss of the Chu family you told me about? Zu's father asked from the front passenger seat, lowering the window for a better look. Yeah, but someone's trying to ruin everything for me, Su Wenchuan growled. Relax, I'll help you get her, his father said, patting his beer belly as his eyes narrowed. That penniless kid doesn't have any background, does he? Dad, I want him dead. Leave it to me. He raised a hand to calm his son and dialed a number. Find everything you can on Cheng Xing from South China number 4 high, and hurry. A moment later the answer came back. He's just an orphan. Good. He hung up and called another number. Sang Biao? I need someone eliminated. On the street, winter sunlight warmed the shoulders of passers-by. Suddenly Chu Yinyan looked up, her eyes bright as stars. Cheng Xing, you once said you'd marry me when we grew up. Does that still count? Cheng Xing froze and rubbed his nose awkwardly. Who would have guessed the little girl head rescued years ago would grow into such a graceful young woman? Memories surged back. The first winter after the base was built, an apocalyptic chill brought heavy snow to the south. Cheng Xing had sneaked out of the orphanage for a snowball fight, fled from the caregivers, and ducked into the ruins of an old factory where he found Chu Yinyan shivering in a corner. He brought her to the orphanage, and for 6 months his mischief filled her days with laughter. Later her parents found her and learned she had been kidnapped by enemies they believed they had already avenged. Discovering their daughter alive, they wept with relief. That night, Chu Yinyan cried so hard that Cheng Xing promised, "When you come of age, I'll marry you." Only then did she agree to leave with her parents. They met again in their first year of high school. Chu Yinyan was poised and confident, and the two maintained a polite distance, never mentioning the childhood promise. 3 uneventful years passed until today, when she awakened her powers, openly took his side, and publicly humiliated Su Wenchuan. "You didn't forget, did you?" She pouted, swinging tiny fists. "My family kept saying we weren't a good match. I bit my tongue for years. Now that I'm in a ranked talent, they can't stop me." Cheng Xing burst out laughing at her indignant expression and earned a flurry of playful punches. They turned into the old district, still joking. Traffic jammed the narrow streets, trapping the bodyguard's car at the intersection. The guards jumped out to chase on foot, but Cheng Xing and Chu Yanyan rounded a corner and vanished. In a dim alley, water dripped from a corrugated iron roof. Cheng Xing shielded Chu Yanyan behind him and surveyed the circle of punks surrounding them. "Can't you guys come up with something new?" He sighed. "Even the readers are sick of this cliché. So, let me guess you were about to say someone paid for one of my legs, and that I shouldn't blame you but the people I offended, right?" The thugs trade uneasy glances. Butterfly knives that had been spinning in their hands hit the pavement in unison, clanging against the concrete. "How does he know what we're going to say?" One of them mutters. Cheng Xing smirks inwardly. "Nailed it. As for who's pulling their strings, no clue." His offbeat response makes Chu Yanyan behind him clap a hand over her mouth, shoulders shaking as she struggles not to laugh. She's not the least bit nervous. That tiny movement catches the thug's eyes. Once they get a clear look at her face, raw greed flashes in their gaze. She's a total knockout. "This score just got sweet. I'm first." Says who? Their crude bickering echoes through the narrow alley. Cheng Xing's brows knit, his expression darkening until the air itself seems to chill. Why is it suddenly freezing? One thug whispers, pulling his collar up. "Back up, girl." Cheng Xing's voice is ice cold. He steps forward, but Chu Yanyan tugs his sleeve. "Let Uncle Lee handle them. Don't take the risk," she pleads. The punks are only level 3 or 4, yet she's sure Cheng Xing is just an ordinary awakener, so a real fight could go badly. Seeing her worry, Cheng Xing gives a wry smile. "Looks like he'll have to come clean eventually, at least invent some strength talent. Can't have every stray cat and dog stepping on me. Playing weak gets old, even if it's fun sometimes. Trust me. We'll talk later." He pats the back of her hand. Her eyes meet his, steady and certain. At last she lets go and steps aside. Still acting the hero? Think this is some web novel? Get him. Infuriated by their flirting, the thugs rush in. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled thuds slam through the alley. 4 of the 5 goons are launched by heavy punches, smack into the wall like sacks of trash, then crumple on the ground clutching their stomachs. The lone survivor bends to grab his knife. "Hang on. Guys," he looks up. Everyone's already down. Cheng Xing advances a step. The thug's knees buckle. His mouth goes dry. The knife shakes in his grip. "Boss, wanna see a trick?" I spin a mean blade. A fist the size of a cannonball answers him. All 5 thugs lie sprawled on the pavement. Chu Yinyan bounces over, eyes sparkling like stars, lips forming a perfect O. "When did you get this strong, Cheng Xing?" Clap, clap. Applause drifts from the alley's depths. A figure vaults over the wall and lands lightly. His aura isn't especially strong, maybe level 8, but the moment Cheng Xing sees him, he frowns. The killing intent is thick. This man has blood on his hands. This job's a bust, the newcomer nicknamed Sang Biagrolls, glaring at his groaning underlings. The client said the target was just a newly awakened student, but clearly the intel was dead wrong. How strong could a nobody student possibly be? Sang Biao thought, and casually sent a few thugs to handle him. They were flattened before they could even scream, so Sang Biao had to step in himself. "Kid, you've got it wrong. No one's after your legs, thigh, or after your life." With a vicious roar he lunged, his hand snapping toward Cheng Xing's throat like an iron clamp. He moved so fast that Chu Yanyan didn't even have time to blink. His palm had barely touched skin when his gaze swept over Chu Yanyan's delicate face. "Really pretty." He clicked his tongue, "but a shame you both have to die today." Only then did panic truly hit Chu Yanyan. She reached out to pull Cheng Xing away, but he gently patted the back of her hand, telling her to stay calm. "Do you know that inside the base, awakened are forbidden to kill one another?" The teenager asked, voice steady and eyes serene. "So what? If you weren't awakened, I wouldn't even bother killing you." Sang Biao sneered, dismissing the warning entirely. "Oh, so you've murdered plenty of people already? Of course. You won't be the first, and you won't be the last." He nodded smugly, then froze. "Wait, are you trying to trap me?" Done talking, he squeezed with all his might. "Die for me." Yet the slender neck felt like rebar. His knuckles went white, and nothing happened. "You're no ordinary kid. A sudden chill shot through him. He tried to pull back, only to find Cheng Xing's hand locked around his wrist, impossible to break free. Who the hell are you? Who I am doesn't matter, Cheng Xing said coldly. What matters is that you're in big trouble. Didn't expect to run into a fallen one so soon. You're a fallen. Chu Yinyan gasped, staring at Sang Biao in shock. Sang Biao's heart lurched. Even the girl knows about the fallen? As Cheng Xing hesitated for a split second, Sang Biao yanked a knife from his belt and slashed his own arm. Blood sprayed as he severed the limb and leapt back, desperate to escape. The next instant Cheng Xing's aura exploded. He blurred forward like a ghost. You're actually level 13. The system readout flashing above Cheng Xing's head crushed Sang Biao's last hope. I'm done for. Bang! Cheng Xing's heavy punch slammed into his waist. Sang Biao flew several meters like a rag doll and hit the ground, finished. Chu Yinyan saw the glowing 13 above Cheng Xing and parted her lips, eyes wide with awe. Cheng Xing reigned in his aura, and the number vanished. Young miss. Uncle Li finally arrived, relief flooding his face when he saw Chu Yinyan unharmed. The sight of the battered thugs, especially the armless Sang Biao, made him shudder, and he thanked Cheng Xing with a grateful nod. Just then a phone rang. Chu Yinyan and Uncle Li instinctively checked their own, but neither was vibrating. Confused, they looked up to see Cheng Xing pull out an old handset. Hello? Cheng Xing? Have you angered someone recently? Somebody's been digging into your records. Cheng Xing gave Su Haoran a full account of what had happened. There was a beat of silence. Then Su's low, urgent voice came through the phone. Where are you? Stay put. I'm bringing a team. After confirming the location, he added only, wait for me, and hung up. In the office, Gao Chen caught Su Haoran at the door. Chief, what's going on? Cheng Xing ran into a fallen inside the base. I'm heading over. Another fallen? Gao Chen was stunned. In all their years with the Awakened Control Bureau, a single fallen case a month was considered a lot. Cheng Xing had stumbled onto his second in no time. Only in 8th grade. I can handle it myself. Su Haoran grabbed his jacket and left at a run. A dozen minutes later, Cheng Xing was waiting at the intersection when a black Audi roared up and fishtailed to a stop. The door flew open and Su Haoran strode over, scanning the scene, then froze. Huh, Xiaoyan, what are you doing here? Brother Su? Chu Yinyan blinked, then smiled. Young Master Su. Uncle Li bowed quickly. Young Master Su. He was inwardly startled. The Su family's eldest son had come in person. This really must involve a fallen. Call me Chief Su, Haoran corrected calmly. You two know each other? Cheng Xing was surprised by their easy familiarity. The Su and Chu families are major backers of the Bureau. Su explained, then nodded at Yin Yan. She's a Bureau trainee, same as you. Same as me. Yan Yan's eyes lit up like stars. She grabbed Cheng Xing's arm. So you're joining the Bureau too? Looks that way, Cheng Xing replied, rubbing his nose, impressed by the depth of the Chu family's connections. Su Haoran narrowed his eyes at their closeness, sensing possible gossip. After all, the stunt the Chu heiress had pulled last night was already the talk of the circle. Uncle Li was even more amazed. Making it into Wuda marked an awakened as a genius, but becoming a Bureau trainee meant the best of the best. Business first. Su Haoran refocused and headed into the alley. Sang Biao lay trussed up on the ground. Even unconscious, he radiated a cold, murderous aura. One glance told Su he was dealing with a fallen. He knelt, searched him, and soon pulled out a jet black mask. A single word was scrawled across it in scarlet paint. 1. Another member of the Slaughter Sect? Cheng Xing muttered. Chief, is the Slaughter Sect really that active around the South China base? On the contrary, the cult of slaughter has been active near Huaxi base all along and even tried to expand to the surrounding settlements. After the purge launched by the South China base and the creation of the Awakener Bureau, they've been off the radar for quite some time. Headlights swept across the pavement as Su Haoran toyed with a silvery gray mask, his brow deeply furrowed. The recent surge of fallen showing up was anything but a good sign. He finally looked up and asked, Cheng Xing, have you ticked anyone off lately? Didn't your text say these people were invited here? 90% sure it's Su Wenxuan from our class, Cheng Xing answered without hesitation. No one else would dare make a move on me. Su Wenxuan. Chu Yanyan's frown tightened. We still need proof. Let's not accuse the wrong person. Let the team leader investigate first. We'll stick to evidence, Su Haoran agreed. He then pulled out a thumb-thick black collar, snapped it around Sang Biao's neck, and tossed the man into the back seat as easily as hoisting a chicken. Before anyone notices, get going, he said through the window. A moment later the car shot forward, its taillights carving a red streak through the night. Inside, Su Haoran dialed a number. Hello? What's up, bro? A young girl's voice answered. Little sis, you've just gotten yourself a rival, one hell of a strong one. Su Haoran chuckled. At the street corner, Uncle Li's face was ashen. Miss, let's go home, he urged, shaken by how close the fallen had come to tearing them apart. He knew his days as a bodyguard were numbered and dreaded another mishap. This time, Chu Yinyan didn't argue. She had planned to use the Chu family's resources to help Cheng Xing level up so he wouldn't get stuck during the Wuda entrance exam. But the recent fight proved that unnecessary was already level 13 and could stroll into South China Wuda. She on the other hand, was falling far behind. Biting her lip, she suddenly stepped forward. While Cheng Xing was distracted, she rose on tiptoe and brushed a quick, dragonfly-like kiss across his cheek. See you at the Wudao exam, Cheng Xing. She chimed before jogging off, hurried yet lighthearted. Cheng Xing stood rooted to the spot, her flushed face replaying in his mind. Years of reignited feelings surged all at once, leaving even this seasoned street fighter momentarily at a loss. Sector C of the South China base, inside a sprawling mansion. The living room lights blazed while Su Wenxuan paced the carpet, nerves on edge. Dad, isn't it done yet? Su Jiqiang calmly clipped the end of a cigar, the flame briefly lighting his face as he exhaled a thin plume. Relax. We know exactly how strong Sang Biao is. That Cheng Xing kid is finished. You're getting older. Stop being so impatient if you want to take over the family business. You don't know how he humiliated me, Su Wenxuan snarled. A broke nobody who dares fight me for Chu Yanyan and want him dead. Yu Su Jiqiang began, but a thunderous crash cut him off. The front door burst inward and armed officers flooded the room. Before father and son could react, handcuffs snapped shut on their wrists. What do you think you're doing? I'm close with your deputy chief. Relax. With what you've done, the deputy chief is very eager to talk to you. Too, the squad leader said coldly. Without another word, they escorted the two men away. The week flew by. During that time, Cheng Xing stayed at the base and made no further attempts to level up. In the aftermath of the L-Town incident, Gate H had been sealed for the entire week. There were other entrances to the novice zone, but at his current level they offered almost no rewards. The nearest E-class leveling area suitable for him also lay beside Gate H, while the rest were either too far away or far too dangerous. Since the difference in gains was negligible, he chose to take it easy, enjoy the good food and lodging at the base, and call Su Haoran whenever he had questions. Over the phone, he learned that Su Yanran's earlier prediction had been spot on. After a week of clearing L-Town, the A-class disaster beast known as the Crimson-Eyed Hellhound was indeed lured out of the Qingqing zone. The first war god on the scene was nearly torn apart on the spot. Luckily, reinforcements arrived in time, and several war gods working together forced the beast to retreat and dragged their comrade back from death's door. When the dust settled, Qingqing's territory expanded once more, and every lower-level zone around Gate, formerly used by novices, vanished for good. With his gear packed, Cheng Xing returned to school. Applicants to regular universities would sit their written exams on campus, but anyone aiming for Wu University had to travel to District A for a unified test. Most students took the school's chartered buses, though a few well-heeled families sent their children by car. After bidding Zhang Chang goodbye, Cheng Xing climbed onto Class 1's bus and quietly claimed a window seat. More than 40 students in the class had signed up for Wu University. Some brimmed with confidence. Others grew more anxious by the minute. As soon as the engine started, their homeroom, teacher Li Ji walked to the front and launched into his usual pep talk. The buses threaded through wide avenues, and the view outside shifted from familiar factories and dorms to a downtown forest of skyscrapers and neon. Students who had never left District H pressed against the glass, whispering in awe. Soon a tower that seemed to pierce the clouds loomed ahead. As the buses slowed, its silhouette swelled until they slipped beneath the vast domed complex at its base, the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild and the main venue for South China Wu University's entrance exam. Once the buses stopped, the students filed out and lined up by class. Chu Yanyan, who had arrived earlier, slid back into the ranks and stood behind Cheng Xing, gazing up at the imposing structure. The fourth high students couldn't help exclaiming, "It's huge. So spectacular." Their awe drifted to a nearby group of District A candidates, drawing a few disdainful snickers. "Bumpkins," someone muttered, soft but perfectly clear. Fourth high erupted at once, glaring back, a few hotheads even cursing aloud. The District A students, all from South China First High, didn't bother to respond. With the base's best resources, First High averaged above level 7, and even the weakest among them was a 5. Fourth High wasn't bad by city standards, but the resource gap made the difference stark. Tempers flared until the supervising teacher stepped in and calmed everyone down. "Is that Su Wenxuan?" After the brief commotion, the crowd fell quiet again, waiting for the exam to begin. Someone in Class 1, eyes sharp, pointed at a figure running toward them and whispered. It was indeed the vice monitor. Odd, why had he arrived by taxi? When Su Wenxuan showed up in a battered taxi, a ripple of confusion spread through the crowd. The guy normally flaunted his status, riding to and from school in his father's BMW. Yet here he was crammed into a rusty cab and nearly late. His appearance was even more shocking, hair wild as if swept by a storm, eyes bloodshot and menacing. The once dashing rich kid looked like a different person entirely. Under his classmates' stares, his face turned ashen. Humiliation and fury churned inside him. A week ago the police had taken him away for questioning, and the results shook the city. His father was arrested that night on charges of hiring a killer. Finding no proof of Su Wenxuan's involvement, the police released him, but a second disaster awaited at home. Every partner dropped his father's company in an instant. The business collapsed, and the media aired all its dirty laundry. The family mansion was sealed, their accounts frozen, and his mother vanished overnight with the last of their cash. With his resources gone, the teammates had been power leveling him kicked him out. He tried joining pickup squads, still acting like a pampered prince, but was soon blocked by everyone. While others leveled up at lightning speed, he stayed stuck at square one. It's all your fault, every bit of it. Bloodshot eyes locked on Cheng Xing in the crowd. Hatred smothered reason. Su Wenxuan jerked a gleaming dagger from his belt and lunged. Students shrieked and scrambled back. He never got close. Two bodyguards stationed by the Chu family sprang forward and slammed him to the ground like iron clamps. The dagger clanged to the pavement. He roared and thrashed, veins bulging, but the two black-suited mountains didn't budge. Assault with a weapon during the exam qualification revoked immediately. He's being turned over to the police. Proctors rushed over at the noise, confirmed the scene, and announced the verdict. Officers cuffed Su Wenxuan and hauled him away. The spectacle ended, but nervous murmurs lingered. Cheng Xing was about to look away when he sensed a covert stare. He traced it to the waiting area for first high and recognized the source. Cheng Yun, recently exposed as the fake young master. Cheng Yun stood at the center of his school's group, admired by several girls casting coy glances. Yet his expression cut deeper, contemptuous, taunting, as if to say, "This spot used to be yours, now I own it." In just 1 week headshot to level 10 thanks to the secret leveling zone Cheng Xingyang had found, his confidence soaring. He was sure the top score in this exam was his. Only one thing nagged him. Cheng Xingyang was still injured in the disaster zone, or had publicly shamed Cheng Xing again, just for fun. Cheng Xing, what are you staring at? Chu Yanyan noticed his distraction and nudged his arm. Nothing, just an idiot, Cheng Xing said with a shrug. Uffed. Chu Yanyan laughed. That idiot happens to be the war god's son, you know. As the Chu family's heir, she naturally recognized Cheng Yun. Being the war god's son doesn't stop him from being an idiot. It's not exactly an endangered species, Cheng Xing replied. You've got a point. Chu Yanyan nodded, then covered her mouth as a thought struck her. Hey, he's a Cheng too, what a coincidence. Cheng Xing, are you related? How can you call your own kin an idiot? South China Base, Adventurers Guild Headquarters, Sector A. The morning fog had only just lifted when caution tape was strung around the plaza, sealing it off. Armed security patrolled the perimeter, determined that no one would enter or leave until the exam was over. Guided by staff, the candidates filed through a massive alloy gate and into the guild's spacious hall. Crystals suspended from a soaring ceiling poured down white-hot light, so bright the floor shone like a mirror. A metal podium stood at the center, and behind it 100 unfamiliar machines, each resembling a stasis pod, were arrayed in neat ranks. A proctor with epaulets waited beside every unit. The only thing that felt out of place was the young man lounging near the podium in a folding chair, hands behind his head, snoring softly. As the last candidate stepped inside, a proctor crept over, tapped the armrest, and whispered, "The exam's about to start." Yeah, go ahead," the young man mumbled, sitting up with a yawn, his hair a mess and his face full of reluctance. Most expected a formal opening speech, but he shuffled to the podium, glanced at the crowd, and raised an eyebrow. "Instructor Chun, explain the exam and the scoring." A nearby proctor nearly tripped. He muttered under his breath, "Why did South China Martial University send this guy to run the exam this year?" The young man finally seemed to notice the complaint. He turned, waved dismissively, and groaned, "Too much trouble." His name was Chun Fei. Judging by his expression, hosting today's test felt like hard labor. With no alternative, another proctor played the trump card. "Instructor Chun, your advisor says if you don't do your job, you'll pay for it when you get back." The phrase "your advisor" flipped a switch. Chun Fei's shoulders twitched, and he cleared his throat. "All right, quick rundown. The exam has 2 parts. First, Beast Class Disaster Combat. Second, Level Assessment. The first counts for 90%, the second for 10. The hall erupted. This was nothing like previous years. Before, level mattered most and talent was secondary, so even E or Frankers could buy enough levels to squeak into South China Martial University. Now talent scoring was gone entirely, and the weight had been reversed. After you're split by campus, you'll enter the virtual simulators in the back and fight disaster beasts. Survive 1 minute to pass, 3 minutes for full marks. Chun Fei pointed over his shoulder at the 100 waiting machines. Levels are simple. 1 point per level, 10 points max. He glanced at a proctor, saw the nod, and waved a hand. Begin. No sooner had he finished than he wandered back to the corner, flopped onto the chair, and shut his eyes to nap. The rest of the staff took over and began calling names. Mai Xiaowen, Wuyalu. 100 candidates were soon ushered down the corridor and into their assigned pods. Results from the first batch appeared faster than anyone expected. Within seconds, several pods flashed red and sprang open. What the hell? They threw us against an E-class beast. I didn't even see it before I got one shot. Unfair. How were we supposed to know what face an E-class right away? The failed candidates climbed out, furious, gathering in protest. Unfair? If, the next time you're in a disaster zone, you run into a beast way beyond your league, Are you going to complain it's unfair and ask it to let you go? The lead examiner asked coldly, casting a glance at the newly eliminated candidates. Fairness? Luck has always been part of any test. There's nothing more to say. His voice was icy, leaving no room for argument. The scolded candidate had no rebuttal. Shoulders drooping, he shuffled back to the line. As soon as he returned, the others crowded around, eager for details. The examiners didn't intervene. More information wouldn't help anyone without the strength to use it. Over the next few minutes, more hopefuls failed and exited, each wearing the same look of frustration. In the blink of an eye, a full minute had passed. Only 3 candidates were still hanging on. Before long, those 3 were eliminated as well, and a nearby examiner tallied their scores on the spot. Back in line, they earned admiring looks for having lasted the longest. The test continued, group after group being called forward. Soon the names of Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran were announced. Good luck. Cheng Xing raised a hand and lightly patted Chu Yanyan on the head. Name: Chu Yanyan. Level: 1130020000. HP: 350. Stats: Strength 11, Agility 11, Constitution 11, Spirit 68. Free attribute points 0. Talent: A rank Arcane Mastery Effect, 50 to all spell effects. Skills: Brank Thunderstrike, Brank Mage Shield, Crank Levitation, Crank Giant Fireball. Cheng Xing recalled the luxury profile she had once shown him. With someone tanking to hold the beast's aggro, Chu Yanyan could handle several E-rank disaster beasts at once. Even solo, she'd only find it slightly challenging to finish within the 3-minute limit. The ban on equipment did hurt her raw stats, but not enough to matter. As expected, Chu Yanyan scored a perfect mark and hurried back, beaming as she shared the news with Cheng Xing. Next group: Cheng Xing, Cheng Yun. The coincidence put them together. Upon hearing the call, Cheng Yun's eyes flashed with contempt. Heaven is on my side, he sneered, shooting Cheng Xing a provocative look only to find the latter joking with Chu Yanyan, utterly unfazed. Cheng Yun's face darkened. Sure, the guy's good looking, but we'll see how cocky he is when I crush him. Inside the exam hall, their platforms were close together. Cheng Yun threw another challenging glance. Cheng Xing ignored him, and Cheng Yun ground his teeth in secret. Name and ID. Cheng Xing. He handed over his ID. After confirming the details, the examiner fitted him with a helmet. Begin the test. The machine roared to life. A moment later, Cheng Xing found himself in a ruined cityscape, shattered high-rises, broken streets, and dust swirling in the air. The smell was indistinguishable from that of a real disaster zone. He pinched his arm. The pain was heavily muted. Sensible, he thought. If candidates felt full pain every time they died in the simulation, no one would have the strength to curse afterward. Select your weapon. A translucent interface appeared, listing every kind of armament. Xiaochuan Dao. He tapped the option most like his own blood mantis fawn. A basic Frank Xiaochuan Dao materialized in his hand. At the same time, a hulking silhouette emerged ahead of him. Well, we meet again, he chuckled, recognizing the familiar blood mantis. Looks like my luck's not bad today. After 1 minute, only a dozen candidates in Cheng Xing's group were still hanging on. Pale-faced examinees kept removing their headsets, collecting their scores, and leaving the arena, while Cheng Xing and Cheng Yun alone remained motionless in the center. Am I seeing things? Cheng Xing is still in there? Isn't he supposed to be Frank? No way. I lasted barely 10 seconds. He's got to be cheating. Except for Chu Yanyan, everyone who knew Cheng Xing muttered under their breath, and their whispers quickly spread through the crowd. Proctor, that guy's cheating. And Frank can't last this long. Yeah, I'm a rank, level 5, and I didn't survive 20 seconds. How could he? We demand an investigation. The wave of complaints was so loud it woke Chen Yifei, who'd been dozing nearby. The unkempt middle-aged man stood up, frowned, and glanced at Cheng Xing's booth. At his signal, the proctor checked the equipment. After a full sweep, the proctor could only shake his head at Chen Yifei. Quiet. Chen Yifei snapped. Instantly, an invisible pressure weighed down on every candidate. At that moment, the virtual indicator above his head lit up level 49. Level 49. The hall fell silent. No one had expected this scruffy instructor to be just one step shy of warlord. Once he said, "The machine's fine," the room went dead quiet. Satisfied there'd be no more trouble, Chen Yifei withdrew his aura and lay back down to nap. Aren't most instructors around level 20 or 30? A level 14 instructor, who is he? No idea. I've never heard of anyone that strong at South China Martial University. The chatter shifted from Cheng Xing to Chen Yifei. At 2 minutes 40 seconds, Cheng Xing suddenly opened his eyes and briskly removed his helmet. Huh. The scoring proctor froze. There'd been no red flash signaling death. Hold on. The machine might be malfunctioning, the proctor called. Knew it. Something's wrong. Exactly. How couldn't Frank last that long? Maybe the settings were off, and he got an easy beast. The doubters snickered, too wary to raise their voices after the earlier scare. Chu Yanyan stayed calm. She knew Cheng Xing's real level, and that this test couldn't threaten him. Ha! I did it. With a triumphant laugh, Cheng Yun's platform flashed red right at the 3-minute mark. ejecting him in failure. He pulled off his helmet, certain had earned a perfect score, then saw Cheng Xing still standing there, and his smile disappeared. How can a Frank like Cheng Xing beat me? He quickly sensed the room's mood. Nobody congratulated him. Everyone was busy condemning Cheng Xing. Cheating? No wonder he lasted so long. Contempt filled Cheng Yun's eyes. A loser's still a loser. Thinking he can cheat his way into the university? High school exam fraud is a crime. He's finished. Just then, the once sleeping Chun Yifei stirred. The crowd erupted. Look, the instructor's getting up. He was a level 49 powerhouse, and no petty trick could slip past eyes like his. Now that he had noticed, the target had no chance of getting away. The exam hall erupted in murmurs when someone spotted Chun Yifei rise once more and stride toward Cheng Xing. Whispered jibes rippled through the crowd, especially from the candidates who had just been eliminated. Following the noise, Cheng Yun turned and instantly blanched. A level 49 instructor? That was only one step below the title of war god. Worse still, the man looked barely in his 30s. An audacious thought flashed through Cheng Yun's mind. Had Chun Yifei been impressed by his own test performance and decided to take him on as a personal student? The idea made him giddy. He could already picture himself climbing the ranks on Chun Yifei's reputation while leveraging the resources of the Cheng family, becoming the youngest war god in the South China base. When Chun Yifei was less than 2 meters away, Cheng Yun snapped his back straight, smoothed his uniform, and extended a hand with a confident smile. Instructor, my name is Cheng Yun, son of war god Cheng Zhengyang. The sudden enthusiasm caught Chun Yifei off guard. He gave Cheng Yun an odd look, ignored the offered hand, and simply sidestepped him. Cheng Yun's words stuck in his throat. Cheng Xingyang's son? Must have water on the brain. Doesn't even look like him, probably adopted. Pathetic, Chun Yifei muttered, dripping with disdain. Cheng Yun's confident grin froze, his eyes turning dark. Meanwhile, Chun Yifei stopped in front of Cheng Xing. The young man's composure in the presence of a level 49 veteran surprised him, but it earned silent approval. After all, this was the same rookie who had once cursed at Cheng Zhengyang without flinching. Chun Yifei first confirmed with the proctor that the testing equipment was functioning, then his brows drew together. He turned to study Cheng Xing more closely. A master's gaze saw through all restraints. Despite the rookie's efforts to mask his aura, Chun Yifei sensed the true level beneath. This kid, Chun Yifei paused, a realization chasing away his fatigue. Did you take down any class disaster beast? Was that not allowed? Cheng Xing scratched his head, his tone earnest. The rules never said we couldn't eliminate the virtual beasts. If my weapon weren't so low grade, if I had armor, I'd have finished it in under a minute. Once the answer was clear, Chun Yifei lit up like he'd discovered a treasure. No wonder the examinee cleared the stage early without triggering a failure notice. He grabbed the student file from the proctor, eyes jumping to the score column, and his brows climbed even higher. Frank, you've got to be kidding me. You're level 13 and soloed an E-class beast. Your talent's at least S-rank. His words exploded like thunder. Cheng Yun's eyes went wide, and he blurted, what? There's no way he's S-rank. Instructor, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Cheng Yun's eyes widened, his voice brimming with disbelief. Cheng Xing might possess an aptitude above S-grade. Absurd. If he truly had that kind of gift, why would he have cut ties with the Cheng family? Loser sounded far more like his label. Are you telling me how to do my job? Chun Yifei's gaze turned icy. The soft remark landed like a hammer. An invisible pressure swept over them, and a chill ran down Cheng Yun's spine. He fell silent at once. In the span of a heartbeat, Cheng Yun's expression shifted again and again. If the clan learns Cheng Xing ranks above S-grade, the position I fought so hard for will vanish in an instant. They must never find out, never. After shutting Cheng Yun down, Chun Yifei's smile warmed as he turned to Cheng Xing, liking what he saw more and more. Level 13 strength, yet no use of S-grade guaranteed sloths, not a scion of any great house, nor a descendant of a war god. That leaves only one option, a wild S-grade, maybe even S-grade prodigy. The image of his own brutally demanding mentor flashed through his mind, making him shudder. Then inspiration struck. If I present another monster-level student, the tirades might get spread around. Imagenius. Cheng Xing, he said, patting the young man's shoulder with uncommon solemnity. Look me up when you enroll. He'll recommend a teacher for you. Admiration practically spilled from his eyes. Around them, examinees sucked in jealous breaths. Those who had mocked Cheng Xing were now mute. An instructor, isn't that against the rules? Drop the instructor too formal. Call me Brother Fei. One moment, he was imposing. The next, he was the easygoing big brother, chatting away. Ahem, Instructor Chun, the exam isn't finished, a proctor reminded him, finally breaking up the conversation. Chun Yifei waved Cheng Xing back to the line, tossing him a look that promised, trust me. Instructor Chun, what score should we give him? The proctor's face twitched, but he didn't dare push. 100. It has to be 100. Full score is 90. After a brief tug-of-war, the proctor invoked Chun Yifei's own mentor as cover and settled the score at 90. The sight made Cheng Yun grind his teeth. Noticing him still rooted in place, Chun Yifei urged, candidate, back to your seat. Next group. Then he strolled to his lounge chair and, with practiced ease, dozed off again. Cheng Xing had barely rejoined his class when his classmates surrounded him. So you were grade all along and never said a word. Yeah, how'd you jump from F to S overnight? Teach us. Cheng Xing glanced at his status panel. SSS glowed back at him but offered no real explanation. Sticking to the script had prepared, he said calmly, honestly, I don't know. I awakened, went home, slept, and the next day it said grade. Must been a second awakening. He repeated the cover story he had rehearsed. Secondary awakenings are rare, but they do happen. Roughly one person in a million unlocks their power a second time after some incident. Someone might take a blow to the head, recover, and find their talent quietly upgraded. An elderly patient with Alzheimer's could forget their own ability, then misremember it after treatment and mysteriously rise a tier. Unfortunately, most of these cases only climb a fraction of a rank, and it's exceptional to reach tier 2 or 3. To leap from Frank straight to Shrank the way Cheng Xing just did is almost unheard of. All right, break it up, everyone, back to class. Invigilator Li Jie shouted when the crowd swelled. Inside, he was over the moon. 2 perfect scores from the same class. Even first high couldn't top that. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted several teachers from other schools who had slipped in, heading straight for Cheng Xing and Chu Yanyan. Alarm bells rang, and Li Jie strode over, pulling the pair behind him. Face-to-face poaching? Not on his watch. Once they escaped the circle of onlookers, Cheng Xing let out a quiet breath. Moments ago no one noticed him. Now he was the center of attention, and the sudden change felt overwhelming. Heh, I knew you'd pull it off. Chu Yanyan beamed, utterly confident in his strength. She had just learned that his talent had soared past rank. Yet she understood what it meant for a boy with no background to possess such a gift. History is littered with shrank prodigies snuffed out before they could grow. Her genuine delight warmed Cheng Xing's heart. He smiled, raised a hand, and gently brushed the loose strands from her forehead. Meanwhile, in another first-high classroom, Cheng Yin pushed the door open, but everyone's eyes were fixed on Cheng Xing in the distance. No one even noticed him. The stark contrast made his jaw clench, his expression dark as night. He glared at Cheng Xing, fists so tight his knuckles whitened. Enjoy it while you can, he muttered. A sudden idea flickered, and a chill glinted in his eyes, easing his face into a calmer mask. As the later exams continued, more perfect scores appeared, almost all from the scions of powerful families, blessed with both talent and resources. The final ranking test was much simpler. The virtual beasts had already weeded most people out, so the remaining candidates only had to release their aura for verification, then sign out. The results were decisive. Cheng Xing finished first at level 13, a chasm ahead of the rest. Chu Yanyan took second at level 11. The exam that would shape their lives was over. Before leaving, Chen Yifei ran over and reminded him, be sure to look me up when term starts. He'll introduce you to a teacher. The mentor of a level 49 awakener? Cheng Xing blinked. Anyone capable of creating a student like that was worth meeting. Right. He'll be there. With that promise, Chen Yifei finally relaxed and hurried off. After the hall emptied and the vast exhibition space grew quiet again, Chen Yifei pulled out his phone and dialed. Speak. A single frosty word came from the other end. Teacher, I found a real treasure. I think he might be S-rank. Chen Yifei trembled at his own words, then rushed to explain. The moment the exams were over, the results were rushed back to the school. As soon as the rankings went public, Cheng Xing and Chu Yanyan vaulted to the very top, instantly becoming the stars of South China 4th High. The principal personally drove to the testing site to pick them up, and the award ceremony in the auditorium dragged on for a full 30 minutes. Only after flowers, applause, and certificates had flooded the stage were the two finally set free. Over here, Zhang Chong waved frantically from the curb the second they stepped outside the gate. The class had planned a big dinner, but Zhang Chong thought the crowd would be a hassle and turned it down on the spot. Naturally, Cheng Xing and Chu Yanyan skipped it too, agreeing instead on a small get-together at Zhang Jia's diner. Congrats on getting into Wuda. Zhang Chong raised his glass once the three sat down. Right back at you made South China University. Cheng Xing grinned and clinked glasses. Zhang Chong had scraped into Hua University, the best regular college in the South China base. As his best friend, Cheng Xing was genuinely thrilled for him. Steam rolled off the hot dishes, glasses clattered in cheerful collisions, and they mapped out their futures with unrestrained enthusiasm. It was already late when Cheng Xing got home, and his phone rang the moment he collapsed into a chair. Congrats, Cheng Xing, South China Martial University. But what made you take the martial exam all of a sudden? Su Haoran's voice came through, with Su Yanran and the others shouting their own congratulations in the background. Then why didn't you tell me Shrank and above get an automatic pass? Cheng Xing asked, dead serious. Shrank and higher really did qualify for direct admission, but had first awakened at Frank. Everyone now assumed he was Shrank. If he tried to claim the exemption, He'd have to reveal his status panel and his true talent would be exposed. Last time Head casually bragged about being SSS-rank, but no one seemed to take it seriously, which made him suspect there was more to the story. Until he found out. He'd keep his cards hidden, A trump card only works when no one sees it coming. I didn't mention that. Su Haoran sounded sheepish. Never mind the details, the end result's what matters. He laughed, then shifted gears. Almost forgot the full member selection is coming up. Pack your things. We'll pick you up in a few days. Understood. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. At last he'd get a look at this so-called selection. Meanwhile, in District A of the South China base, the war god estate. Boom, boom, boom. Salute cannons thundered as streamers burst overhead. Servants of the Cheng family lined both sides of the driveway, watching respectfully as Cheng Yun stepped out of a black Maybach. Congratulations, young master, on topping the martial exam. They chorused, reciting their rehearsed line. Clearly none of them knew about the recent changes to the exam or the real results. Hearing their praise, Cheng Yun's expression darkened at once. Cannons, ribbons, and wide smiles all felt like mockery. He sneered inwardly. Time to replace this batch of fools. Without a word, he strode straight through the crowd and into the villa. That's strange, the young master doesn't look happy, one servant whispered. Really? He used to love this kind of fanfare. They traded uneasy glances until Cheng Yun disappeared around the stairwell, then quietly scattered. My precious son, you're finally home. The moment Lu Chunyin saw Cheng Yun walk in, her face lit up and she hurried forward. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the weariness on Cheng Yun's face melted into a gentle smile. He rushed into his mother's arms, speaking with playful affection. Thanks for looking after everything today. I had the staff prepare a whole table of your favorite dishes, Lu Chunyin said, patting his back while leading him down the wide corridor, her steps brimming with impatience to spoil him. In the dining room, Cheng Xingyang was already seated at the head of the marble table. Under the soft glow of the crystal chandelier, the stone gleamed coldly, and his complexion was even paler than its surface. A bandage was wrapped across his chest. Old injuries clearly hadn't healed. When mother and son entered, he motioned for them to sit, smiling with a hint of appraisal. Let's have a look at this year's martial exam champion. No sooner had Cheng Yun taken his seat than Lu Chunyin cupped his face, her eyes shining brighter than the lights overhead. Our Yin really didn't let us down, did he? Cheng Xingyang nodded in satisfaction. Given his past scores, they had boasted to everyone that the top spot was a sure thing for their son. But at the word champion, Cheng Yun's smile froze. After a brief, awkward pause, he lowered his gaze. Dad, Mom, the exam format was changed this year. I still got a perfect score, but the champion isn't me. I'm sorry I let you down. The room seemed to lose all its air. Promises they had made echoed back at them. Yet seeing their son's guilt, both parents softened. It's not your fault. Must be that new format, Lu Chunyin said first, squeezing his fingers gently. What idiot decided to change it? Cheng Xingyang fumed, seizing his phone. Director Yao? Why did the martial exam get overhauled? The old system worked fine. This is a terrible way to pick talent. Whatever he heard on the other end made his expression shift in an instant. City Lord Su suggested it? Ah, well, then it's a fine idea, no problem at all. The anger drained from his voice, and after he hung up, silence flooded the room, broken only by the faint clink of a spoon against porcelain. Cheng Xingyang finally cut through the awkwardness, pulling up the official rankings. Let's see who could possibly outshine my son. Dad, please don't. Cheng Yun's face fell, but it was too late. They scrolled upward. Cheng Yun was tied for third with 5 or 6 others. All heirs of illustrious families or descendants of war legends. Results Cheng Xingyang could just about accept. Then second place appeared, Chu Yinyan. He suddenly recalled the Chu family's daughter was the same age as Cheng Yun, and his thoughts drifted. If the two families could be joined, the Chengs would soar. That would require careful planning. Pulling himself back, he tapped the name in first place. Cheng Xing? Impossible. The name hit the table like a hammer. He stared, eyes wide. Lu Chunyin leaned in, equally stunned. Yun, this Cheng Xing is? He's not. Cheng Yun replied, face unchanged. Right, probably not, Cheng Xingyang muttered. It says talent above S-level. That grade trash could never. Shifting tone, he patted his son's shoulder. With an S-level competitor, it's understandable you didn't take the top spot. Calmer now, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. By the way, good news. Because of your service to the base, I've secured you a slot in the awakened administration selection. You'll test in a few days, and while you're at it, get close to a girl named Chu Yinyan. South China Base, Sector H. Cheng Xing slipped into his familiar combat gear, alloy saber in one hand and a storage pack in the other, and waited quietly in the open courtyard outside the apartment block. The early morning street was deserted. Stray dust brushed the sides of his combat boots with a soft hiss. At the far end of the road, a camouflage-painted military jeep swung into view, a stark contrast to the rust-scarred civilian cars. It barreled toward him, tires spraying grit. The driver's window slid down. Su Haoran, still wearing the trench coat from their first meeting and now sporting dark glasses, tilted his head and crooked a finger. Get in. Inside. The rest of the team exchanged glances in the rearview mirror and shook their heads. Grinning young master Su never missed a chance to show off. Cheng Xing had barely settled when Su Haoran stamped on the gas. The engine growled, and the jeep shot forward. Buildings streaked past, the route growing more familiar. Moments later, the Sector H gate filled the windshield. Cheng Xing frowned lightly. The trials aren't being held inside the base? Not a chance, Gao Chen chuckled, draping himself over the seat back. You'll find out soon enough. Seeing Cheng Xing's pensive look, Li Man thought he was nervous and hurried to reassure him. Relax. You and little Sue are both SSS-rank in the bag. If the Bureau can't pass the two of you, it may as well give up on new recruits entirely. While they talked, Su Yanran suddenly remembered something. She drew a slim black box from her coat and handed it to Cheng Xing. Here, this is for you. For me? He lifted the lid, puzzled, then understood. Inside lay a silver-white ring that seemed to exude a chill. Snow Wolf Soul. Grade, D. Effect, Agility 3, Strength 2. Only then did Cheng Xing recall that Su Yanran had promised him a grade item as payment for a previous favor. I can't just take this, we're friends, he protested, even as he deftly swapped out his old ring for Snow Wolf Soul. Su Yanran answered with a textbook eye roll. The jeep rolled into a checkpoint. Gao Chen hopped out, scanned his ID, and clambered back in. Once the convoy left the base, smooth pavement gave way to shattered wasteland. Cheng Xing finally noticed how special the vehicle was. Every shambling low-tier calamity beast along the roadside sniffed the air, squealed, and bolted into the ruins. The boat is plated with materials from a crayed beast, Su Yanran explained. They naturally repel anything lower. Disaster zones are huge, you can't expect awakeners to hike in and out on foot. Once a rookie squad gets some funds, this is the first thing they buy. Swap in higher-grade materials, though, and the price shoots through the roof. Cheng Xing had heard the rumors, but this was the first time he felt the effect firsthand. For most squads, owning something like this was a luxury far beyond their means. Outer Disaster Zone, Q City. The first wave of candidates had already arrived. Calamity beasts within a kilometer had been cleared by elite Bureau operatives, with several powerhouses lurking in the shadows on guard. Cheng Yun surveyed the gathering crowd, inwardly stunned. Anyone who could reach this place was a prodigy from the Jiangnan base. The weakest carried at least grade talent, and every single one was level 10 or higher. Before long, Cheng Yun spotted a familiar figure in a mage's robe amid the crowd. A few days ago, Cheng Xingyang had tossed him a photo of Chu Yanyan, and only then did he realize that the girl who'd stayed beside Cheng Xing throughout the exam was her. So what if you're a prodigy? Without a nomination, you're still out in the cold. Cheng Yun swept the area. When he didn't see Cheng Xing, a sneer curved his lips. Not far away, Chu Yanyan was exchanging polite greetings with several candidates. Sunlight glinted off the silver-trimmed, slate-blue robe she wore. Cheng Yun narrowed his eyes. If he could lure her away from Cheng Xing, that kid's face would be priceless. Cheng Xing had stolen their parents' affection. Cheng Yun could certainly steal Chu Yanyan. Reining in his thoughts, he straightened his shirt, pasted on the gentle smile of an older brother, and walked over. Miss Chu? What a coincidence. You're here for the Awakening Bureau tryouts too? His tone was as mild as a spring breeze. Chu Yanyan paused, then frowned slightly. Why was he here? Shed sensed during the combat exam that Cheng Xing loathed this man. Maintaining her Chu family manners, she merely nodded. Her coolness startled Cheng Yun. She'd been laughing with others. Why change her face for him? Miss Chu, how about teaming up later? Imrunka, talent class Sword Saint. I can hold the front line. He quickly recovered and flashed a confident smile. He already knew the rules. Tryouts required 3-person squads. Chu Yanyan was a back-row grand mage, and he could shield her from disaster beasts. By rights, she couldn't refuse. No need. I'm already on a team. Impatience flickered across her brow. The words came out automatically. That's impossible. I've been watching you for a while. You never spoke to anyone about teaming up. The protest slipped out before he could stop it. You've been watching me? Disgust flashed in her eyes, and she stepped back. Who I team with is none of your business. Creep. She turned to leave. Cheng Yun hurried after her. I didn't mean it like that. I just... A military green jeep roared into view before he could finish. The moment the door opened, Chu Yanyan's face lit up. She hurried over. When Cheng Yun saw who got out, his expression darkened and he muttered, Damn it. You just won't stay dead, will you? Out stepped Cheng Xing and Su Yanran. Yan. Chu Yanyan called. Su Yanran ran over, and the two girls hugged, shoulders pressed together, beaming. Cheng Xing watched them, silently marveling at how completely the icy beauty persona had melted away. You two are that close. He couldn't help asking. Of course. We're besties, Su Yanran said lightly. Almost immediately Cheng Xing felt a cold stare. He turned and met Cheng Yun's stormy gaze. He's here on War God Cheng's recommendation, Su Yanran explained, following his line of sight. During the L-Town incident, he helped hold back the reedied madhound. Forget him, Cheng Xing said, looking away. Let's focus on our own team. When Chu Yanyan sent the party invitation, the two of them accepted without a second thought. The moment Cheng Xing tapped accept, 3 parallel health bars slid into his peripheral vision, each one a vivid red labeled with their names. The trial required teams of 3 to survive in the disaster zone for a full 7 days. During that time, every beast they killed and every resource or piece of gear they gathered would be automatically converted into points. When the clock ran out, The 10 teams with the highest scores would be admitted on the spot. Chu Yanyan repeated the rules exactly as the staff had explained them. As soon as she finished, Cheng Xing and Su Yanran exchanged a complicated look. Materials and gear both count toward the total? Cheng Xing blinked, needing confirmation. That's right, the official in charge said so himself. Chu Yanyan nodded without hesitation, unaware of what Cheng Xing's ability really did. Yanran, is your old man rigging the game? Cheng Xing lowered his voice, looking incredulous. This bias is way too obvious. Seriously? My dad's on the take? Su Yanran's almond eyes widened. She actually pulled out her phone. He'll ask him. Chu Yanyan had no idea what their code words meant and finally asked, what on earth is going on with you two? Cheng Xing lowered his voice. You know my talent, right? A boost to drop rates. Chu Yanyan nodded. He had started at F class and was now S-class a 50% increase in drops, or so he claimed. Cheng Xing conveniently hid the fact that the real SSS multiplier was much higher. Even so, Chu Yanyan sucked in a breath. 50%? No wonder the rules feel tailor-made for you. A ridiculous thought flashed through her mind. Maybe her own father was corrupt too. A short while later, Su Yanran returned with her phone, wearing an odd expression. I asked. Total coincidence. South China Tower. Normally solemn, Su Jiangwo looked thoroughly baffled. His daughter had just called, urging him to stop pulling strings. Frowning, he signaled for the Awakener Bureau's selection plan to be brought over and read it himself. Scoring based on beast drops, that's no small challenge. How does that make me corrupt? Su Jiangwo was at a loss and began to suspect that some subordinate had acted on his behalf. Back at the testing grounds, the crowd was roaring. Waves of candidates kept pouring in until their number passed 100. Once the rules were posted, everyone scrambled to pick teammates, and it took a full half-hour before every squad was finally formed. A soft cough. That clear little cough exploded through the air, and the noise died at once. Everyone looked up to see a tall figure suspended in Madeira, man in his prime, walking on air, wearing a trench coat identical to Su Howren's, but in a darker shade. With that cough, a suffocating aura poured down, and above his head a brilliant marker appeared level 52. Walking in the arrow war god. Someone blurted. Wait a minute, I've never heard of a war god like him. Not everyone wants to be a war god. The instant the crowd saw the newcomer's rank, they drew a collective gasp. This rookie selection had actually mobilized a war god level combatant. On reflection, it made sense. The recruits here represented the South China base's top new awakeners, and any loss would hurt the base badly. It's Uncle Qin. Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran immediately recognized the middle-aged man in a dark indigo combat suit. As members of the Su and Chu families, there were few notable figures they didn't know. My name is Qin Zhan, and I'm in charge of this selection. Collecting his aura, Qin Zhan spoke in a low voice. Let me repeat the rules. He motioned for everyone to check their phones. A digital map of Q City's disaster zone appeared on every screen, the trial boundary traced in red. You're free to move within this area. The higher the disaster beast's level, the more points its drops are worth. If you've got the skill, go hunt class beasts. I won't interfere. He produced a thumb-sized green sphere, its crystal shell glowing faintly. My aura is stored in here. If you meet a threat you can't handle, crush it, and it'll come immediately. Do that, though, and you're out of the running. Several experts from the Awakener Management Bureau stepped forward to distribute a sphere to every rookie. Final rankings depend solely on the number of drops you turn. I don't care how you get them. Qin Zhan's gaze swept the crowd, his tone turning icy. But no killing. An invisible pressure slammed down. Hearts lurched. Since its founding, the Bureau had fought the fallen, killing a non-fallen awakener across the line. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, sensing multiple implications in that single rule. Around him, teams sized one another up, tension spiking. What's with them? Chu Yanyan sensed the shift and whispered. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran exchanged a look, silently lamenting the era's slowness. Su Yanran leaned in, offered a quick explanation, and Chu Yanyan finally caught on. Qin Zhan continued. This will be the safe zone. Each team gets its own storage area, and fighting here is forbidden. With that safeguard, everyone started plotting. They needed to bag enough beasts while guarding their loot en route to the safe zone, since beast drops were always a roll of the dice. Find your storage space, then move out. At Qin Zhan's order, more than 20 teams sprang into motion. Cheng Xing's squad quickly claimed a Spoda makeshift tent stocked with several enormous military backpacks. After confirming their number, each member slung an empty pack over a shoulder and prepared to head out. Compared with their bag-laden look, most other teams carried little beyond their weapons. Watching the contrast, Qin Zhan rubbed his nose, bemused. Those are the Su and Chu girls, aren't they? Judging by their setup, you'd think they were heading off on a supply run. After leaving the safe zone mapped out by Qin Zhan, Cheng Xing pulled out his phone and started studying a map of Q City's outskirts. He had never been in this disaster area, so caution came first. The screen showed their potential range covering almost the entire city. The inner zone was rated Grade C, while the rim was Grade E. Cheng Xing understood that if the squad strayed into the center and met a Grade C beast, they would be done for. No one planned on a suicide mission. Only two types of monsters were common around Q City's perimeter: Grade E blood mantis and plague rats. Plague rats traveled in packs of at least 3. Blood mantis usually hunted alone. Cheng Xing formed a plan: take down the mantis first, level up, then tackle the rats. This spot's too close to the safe zone, and there are too many squads, he said, tapping the map. If we move a few kilometers deeper, there'll be fewer people and no one to jump us mid-fight. With our strength, we'll be fine. Works for me. Su Yanran agreed, and the other teammate nodded as well. She had seen Cheng Xing fight in L Town. The third member simply trusted him. They wove through Q City's ruined streets. Along the way they passed several squads. Some were fighting beasts, glaring at strangers. Others watched from afar, clearly weighing whether to swoop in for loot. The deeper they went, the stronger the beasts became. Level 10s were scarce now. Most were level 11 or higher, and other squads grew rarer. Not every team boasted an S-rank awakener. Satisfied no other squads were nearby, Cheng Xing stopped. This looks good. Let's start here. They picked a relatively intact high-rise and stashed their packs together. From the vantage point, their enhanced vision swept the area. 12 o'clock, 2 kilometers, 1 blood mantis. 4 o'clock, 4 kilometers, for plague rats. 9 o'clock in minutes, they had marked every beast within a 10-kilometer radius. Closest one first. They slipped downstairs and headed straight for the lone mantis. Beast, blood mantis. Level, 11. HP, 550. Stats, STR, 37. AGI, 38. VIT, 34. INT, 22. Talent, Grade E digestive regeneration, restores HP when digesting food. Skill, Bite LV1. The data flashed. Cheng Xing nodded to his teammates, skipped any elaborate setup, and charged. Quadrant slash. Blade arcs crossed in an instant, carving 4 gouges into the mantis and draining its health. Hiss! It shrieked, still hunting for Cheng Xing's figure when a graceful silhouette closed in. Sword light blossomed, and another skill crashed down on its body. The air around them suddenly turned scorching hot. Chu Yanyan, wrapped in flowing robes and gripping a staff taller than she was, radiated a faint crimson glow. She pushed off with the tip of her toe, her hem rippling like sparks, and gave the staff a slight twist. Lines of scarlet light converged overhead, forming an intricate arcane array. A heartbeat later, a 2-meter-wide fireball shrieked through the air like a drawn-out meteor and slammed into the blood mantis' thick carapace. Flames swallowed the beast in an instant, and a nauseating stench of charred flesh echoed with its dying screech among the trees. The blood mantis' health dropped to 0, its limbs locked, and it crashed to the ground. A system prompt flashed. LV-11 blood mantis slain. EXP 333. The 3 teammates, sharing the same feed, stared in unison at the nearly charcoal black corpse. 1 volley had been more than enough. Let me see what it dropped. Su Yanran wrinkled her nose, dashed over, and searched the body for a while. She straightened up with nothing but ash in her hands. Strange if there's nothing? She muttered, thoroughly baffled. Maybe I didn't land the last hit, Cheng Xing said, rubbing his chin in thought. Then let's find another one. Chu Yanyan raised her hand and locked onto a second blood mantis not far away. The trio divided their roles with practiced ease. Chu Yanyan opened with a barrage, Su Yanran followed up to shave off its health, and Cheng Xing delivered the finishing blow. When the second mantis fell, Su Yanran fished out 2 icy-looking fangs. Blood mantis teeth, Grade E, minor effect, she announced. Chu Yanyan's eyes sparkled. A drop already? A 50% rate is insane. This is amazing. She remembered grinding for an entire day, hacking down piles of beasts and barely seeing 10 materials. Now 2 kills had produced 2 drops. The difference was staggering. That's nothing. Wait till you see what comes next, Su Yanran chuckled, recalling how Cheng Xing had even forced out beast talents before. From here on, every last hit is yours. Deal? Finding the logic sound, the 2 women reached an immediate consensus, and Cheng Xing merely shrugged. Whatever makes you happy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Cheng Yan noticed he had ventured deeper into the outskirts of Q City than had ever intended. Every roaming beast he passed was at least level 13, and the pressure weighed on him. Ahead of him walked the statuesque Wang Qian and a young man in white. Their pace never faltered. Cheng Yan clenched his teeth, hurried forward, and asked nervously, Wang Qian, aren't we going a bit too deep into the disaster zone? You have a problem? Wang Qian stopped and shot him a frosty glance. Her custom-fitted combat suit accented every curve, and her striking features made the look even more intimidating. This is already a level 13 beast area, Cheng Yan explained, forcing out the words. If we keep going, we might be in over our heads. Dangerous? Do you still want to join the Awakeners administration or not? Wang Qian's voice was colder than steel. You know how low the drop rates are. If we want first place, we have to beat them on quality. And are you questioning my grade talent? No, Cheng Yan said quickly, hands raised. Then shut up and follow me. Deep within the disaster zone on the outskirts of Q City. Yan, I'm in position. Copy that. Watch me. Su Yanran sprinted down the ruined street. Phone clutched in her hand, crushed stone and metal shards crunching under her soles. Dark shapes lunged from collapsed eaves and overturned cars, but with bursts of speed, rolls, and sidesteps, she slipped past them by a hair. For plague beasts, plague rats were hot on her heels. Each stretched over a meter long, their scarlet eyes blazing like hot irons in the dim light. Ash-black fur gleamed with a metallic sheen, and protruding fangs clicked together, striking sparks. Level 13. HP 800. Stats STR 33, AGI 35, Con 45, INT 26. Talent Grade E Swarmwind 3 or more are present. All attributes rise by 10%. Skill Na LV.1. Su Yanran glanced at the system window. Nice quality rats, she thought, though her face stayed calm. She reached the rendezvous point. From the roadside shadows came a low murmur. Thunderstrike. Boom. A deep blue magic circle flared above the rats, and an arm-thick pillar of lightning crashed down. The roar shook the ruins, filling the air with scorched ozone. The rats trembled, but the bolt had already engulfed them. Scree. Half their health vanished in a single instant. Seizing the opening, Su Yanran drew her sword. Frost glint sword net. Arcs of light wove into a net and sliced through hide and flesh. Bone-deep wounds gushed blood, shaving off more HP. The lightning faded, paralysis lifted, and the rats, driven by desperation, pushed their speed even further. Crimson light churned in their eyes as the four shadows closed to within 2 meters of Su Yanran in a blur. She stood her ground, feet planted, sword tip lowered, as if oblivious. A human-like gleam of triumph flickered in the rat's eyes. Quad-edge slash. From the rubble across the street, a figure Cheng Xing burst out. So fast he left only a crimson afterimage. For intersecting blades of light flared, forming a flashing barrier between Su Yanran and the rats. Flash. For crimson lines opened on the rats' bodies. Blood sprayed, and their health dropped to 0. Defeated LV.12 Plague Rat, 666 EXP. Defeated LV.13 Plague Rat, 666 EXP. The 4 rats collapsed. Around the corpses, 7 glowing orbs and scattered materials burst forth. Chu Yanyan bounded over, crouching to inspect the loot. For materials, 3 pieces of gear. Wait, what's this? A faintly golden orb hovered quietly. There it is. Cheng Xing's eyes lit up. He traded a glance with Su Yanran. The 3 of them froze. It was their first talent drop of the day. Chu Yanyan scooped up the orb, and a system prompt flashed. Her peach blossom eyes widened, sparkling with disbelief. The next second, she zipped to Cheng Xing, practically hopping as she held the orb out. Cheng Xing, you're incredible. You even pulled a talent drop. Her eyes shone like stars, pure admiration written across her face. She was part of the Chu clan, yet she had never heard of a talent that could simply drop out of thin air. Keep it on the down low, all right? Remember, mum's the word. Cheng Xing casually tossed the pale gold orb to the 2 women, smiling as if it were nothing. Talent, rally, grade, E. Effect, when the party has 3 or more members, all attributes 10. Who wants to be the guinea pig? Let's see if it works. Cheng Xing held the glowing sphere out in front of them. Yin should try. Sharon should do it. The 2 women traded looks. Neither wanted to go first. Cheng Xing laughed. No need to fight. If the talent works for you, we'll hunt plague rats next and try to get one for everyone. After a round of polite shoving, the orb landed in Chu Yanyan's hand. She closed her eyes and silently accepted it. Prompt. Talent acquired rally. Her eyes snapped open, joy spilling out in an instant. Success. Cheng Xing nodded to himself. A drop talent could indeed be used by other awakened. Name, Chu Yanyan. Level, 13 EXP, 5666400000. HP, 550. STR 15 AGI 15 Con 15 Int 87. Talents, a grade Magic Mastery, a grade Rally. Skills, grade Thunderstrike, grade Mage Shield, grade Levitation, grade Fireball. Free attribute points, 0. Like a child with a brand new toy, Chu Yanyan projected her status panel for the others, grinning from ear to ear. Target confirmed, Plague Rats. Let's get a talent orb for everyone. But first we need a quick run to the safe zone, Cheng Xing said, steadying the overexcited Yanyan. Why? Shouldn't we keep farming beasts? She asked, eyes wide. Our packs are about to burst, Su Yanran replied, pinching her cheek and nodding at the mountain of loot at their feet. All right, I totally missed that. Yanyan stuck out her tongue. After stowing every bit of material and gear, they returned to the corner where they had left their bags. Once empty army rucksacks were now stuffed to the brim. In the end, each of them carried one on their back and another in hand, marching toward the safe zone like a well-supplied expedition. The closer they came, the more squads they encountered. Most of the other teams sported fresh wounds, claw marks from beasts or sword cuts from rival awakened. Tension hung in the air. Crews nearly drew weapons whenever they passed one another. Only Cheng Xing's trio seemed invisible. Some squads gave them a wide berth. Others acted as if they weren't even there. That's strange, Yanyan whispered. What is? In stories, isn't this where a few gangs jump out, surround us, and demand our packs? She asked, bewildered. That's just fiction, Cheng Xing said, rubbing his temples. Life doesn't follow a script. Right then, a squad up ahead did notice them. Captain, look at their haul. One member said, eyes shining. Should we take it? Another teammate nodded, but the captain smacked both of them on the head. Use your brain. It's only been half a day. A normal hunting squad gets maybe 3 drops per run. Bandits might score 6. Those 3 are hauling over 100 items. Either they've robbed everyone out here, or they're baiting fools like us. The 2 subordinates finally understood. Boss, you're a genius. That squad, too, decided to pretend Cheng Xing's group didn't exist. On the outskirts of Q City's disaster zone, inside the safe zone, with packs stuffed to the brim, Cheng Xing and his team sauntered through the fortified gate. Not a single guard stopped them, and they reached the warehouse district without incident. High above, Qin Zhan sat cross-legged, regulating his breath with a calming mantra. When an unfamiliar presence broke his perimeter, he opened his eyes. The heightened perception of an awakener above level 50 pierced the backpacks at once, letting him gauge the weight and quality of every sack of materials. Girls from the Su and Chu families? How did they haul back so many high-grade supplies? Qin Zhan's brow tightened. Even he had rarely seen anything like this. Running the possibilities, he arrived at one conclusion. The Su and Chu families had secretly tipped the scales. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Hello? Qin Zhan. Did something happen during the selection? Su Jiangwo's voice came quickly. Brother Su, was that really necessary? It's just a selection, Yinran, and the others could pass on their own. Pulling strings like this won't sit well with the rest. Qin Zhan's tone hovered between persuasion and rebuke. You make it sound like I'm corrupt again, Su Jiangwo replied, baffled. Again? Qin Zhan caught the word and recounted everything he had just witnessed. Silence fell on the other end. Su Jiangwo sensed something was wrong. After a moment, he recalled the boy with the suspected grade talent that Su Yanran had mentioned after the town incident. Someone, bring me that file. Cheng Xing's dossier appeared on the screen. Top scorer in the martial exams, grade talent. Reportedly favored by Chun Yifei. In L-Town, single-handedly killed in a grade blood mantis and a level 13 fallen. Seeing Chun Yifei, Su Jiangwo arched an eyebrow. Chun was only level 14, yet the forces backing him were anything but minor. He kept reading. Has been in and out of the war god's residence. Awakened with grade drop rate boost, now suspected to be grade. Possible son of Cheng Xing. Began exploring disaster zones alone at 16. Drop rate boost? Looks like something happened and the talent jumped tiers, he muttered, connecting the dots. The problem clearly centered on Cheng Xing. As for the Chu girl, her closeness to him now made sense. A daughter grows up and hides things from her father figures. With a wry smile, he picked up the desk phone. This is Su Jiangwo. Is Su Haoran idle these days? Give him more work. After hanging up, he leaned back with a sigh. His thoughts remained fixed on Cheng Xing. Every line in the dossier pointed to the same conclusion. The boy was low-key, cautious, and unflappably steady. At 16, he had dared to venture into disaster zones alone where even seasoned awakeners struggled against disaster beasts. An unawakened teenager had taken the plunge. After amassing a fortune, he still shared it with the people who had once lent him a hand. Only a truly sincere heart would repay kindness with kindness. Putting all the clues together, Su Jiangwo reached a sudden conclusion. Cheng Xing's talent was vital to the South China base, and even to the entire nation. Cheng's current level might be low, but once he grew, his worth would be beyond measure. Since Cheng Xing chose to stay in the shadows, Su Jiangwo would shield him from the storm. Qin Zhan, are you still there? I'm here. If anyone gives him trouble, tell them the Su and Chu families are standing behind him. Qin Zhan froze at the order. Huh. And keep a close eye on Cheng Xing. His safety is critical. With those brief instructions, Su Jiangwo ended the call. Qin Zhan lowered the phone and watched as Cheng Xing and the 2 girls shouldered their packs and headed out again. His gaze shifted between the trio. They're using the Su and Chu families as backing? Who on earth is Cheng Xing? A sudden thought struck him. Could he be a future son-in-law of one of the clans? Unaware of any of this, Cheng Xing led Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan deeper into the disaster zone. 6 days later, deep in the outer ruins of Q City, 5 plague rats tore down an abandoned street, panic in every stride. 3 figures hunted them without pause. A heavy stench of rodent blood clung to the pursuers like a cloak, turning them into living nightmares, predators forged by endless slaughter. They were none other than Cheng Xing's squad. Grand Fireball. Chu Yanyan twirled her staff. A fiery array flared, launching a blazing sphere that streaked over the rats' heads and exploded on the pavement ahead. Flames roared skyward, cutting off any retreat. Cornered, the rats' eyes flashed crimson. Instinct overpowered their thin sliver of reason, and they howled as they charged straight at Chu Yanyan. Swamp Field. She tapped the ground. An ochre array blossomed. Cracked asphalt melted into sludge, trapping the rats mid-charge. Ring of frosted blades. Su Yanran darted in like a swallow. Swords of light flashed, and shrieks filled the air. At the same time, Cheng Xing stepped forward. Quadrant slash. Steel and shadow crossed in a blur, and the rat's health plummeted. When their bars neared empty, Su Yanran withdrew, leaving Cheng Xing alone to finish them off. A few breaths later, all 5 rats slammed lifeless onto the street. Killed LV-15 Plague Rat, EXP 1000. Killed LV-16 Plague Rat, EXP 1166. As the swamp field faded and the ground hardened again, a pale green orb drifted up from the corpses, glowing brightly. Finally dropped. Chu Yinyan wiped the sweat from her brow. Even with a boosted drop rate, talent orbs are still stingy. Since picking up their second crowd rally talent on the second day of the trial, they had slain countless plague rats, yet the third orb had stubbornly refused to appear until the last day. Cheng Xing accepted the orb from Su Yanran without hesitation and used it. New talent acquired, crowd rally. His status panel refreshed. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 1853, 04080 HP, 800. Attributes, STR 83, AGI 131, Con 36, SPR 36. Free points, 0. Talents, SSS-rank drop rate boost. Frank sprint. E-rank digestive recovery. E-rank crowd rally. Skills, Rank quadrant slash LV1. E-rank parry LV1. Drank blade aura LV1. Days of relentless hunting had pushed his level ever higher, and Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran had reached level 17. All 3 now wore full grade gear, while their discarded equipment, skill books, and materials had nearly filled the safe zone warehouse. Mission accomplished. Ready to head back? With the last talent secured, Cheng Xing suggested they return. Yes, I'm exhausted. A real rest sounds perfect, Su Yanran agreed, taking a deep breath. The trio turned to start the journey home. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed in the distance, the shock of battle rolling toward them. The thunderous commotion drew the trio's attention at once. Cheng Xing frowned, quickly pinpointing the source. Someone's managed to get farther in than we have. That's the outer rim of Q City past, it is the transition zone. Curiosity sparked in Chu Yanyan's eyes as she glanced at Qin Mo. Shall we check it out? Absolutely. I want to know who could have outrun us, Cheng Xing replied. Even with his SS level talent hidden, their squad boasted 2-class awaken more than enough to crush most teams. Ordinarily, 2-class fighters in one group meant constant friction and poor cooperation. Their tight-knit trio was a rare exception. They sprinted forward, loose stones scattering beneath their feet. The nearer they came, the louder the roar ahead grew. Turning a crossroads clogged with rusting vehicles, they finally saw the culprit. A monstrous, 12-meter-long rat-type disaster beast blocked half the street. Its 6-meter tail lashed like a steel whip, dark golden scales gleaming with a chilly metallic sheen. Each swing sliced derelict buildings like cardboard, sending brick walls crashing down. Disaster beast, plague rat. Level, 20. HP, 1500. Stats, STR 102, AGI 103, Con 130, SPI 30. Talent, Grade E Swarm Tactics. 10 to all stats when the unit's party size 3. Skills, Bite LV1, Claw LV1, Tail Whip LV1, Summon Plague Rats LV1. Boom. The tail slammed into something solid and came to an abrupt halt in the middle of the road. Only then did the trio notice a lone figure standing there. He was nearly 2 meters tall, encased in heavy armor, and bracing a tower shield with both hands. Asphalt cracked beneath his boots from the impact, yet he didn't budge an inch. Cheng Xing silently applauded now that was a real man. Attack! The armored warrior roared, his voice echoing down the ruined street. 8 silhouettes burst from the rubble, blades flashing in unison, but their strikes only scratched the plague rat's thick hide. Bang! A sharp gunshot split the air. The beast jerked its massive head low, yet the bullet still punched through its ear, spraying blood. Had it reacted a heartbeat slower, the round would have taken its eye. A gun? Cheng Xing murmured, surprised. He traced the sound to a side street where, on the broken edge of a rooftop, a slender figure knelt, cycling a sleek rifle with practiced ease. Early in the apocalypse, firearms and artillery had done their share of damage. But as disaster beasts climbed the ranks, anything above class shrugged off bullets, and class and higher could even dodge incoming shells. Humanity shifted its hopes to awakened fighters, while guns languished in armories, rolled out only for low-tier sieges. Even so, Cheng Xing could tell that shot carried far more punch than standard ammo. Its sheer force was on a different level altogether. A gunshot rang out, and from the far side of the street something sliced through the air. ZZIP. A flash of steel streaked by, an arrow punching through the plague rat's crimson eye. The shaft buried itself to the fletching, blood spattered, and the beast roared, the red glow in its wounded eye blazing even brighter. It heaved its bulk halfway upright, spreading its forelimbs, claws glinting with lethal frost. Fall back, Zhen, Nanren barked. All 8 teammates sprang backward. They had just opened a few yards of space when the rat blurred forward, forelimbs crossing as its talons hammered into the shield. Zhen, Nanren threw up. Clang. Metal shrieked, and he skidded back a full meter, shield first. Lu Xinxin heal. The moment his boots found traction, the call was answered. A woman in white robes burst from the alley, staff held high. Holy light surged from the tip and poured into Zhen Nanren's chest, knitting broken bone and torn muscle in seconds. Tank, healer, ranged DPS. No wonder this squad dared to tackle a class calamity beast at level 16. Hidden in the shadows, Cheng Xing felt a spark of surprise. Zhen Nanren, the archer, and the healer were all level 16. The other 8 sat at 15. Their talents must be excellent. Ordinary awakened of that level couldn't even scratch at class. But the damage gap was still glaring. Su Yanran spotted the flaw at once. Zhen Nanren could hold the line, yet the others simply lacked firepower. The longer the fight dragged on, the surer their defeat. Damn it! Wang Qian, how long are you going to spectate? Zhen Nanren roared. Only then did another striking figure step from around the corner. Wang Qian. Her brow was knitted, clearly displeased by the team's output. Behind her stood Cheng Yun and a man in white, arms folded, offering no aid. It's her, Su Yanran muttered, disgust flashing in her eyes before she masked it. Cheng Xing caught the look. Bad blood? He asked softly. Wang family heiress, Su Yanran answered, voice calm but edged with flint. Her father used to run the South China base. He milked that post for everything it was worth until my Su clan and the Chu clan joined forces to unseat him. Ever since, the Wangs have treated us as mortal enemies. She sees me as a thorn in her side and picks fights whenever she can. Too bad my talent hard counters hers. I keep her one step down. That all. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, unconvinced. Su Yanran shot him a glare steel-headed when it suits him, sharp as a hound now. She jerked her chin toward the man in white. See him? Used to be Su Gaono. He calls himself Wang Go. My father adopted him 8 years ago. A few years back he tried to arrange a marriage with me. I refused, and he ran straight to the Wangs. She could still picture her father, Su Jiangwo, slamming a fist on the table when Wang Go betrayed them. Oh, hearing that, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes at the 3 men, lost in thought. 8 years into the apocalypse, he had clawed his way out of fire and blood time after time, and he hated betrayal more than anything. Back then a teammate's treachery had almost left him buried under a tide of beasts. Since the people in front of him clearly weren't saints, they had no right to expect mercy. Wang Qian, what are you waiting for? Don't forget, you invited us here. On the other side, Zhen Nanren's anger was about to explode when he saw Wang Qian standing idle. All he received was a cold system prompt telling him she had left the party. You've let me down. The deal is off. We're leaving. Wang Qian swept her gaze across the battlefield, her voice like an ice blade scraping metal. With a dismissive snort she turned and walked away with her people. The screech of plague rats drowned out every other sound, and everyone's face darkened. With the hatred of the swarm fixed on them and Wang Qian's firepower gone, they couldn't even find a gap to retreat. This was no different from murder. Wang Qian, aren't you afraid? Well, report you to the coordinator? This is murder. Zhen Nanren roared, veins bulging on the hand gripping his weapon. Murder? Wang Qian stopped, looked back, and sneered. Don't you all have life-saving items? If you're scared, use them. If you don't, the only things that die will be the calamity beasts, not me. Blame your own arrogance. And one measly level 5-12 awakened? The Wang family couldn't care less. Her gaze was glacial, her arrogance undisguised. The air seemed to freeze, and no one dared speak. To those present, the weight of the Wang family was like a mountain immovable. Fury churned inside Zhen Nanren's team, but they could only grip their weapons and grind their teeth in silence. Seeing the silence, Wang Qian let out a scornful laugh and turned away again. Just then she noticed Cheng Xing's group step forward. Their eyes met, and the tension spiked. Wang Qian's expression changed as her gaze locked on Su Yanran, while Cheng Yun stared coldly at Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing, however, didn't spare them a glance. As he passed, he said to Zhen Nanren in a calm voice, if they want fight, we will. Humph, you think you can handle this? Wang Qian swept her gaze across the group, a curl of contempt on her lips. She had already run the team's damage numbers, even with her own added. Their output was pitiful. There was no way they could drop the beast before the tank went down. The only thing keeping them alive was that one tank eating every hit. The moment he slipped, no one would survive a Class D plague rat's charge. Worse, the rat hadn't even shown its trump card yet. Dragging this fight out was a death sentence. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean we can't. Cheng Xing shot back, voice cool. If you're too scared to try, stop complaining. Afraid of the Wang family yet? Say your name if you've got the guts. Wang Qian hadn't expected anyone to talk back. Her hands slid to the twin sword hilts at her waist. I never change my name, standing or sitting. I'm Cheng Yun. Cheng Xing announced solemnly, inventing the name on the spot. Fine, Cheng Yun is it? They'll make you regret this. Wang Qian snarled, then paused. If you're Cheng Yun, who's that guy in my party? You messing with me? Her face darkened. Su Yanran stepped forward with Chu Yanyan beside her, and Wang Qian's threat died in her throat at South China base. The Su and Chu families carried the most weight. They had no reason to fear the Wangs. You want to die so badly? Be my guest. We're leaving. Wang Qian turned away, face icy. Though unwilling, Cheng Yun had to follow under the Wang family's pressure. As he left, Wang Go fixed Su Yanran with a cold glare, memorizing Cheng Xing's face before hurrying after his team. With the obstacles gone, Cheng Xing turned to the tank, still holding off the plague rat. Hey, tough guy, how do we split the loot? A tough guy? Yang Jian blinked, then realized he was being addressed. We don't want any of it. If you can kill it, every drop is yours. The answer was crisp, and his teammates agreed without support. They would soon need their escape orbs. Letting someone else finish the job was the smart play. High-tier kills might have better drops, but survival mattered more. Cheng Xing has joined the party. Su Yanren has joined the party. Chu Yanyan has joined the party. The system prompts flashed, and the three exchanged a silent nod. Swamp Field. Chu Yanyan slammed her staff to the ground. A magic circle flared beneath the plague rat, and a heavy mire locked around its limbs, slowing it instantly. Cold Light Blade Ring. Quadrant Slash. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran moved as one, sword and blade weaving a web of steel. The rat's hide, which 8 players together had barely scratched, was ripped open in an instant, crimson wounds blooming as it reared back in a furious screech. Level 18. Level 17. The onlookers stared, stunned. Cheng Xing's party was higher level than any of them. They all knew Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan. Both came from the influential Su and Chu families, so their high levels made sense. But Cheng Xing, a complete unknown, was ranked even higher. Range DPS, keep up the pressure. Everyone else hold your position, I'll take the kill shot, Cheng Xing said in a low voice after flicking his tail out of reach of the plague rat's claws. The command hit like a drumbeat. 2 ranged fighters reacted at once. The sniper slammed around home, and the archer drew his bow. Muzzle and arrowhead locked onto the class plague rat. The swamp spell faded, and the rat's movements turned fast and savage again. Its foreclaws slashed down at Cheng Xing with a whistle of air. Look out! Yang Jian shouted. Cheng Xing's eyes hardened. He planted his feet and didn't budge. Block. Clang metal met bone, sparks scattering. The rat's bulk recoiled, front legs lifting, while Cheng Xing was forced back several meters, his health bar dropping sharply. No time to breathe. He pushed off the ground and swept his blade in a half arc. Quadrant Slash. A streak of cold steel ripped into the rat's belly. Frost blade enclosure. Su Yanran followed up, sword and dagger flashing. Threads of icy light spread from Cheng Xing's cut, blossoming into several fresh wounds along the rat's abdomen. Both fighters disengaged in the same instant. A massive fireball smashed down in the next, heat rolling off it in waves. Insane damage and perfect timing, a spectator gasped. The seamless combo shredded a third of the rat's health in seconds. Next time you take the hit, Cheng Xing muttered, withdrawing to Yang Jian's side. His shoulders still trembling, blocking absorbed the blow, not the impact. Deal. Yang Jian's eyes gleamed. The fireball had flipped the plague rat onto its back, now blackened and shrieking. Scree. The cry was cut short as 5 E-class plague rats burst from the ruins, rushing toward the fray. Let the others kite the small ones. Cheng Xing ordered instantly. Yang Jian nodded, directing teammates to peel off and scatter aggro. The squad moved cleanly, keeping the 5 lesser rats spinning in circles. Robbed of support, that class rat went berserk. Blood-red eyes locked on Cheng Xing, and it lunged. Immovable bastion. Yang Jian grinned, ramming his tower shield into the earth. Golden light flared outward, forming a wall. Boomrat and shield collided, blood splattering the cobblestones. The street cracked, yet Yang Jian held fast like a driven nail. You're a rock, respect, Cheng Xing praised, slipping in to fill the gap, blade whirling. Damage poured in like quicksilver, and the healer only had to toss out casual top-ups. The plague rat tried to break free, but Cheng Xing and Yang Jian's human barricade locked it in place. Arrows pinned its back, bullets punched through its hide, blades carved deep, and the air filled with the stink of scorched blood. Stand down. He'll finish it, Cheng Xing called when the health bar was a sliver. Everyone pulled away, puzzled but obedient. Cheng Xing stepped forward. A flash of steel sliced across the rat's throat. Its HP vanished, and the hulking body crashed down in a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, blue-green loot glimmered across the ground. Jaw after jaw dropped. Holy crafes, totally hacking. Yang Jian's party stared at the heap of loot at Cheng Xing's feet, utterly speechless. Unable to believe his eyes, Yang Jian slapped his own cheek, forgetting he still wore his helmet. The blow rang out with a metallic clang that made him suck in a sharp breath. At their level they had long since shed the rookie label, having slain hundreds of calamity beasts, yet none of them had ever seen a drop rate like this. A carpet of green light spread across the ground like grass dampened by a fine drizzle, each spark dancing in the dust. Cheng Xing bent down and fished 2 flashes of blue from the glow, a piece of armor and a skill book. First item. Name, Plague Rat Coat. Grade, B. Stats, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 40. Special, Damage Reduction 10. For grade gear, the attributes were luxurious. Cheng Xing glanced at Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan. Both women gave a subtle shake of the head. Though they currently lacked great armor, Their own backing could outfit them with a full-grade set whenever their personal strength caught up. Since the others had no use for it, Cheng Xing shrugged and slipped the plague rat coat on. At his command, the rat-patterned leather morphed into a close-fitting black trench coat that snapped in the breeze. Then he unfolded the second trophy. Skill, shield charge. Grade, B. Effect, rush forward with a raised shield, dealing 600 damage. The moment the skill's name appeared, all three of them turned to Yang Jian in unison. The pure tank's gaze met theirs, and he froze. Since none of us can use it, Cheng Xing suggested, why not sell it to him and split the money? Sounds good to me. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan nodded together. If they were going to sell it anyway, they might as well do him a favor and bank some goodwill. Judging from Yang Jian's earlier display, he was clearly in Great Awakener. Cheng Xing held the skill book out for Yang Jian to see. Blue runes flowed across the cover, making Yang Jian's Adam's apple bob. You want to sell it to me? He croaked. For a pure tank, durability was a strength, but burst damage a glaring weakness, and suitable skill books were vanishingly rare. Who would have thought a joint raid on a single-grade calamity beast would drop not just two grade items, but one that fit his needs perfectly? Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow. You don't want it? I do. Yang Jian nodded so hard his helmet rattled, then hesitated. But I didn't bring that much cash. A grade skill book easily cost upward of 10 million, and tanks like him usually paid even more. No worries. Take it first, Su Yanran said with a smile. With your master's reputation, we're not afraid you'll skip out on the bill. After several rounds of polite refusal, Yang Jian finally accepted shield charge with both hands, cradling it as if it were a priceless relic. Captains of nearby squads cast looks ranging from envy to astonishment. Cheng Xing, Su Yanran, and Chu Yanyan exchanged a glance, then looked down at the pile of common materials still on the ground, sharing a knowing smile. The rest is yours, Cheng Xing said. Yang Jian's voice trembled with excitement. Seriously? You two are saints. The moment the words left his lips, the captain's eyes lit up and their squads could hardly keep quiet. Cheng Xing nodded again, and several teams erupted in triumphant shouts. You're the real deal. A burly man bounded up to Cheng Xing, thumped his chest, and laughed heartily. Oh, right name's Yang Jian. From now on, we're friends. He squeezed Cheng Xing's hand, his calluses rough as sandpaper. A tall, slender figure approached next. Ning Xia wore a black tactical bodysuit that traced every curve, a sniper rifle steady on her back. Her cool, determined face radiated quiet strength. Stopping before the others, she forced a faint smile. Ning Xia, thanks. 2 words, heavier than any speech. Imlinian, thank you. With these supplies, we can wipe the floor with the other teams. A clear, chiming voice rang out as a sprite-like girl leapt down from the ruin. She slung a longbow over one shoulder, the quiver strap brushing her budding chest. Bright eyes brimming with gratitude, she added, you've done us a huge favor. If you ever need help, just ask. Their voices had barely faded when a tone as rich as red wine whispered behind Cheng Xing. He turned to see a woman in flowing white Lu Xinxin. Her deep V robe quivered with each step, snow-white waves rising and falling. Passing by, she lifted a slender finger and hooked the air beneath his chin, generous cleavage laid bare, her gaze full of mature charm. Catching the frosty glare of the 2 women beside him, she let her fingertips skim his chest, then strolled past with a slow smile. Lu Xinxin, 18, my foot, Cheng Xing cursed inwardly. The thought wasn't even cold when sharp pain jabbed both sides of his waist. The 2 women beside him had struck in unison. Meanwhile, outside the safe zone, teams crowded the perimeter, keeping their distance yet unable to advance, wariness etched on every face. All eyes fixed on the entrance where one squad stood defiantly, led by Wang Qian. One in. Hand over 70% of your haul, Wang Qian said coolly, arrogance dripping from every word. Days of hunting hide-ear disaster beasts had yielded her scant materials. At this rate, she'd likely fail the trials. A member of the Wang family couldn't accept that, so she chose an easier target, other teams by blocking the gate. Initially, only her squad guarded the entrance, and some slipped through other gaps. But soon, teams loyal to the Wangs joined, tightening the blockade. In the end, only a handful of elite squads could fight their way inside. The rest had to surrender most of their loot. Qinzhan watched, brow furrowed. Wang Qian hadn't broken any rules, but her tactic was bound to spark rage. Whether she could handle the fallout remained to be seen. Time crawled by, curses from stranded teams rising in waves. At the height of the uproar, 5 intact squads marched into view, every member unharmed. Seeing them safe, Wang Qian snorted. Told you so. In the end, you crawled back and gave up. Trash like you trying to hunt class disaster beasts? Know your place. While complaints still echoed outside, Cheng Xing's party had already reached the edge of the safe zone, coming face-to-face with Wang Qian's squad. In the narrow passageway, a cold wind laced with the smell of blood swept through, and the tension between the 2 sides felt almost solid. Suddenly someone in the crowd cried out, look, those 2 girls are from the Su and Chu families. Su Yanran stood in silver armor. Chu Yanyan rested a longbow on her shoulder, and the prominent family crests on their gear instantly ignited the crowd's excitement. Perfect. Wang Qian only throws her weight around because she's from the Wang family. Let's see how tough she acts in front of the Su and Chu clans. Hope they start a fight, then we can slip into the safe zone. Gloating whispers rippled through the onlookers, their faces full of anticipation. Amid the rising chatter, Wang Qian sneered, her gaze sweeping over Cheng Xing's group. Weren't you off to hunted class calamity beast? Back already? She couldn't match the Su or Chu families for influence, and her ragtag team was no match for the 5 squads before her. If she couldn't block them, she could at least make things unpleasant. In that little bit of time you actually wiped out the class plague rats? Every last one of them? Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Only cold action answered her. Cheng Xing flicked open his coat, and the stat panel of his black battle armor projected in midair defense, resistances, and durability clear as day. The others followed suit, displaying their gear. Yang Jian even pulled out an unopened, blue glowing skill book and slapped it open right under her nose. Members of the other squads held up freshly divided class loot. Razor-sharp rat fangs, venom sacks, premium leather. They marched past Wang Qian in orderly fashion. No one spoke, yet it felt as though invisible slaps landed on her face one after another. Wang Qian's expression turned so dark it looked like it might drip ink, and her followers, including Qing Yun, hardly dared breathe. PFF. The moment Cheng Xing's group stepped through the safe zone gate, Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Cheng Xing. That move was brilliant, imitating someone in such a creative way. Did you see her face? Ha ha ha, that was priceless. Su Yanran laughed so hard her icy beauty image shattered completely. Yang Jian and the others high-fived. All their earlier frustrations swept away. Wang Qian had abandoned them once before, after all. Behind them, Wang Qian clenched her fists so tight her knuckles cracked, murderous intent blazing in her eyes. She had never been humiliated like this. From now on, anyone who wants into the safe zone pays 90%. She poured all the rage she couldn't vent on Cheng Xing onto the remaining teams. The spectators' faces instantly collapsed. Damn it. Why are we the unlucky ones? Coward, picking on the weak and fearing the strong. Without the Wang family, she'd have been dead outside already. Once they left the commotion behind, Cheng Xing glanced at Su Yanran, who was still savoring the moment. A mischievous smile tugged at his lips, and he lowered his voice. Feel like pulling something even bigger? Everyone perked up. He laid out his plan in detail, and when he finished, every pair of eyes widened. Isn't that a bit much? Maybe too cruel? What are you talking about? Su Yanran instantly fanned the flames. Remember what she did to us? Relax, if anything blows up, they'll take the heat. She puffed out her chest, full of confidence. With that settled, no one objected. Wang Qian had definitely gone too far, especially now that she was extorting people at the gate. They had completely destroyed their standing with the bystanders. The selection event had been running smoothly until Wang Qian threw everything into chaos. Outside the safe zone, squads were cursing non-stop, charging 90% of their loot for passage was daylight robbery. Yet no one dared fight back, fearing retaliation from the Wang family afterward, so they were trapped. Some teams simply turned around and went back to hunting disaster beasts, intending to hold out until the trial ended. Hey, look, those guys are coming out again. Amid the noise, someone pointed at the gate. Cheng Xing led his team outside, stopped not far from Wang Qian, and looked as if he too meant to collect a toll. The crowd exploded. No way, them two. So much for the Su and Chu familiars are all in on it. This whole trial is rigged. The curses shifted instantly to Cheng Xing's group. Up in the sky, the overseer Qin Zhan frowned. He couldn't figure out what Cheng Xing was after. Their warehouse was already overflowing, so why bother with pocket change? The next second Cheng Xing called out, materials for sale. Fair prices, plenty of stock, absolutely no tricks. With that, he lifted his hand. Yang Jian and the others signaled their teammates, swung huge military packs to the ground, and unzipped them in unison. Metal and crystal clattered out in a glittering cascade, piling into a small mountain before everyone's eyes. Xing, save some for us, Yang Jian reminded him. No problem, Cheng Xing said, giving him an okay sign, then turned back to the crowd. The mountain of loot riveted every gaze. Eyes seemed glued to the treasure. Wang Qian snorted. To oppose me, they're really going a line, dumping out their entire haul. Aren't they afraid they'll need it later? Arms folded, she chose to watch. Still, no one dashed forward. Everyone feared a trap. Time ticked by until a 3-man squad finally couldn't resist and charged over. Welcome, Cheng Xing said with a smile. What can I get you? When he made no hostile move, their captain relaxed, pulled out his phone, picked 10% of the pile, and paid on the spot. Can we go in through your checkpoint now? He asked. Of course. Cheng Xing stepped aside. His people opened a path, and the trio slipped into the safe zone, cheering. Whoa, it's legit. The prices match the outside market. That's amazingly fair. Don't rush, maybe they're just shills. Let's keep watching. Despite the caution, squads kept coming to buy, and the hill of supplies slowly shrank. When only half remained, a deep-pocketed team threw down a fortune and bought out the rest. Other squads, seeing the bargains gone, stomped in frustration. Only then did they realize Cheng Xing wasn't fishing for suckers. Wang Qian, however, gloated, "You've sold everything now. Let's see how you pass the trial." But just as everyone thought the show was over, Cheng Xing raised his hand again. More packs were hauled out, and in the blink of an eye a brand new mountain of materials towered before them. "Sorry for the wait," he said. "We're still open." The squads that missed out on the previous batch couldn't hold back any longer and snatched up every last crate. "Boss, do you have any more? We still want some." The team that had already delivered their haul to the safe zone ran back, staring at the box in Cheng Xing's hands. "Plenty more." Cheng Xing smiled faintly. With a casual wave, several carts loaded with sealed materials rolled out of the warehouse, their metallic sheen dazzling under the sun. "Boss, they'll take everything. 3 million. For million." Bids flew from every direction. No one bothered with restraint, they just wanted to buy out the entire stock in one go. These heirs of war heroes and wealthy clans had money to burn. If their parents learned that a few million could guarantee admission into the Awakener Administration Bureau, they would only praise them for a job well done. "I demand an investigation. They're cheating." A shrill female voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Wang Qian, her expression dark and eyes sharp enough to cut glass. Cheng Xing kept unloading supplies, and several teams had already surpassed her score. At this rate, she might be pushed out of the top 10. Wang Qian's outburst drew Qin Zhan, the officer in charge of order. He frowned and looked over, but didn't act immediately. Where did they get so many materials? The Su and Chu families must be helping them behind the scenes. Wang Qian seized the moment. "As the supervisor, are you going to cover for them?" In her view, no one could farm this many drops legitimately. The only explanation was stockpiling by the Su and Chu families. If she could expose the scandal, the Wang family could regain control with a bit of maneuvering. "Corruption. He'll report this to the top brass. If you let such blatant cheating slide, we won't accept the results." "I refuse to bow to criminal forces." Wang family allies stepped up at once, pounding their chests and echoing her righteous indignation. They were tied to Wang Qian now. If the others were disqualified for cheating, their own material values would rocket into the lead and they'd earn the Wang family's favor to boot. The crowd's mood shifted. Buyers waiting in line exchanged uneasy glances. "Yeah, where did all these materials come from, anyway?" Doubt spread like poison. Footsteps stalled, and teams that had already purchased shuffled into the corners, embarrassed. The bolder ones approached the stall and quietly asked if they could get a refund. "Of course. We do honest business." Cheng Xing spread his hands, calm as ever. "But once you return the goods, you're permanently blacklisted. Don't expect to buy from us again." His voice dropped to an icy tone as he swept his gaze across the adults, reminding them that choices have consequences. "All right, we'll return them." The team hesitated, but in the end they bit the bullet and handed back everything they'd bought. Upon seeing this, several small teams hurried back to return their purchases. Wang Qian snorted, convinced that Cheng Xing was bluffing, but Qin Zhan's calm made her sense looming danger. "Since you claim we cheated, show some proof instead of flinging mud," Cheng Xing said evenly, giving her a casual glance. Wang Qian's face tightened. All selection staff were outsiders with no ties to the great clans, leaving her with zero evidence and no insiders in place. With nothing else to grasp, she turned on Qin Zhan and played the family card. "Qin Zhan, aren't you afraid the Wang family will settle scores once this is over? Is that a threat?" Qin Zhan opened his eyes and looked down at her. A chill swept out, and an invisible pressure blanketed the crowd. Wang Qian's chest constricted, her face draining of color. The Wang family might boast many level 50 awakeners, but at level 17, she had no hope of resisting Qin Zhan's aura. All staff are unaffiliated freelancers, and the zone is completely sealed. No outsider can enter. "Calling them cheaters, are you calling me blind?" Qin Zhan asked, each word adding to the crushing force. Wang Qian clenched her teeth and pinned her last hope on Cheng Xing's loot pile. "Then how do you explain all those materials?" Qin Zhan frowned slightly and turned to Cheng Xing. "Nothing special. My talent is strength drop rate boost. I just get a few more drops than everyone else." Cheng Xing replied with an easy wave. The crowd drew sharp breaths. "And strength drop rate boost?" Nearby, Cheng Yun's eyes flashed with malice. He knew the Cheng family would discard him once they learned of Cheng Xing's gift. Watching Cheng Xing soak up admiration, he quietly slipped a hand into his pocket, venom stirring in his gaze. Qin Zhan was stunned as well. No wonder the Su and Chu families were vying for Cheng Xing. Even he had considered marrying him into the family. At his level, the equation was clear. Talent sets the ceiling, resources decide power. At equal levels, and Frank talent with a grade gear could still stalemate in a rank talent with grade gear, and Cheng Xing's talent practically guaranteed limitless resources. "Impossible!" Wang Qian shouted, snapping her head toward Cheng Yun. He had told her Cheng Xing's talent was nothing special, and now she realized she had been used. "Any other objections?" Qin Zhan withdrew his pressure, surveying the crowd. "None," Wang Qian muttered, face dark. Seeing no one speak, Qin Zhan closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in midair. Silence settled over the area. Meanwhile, behind a derelict high-rise at the edge of the disaster zone, a black-robed man gazed over the ruins. His phone buzzed. He checked the screen, confirmed the code word, and a cold smile curved his lips. The show was about to begin. Safe zone, outskirts of Q City's disaster area. After a brief hush, the entire street erupted as if someone had lit a fuse once word spread that all of Cheng Xing's materials had passed inspection. Every squad rushed in, packing his booth so tightly not even air could squeeze through. Master Cheng, we were out of line before. Could you sell us a bit more? Yeah. We'll pay 10% extra. It was an honest mistake, let us make it right, okay? The teams that had refunded their purchases and watched them revert to raw drops were now frantic, their voices laced with desperation. Absolutely not. Cheng Xing deliberately drew out the word, then flatly refused. The squads he left hanging went scarlet and cursed him, but their shouts were soon buried beneath the din of others scrambling to buy. Within minutes, every scrap of material on the ground was gone. Just as he lifted a hand to dump out a second batch, a voice echoed in his ears, Qin Zhan's private transmission. That's enough. Sell any more, and you'll be bending the rules. Qin Zhan knew Cheng Xing hadn't technically violated anything, but he didn't want the selection trial turning into a marketplace. Since Cheng's stunt was mainly aimed at Wang Qian, had let it slide so far. Cheng Xing's hand froze midair, then fell. A quick tally told him the stock head set aside, plus what had just sold, was enough to push Wang Qian's squad out of the top 10. Mission accomplished. No need to continue. High above, Qin Zhan nodded in approval. Measured, unflustered, this young man was growing on him. Compared with Wang Qian, who wielded her family's name at every turn, Cheng Xing's methods were far easier to stomach. He sent another order, no blocking the gate. If you want someone's drops, go out and fight for them. He'll allow fair combat. I won't tolerate extortion. Wang Qian heard every word. Her face darkened, but she had nowhere to vent her anger. Keep going, Master Cheng. Yeah, I've still got money. When Cheng Xing made no further move, several squads still flush with cash pressed him. Sorry, today's sale is closed. See you next time. He clapped his empty hands, shrugged, and strode off. Wait, he'll pay double. Don't go, Master Cheng. The pleas kept coming, but Cheng Xing didn't waver. He shut the empty crate, signaled his team, and headed back into the safe zone. We're leaving. Not far away, Wang Qian saw him pack up. Color finally returned to her face. With a curt order, she led her people away. Both parties withdrew almost simultaneously, and only then did the remaining squads realize Qin Zhan had stepped in. The materials they'd bought put them ahead for now, but they'd need to keep scavenging if they didn't want Wang Qian to catch up. The most regretful, of course, were the squads that had demanded refunds earlier. They defended both sides and could only swallow the bitter pill. As teams set out again, news of the showdown raced through every squad operating outside the safe zone. Any group that heard Wang Qian was targeting them would pivot and run at the first glimpse of her silhouette. Some even formed an impromptu Wang Qian Watch alliance, instantly sharing her location and heading whenever she appeared. Strange, where has everyone gone? Wang Qian had been roaming the ruins for half the day and still hadn't run into a single squad. Think they're hiding from us? Cheng Yin muttered, keeping his voice low. Did you need to point that out? Wang Qian shot back, her tone icy enough to cut. She honestly couldn't fathom why Shed recruited this guy. His looks and his name were fine, but his work ethic and skill were worlds apart from what she required. Cheng Yun's chest flared with anger, yet the power behind the Wang family made him choke it down. Qian, let it go. Wang Go stepped in. That little tramp just lucked out and found someone to back her up. Wang Qian's expression eased. Right. Without help, she's nothing. Safe zone. As agreed, Cheng Xing sold his allotted share to Yang Jian's crew. Half the warehouse opposite him emptied in an instant, while he still held every piece of gear, the skill books, and some materials, locking his spot at the top of the leaderboard. The moment Yang Jian's group left, Su Yanran finally let her laughter burst out. Ha ha. Her bright guffaw was infectious. Chu Yanyan covered her lips, chuckling softly. Wang Qian had always clashed with Su Yanran, and Chu Yanyan had felt the fallout too. Seeing Wang Qian take a hit naturally put them both in high spirits. Fantastic. If she can't even clear the prelims, how's she going to lord it over me again? Growing ever more pleased, Su Yanran wrapped Cheng Xing in a hug and planted a hard kiss on his cheek. A burst of perfume and warm softness pressed into the crook of his arm. Cheng Xing's gaze slid downward, rounded curves molded to his sleeve, their heat bleeding through the fabric. Even he, the self-proclaimed veteran, was momentarily stunned. When he snapped back to reality, warmth and moisture still tingled on his face. A sharp pain jabbed his waist. Chu Yanyan's brows arched, her delicate face puffing up as a sour note crept into the air. Oh, nearly forgot you, Yanyan. Su Yanran laughed, pulled Chu Yanyan into an embrace, and smacked another kiss on her cheek. The pout vanished at once. One more kiss made Chu Yanyan beam, though the jade-like hand clamped on someone's waist still wouldn't let go. While the trio horsed around, high above the safe zone, Qin Zhan, seated cross-legged in midair, snapped his eyes open. Someone just crushed a distress orb? He caught the rescue flare coming from Q City's ruins, frowned, and murmured, "Someone actually tried to challenge a class disaster beast?" Before the thought fully formed, he vanished. "Hey, someone called for help?" With plenty of people milling about the safe zone, Qin Zhan's disappearance quickly sparked a low buzz of whispers. As they speculated which squad had bailed, several teams suddenly came sprinting in from every direction, stumbling into the safe zone like a flood of monsters was snapping at their heels. Before anyone could question them, Wang Qian's trio burst into view, clothes torn, bodies battered instantly, drawing gloating stares. The jeers never left anyone's lips. One of the earlier retreating team members panted out, "Find the coordinator, there's a beast tide headed straight for us." "What? A beast tide?" Startled by the clamor outside, Cheng Xing and his two companions had just reached the edge of the safe zone when the words beast tide reached them, and their faces grew grim. One beast is a threat, three form a pack, but 100 become a tidy if only a single calamity beast appears. A few awakeners of the same rank can bring it down. If they gather in small packs, like the naturally gregarious plague rats, a competent squad can still cope. Yet once their number passes 100, the fight turns into a flight for survival. Only someone 20 levels above the horde can hope to hold it back. Worse still, a beast tide expands as it fights. Even if class outbreak can swell to A or even class if given time. How many and what rank? Seeing squad after squad return in panic, the experts guarding the safe zone knew something was wrong. Roughly a few hundred in total, a scout panted. Most are E-class, maybe a few dozen at D, and so far no sign of class. Good, so far it's only a class tide. One of the awakeners from the bureau muttered, though he kept his guard up. "Everyone brace for combat. Follow orders. Do not linger," barked a man wearing a gold badge at his belt, the mark of a class adventurer. Cheng Xing quickly sized up the defenses. 10 security members above level 20 and 2 veterans past level 30. They could not wipe out a class tide hidden, but a fighting retreat looked feasible. Still, he glanced at the empty sky above. The commander was absent at this critical hour, and that could hardly be coincidence. Lock onto their advance, engage. Dust billowed deep within the ruined city as waves of plague rats burst forth, streaked with the crimson of blood mites. Thousands of red eyes glowed in a single writhing mass, making the ground tremble. Dozens of hulking beasts loomed at the rear, crushing the contestants under a suffocating aura. "What are you staring at? Clear the low-level beasts." The Bureau's two top fighters charged first, weapons roaring. Two thunderous blasts reduced a dozen E-class rats at the edge of the horde to pulp. Cheng Xing's trio followed close behind, and the other guards unleashed their skills, carving a gaping wound through the tide's front ranks. The next second, rats from the rear surged forward, closing the gap instantly. The noise snapped the other contestants back to their senses. Yang Jian's team and several others launched attacks, webs of skill light crisscrossing the field and forcing the horde's advance to slow. Off to the side, the wounded Wang Qian and her companions slumped to the ground, dazed by the gray and crimson flood. As a pampered heiress of the Wang family, Wang Qian had known only music and accolades. The raw carnage before her shattered even the courage to stand. Soon, the vanguard of the beast tide lay in heaps, yet more calamity beasts kept pouring forward. A dozen class plague rats charged in, and this time the team could no longer stay relaxed. The two level 30 experts exchanged a glance, shouted in unison, and forcibly held off 10 of the rats. 10 security officers fanned out and encircled 3 more. Cheng Xing, Yang Jian, and the others joined forces against one of them. One rat slipped through the net and barreled into their ranks, throwing the formation into disarray. Worse still, a roaring tide of class beasts poured in from the rear, smothering them. "Break west, don't get bogged down." Su Yanran drove back the rat in front of her with a single stroke and shouted the order. Her gift let her sense that the entire horde was drifting south. Holding their ground would doom them all. The Bureau's awakened elites hesitated for a beat, then caught on. Knowing Su Yanran's ability, they blasted the rats away and slipped left toward the west, opening a path. "Go first." Cheng Xing's long sword howled, driving back the rat before him as he barked at Yang Jian and the rest. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran were the highest level fighters, best suited to cover the retreat, so Yang Jian's group hurried after the main force. The other squads had already swung left the moment Su Yanran spoke and were sprinting for their lives. Wang Go, supporting the injured Wang Qian, stumbled after the larger formation, breathing raggedly but not daring to slow. "Cheng Xing, time to go?" Su Yanran unleashed another arc of light, grabbed Chu Yanyan, and retreated while yelling back. Cheng Xing nodded and unleashed a cross-shaped blast, the intersecting sword energy shoving the class rats back. "They'll help you." A cold voice cut in. A razor-sharp beam flashed toward him. Alarm bells rang in Cheng Xing's mind, and he instinctively leapt back. The sword energy skimmed the spot he had vacated, shredding several rats and causing the horde to surge into the gap. The attacker was Cheng Yun. Seeing the strike miss, he sneered, refused to linger, and darted left to rejoin the main force. Cheng Xing's eyes turned icy. His backward step had let the beasts flood in, sealing him off from the others. "Cheng Xing." Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan cried out together, but more beasts forced them to keep moving. Move. Don't linger. The Bureau's experts barked, fully aware that losing either woman would be disastrous. No, I'm going back for him. Chu Yanyan cried, trying to rush into the swarm, but Su Yanran held her in an iron grip. As a mage, she couldn't break free from the swordswoman. Calm down. Trust Cheng Xing. Su Yanran shook her and spoke with an unarguable firmness. Su Yanran's composure steadied her, and when Chu Yanyan looked up, she saw Cheng Xing slice through another wave, sending rats and carcasses flying. He gave them a calm nod, telling them he was fine. Su Yanran understood at once and answered with the slightest nod. Cheng Xing had soloed disaster zones before. This skirmish wouldn't break him. Seeing worry still clouding Chu Yanyan's face, Su Yanran bent close. Relax, he has cards up his sleeve. We have other matters. Following her gaze, Chu Yanyan spotted Cheng Yun shadowing the column and understood. You're right, it's time someone paid the price. Both women's faces turned frosty. They had seen that earlier strike all too clearly. Elsewhere, Cheng Xing knocked back another charging beast and then slipped deeper into the swarm, vanishing from sight. Wait for me, Chu Yanyan whispered, murderous intent roiling inside. At the same moment, above the Q-City disaster zone. How strange, where is everyone? Qin Zhan hovered in midair, staring at the landing point he had marked. At his speed, nothing should have gone wrong, yet the place was deserted. While he wondered, a massive disturbance flared from the direction of the safe zone. His face changed. Damn, something's happened back there. Heart racing, Qin Zhan turned to fly back, but a masked, black-cloaked figure drifted into his path like a ghost. A blood-red six-barrel emblem glared from the mask. Such a fine view, where are you rushing off to? After he veered away from the beast tide's path, only a few stray E-class disaster beasts broke ranks to pursue him. Cheng Xing cut them down in one fluid motion, not even pausing to collect the materials scattered on the ground. He dashed deeper into the streets, chose a relatively intact high-rise, smashed through a window, and vaulted onto the roof to scan the horizon. In the distance, rolling clouds of dust rose like a tawny wall, isolating the outskirts of Q-City. This horde had to number far more than a few hundred beasts. Something was seriously off. Cheng Xing's brow tightened. By procedure, Qin Zhan, the level 52 awakened and war god-tier commander, should have arrived the moment the distress signal orb was crushed, yet he was nowhere in sight. Boom. A blinding white flare blossomed on the horizon, followed by a thunderous boom that hammered the air like war drums, the shockwave snapping Cheng Xing's coat. If the impact felt this strong from over 10 kilometers away, only top-tier powerhouses could be clashing. Was Qin Zhan being held up? The suspicion sliced through the fog in Cheng Xing's mind. He pulled out his phone, but the signal bar was empty. No call would connect. Signal jamming. The stench of conspiracy hit him. When every coincidence lines up, it stops being coincidence. A chill shot down his spine. Cheng Xing's hair bristled as he twisted aside on instinct. Check steel flashed past, and blood burst from his shoulder. Had that strike landed dead center, he would already be a corpse. He sprang back, drew blood mantis fong, and locked his gaze ahead, blade humming with cold light. You actually dodged? The air where he had stood warped, and a black-robed figure his size materialized without a sound. Fresh blood dripped from the dagger in the newcomer's hand, and the mask he wore was emblazoned with a crimson 2 of bamboo. The slaughter cult again. Cheng Xing's pupils contracted. He remembered the first cultist he had encountered. Conjuring a beast tide was easy for them, but the Bureau's selection site was supposed to be secret. How had they found it? A leak? That wasn't the Bureau's style. The black-robed man cackled. Below level 20, you're the first to survive my assassination. I'm eager to see what else you can do. He licked the blood from his dagger, the grin beneath the mask stretching almost to his ears, then faded from the bottom up and vanished. Invisibility, an assassin's talent. Cheng Xing's heart sank as he watched his surroundings with the edge of his vision. Cold steel split the air again. Prepared, he dove off the roof and plunged toward the street below. Even so, the dagger carved a deep gash along his arm, and blood streamed down in sheets. Before Cheng Xing could catch his breath, his opponent struck again, carving fresh wounds into his other hand and thigh. Blood sprayed, and only then did the attacker pull back. Whenever Cheng Xing tried to channel his energy to stop the bleeding, Blood Reaper flashed into view, forced a parry, then slipped away once more. Hiding in the void, Blood Reaper savored his handiwork, loved watching prey struggle helplessly as their life bar trickled away. That slow, inevitable drop was, to him, the highest art of assassination. He had used the same trick to kill a level 17 awakened when he was only level 10. Poisons. Too crude. His gift was painted in crimson. As expected, the gashes poured non-stop, and Cheng Xing's HP kept falling. Anyone else without a healer would already be dead, but Cheng Xing was different. He reached into his pocket. Blood Reaper narrowed his eyes, ready to strike the instant a potion appeared only to freeze as Cheng Xing pulled out a piece of bread. Planning to die on a full stomach? Blood Reaper scoffed inwardly. He let the man eat, silently counting the seconds until blood loss stole his consciousness. Crumbs went in, and Cheng Xing's life bar began to rise, just a shade faster than it fell. When the bread was gone, he reached into his pocket again. Blood Reaper tensed, then relaxed only when the man produced a few sticks of sausage. Enjoy your last meal. There won't be another, he mocked, missing the growing light in Cheng Xing's eyes. The count ended. Cheng Xing swayed, blood pooling at his feet, looking ready to collapse. It's over. Blood Reaper glided forward, dagger pressed to Cheng Xing's chest, a single thrust from the kill. The tip had only brushed skin when he heard Cheng Xing murmur. Curious, Blood Reaper leaned in. Didn't anyone tell you to shut up and swing? The words rang out strong. Blood Reaper's face drained of color. No. He tried to vanish on instinct. Cheng Xing dipped his long sword, flicking the blood on the floor into the air. The droplets splattered over Blood Reaper, outlining a blurred crimson silhouette. Quad-edge slash. Dropping the ruse, Cheng Xing charged. For arcs of steel flashed. Blood Reaper felt himself flung skyward, the world spinning, and as he hit the ground, he saw his own back. How can someone bleed that much and still live? No answer came. Blood Reaper's corpse thudded to the dirt. Level up, 1820. Free attribute points gained, 45. Light burst around Cheng Xing, sealing every wound in an instant. He closed his status panel, then caught a glimmer out of the corner of his eye and stiffened. A golden orb of light hovered above Blood Reaper's body. Can an Awakened's talent really drop as loot? Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow at the talent book and skill book on the ground. As he regained his focus, the system's feedback window popped up. Talent, invisibility. Grade, A. Effect, enter a stealth state for 360 seconds. Any attack breaks the stealth. At the sight of invisibility, Cheng Xing's heart jolted. It was a textbook assassination skill. Had he not possessed the regeneration talent, or had his opponent laced the dagger with poison, the fight might not have been so easy. Now every one of his enemy's talents belonged to him. Use. He bent down, scooped up the pale gold light, and felt it merge into his body. You have acquired talent, invisibility A. He immediately opened his personal panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 20 EXP, 93,401 million. HP, 1000. Strength, 84 agility, 135 constitution, 40 spirit, 40. Unassigned attribute points, 45. Talents, SSS-rank drop rate boost. Frank sprint. E-rank regeneration. E-rank rally. A-rank invisibility. Skills, rank quadruple / LV.1. E-rank block LV.1. Drank blade aura LV.1. After hitting level 20, his 5 senses were magnified many times over. Hundreds of meters away, he could pick out leaf veins and specks of dust drifting through broken walls. With a bit of concentration, he detected faint disturbances at several spots within a kilometer, while the path had taken here pulsed with a needle-sharp warning. That was where the beast tide raged. So this is danger sense? When an awakened or a calamity beast reached level 20, they supposedly gained this instinct, but the range was said to be small. Covering an entire kilometer was a surprise. While he pondered, the disturbances rushed closer. Someone else? His eyes narrowed. He stepped back quietly. Invisibility. The instant he spoke, his figure vanished from the ruined street. Moments after Cheng Xing disappeared, 4 figures burst in from every direction, each wearing a mask painted with the two of bamboo tile. They didn't have time to exchange words. The corpse nearby stole their attention. Is that Blood Rage? The newbie who thought he was invincible? It's him. I recognize that dagger. They hurried over and, at the sight of the mangled body, drew a sharp breath. The strike was too fast. That was decapitated before he could react. Didn't he have an invisibility skill? How could he lose? Did he run into someone from the Awakened Bureau? Spirit Seed said all the experts are on the other side. Over here there's only one newcomer in the selection, and he's supposed to be weak. The 4 exchanged uneasy looks. All of them were only level 16. Convinced this zone held nothing but rookies, they'd come without fear. Now their strongest ally lay dead, and none of them wanted a heated fight. One pulled out his phone to contact Spirit Seed. In the next instant, a razor-sharp blade aura tore through the air, slicing the man's arm clean off. The man let out a guttural scream and clutched the gaping wound where his arm had been. Blood poured across the shattered chunks of concrete. Dust billowed through the ruins as Cheng Xing seemed to appear out of nowhere, his blade still dripping red. The 3 remaining figures in black robes jerked out their weapons, faces tight with shock. Invisibility? Blood Fiend, you're alive. The moment the words were out, their tension eased. If Blood Fiend was standing here, there couldn't be a stronger level 20 expert lurking nearby. Members of the Order of Slaughter always wore masks. Apart from their direct superior, no one knew anyone's real name or face. Built-in voice changers let them communicate solely through code, names, and ironclad rule that kept the cult alive. Damn it, Blood Fiend, have you lost it? We're on a mission. You get away with your antics because of that talent. But look around, now's not the time. When we get back, they'll make sure the bishop sets you straight. Inside the cult, Blood Fiend's moods were infamous. Though a poison specialist, he preferred knives, tormenting victims while muttering about art. Question him. and head happily at another cut. Plenty of members had already felt his blade. Their curses were loud, but none of the three dared close the distance. If Bloodfiend was dead, a stronger foe had to be hiding nearby. If he was alive, Psychotic or Nuth was still on their side. Cheng Xing was speechless. Head just hacked off someone's arm, and these people were actually relieved? How twisted were they? The self-appointed brain of the group suddenly brightened. You're posing as a random adventurer who barged in, right? The others glanced at a corpse on the ground, its build similar to Cheng Xing's, and silently praised the lunatic's quick thinking. Seriously? Cheng Xing griped inwardly, but he was already slipping into Blood Fiend's persona. In the next heartbeat he slashed, a crescent of steel screaming, toward the four. Seeing the outburst only convinced them further. They frantically waved their hands. All right, well shut up. Convinced Blood Fiend was alive and had kindly disposed of the newcomer, they scattered into the wreckage, desperate to avoid another swipe. Only when their presences faded did Cheng Xing sheath his sword. He crouched beside the real Blood Fiend's body and rifled through the pockets. Soon he fished out an old cell phone. No signal, no contacts, but it held a single chatroom app. He opened it, and messages flooded in updates from the very people who had just fled. Gunman, Spirit Seed. Blood Fiend has handled the rookie on the east side. Swordsman, Spirit Seed. He's planning to pose as an outside adventurer to get close to the target. Newbie, Spirit Seed. Blood Fiend sliced me during the mission, requesting peanuts from the bishop. Anonymous, to the guy above. There's a Blood Fiend victims group. He'll add you later. South China Base, South China Tower. The corridor lights were still glowing faintly when a secretary pushed the door open and hurried over to drop an urgent file on Su Jiangwo's desk. Tower Master Su, we've detected combat fluctuations above level 50. Above 50? Su Jiangwo paused, flipped the file open, and fixed on the coordinates Q City's disaster zone. Isn't that where the Awakener administration is holding its selection? This is bad. The selection's gone wrong. His brows drew together. Get me the staff in charge of the event. Yes, sir. The secretary dialed at once, but soon put down the handset, face white. Tower Master, everyone connected to the selection is out of contact. Do we have any war gods free inside the base? None. They're all at their own disaster zones. Only one is still here, but she's badly injured. The secretary hesitated, then added, a Tower Master, the temp is requesting to deploy. She wants to go? Su Jiangwo froze for a beat, then waved decisively. Approved. When the secretary left, the office fell silent again. Su Jiangwo tapped a finger on the desk. Only insiders knew the selection site. If something had happened, someone had leaked it. On Q City's western outskirts, the weeds swayed. Lingzhong snapped his phone shut, a faint crease forming beneath his mask. Xuannu wants to pose as an adventurer? Reckless. But Xuannu was a pathologically obsessive lunatic, especially after taking out Cheng Xing. Lingzhong let it go and focused on the beast tide rumbling in the distance. He raised a hand, and his mental power lashed out like ropes. The backlash made veins bulge on his forehead, yet the effect was clear. The southbound horde abruptly forked, a large branch veering toward the Awakener administration's main force. The diverted beasts swelled until their numbers nearly rivaled the main body. Gasping, Lingzhong reopened the comm. Lingzhong to all members, the beast tide is about to hit. Split the enemy and stick to the plan. South China Base has probably caught on. We're short on time. The message carried two automatic tags, Anonymous 1, Gunfighter 1. Far off, the administration's main force had just pulled clear of the horde's original path. The unit was battered but still in order. Most faces showed relief, but Su Yanran and her teammates looked grim. They had tried repeatedly to reach Cheng Xing, only to find every signal dead. The earlier combat pulse combined with the sudden beast tide was no coincidence. They were not alone in noticing. Several top-ranked fighters had also discovered that every link to the base was silent, and tension spread fast. Roar. A terrified scream cut the air. The beast tide is coming this way again. Everyone spun around. They had clearly moved off the original route. Yet another sea of monsters was rolling toward them. We circled around, didn't we? Why is there still a beast tide? As everyone looked up, the scene that had greeted them during their first encounter with the beast tide reappeared before their eyes. Follow my lead. The level 30 expert from the Bureau of Awakened Control stepped forward, intent on repeating their earlier strategy. He had barely spoken when multicolored energy beams and blades burst from the surrounding ruins. Startled, the group relied on years of battlefield instinct to roll aside, narrowly evading the opening barrage. The dust from the explosions had not yet settled when figures in white bone masks poured from the rubble. Among them were high-ranking slaughter cultists marked with 3 bamboos and 4 bamboos. A grim hush fell over the crowd. Slaughter cult? Su Yanran's eyes narrowed. She had once fought a cultist who could control disaster beasts, and now suspected this beast tide was no act of nature, but a man-made catastrophe. The arrival of the cultists shattered their formation. Half the team was driven apart, caught between beasts and assassins. The level 30 expert was immediately pinned down by several 3 bamboo and 4 bamboo cultists, unable to rebuild a defense. stray energy blasts, collapsing ruins, and the beast's roars merged into a hellish tableau. Hold on. The base has to have detected this. Reinforcements are coming. Su Yanran shouted, injecting a flicker of hope into the scattered fighters. After wave upon wave of beasts and cultists, barely half the Bureau's force remained. Fighting as they withdrew, they fell back 10+ li before the sounds of pursuit finally faded. Su Yanran scanned the survivors and frowned. Casualties were staggering. The other level 30 expert was missing, and familiar faces like Yang Jian were nowhere to be found. Wang Qian and Cheng Yin are gone too. Her heart sank. Meanwhile, the slaughter cult's internal chat kept flashing. Lingzhong, they've scattered. Hunt the stragglers first. Lingzhong, do not pursue the main bureau force. Anonymous, copy. Hidden in the shadows, Cheng Xing's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the one called Lingzhong to steer the beast tide with such precision. We can't sit still. He pocketed his phone, looked at the surging beasts, and vanished invisibility. Slipping into the tide, Cheng Xing wove between class disaster beasts, dodging fangs and bladed tails by a hair. At last he broke through and reached a quieter stretch of ruins. Spreading his senses, he checked the chat, ready to lock onto the nearest target. For cultists in 2 bamboo masks soon entered his range, chasing a wounded squad whose strongest fighter was only level 15. For 15s? Cheng Xing sneered and shot forward like a wraith. The exhausted squad heard footsteps rushing up. Their captain gritted his teeth. One last stand. They turned. For arcs of icy flame flashed. Blood spattered. The cultists hit the ground before they could react, heads rolling across the rubble. What just happened? The squad froze. When the dust cleared, a young man stood among the bodies. Cheng Xing. News of his earlier dispute over selling materials had spread far. They recognized him at once. Above his head, the number 21 Glota had leveled up in seconds. The main force is northwest. Move carefully. Leaving the warning, Cheng Xing melted back into the ruins in search of his next prey. Using the ever-updating coordinates in the chat, he shadowed the cultists, wiping them out one group after another. Before long, accounts that posted coordinates stopped posting anything at all. Just then a plea for help popped up. Anonymous, need 3 bamboo support southwest sector. Tough target here. We've lost several already and can't break through. Lingzhong, reinforcements en route. On the southwest outskirts of Q City, ruins cast long shadows. For figures shot through the debris like arrows, 10 slaughter cultists hard on their heels, the very captains who had once teamed up with Cheng Xing. Damn it, where did these guys even come from? They're relentless. Yang Jian barked, his heavy armor crunching broken bricks underfoot. The earlier beast tide had scattered them from their teams, and the 4 had linked up by chance. After dropping a few cultists, they had attracted the rest of the pack and were now being hunted. Ning Xia skidded to a halt, raised her rifle, and fired in one fluid motion, the recoil pitching her back into stride. They seem to know exactly where we are, she warned after forcing the lead pursuer to falter. Think of something, I'm about to collapse. Lu Xinxin gasped, chest heaving beneath her deep V robe. As the healer, her stamina lagged behind the others, and her face had turned chalk white. Close behind, Lin Yin spun, drew, and loosed an arrow, sending another enemy reeling, her agile footwork a stark contrast to Lu Xingxin's exhaustion. I'm out of ideas, there are too many. Yang Jian grunted. I can take the hits, but I can't shield everyone. All 4 were level 19, the cultists only 17 or 18, but sheer numbers mattered. Unlike mindless beasts, these foes would target the fragile first. If they were facing even a few fewer enemies, they wouldn't be running. Just as they racked their brains for a way out, a vicious diagonal slash exploded from the side of the ruins. Watch out. Yang Jian lunged forward, ramming his shield into the ground as a pale yellow aura flared around him. Clang. Metal screamed, dust billowed, and the shockwave made their ears ring. Through the haze, a hulking figure emerged. Ning Xia squeezed off another shot. Lin Yan's bow thrummed, bullets and arrows cutting the air together. The newcomer swept a massive axe across his chest, the gusts scattering the dust. Sparks blossomed on the blade, and they finally saw him. A black robe stretched tight over a towering frame. The giant axe spun in his hands like a toy. A blood-red mask with 3 savage tubes covered his face, and the glaring 20 above his head made their pupils contract. Santong's ambush let the cultists close in, forming a tightening half-moon around them. You were sprinting a minute ago, keep running. The lead cultist sneered. Made me chase you all this way. They'll chop off every limb you've got. With no path left to flee, the 4 watched the ring tighten, the cultists' grins wide and the air thick with killing intent. Easy boys. Kill the men first. As for the women, they'll take the poker-faced one. They'll take the flat-chested one. And I want Big Lay too. The 3 women's expressions darkened. They clenched their weapons so hard their knuckles whitened. They would rather die than let this scum defile them. Humph. Santong, standing off to the side, gave a cold snort. The other slaughter cult disciples fell silent at once. In the cult's rigid hierarchy, a 2-tong would never oppose a 3-tong, even though one more kill was all it took to rise. I want them all, Santong said, and the four captives went pale. Yang Jian felt the man's gaze linger on him the longest, and an icy dread washed over him. Then a spark of fighting spirit flared. For his honor fight. Shield bash. Yang Jian raised his shield and charged, moving so fast no one reacted. Santong's instincts made him swing his axe sideways to block, yet the impact still hurled him several meters back. The instant Yang Jian attacked, Ningxia and Lin Yin joined in. A gunshot cracked, an arrow hissed, and two cultists nearby had their heads blown apart before they knew what hit them. Clutching their groins, they collapsed like boiled shrimp, wailing in agony. The rest froze, feeling an involuntary chill below the waist. But they didn't wait to die. The quickest rushed the two women, weapons raised. Ningxia's face stayed blank as she swung her sniper rifle crosswise to parry a strike. Thought your aim was so great. Shoot me again now. The cultist snarled, hacking at her. A ranged fighter at melee range was supposed to be dead meat. His answer was a burst of gunfire. Blood bloomed across his body and his eyes widened in disbelief. While her left hand steadied the rifle, a pistol had appeared in Ningxia's right. Smoke curled from its barrel. The handgun lacked stopping power, though, and he didn't drop immediately. Nearby, Lin Yin gripped arrows like daggers, trading blows with another assailant. Before the two women could finish their opponents, more cultists swarmed them. Forced to dodge again and again, they accumulated cuts and bruises. Heal. Behind them, Lu Xinxin kept casting, barely keeping their health up. A dull thud rang out. A dark shape hurtled toward them and smashed into the ground. Yang Jian landed hard, spat blood, and used his shield to struggle upright. Yang Jian, heal. Lu Xinxin cried, hastily restoring his strength. Santong stalked closer. Despair flickered in the four friends' eyes, but they exchanged determined looks. With a sneer, Santong raised his axe. His fun was over. Now he only wanted experience. The blade came down in a vicious arc. They could only stare, unwilling but helpless. Swish. For streaks of steel flashed out of nowhere. Santong's arm sheared off. 3 savage cuts opened across his torso, and blood sprayed. He collapsed, and a lone figure materialized in front of the quartet, a long blade still dripping crimson. Looks like I'm not too late. Cheng Xing? The four of them gasped at the sudden silhouette. The glowing number level 23 above his head hit them like a sledgehammer. How long had it been since they parted? And he had already climbed so high. We can catch up later. Let me handle those people first, he said, his tone even but his gaze sharp as blades, fixed on the cultists ahead who had yet to react. Wait. Leave them to us, Lu Xinxin said, raising a hand to stop him. The four exchanged looks, then nodded in unison. Yang Jian dashed forward, flexing his arms as bullets and arrows shot out from either side, striking the cultists in the ankles and calves with pinpoint accuracy. The initial salvo crippled their 4 main fighters. The remaining rabble was no threat. Lu Xinxin stepped back half a pace, green lights swirling in her palms as she continually restored her teammates' health. Their movements grew faster and sharper, honed on the brink of death. Within a few exchanges, not a single cultist was left standing. Blood was still warm on the ground when motes of light floated around them-leveled notifications. When the glow faded, all 4 had reached level 20. Confronted with the long experience bar of level 20, their respect for Cheng Xing deepened yet again. Thanks a lot. If you hadn't shown up when you did, what have been done for? Yang Jian said gratefully. Thank you. Ningxia muttered with his usual icy detachment. Lu Xinxin was bolder. 2 supple arms wound around Cheng Xing's, her ample chest enveloping it completely as a soft jolt shot through his nerves. Taking advantage of the moment, she slipped a prepared note into his pocket and whispered in his ear, "That's my address. Drop by sometime, and he'll repay you properly." Before the words had faded, a wave of heat surged through Cheng Xing, a wicked fire igniting below his abdomen. Ahem. Yang Jian finally couldn't stand it and cleared his throat loudly. Annoyed at the intrusion, Lu Xinxin shot him a fierce glare, then tossed Cheng Xing a coquettish wink before releasing him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ling Zhong stared at the scrolling text in the chat room, his frown growing deeper. There was still no word from the 3-barrel squad he had dispatched. By the timetable, they should have arrived and reported back. Frontline reports said the second beast tide had scattered a group of rookie contenders. A few prodigies had managed to fight back, but not many. This operation had been the trickiest, yet with the 3-barrel unit in play it should never have failed. Where did it go wrong? Ling Zhong muttered, an ominous feeling twisting in his chest, as though he had missed something crucial. While he pondered, 2 silhouettes entered his view, dragging something between them. When he saw them clearly, a spark of delight flashed in Ling Zhong's eyes. The most important objective of the plan had been achieved. The crimson 4-barrel marks on their faces stood out sharply in the gloom, and the surrounding 3-barrel cultists bowed their heads and stepped aside. Only Ling Zhong kept his eyes locked on the trophy they were hauling. As they drew nearer, everyone finally saw what it was: a human, barely clinging to life. Had anyone from the awakened administration been present, they would have recognized that half-dead figure as the level 30 expert who had been separated from the main force. He was barely breathing, already at death's door. 2 comrades, both codenamed Four Tong, dragged him forward, raw greed burning in their eyes. If they finished off this awakener themselves, they would rocket up the ranks. Too bad today's kill had been promised to the newcomer, Ling Zhong. Ling Zhong brushed the dust from his lapel as though straightening silverware at a formal dinner, then drew a finely engraved dagger from inside his coat. Unhurried, he walked up to the prisoner, took in the mangled armor and twisted limbs, and, with a faint frown and a calm, commanding voice, said, "Clean him up first." The two Four Tongs exchanged a look, eyebrows rising. They had risked their lives to haul this man back, and Ling Zhong still had the gall to be choosy. "Ling Zhong, are you done? Hurry. I just got word attempts from the South China base are on the move." Shifa's voice detonated in Ling Zhong's mind. At the word temps, Ling Zhong's pupils tightened. Glancing at the dying captive, he said no more. He produced a pristine handkerchief, gently wiped the grime from the man's face, and, without a flicker of emotion, slid the dagger into his heart. The prisoner thrashed on reflex, but the two Four Tongs pinned him. Moments later, his eyes glazed over and his body sagged. As his life bled away, brilliant light burst from Ling Zhong's level climbed. 21, 22, 30. When the glow receded, Ling Zhong closed his eyes, inhaling as if savoring a rare vintage. Once the number settled at 30, he opened his eyes, raised one hand toward the distant beast tide, and focused. The raging horde split into 5 torrents that surged outward in all directions. Ha ha! Ling Zhong threw back his head and laughed. At level 30, his gift had become even more terrifying. He opened the group chat. "Ling Zhong, everyone. Mission accomplished. Report status and prepare to withdraw." Replies rolled in. Anonymous. Killed 1 level 17 rookie. 2 level 16 rookies, now level 20. Anonymous. Killed a level 16 rookie. Ling Zhong scanned the reports, tallying the Awakener administration's losses. 20 rookies confirmed dead, plus 1 level 30 veteran. Satisfaction flickered across his face then faded. The updates suddenly stopped, and even 3 Tong, who had gone out as backup, was silent. "Ling Zhong, everyone. If you're still alive, sound off now." Elsewhere, Cheng Xing dispatched a cultist with 1 stroke and tapped a 1 on his phone. The numbers trickled in, far below the team's full strength. Staring at the screen, Ling Zhong's expression grew darker by the second. "Someone's hunting us," he muttered. A flawless plan had been torn open, half his force wiped out, and they had forged a rookie who butchered Fallen like cattle. "Ling Zhong, get out now. Something terrifying is closing in." Six Tong's urgent voice burst in his mind as he weighed whether to track the hunter down. "Ling Zhong, everyone fall back." Standing on the rubble of a collapsed skyscraper, Ling Zhong narrowed his eyes at the Awakener Bureau's distant main force, his frigid command spreading through the comms. Had planned to swallow every last experience pack after reaching level 30, but a sudden twist and the appearance of the one powerhouse from the South China base he least wished to face forced him to suffer the humiliation of another failed plan. Most slaughter cultists reluctantly sheathed their weapons. The mountains of experience still lay unharvested, yet an order was an order. They withdrew while glancing back, blood mist and scorched earth churning underfoot. A few, however, were lost to bloodlust. Opportunities to level up in bulk were rare. Since moving to the South China base, the cult had skulked in sewers like rats. Awakeners in the disaster zone traveled in packs, leaving precious few hunting chances. Now that they could fight freely, why stop? "Some people haven't pulled out," a Sea Tong murmured. "If they want to die, let them," Ling Zhong snorted. With a flick of his black cloak, he led the core members into the dust, their figures vanishing among the ruins. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the chat room fell silent. Cheng Xing stared at his phone, brow furrowed. "The slaughter cult is retreating? Did reinforcements arrive?" He muttered, then pocketed the device. "We head back first." No word yet from Su Yanren's group. "Cheng Xing?" Yang Jian noticed had stopped. "Looks like the cult's pulling out," Cheng Xing replied, omitting the phone alert. Had already described his danger since its broad range explained everything, so Yang Jian and the others raised no questions. "Do we chase?" Lu Xinxin lifted her blade, eyes icy. After facing fallen ones, she could no longer stomach a group that preyed on its own kind. "Never hound a cornered foe," Cheng Xing said, shaking his head. "They even sent a Sea Tong. Keep chasing, and we'll walk into their trap. Let's link up with the main force." Everyone agreed. Almost without noticing, Cheng Xing had become the squad's backbone. Orientation set, they sprinted northwest across rubble and scorched ground. Northwest sector of Q City's disaster zone, the Awakener Bureau's main force. After the recent assault, nerves were raw. Luckily, the lone remaining level 30 expert stepped up to command. Awakeners above level 20 and the candidates were split into squads, fanned out at mutual support distance, ready to close ranks at the first sign of trouble. Su Yanren's squad, the strongest, stayed beside the level 30 expert for rapid reinforcement. "We haven't reached Cheng Xing since the start. What if something's happened to him?" Chu Yinyan paced behind the makeshift line, anxiety etched on her face. A beast tied alone she could handle. The slaughter cult left her on edge. "Relax, you know how strong he is. And this isn't his first showdown with fallen ones," Su Yanran said softly, burying her own unease as she tried to reassure her. Listening to her soothing words, Chu Yinyan finally managed to calm down a little. The second beast horde had barely subsided when chaos erupted ahead. A shrill scream tore through the crowd. What? Wang Qian is dead. The two women jolted and whipped around at the same time. Under the escort of a security squad, Cheng Yun staggered toward them. Before the trials, he had been the picture of refinement, the gentle, reliable boy next door. Now his clothes were in tatters, his armor shattered, and smears of blood and dust covered him from head to toe. Even more shocking was the glowing level 20 floating above his head. Good heavens, what did he go through? People whispered in awe. Breaking out of a slaughter cult ambush and even taking down a few cultists on the way was a feat that left the bystanders speechless. But someone had no time for admiration. Wang Go seized Cheng Yun by the collar, his earlier scream still echoing. The dreadful news of Wang Qian's death had come from Cheng Yun's own lips. Say it again. Wang Qian is dead? Wang Go's voice trembled. His fortunes were tied completely to hers, and his place in the trials depended on his role as her guard. If she was gone, he could not imagine how the Wang clan would treat him. Cheng Yun offered no resistance, letting the collar bunch under Wang Go's grip. His voice was low and hoarse with grief. 3 slaughter cultists came after us. To ease the pressure on Wang Qian, I lured 2 of them away. When I finished them and rushed back, she was already. His throat tightened, his eyes reddened, a posture that said, "Do with me what you will." The self-sacrificing image took root in the onlookers' hearts, and heads nodded in silent approval. "I'm finished. I'm done." For Wang Go's fingers slipped free. He collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Su Yanran frowned slightly. The Wang family was no pushover. Once they learned Wang Qian had died in the trials, no one could predict what might follow. Wang Qian actually died at the hands of the slaughter cult? Chu Yinyan grew even more anxious about Cheng Xing's safety. Heirs of great houses always carried life-saving trump cards left by powerful elders. Killing them usually required an edge of 1 or several levels. If even Wang Qian had fallen, then Cheng Xing, who had none. Don't overthink it, Su Yanran murmured. She was already hurt, and we got separated during the second beast horde. Knowing her, she might not have used her trump card in time. Besides, Cheng Xing is cautious. I'm sure he has defenses we know nothing about. Despite her words, the worry in her eyes did not fade, and every nuance was caught by Cheng Yun. Lowering his gaze, Cheng Yun's lips curled faintly. Humph, still waiting for Cheng Xing? Get ready to collect his corpse. Yet before that smug smile could fully blossom, another uproar broke out behind him. Cheng Yun turned instinctively and saw a familiar figure striding toward them against the light. The moment he recognized the newcomer, the smile froze on his face. Impossible. What the? Sensing someone approach, they spun around and half drew their weapons. Only when they saw the perimeter squad escorting familiar faces did their tension break. Captain, you're alive. That's fantastic. Several teammates who had once fought beside Yang Jian rushed over, surrounding him in relief. You guys hit level 20 already? That was quick. We never even got a chance to swing. Yang Jian and his companions didn't bother masking their aura, and the glowing 20 above every head drew a chorus of envy. With a rueful smile, he recounted everything. Santong and 10 cultists cornering them, the brush with death, and Cheng Xing's last-second rescue. The camp went silent. Honestly, if it had been us, we wouldn't have lasted until help showed up, someone muttered. When they learned Cheng Xing had already reached level 23 higher than the security elites running this selection, everyone sucked in a breath, staring at him with awe and reverence. The trainees who had been fawning over Cheng Yun instantly switched targets, elbowing their way toward Cheng Xing. He stood in a black trench coat pulled over a battered combat suit, the cracks in his gear only sharpening his austere features, battle-worn, yet effortlessly stylish. Left behind, Cheng Yun stood alone, face darkening as murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Why is he still alive? Worthless idiots. Had assumed Cheng Xing, separated early and ambushed by the cult, would never make it back. The crowd escorted Cheng Xing toward the main force. Passing Cheng Yun, a surge of danger prickled his instincts. He shot a glance sideways, but Cheng Yun had vanished. Strange. He frowned, but before he could dwell on it, a slim figure burst through the crowd and dove into his arms, locking him in a fierce embrace. Ahem, give them some space. Su Yanran's soft cough shooed the onlookers away. The crowd dispersed, leaving the small group in peace. Chu Yanyan remained silent, face buried against Cheng Xing's chest. Her scent, mixed with post-battle sweat, felt raw yet reassuring. Cheng Xing said nothing either, letting his tightly coiled nerves slowly unwind. After a while, Chu Yanyan finally released him. She was scared to death for you, Su Yanran murmured. I know. Cheng Xing gently ruffled Chu Yanyan's hair. From the start of the beast tide to their reunion, barely half an hour had passed, yet it felt like a full day. In that span, Wang Qian had been confirmed the artifact that shook them all. Base support should be here soon, right? Cheng Xing scanned the area. Any minute now, Su Yanran agreed. Still, Cheng Xing's brow furrowed. Too convenient. They struck the exact moment we began to withdraw. His voice dropped, eyes turning cold. Indeed, given that the selection site was supposed to be classified, today's attack shouldn't have been possible. Su Yanran nodded. The enemy had been far too well prepared for this assault. Neither that wave of beasts nor the staggering number of slaughter cultists looked improvised, she added gravely. Cheng Xing frowned. Could they have pinpointed our location ahead of time? The chances are slim, Su Yanran replied, shaking her head. The Adventurers Guild covered for us, issuing evacuation alerts at dozens of locations around the base under the pretext of frequent height-ear disaster beasts. Zeroing in on us within 7 days is practically impossible. So that means Cheng Xing rubbed his chin, met her eyes, and they murmured in unison, there's a mole. Whether the mole is in this team or higher up in the base isn't clear yet, Su Yanran said coolly. But the leadership looks more suspicious. The slaughter cult withdrew before reinforcements arrived, which means they had the exact coordinates of the selection site. If the top brass are compromised, we're in serious trouble, Cheng Xing muttered. He recalled that since joining the Awakened Administration Bureau, he had already run into the slaughter cult 3 times. Are they always this high profile? He asked. Not at all, Su Yanran replied. Files from the West China branch show they usually operate from the shadows, rarely striking inside a base. They prefer to ambush small adventuring parties in disaster zones. Years ago, they tried to infiltrate the South China base, but angered the Chu family and were wiped out. You took part in that operation. Me? Cheng Xing blinked. Su Yanran nodded. A scene flashed through his mind. The bloody battle in which he had accidentally saved Chu Yanyan. After that incident, the Su and Chu families joined forces to found the Awakened Administration Bureau, and the slaughter cult never dared touch the South China base again. While they were still sorting through motives, the distant roar abruptly stopped. Is it over? The 3 looked up and turned as one toward the source of the silence. A few breaths later, Qin Zhan swept down from the sky. His armor was torn and his exposed skin was laced with tiny cuts that sealed over instantly. He had clearly just fought a brutal battle. Report, Qin Zhan ordered, his gaze sweeping the field. Seeing only half the candidates left, his face darkened. A level 52 awakened presiding over a selection should never have let things get this sloppy. The remaining level 30 expert quickly detailed the situation: casualties, separated personnel, the cultists' escape routes. Learning that people were still scattered, Qin Zhan's expression eased slightly. He closed his eyes, and an invisible wave of perception rolled out, blanketing the entire Q City disaster zone. There are stragglers in those directions. Take them alive. I want to interrogate them myself, he barked, eyes snapping open. Yes, sir. The frustrated experts shot toward the indicated positions. With Qin Zhan on site, they had nothing to fear. After issuing his orders, Qin Zhan was about to retract his senses when he felt a sudden change in temperature behind him. He whirled around to find a crimson figure standing silently at his back. Someone. Qin Zhan's pupils shrank. His perception hadn't detected the newcomer at all. Cheng Xing had been watching the sky, yet he still jumped when the graceful silhouette seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Her crimson hair fell to her hips, and the leather suit hugged every curve: high, proud contours, and a wasp's slender waist that made it hard to look away. A clean jawline and flawless features finished the portrait. Even from the notoriously unflattering death angle below, she was perfect. What happened here? The red-haired woman asked, her tone cool and distant. You're the temp lady Zhuke? Qin Zhan stammered, recalling the legend. Zook's golden eyes swept over him, but she gave no answer. Qin Zhan forced himself to focus and relayed every detail of the attack. Meanwhile, Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan, who were still analyzing the assault, noticed Cheng Xing spacing out and followed his gaze. Is that? Both froze, eyes wide, mouths round. Holy crap, that's the temp herself, Su Yanran blurted. It is. I've seen her before. Chu Yanyan nodded, shock rare on her face. Cheng Xing, seeing his normally composed teammates so rattled, grew even more curious. You two know her? Of course. Do you have any idea who that is? She's a temp, Su Yanran said, excitement and reverence shining in her eyes. You mean the kind of temp who gets an impossible job, finishes it with a snap, and strolls off into the sunset? Cheng Xing asked, thinking of an anime he once watched. Close enough, Chu Yanyan sighed. A true temp is a free agent so powerful that even every base combined couldn't stop her. She answers to no one. She comes when she feels like it, and leaves the same way. That's what makes her a temp. Cheng Xing fell silent. So this was the strongest fighter in South China? If he could reach that height, maybe he wouldn't have to keep hiding. But did an incident like this really warrant someone of her caliber? Then it dawned on him. If the rumors were true, this was like swatting a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun. Warrant? Don't be silly, Su Yanran corrected with a shake of her head. No one can order a temp around. She acts only when she chooses. As minutes passed, more and more people noticed the sudden appearance of Zhuke. They craned their necks and whispered among themselves, unaware of her identity. After hearing Qin Zhan's report, Zook's golden gaze swept the horizon, taking in the beast tide surging at the outskirts of Q City's disaster zone. The horde, fueled by upgraded spirit beasts, was expanding at a frightening pace, already brushing the threshold of class, growing far faster than any normal beast tide. Zhuke merely raised her hand, slender jade fingers half-curled. A flame danced noiselessly in her palm, so crimson it looked ready to bleed. The instant it appeared, the air blistered with heat, as if everyone had been cast into a roaring furnace. Sweat flooded their foreheads in a heartbeat. Miles away, a beast horde already swollen to Class B ignited without warning. Scarlet fire raced along the horizon for dozens of miles, blackening cliffs, liquefying dust. A million savage creatures turned to ash before they could even scream. An instant later, Zhu Kei closed her fingers, and the fire winked out, as casually as if she had crushed a fly. Qin Zhan watched, thunderstruck. That had been a Class B horde, something he could subdue only by teaming up with several Wargod-level fighters, yet Zhu Kei had erased it with a flick of her wrist. "Where's the fallen one?" she asked. Qin Zhan pointed toward the path Lu Tong had taken. Before the words left his mouth, Zhu Kei blurred into a streak of motion and vanished in a ripple of superheated air. No one but Qin Zhan knew the truth behind the burning horde. Down on the cliff, however, Cheng Xing had noticed her gesture and could guess. What worried him more was that he couldn't read her level at all, and just before departing, she had glanced in his direction, sending a chill down his spine. As time passed, the scattered candidates were brought back one by one. Compared with those who found their own way in, the rescued looked numb, clearly traumatized. Many had watched cultists butcher their teammates, scenes that still replayed like waking nightmares. Meanwhile, the bodies of fallen awakeners were returned. Comrades who had fought shoulder to shoulder yesterday were cold husks today. The more fragile among them vomited on the spot. Grief hung over the camp like a thundercloud until agents from the Bureau of Awakeners hauled in several captured cultists. The prisoners were trussed up and unconscious, and every survivor's eyes went red, eager to tear them apart. "Let me kill them!" someone screamed, and the shout spread, throwing the crowd into chaos. Security officers lunged forward, holding people back. If intelligence hadn't been needed from the captives, the mob would have torn them limb from limb already. "They're still useful," Qin Zhan said, his voice cold and tight. "When we're done, they'll get what they deserve." The words barely calmed the crowd, though hatred still burned like white-hot iron. Watching, Qin Zhan thought that this disaster might temper the candidates more than any previous trial. The moment communications were restored, nearly every phone went off at once, shrill tones overlapping. Within half an hour, reinforcements arrived from the base. Floodlights filled the newly erected camp, and the survivors could finally breathe inside the security perimeter. Elite teams sealed the surrounding disaster zone and began a grid search. Under the night sky, Cheng Xing, Xiaoran, and Xiaoyan had just sat down in their tent when hurried footsteps approached. The flap flew open and Su Haoran stormed in, stern as ever. "Cheng Xing, Xiaoran, Xiaoyan." A heartbeat later, his iron mask crumpled into relief, almost a wail. Gao Chun and the others burst in behind him. Seeing the three safe, they exhaled in unison. They had rushed over the moment they heard the selection had gone wrong, and only now did their hearts settle. Outside, the cleanup continued with methodical efficiency. Suddenly a roar, blazing with fury, tore through the night. "Everyone, stay where you are." As the voice rang out, commotion erupted outside the tent. Cheng Xing, Su Haoran, and the others lifted the flap, and the night wind carried the acrid scent of burning torches into their faces. At the camp's exit, the firelight revealed a young man with austere features, dressed in a perfectly tailored black combat suit. A dozen bodyguards in identical black stood to either side of him, sealing off the only path. Contestants trying to return to base crowded the entrance in uneasy, angry clusters. "Who are you? Why won't you let us leave?" someone finally shouted. The young man lifted his chin, his low voice slicing through the noise. "I'm Wang Sheng, of the Wang clan, remember that?" Gasps rippled through the camp, and every complaint fell silent. Su Haoran's eyes narrowed, while Cheng Xing noticed a faint, mocking curve at Wang Sheng's lips. "Hold this line," Wang Sheng ordered, never glancing at the contestants. "No one leaves without my say-so. This isn't your private estate. What are you doing?" A deep voice thundered overhead. Qin Zhan descended on steel wings, landing before Wang Sheng. His silver armor gleamed coldly in the firelight. The blocked contestants seized the moment. "Lord Qin, you have to be fair. We just want to leave, but he's stopping us." "What am I doing?" Wang Sheng's gaze was as sharp as needles. "My sister died in this selection trial. I'm here to investigate. If I find out it was your negligence," his eyes flicked to Qin Zhan, "you'll answer for it." The air seemed to freeze. Yet Wang Sheng strode past Qin Zhan toward the tent where the bodies lay. "Hold it!" An elite security guard barked, stepping into his path. Wang Sheng raised an eyebrow, and a crushing aura swept out as glowing digits level 33 flared above his head. The guard's chest tightened. He had to step back. Qin Zhan frowned, but finally lifted a hand. Let him investigate. Denying him would only give the Wang clan more leverage, and their influence already reached the base, the Adventurers Guild, and the Awakened Bureau. Cheng Xing and the others watched the scene unfold. Wang Sheng's swagger drew a silent frown from Cheng Xing, while Chu Yanyan and the rest merely shrugged. Wang meddling was nothing new. "Looks like the base won't be peaceful for a while," someone muttered. Before long, Wang Sheng began questioning every contestant, searching for the smallest clue. Yet Wang Qian's past bullying meant that by the end no one knew whether she had fallen to a beast tide or an enemy's hand. When the questioning ended, only Cheng Xing had not been called. Wang Sheng's gaze swept the crowd, lingering on Cheng Xing for a moment, then shifted to the corner where Cheng Yun and Wang Go cowered. Young master, I was separated in the beast tide. I swear I saw nothing. Please, give me another chance. Wang Go trembled, his voice cracking. Wang Sheng's expression never changed. He suddenly seized Wang Go by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Strangled, Wang Go could only claw weakly at Wang Sheng's wrist. Deprived of air, his face darkened from red to purple. The onlookers booed, but not one of them dared to speak up for him. Wang Sheng's fingers stayed clamped around Wang Go's larynx, veins bulging. Yet the patrol officers from the Bureau of Awakened Affairs stared at him like drawn blades, and he dared not finish the job in public. With a sharp puff, he let go. Wang Go collapsed like a ragged sack, his knees buckling as he gulped for air, then slammed his forehead to the ground. Thank you, young master, for sparing me. Once the Su family's adopted son, he now groveled for mercy under 100 watching eyes. Wang Sheng snorted and let his mocking gaze slide to Su Haorantha's performance was meant for the Su clan. Sure enough, Su Haoran and the others looked livid, but no one said a word. Having made his point, Wang Sheng turned to Cheng Yun, studying him with languid scrutiny. I know you, son of Cheng Xingyang, right? You don't quite look the part. The polite smile on Cheng Yun's lips froze. He tapped his own chest. Young Master Wang, you're joking. In the genuine air of the Cheng household. Joking? Wang Sheng's voice cracked like a whip. Do we know each other that well? Tell me everything you know, right now. The menace in his tone sent a chill through Cheng Yun, and he repeated the events word for word, as he had countless times before. Wang Sheng listened, eyes downcast, then suddenly looked up, his gaze frosted. That's impossible. My sister carried a life-saving ward placed by one of our clan's elders. I checked she never used it. If she'd met a fallen, she wouldn't have held back. Which means the one who killed her is standing among you. His cold stare pinned Cheng Yun, each syllable like a scalpel peeling back defenses. Beside them, Cheng Xing frowned. Just because Wang Qian hadn't triggered her safeguard, he was treating everyone as a suspect? Outrageous. Wang Sheng ignored their expressions, scanning Cheng Yun from head to toe before shaking his head. You? No. Your awakening ranks only a grade lower than hers. You're a war god's son, you know better than to cross the Wang family. You don't have the guts. His tone was final. The culprit must be some loose cannon whose talent and level match hers. He wasn't hunting for truth so much as for a scapegoat the Wang clan could condemn. If Wang Qian had fallen to a fallen, the family would lose face. But if a teammate betrayed her, they could claim an internal reckoning. Cheng Yun's lips curved as if a thought struck him. Young Master Wang, by your reasoning, one person does come to mind, someone you haven't looked into yet. Oh. Wang Sheng arched an eyebrow. Leaning closer, Cheng Yun whispered a name and the details that went with it. In a few quiet words, the chill in Wang Sheng's eyes turned to solid ice. He snapped his head around and signaled the bodyguard behind him. With a crack of leather soles against shattered gravel, the burly guard lunged for Cheng Xing. Take him. What do you think you're doing? Wang Sheng stormed into the camp, cutting straight through the crowd with a sharp, imposing air. Su Haoran leapt to his feet, stepped forward, and planted himself in front of Cheng Xing. I'm convinced he's the one who killed my sister. Hand him over. Wang Sheng's eyes were murderous, his tone as final as a verdict. If you want to lose your mind, do it somewhere else, stop biting at people here. Su Yanran snapped, unable to hold back. The two factions were political enemies, and she knew the Wang family's tactics all too well. The talk of a killer was just a pretext. Cheng Xing had no powerful backing, yet immense talent, the perfect scapegoat to raise the Wang clan's standing. The Wangs always put family interests first. Useful allies were recruited, useless ones discarded. With brute force getting him nowhere, Wang Sheng turned to public opinion. If he's not the murderer, how did he jump to level 23 so fast? You've all seen those cult of carnage fanatics, they always travel in packs. How could he single-handedly kill so many? I'm starting to think he climbed the ladder by slaughtering his own people. His booming voice echoed across the camp, instantly stirring emotions. The first group, those who had survived the cult's initial ambush, were still raw with grief. The newcomers, who had never faced the cult, knew them only through fear-laden rumors. Both groups now stared at Cheng Xing. Yeah, his level shot up way too fast. He was level 18 not long ago, right? How'd he hit 23 already? Did he turn on his own team? Doubts spread like wildfire. You and your lies. Su Yanran roared, incensed by the slander. We can testify. Cheng Xing saved us from those triple-barrel cultists. She and her teammates shouted together. Yang Jian and others stepped forward. Exactly, were there. Backed by various war godtier figures, they feared the Wangs but refused to stay silent. Wang Sheng scoffed. You're practically tied to his hip. Your testimony means nothing. If he's killed so many cultists, he must saved plenty of people. So who else is brave enough to speak up? His eyes swept the crowd, the threat unmistakable. The ordinary prodigies Cheng Xing had rescued met each other's gaze, then looked at Wang Sheng's domineering stance. Offending Cheng Xing seemed trivial compared to crossing the Wangs. Heads dropped one by one. Seeing the silence, Wang Sheng spread his arms and announced triumphantly, "See, no one can vouch for him. Let's see who dares shelter this murdererno, this fallen." He slammed the label down for all to hear. The sight made Su Yanran and her friends seethe with anger. The Su siblings and Chu Yanyan could barely keep themselves from drawing their swords, but Gao Chun and the others stayed calm and held them back. As the crowd stirred, Cheng Xing stepped out from behind his companions, his heels clicking against the gravel, and walked straight up to Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng had been sure the stage was his, yet when he met Cheng Xing's unruffled gaze his brow tightened. Why wasn't this guy rattled at all? Which family's dog is barking here? Isn't anyone going to leash it? Cheng Xing asked evenly, his voice slicing through the noise. Who the hell are you calling a dog? Wang Sheng bellowed, regretting it the instant the words left his mouth. Oh, so you understand human speech? How impressive, Cheng Xing replied with a faint smile. You showed up baring your teeth at everyone, so I assumed you were a stray. Watch your mouth. I'm from the Wang family. Yeah, the Wang family's mutt. Cheng Xing waved dismissively. I heard you the first time. Blocked at every turn, Wang Sheng's face turned crimson. Ui, stop stammering. Cheng Xing shook his head. You believe any rumor you hear. I'm beginning to think your mother lost the baby and raised the afterbirth instead. Look at you, flaunting a brand new variety of brainstem deficiency. The taunts fired off like a machine gun for 10 whole minutes, leaving Wang Sheng no chance to speak. Enough, he roared, releasing the aura of a level 52 awakened and forcing Cheng Xing back several steps. If no one steps up for you, they'll declare you a fallen and execute you right here. Why should anyone testify for me? Who put you in charge? Cheng Xing shot back. You say I killed someone, so show evidence that I'm murdered and awakened. Stuck. Wang Sheng's eyes darted around before landing on someone behind him. You. Come prove it. Me? Cheng Yun, long frozen by the verbal firefight, snapped awake at the call, cursing inwardly. This wasn't how the scene was supposed to go. Wang Sheng motioned, and 2 guards hauled Cheng Yun forward. Every gaze locked on him, leaving no room to escape. I have no proof, Cheng Yun muttered. So you lied to me. Wang Sheng exploded. Off to the side, Su Yanran's group watched, amused. Without anyone noticing, the tables had turned. Screw it. Grab him, Wang Sheng shouted, signaling the guards to seize Cheng Xing. Before they could move, a figure flashed in like lightning. Qin Zhan blocked their path, and the pressure of his own level 52 aura slammed into Wang Sheng's entourage, draining the color from their faces. That's enough, Qin Zhan said in a low voice. Fallens are the Bureau's business, not yours. I let you investigate, and that's all the explanation the Wang family gets. Now leave. Wang Sheng's expression darkened. He had come to bury a scandal and ended up creating a new one. Defeated, he shot Cheng Xing a cold glare, flung his sleeve, and stalked off. He would remember this debt. Once Wang Sheng was gone, Qin Zhan dispersed the onlookers. Without the Wang family blocking the way, the crowd quickly melted away, and Cheng Yun slipped off in the confusion. Meanwhile, in a shelter somewhere within the disaster zone, a private message popped up in the Spirit Seed Discovery chatroom. Anonymous, Cheng Xing is still alive. The final results of this round of selection will be announced later. For now, return to base. Standing at the center of the camp, Qin Zhan surveyed the crowd and delivered the order in a low voice. Wang Sheng's earlier disruption had made the situation volatile. Keeping these gifted recruits on the front line would only heighten the risk. After careful consideration, he chose to escort every candidate back to safety. Cheng Xing, let's head out. Hearing Qin Zhan's command, Su Haoran patted Cheng Xing on the shoulder. With the slaughter cult in shambles, they were in no shape to counterattack anytime soon, and staying here would just waste time. All right, let's move, Cheng Xing replied, falling in behind him. As the vehicles rumbled away one after another, only investigators from the awakened Administration Bureau remained in camp. They combed the rubble and forest at the disaster zone's edge. Once they were certain nothing was overlooked, Qin Zhan boarded an armored carrier bound for South China Base. South China Base, Sector A, South China Tower. The moment the hatch opened, Qin Zhan practically sprinted into the tower. The elevator shot straight to the top floor, where a secretary was already waiting. She swiped her card the instant she saw him and opened the door. Bright white light flooded the conference room, and a dozen sharp gazes pinned him in place. Qin Zhan felt the weight settle on his shoulders. The long table was lined with battle gods who had been recalled on short notice, many still wearing blood-stained combat armor. What happened? Growled the most hot-tempered among them. He had been one step away from clearing a disaster zone when he was yanked back, and his anger simmered. Qin Zhan stopped at the head of the table and got straight to the point. The Bureau's talent selection was attacked by the fallen organization, the Slaughter Cult. We lost 20 gifted candidates and 1 class operative. The room's temperature seemed to plunge. None of the battle gods had received any intel about this. Each candidate in the selection possessed at least class potential future pillars of the base, let alone a level 30 plus class veteran. Qin Zhan, What kind of operation were you running? You're a level 52 awakened and still let this happen. One battle god shouted, slamming his palm on the table and jabbing a finger at him. Su Jiangwo raised a hand. Save the blame for later. Continue the report. His flat tone carried unmistakable authority. The others swallowed their questions. Qin Zhan drew a steady breath. The slaughter cult deployed a six-chalice bishop. I was pinned down and couldn't provide timely support. They appear to have developed a method to manufacture beast tides, using them to split our forces and take us out one by one. He paused, then added, based on residual psionic signatures, we believe the key to creating those tides is tied to the cult's new class recruit the spirit seed first seen during the L-Town disaster. The real objective of this attack was likely to help the spirit seed evolve. Qin Zhan continued his briefing while the secretary distributed neatly compiled files to the group. Everyone went pale as they skimmed the report. In stark black on white it stated, a spirit seed at merely level 20 had already sparked a class beast tide able to level a small town. When that seed broke through to level 30, the tide had exploded to class within days. Every mind leapt to the same chilling question: if the seed were allowed to reach level 50, could it summon an class tide capable of wiping out an entire continent? The air in the conference room turned ice cold. Hold on, did the slaughter cult deploy a bishop? Someone finally caught the detail Qin Zhan had mentioned, his voice rising in alarm. A bishop of the slaughter cult ranked alongside the guardians of the major bases. In the past, their top fighters hid deep in West China. After the Chu clan crushed their headquarters years ago, the cult had hardly dared to set foot in the south. Now these lunatics were brazenly marching into southern territory? What's West Base saying? Su Jiangwo asked, glancing at his aide. The aide opened her terminal and spoke in a low voice. Half a month ago, West Base cut all lines to south, east, north, and central bases. The cross-zone rail has been shut down. They're still out of contact. West Base out of contact? Silence gripped the table. What could make a super base vanish from the map? And was it tied to the cult's large-scale push south? The questions hung like a fog, suffocating everyone present. West China is too far to manage right now. Breaking the hush, Chu Yunfei slapped the arm of his chair. But the slaughter cult, no matter how many come, they'll kill every last one. His decisiveness eased the tension, yet it drew a frown from Su Jiangwo. Just as the mood threatened to flare again, a new voice cut in. Doesn't anyone suspect a leak? The speaker was Wang Zi. The Awakened Administration Bureau's trials were strictly confidential, yet the cult had pinpointed the exact time and place to strike. That couldn't be coincidence. His words snapped everyone to attention. The war god's gazes swung toward him. War god Wang, are you saying we have a mole? The pressure in the room crashed. Exactly, and I believe it's this man. Wang Zi flung a registration form onto the table. Cheng Xing rose through the ranks at lightning speed, yet has no background. Worse, he turns up at nearly every recent slaughter cult incident. The war gods fell silent. Su Jiangwo met Chu Yunfei's eyes. Both frowned. The name was indeed Cheng Xing. Chu Yunfei almost stood to defend the young man, but Su Jiangwo pressed his wrist under the table. Casting a sidelong glance at the empty chair at the far end, Su Jiangwo began laying a different trap. Wang Zi kept pressing. No connections, yet he cozies up to the Su and Chu clans? Highly suspicious. Who told you he has no connections? Su Jiangwo's voice was slow and steady, yet it landed like an iron hammer. Tower Master Su, what are you implying? The Wang clan already investigated him. Su Jiangwo countered, unhurried, forcing Wang Zi's scowl to deepen. To Wang Zi, Cheng Xing was little more than a pawn in obscure awakened clinging to two great families, perfect for making an example. Hardly worth serious resources to investigate. Sliding a file forward, Su Jiangwo added lightly, he is the long-lost son of Cheng Xingyang. 8 years missing. The unspoken half of the sentence hung in the air, though Cheng Xingyang still refuses to acknowledge him. Shock rippled across the room. Cheng Xingyang, legendary dean who once swept through the nether realm, the sharpest blade guarding South China even while gravely wounded. No one here had ever heard he had a missing son. If the man weren't confined to recovery, they would have demanded confirmation on the spot. With that revelation, suspicion toward Cheng Xing faded almost instantly. Only Wang Zi stood frozen, replaying every detail Wang Sheng had ever reported. Fragments clicked together, forming what he believed was a flawless conspiracy. Cheng Xing, Cheng Yun, Cheng Xingyang, so the Cheng clan thinks it can make a fool of me? At South China Base, Sector A, the war god's estate. Cheng Yun leapt from the ink-black hovercar, swung the door shut, and stepped onto a path paved with white jade. Night dew had just settled, and the cool blades of grass brushed his trousers, yet he strode straight for the living room. In the brief 10-minute ride, he had washed away the dust and changed into a freshly pressed uniform, once more becoming the war god's son in everyone's eyes. Soft amber lights glowed in the courtyard as servants gathered trimmed branches. The moment they saw him, they halted, bowed, and murmured, "Young master." Most of these faces were new compared with the day had returned from the martial exams. Clearly the household staff was being quietly reshuffled. Cheng Yun offered a small nod and, without conversation, pushed open the heavy alloy doors. Yuner. Inside, Lu Chunyin practically flung herself at him, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Her makeup was flawless, yet it couldn't hide the bloodshot fear in her eyes. The news of the assault during the Awakener Bureau's rookie selection had reached the estate long ago. Yuner, you nearly frightened me to death. She patted his back, words rushing out. It was all your father's idea, insisting you join that selection and swearing it would be completely safe. Let me see, where are you hurt? She pulled him beneath a floor lamp, inspecting his collar and cuffs. Only after confirming that he was uninjured did she exhale in relief. Mom, I'm really fine. Sorry for making you worry. Cheng Yun offered a gentle smile, his voice steady and soft. Heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs. You just spoil him, Cheng Xingyang said with a teasing note as he descended from the second floor, hands on the banister. The light revealed a pallor in his face, but pride flared in his eyes when he noticed the clear LV-20 marker above his son's head. Dad. Cheng Yun greeted him politely, though his thoughts churned. Reaching level 20 had exceeded his father's predictions. Once he entered the Awakener Bureau, his path would be wide open. As for Cheng Xing, after offending the Wang family, he wouldn't last long. Even his class talent is powerless without real backing. Remembering the humiliation he had suffered during the selection, Cheng Yun clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. Yuner, freshen up. We have guests coming, and I want you with me, Cheng Xingyang said. Cheng Yun instantly smoothed his expression into a look of delight. Dad, who's visiting? Heh, you've heard of the Wang family, right? I reached out to them, and they're willing to partner with us. If we can climb aboard their ship, the Chengs will be a hair's breadth from becoming a second-tier clan. Excitement spilled from Cheng Xingyang. Though he bore the title of war god, he ranked at the bottom, and the family's foundation was fragile. They had survived for years on that single honorific. Binding themselves to the Wangs would all but guarantee their future. He grew more animated with every word, missing entirely how Cheng Yun's smile had stiffened. By the way, the leader of Investigation Team 4 at the Awakener Bureau is from the Wang family. I've already recommended you. Once you're officially on board, you'll start as deputy captain. To him, his son's breakthrough during the selection was a foregone conclusion, and even the attack seemed like a stroke of luck. As Cheng Xingyang lost himself in his own ambitions, Cheng Yun opened his mouth to speak several times, yet no words emerged. I never offended the Wangs personally. They wouldn't cancel the deal with our family over something so minor, would they? Cheng Yun tried to reassure himself. Yes, Wang Sheng had been embarrassed in public, but that happened only because Cheng Xing suddenly changed the script. The blame wasn't his. With the Wang family's stature, they wouldn't make a federal case of it. Clinging to that hope, he straightened his collar, forced a calm expression, and sat beside Cheng Xingyang in the living room to wait for their visitors. Dusk deepened. Streetlights flickered on outside, yet inside the room only 3 sets of quiet breaths could be heard. The honored guests never appeared. Honey, did you mix up the date? Lu Chunyin finally asked, her patience fraying. No, I'm sure it was today, Cheng Xingyang replied, brow furrowed. Maybe call and confirm? She suggested. We can't rush them. What if the Wangs are testing us? He objected, stubbornly unconvinced. Watching his parents, Cheng Yun felt a chill. He glanced at the clock on his phone, then at the dark window, unease pooling in his chest. Night settled completely. 2 more hours passed before Cheng Xingyang could wait no longer. He dialed. Hello, President Wang. This is Cheng Xingyang. Weren't we meeting today to discuss our partnership? He greeted eagerly once the line connected. A furious roar answered him. So the Chengs think they're clever. You dare scheme against us and still ask about a deal? Where did you get the nerve? The blast of anger made Cheng Xingyang's head buzz. President Wang, there must be some misunderstanding. ID never dare cross the Wang family. Misunderstanding? Ask your son. The man snapped before slamming down the phone. Ask my son. Cheng Xingyang stared blankly, then swung toward Cheng Yun, face dark. Did you offend someone from the Wangs during the selection? Cheng Yun's heart lurched, but he forced himself to shake his head. I didn't. Still lying? He named you. Cheng Xingyang stepped forward and gripped his son's shoulder. Even as the weakest of the war gods, his strength made Cheng Yun wince. Stop it. Talk first, don't use your hands. Lu Chunyin scolded, brushing her husband's hand away, eyes full of concern. You're still protecting him? Now he's gone and provoked the Wangs. Cheng Xingyang fumed. There was no hiding it now. Cheng Yun weighed his options and spoke quietly. He wasn't talking about me. He meant Cheng Xing. What? Cheng Xing? Cheng Xingyang was stunned. Seizing the moment, Cheng Yun laid out everything that had happened during the competition, how the conflict escalated, and how Wang Sheng was humiliated in front of everyone. He omitted Cheng Xing's secret ties to the Su and Chu families, placing all the blame squarely on Cheng Xing. If Cheng Xing hadn't offended the Wangs, Cheng Yun would never have dared speak so boldly. After 8 years with his parents, however, he knew their tempers all too well. Exactly as he had expected, regret flashed across Cheng Xingyang's face when he learned that Cheng Xing had awakened an S-rank gift. Yet the moment he heard that Cheng Xing had repeatedly defied Wang Qian, was the prime suspect in her murder, and had ruined the Wang family's plans, that regret evaporated. Cheng Xingyang's expression shifted uncertainly, and the remorse in his eyes chilled the instant he heard the words Wang family. He drew a deep breath and told himself, the Wang family must never be provoked, no matter how extraordinary an S-rank might be. You knew long ago that Cheng Xing was an S-rank. He demanded, brows knitting as his sharp gaze landed on Cheng Yun. Unable to withstand his father's stare, Cheng Yun dropped his head, voice trembling. I was just afraid Big Brother would blame me when he came back, he said, deliberately sounding pitiful. Lu Chunyin reacted on instinct, pulling her son into her arms and blocking her husband's gaze. I don't care. Cheng Yun is my only child, don't look at him that way. Watching his wife's protective gesture, Cheng Xingyang rubbed his temples and sighed. Enough. Go back. Leave the rest to me. The servants in the corner quickly cleared a path, and Cheng Yun left with Lu Chunyin, supporting one another. Once they were gone, Cheng Xingyang summoned the steward in a low voice. Sir, the steward said with a bow. Go. Cheng Xingyang ordered, repressing his frustration and speaking quickly. Issue a notice under my name. The Cheng family has only one son, Cheng Yun. He waved irritably, signaling the steward to act at once. The steward nodded and hurried off without another word. Gazing at the empty hall, Cheng Xingyang let out a bitter laugh. Cheng Xing, from today on, whatever bond we had as father and son ends here. If you must blame anyone, blame yourself for crossing the Wang family. Meanwhile, at Huanan Tower, Su Jiangwo sat alone in his spacious office, fingertips tapping the desk in a steady rhythm. A file lay open before him, its cover marked in bold red characters. Huaxi? Followed by a prominent question mark. What on earth has happened in Huaxi? He muttered, brows furrowed as his eyes drifted over the blank space. Just then, the heavy metal door to the office was flung open. A flash of crimson burst into view. The newcomer's slender right hand effortlessly lifted a severed head, its face hidden behind a six-chamber mask. South China Base, Sector C, South China Marshall University. This renowned academy dominates almost the entire sector, and its front gate is famous in its own right. A colossal arch fashioned from the skull of a Class A disaster beast. Jagged white fangs glint in the sun, forcing every first-time visitor to stop and stare. With the new term about to start, the area in front of the bone gate was already packed. Some people were incoming freshmen checking in, while others were simply curious onlookers. After all, gaining admission usually meant breaking through level 20 or higher before graduation. For most ordinary students without resources or outstanding talent, reaching level 20 in 4 years was nearly impossible, and the university produced a new war god every year. No wonder spectators flocked here. While the crowd buzzed, 2 understated business vans rolled to a stop. The doors opened, and every pair of eyes was instantly drawn to the passengers. Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran stepped out side by side. Chu Yanyan wore a white t-shirt, denim shorts, and canvas sneakers. Long, fair legs caught the light, and her high ponytail framed a fresh face with beguiling peach blossom eyes. She had skipped makeup, yet her energy radiated youthful allure. Su Yanran was a complete contrast. Her features were cold and exquisite, and the chill in her aura made people instinctively lower their voices. Still, no one could look away from that breathtaking face. A snow-white neck and delicate collarbones peeked out above a pale blue dress that traced every graceful curve. The blend of ice and fire set many hearts racing. She's stunning. If I could date someone like that, I could die happy. Go to bed early tonight, you might meet her in your dreams. Soft whispers rippled through the crowd, and the boldest stepped forward to ask for contact information. No thanks. Chu Yanyan declined with a smile. Su Yanran said nothing. In front of strangers, she was the very definition of an ice queen. Suddenly, Chu Yanyan's eyes lit up. She raised a hand and waved toward the distance. Cheng Xing, over here. Even Su Yanran's cool lips curved into a faint smile. Following their gaze, everyone saw a young man climb off a city bus, a simple pack slung over one shoulder. The fact that had arrived by public transport quickly branded him as poor in the minds of many onlookers until he came closer. His features were almost flawless, the kind of face that defied criticism. If Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran had stolen most of the male attention, this newcomer effortlessly claimed the females. My looks are only a hair worse than his, someone in the crowd told himself, clinging to hope that he was just the girl's ordinary friend. That fantasy shattered at once. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan strode up to the young man, each linking an arm through his as they steered him toward the gate. Keeping 2 ladies waiting, Cheng Xing? We'll make you buy dinner tonight, Chu Yanyan teased. Anything that makes you happy, Cheng Xing replied with a smile. The trio laughed their way beneath the giant bone arch, leaving the crowd in tatters of envy and disbelief. Although South China Marshall University was laid out much like any other campus, it sprawled far wider. After completing registration, the 3 of them followed the signs and headed into the sports complex. The gymnasium was packed with students from every district, and unlike the university Cheng Xing had attended in his previous life, this one required freshmen to choose their own faculty after enrollment. Glancing around, he saw 8 booths arranged by the 8 trigrams Qian, Dy, Li, Zhen, Sun, Can, Jin, and Kyun each overseen by a mentor. The moment a mentor caught a newcomer's eye, they would instantly raise their voice and try every trick to reel in recruits. We're Qian. Biggest faculty on campus, strongest mentors, best resources. Can has the most girls. Our healing program is #1. Kun's where the basketball stars are. Want to make the varsity team? Join Kun. Amid the din, Cheng Xing, Su Yanran, and Chu Yanyan gathered some quick intel. Then he asked, which faculty are you two eyeing? I'm going to Qian. The strongest sword awakener in South China teaches there, Su Yanran said after a moment's thought. I'm choosing Zhun. A top-tier mage holds the fort, Chu Yanyan blurted. Their talents would be maximized in those faculties. What about you, Cheng Xing? Both girls asked in unison. He checked his phone and answered calmly, looks like Li for me. What? Su Yanran's face twisted, while Chu Yanyan nodded as if a puzzle had been solved. Actually, Li does make sense for you. Huh. I thought Li stopped recruiting years ago, Cheng Xing muttered. Before he finished, Su Yanran glanced at Li's booth. Unlike the noisy ones, this booth held only a deck chair where a young man lay fast asleep, snoring softly. No one was calling out, yet the area around him was packed with freshmen. A closer look showed these students were frighteningly strong, easily the top tier of the entire intake, yet none dared disturb the sleeping mentor. Tutors at other booths eyed the crowd hungrily, but no one ventured to poach. So what's up with Li? Cheng Xing pressed. All he knew was that Chun Yifei had told him, when it's time to pick, head for Li. Remember the temp worker? Su Yanran whispered. A crimson figure flashed through Cheng Xing's mind. Yeah, what's that got to do with Li? Li is different. The smallest roster, just one dean and one mentor, but it's the top of the combat food chain, Su Yanran said, deliberately vague. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, connecting the dots. You're saying the temp worker is Li's dean? Su Yanran nodded. Plenty of families know the temp worker runs Li. For years their prodigies have lined up, hoping to become her students. But so far, only Chun Yifei has made the cut. She was about to explain Li's harsh criteria when Chu Yanyan tugged her aside and quietly recounted the events of the martial exam. Su Yanran's eyes went wide. She shot her friend a playful glare. Why didn't you say that sooner? I just gave a whole lecture. Even as she complained, her fingers dug into Chu Yanyan's waist, making the latter squeal with laughter. I'm off to find Chun Yifei. Catch you later. Enjoying the show, Cheng Xing waved and headed straight for Li's booth. He walked through the outer ring without slowing. Around him, freshmen whispered gleefully. Look at that clueless kid. Doesn't he know waking Instructor Chun is a huge no-no? Must be a regular rookie. Nobody told him Li's rules. This'll be great. Once he wakes Instructor Chun, I can step in and show off my talent. Cheng Xing ignored the schadenfreude around him and strode straight to Chun Yifei. Hearing footsteps, Chun Yifei slowly rolled off his deck chair, eyes half open as if still dreaming. Brother Fei, Cheng Xing greeted him with a bright smile. Brother Fei? That sounds a bit forced, doesn't it? Chun Yifei rubbed the corner of his eye and grinned. Anyway, it's just about our turn. The moment he stood, the favored prodigies who had been holding back their auras released them at once. Rank sigils flared above their heads, each vying for Chun Yifei's attention. Someone even projected his entire status panel into midair. Cheng Xing's quick scan showed nothing lower than a class talent and level 15 cultivation, the very top tier for freshmen. Chun Yifei didn't spare them so much as a sideways glance. Only when his eyes settled on Cheng Xing did the last trace of sleep vanish, replaced by the warmth of an old friend reunited. What took you so long? I've been waiting forever. Come on, let's get your enrollment papers done. The tenderness in his voice turned the crowd to stone. By tradition, a woken up Li Institute mentor was supposed to explode, not welcome anyone. Had they been going about this all wrong? Testing the waters, one bold student copied Cheng Xing's tone. Brother Fei? Brother, my foot. Chun Yifei's face darkened and his voice shot up. You woke me up. The Li Institute slots are full today. Beat it. He waved them off with brisk finality, no trace of the earlier neighborly charm. Me? I disturbed your nap? The unlucky caller protested. This isn't fair, Mentor Chun. What makes him better than us? Looks? Since when does the Li Institute recruit on looks? Dean, we demand an appeal. Their indignant cries rose in unison, all eyes fixed on Cheng Xing, a stranger with no pedigree, who had just been admitted in front of them. The self-styled prodigies could hardly stomach it. The commotion spread fast. Freshmen from other institutes poked their heads in. What's going on? The Li Institute booth? Haven't they skipped recruitment for years? Drama alert, let's watch. A tide of onlookers surged over. Even mentors from other departments watched with interest. After all, a Li Institute recruit might one day apprentice under that legendary master. Chun Yifei's frown deepened. Every year his teacher dodged taking disciples and dumped this thankless task on him. As the uproar grew, he casually hoisted the deck chair with one hand and seized Cheng Xing's shoulder with the other. The scene blurred, and in the blink of an eye Cheng Xing found himself outside the gym. Humph, can't win the argument, but I can sure dodge it, Chun Yifei muttered. If they've got guts, let them complain to my teacher. Slinging the folded chair onto his back, he added, come on, Cheng Xing, they'll show you around campus. We're just leaving? You're not going back to handle the booth? Cheng Xing watched in disbelief as Chun Yifei bolted away. He pointed toward the gym, puzzlement written across his face. It doesn't matter, Cheng Yifei said with a casual wave. The Li Institute only recruits with my teacher's approval. My consent means nothing. I'm normally just here for show. You're the only person he's chosen this year. Once I bring you in, my job's done. Before finishing the sentence, he clapped a hand on Cheng Xing's shoulder. Enough questions. Come with me. Cheng Xing had braced himself, yet his vision still stretched as the campus blurred past like afterimages. In a heartbeat, they were standing before a gray-white administration building. First, let's get you registered. Cheng Yifei pushed open the door of a ground-floor office. A balding middle-aged man sat inside, sipping from a thermos with 2 red dates floating at the rim. He froze when he saw Cheng Yifei. Well, look who's here. Lao Hu, new student for the Li Institute. Cheng Yifei grinned and nudged Cheng Xing forward. So the old master is taking on another student? Lao Hu lifted a brow and circled Cheng Xing, envy shining in his eyes. Less talk, more work. I still need to show him around, Cheng Yifei urged. Lao Hu quickly entered the data, then handed Cheng Xing a student card engraved with the character Li on the back. Hey, race your student card. Keep it safe. Formalities finished. Cheng Yifei whisked Cheng Xing out of the office. Lao Hu chuckled, sat back, and resumed sipping his tea. Outside, Cheng Yifei slowed his pace, strolling beside Cheng Xing under the tree-lined path. All right, you're officially one of us. The Li Institute isn't like other colleges. Once you're admitted, you're our teacher's student, same as me. Just call me senior brother. He tapped the card in Cheng Xing's hand. That card tracks the credits you earn from institute missions. Losing a card is no big deal, but if someone steals your credits, that's trouble. Missions? Credits? Cheng Xing asked, hearing the terms for the first time. South China Marshall University runs a complete credit exchange system, Cheng Yifei explained. Credits can be traded for equipment, skills, everything. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes in admiration. No wonder everyone fights to enter this university, he thought. The credit system is the key. Out in the world, an awakened fighter without money can barely afford decent gear or skills, so progress crawls. Adventurers may earn income, but the risks are high and equipment wears out fast. Half a year's savings might not buy one good item. Here, credits directly purchase resources, so growth is both quicker and steadier. As for institute missions, Cheng Yifei went on, think of them as pop quizzes. Ours involve hunting disaster beasts in affected zones or turning in their materials. Wuda trains warriors real powerhouses. Missions are the main source of credits, though you can also earn them through ranking events, challenge dungeons, and the like. Cheng Xing committed every word to memory. The university was less a school and more a forge for the strong. Remembering that crimson silhouette, he looked up. Senior brother, what level is our teacher's talent? Is it SS class? SS class? Not a chance. Cheng Yifei laughed. Do you know what SSS even means? It's a god-tier talent. No one in the world has reached SS Snow Awakened Human, no disaster beast. Divine tier aptitude? Cheng Xing froze where he stood. Clearly, he had never heard the term before. Yifei Chen clapped him on the shoulder and laughed. You grew up in Sector H, so it's no wonder you haven't heard of it. Under the current ranking system, SS is officially the highest tier, and the fabled SSS is just an urban legend. He paused, glanced around the training ground to be sure no one was listening, then continued. Academics have proposed a level beyond SSS, calling it the divine tier. Awakened ones who possess it are dubbed gods in waiting. I think Godchild is more straightforward. He shrugged. The pity is that we haven't seen a single genuine SSS yet. Even our instructor only ranks SS. A few years ago, at the bleakest point of the apocalypse, the theory had rekindled humanity's last spark of hope. But as time passed, people grew stronger while the Godchild remained nothing more than a footnote. Most eventually forgot the scholar's careful projections and remembered only the rumor that SSS was the ceiling, especially in the lower sectors. Chen's words struck Cheng Xing like a blow to the chest. He had thought SSS was merely rare, never imagining it carried such weight. Gods in waiting, godchildren. If an SSS ever appeared, what then? He drew a deep breath. If someone really awakened at SSS, what would the base do with them? Hide them, I suppose. Chen raised an eyebrow. The whole base would probably classify them as top secret and keep them locked away. Hide them, not train them? Cheng asked, bewildered. If they're a godchild, shouldn't we cultivate them at all costs? A godchild only means they might become a god. Chen spread his hands. Do you know how hard the climb is? One study estimated that to raise someone to level 100 godhood, you'd have to wipe out every disaster beast and every awakened on the planet just to scrape together enough experience. Until then, no matter how impressive their SSS talent looks, they're still mortal. And if other factions can't recruit them, what do you think they'll do? Cheng lowered his gaze, thought a moment, and answered, destroy them. A flash of surprise crossed Chen's eyes, but he nodded. Exactly. If Huaxia produced an SSS awakened, other nations and factions, especially the Fallen, would try to win them over first. If that failed, they'd eliminate them. They won't let an uncontrollable wildcard strong enough to upend the balance grow to godhood. Even if that person might be humanity's last hope? Cheng asked incredulously. For them, SS is already enough? and it's under their control. Chen sighed. They don't need a hope that could transcend every rule. Cheng looked lost for a moment. Then another thought struck him. What if a disaster beast awakened with SSS talent? But there isn't one now, is there? Chen's reply left Cheng silent. He didn't speak again for a long while. Seeing this, Chen Yifei let the matter drop. The topic was far too dark and heavy for someone Cheng Xing's age. Cheng Xing's expression remained grave, yet he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost never shown anyone his system panel the one time he had. No one really believed him. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided that letting Su Yanran and her family know would work to his advantage, and he was confident he could keep her silent. As for the Claw Hacker Squad, their paths would rarely cross again. Even if they spread the word, few would believe them. The only real problem was the Spirit Sieve needed an opportunity to eliminate it, and had already placed it on his personal kill list. We're here, Chen Yifei said, pulling Cheng Xing back to reality. They had arrived in front of an older dormitory building, noticeably shabby among the sleek, new 10-story dorms around it. This one had only 9 floors, making it stand out all the more. What is this place? Your dorm, Chen Yifei replied, pointing at the old structure. Is it reserved for the Li division? Cheng Xing asked. The division had always been something of an oddball, so its own dorm wasn't out of the question. Not even close. This is the Secret Realm dorm, open to the entire Wuda, but only the top 10 students in each year can live here, Chen Yifei explained. And every day you stay costs you credits. The higher the floor, the more credits you spend. Cheng Xing had heard there was a dorm fee, but losing credits too? He glanced up at the other buildings. Those are regular dorms, no fees, no credits, Chen Yifei added casually, waving him on. Come inside. You'll get it once you see for yourself. They stepped into the Secret Realm dorm. The moment Cheng Xing crossed the threshold, a system prompt flickered in his vision. Noticed it, right? Chen Yifei chuckled. The whole place is built from a modified secret realm. It's nothing like the dorms outside. He led Cheng Xing down the hall and stopped in front of room 109, its panel reading vacant. You are the freshman champion, so you start with 100 credits. Give the scanner a try. Still skeptical, Cheng Xing swiped his newly issued student card. 1 credit deducted. Balance, 99. Identity verified. Welcome, Cheng Xing, the scanner announced. The vacant sign switched to occupied, and the door slid open without a sound. Go on in, and keep an eye on your panel, Chen Yifei told him. The room was a one-bedunbath suite, bright and fully furnished, with a dedicated weapons rack in the corner. Cheng Xing focused, and his panel appeared. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 23,270,243, 3 million. HP, 1,400. Attributes, Strength, 138. Agility, 234. Constitution, 49. Spirit, 49. Free attribute points, 0. Talents, SSS-rank drop rate boost, Frank Sprint, E-rank digestive recovery, E-rank rally, A-rank invisibility. Skills, Brank quad/LV.1, E-rank block LV.2, Drank blade aura LV.1. As he finished reading, he noticed something strange. His experience bar was rising, slowly but visibly. My experience is going up. Cheng Xing stared in disbelief. The moment he entered the room, his experience bar began climbing 1 point every 3 seconds. What's happening? I thought the only way to gain XP was by killing calamity beasts. He couldn't take his eyes off the constantly ticking number. The light was soft, a standard tactical map hanging on the wall. Chen Yifei lounged on the lower bunk, yawning as he replied, normally that's true, but this place is an experience sanctuary. On the first floor you earn 1% of your current XP every day. Each floor above adds another 0.5%, so by the 9th floor you're getting 5% daily. So if you do nothing for 100 days, you level up once? Cheng Xing's heart skipped a beat. After reaching level 20 his progress had crawled. Without that recent battle where he wiped out a horde of fallen, he would never have pushed to level 23. 4 high-level bottlenecks. This sanctuary felt tailor-made. The excitement faded quickly as a thought struck him. This sanctuary didn't match the calamity beast nests he knew about. Sanctuaries can do this? From what I've learned, a nest forms during the apocalypse 8 years ago. They're filled with calamity beasts and follow different rules. When you thin the beasts in a disaster zone, the nest just spawns more, which is why people call it a hive. He sorted through his facts. Disaster zones and nests interact. When a zone expands enough, a new nest can appear. And every time we clear a zone, monsters pour out of the nest to reclaim it, dragging progress back. Chen Yifei nodded, speaking evenly. Right. But hey race, what you missed: once a nest is fully cleared, it loses the ability to breed calamity beasts and becomes beneficial to humans. Each conquered sanctuary is different. Some grow fruit that boosts attributes, some drop gear, others house rare resource-type beasts. Ones that produce pure XP are extremely scarce. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. So the nests held another secret. A moment later he raised a new concern. If Wu University controls something this useful, why not let every student or stronger awakened use it? They're the ones who struggle hardest to level. That's already been considered, Chen Yifei said with a wave. First, room space is limited. Second, It only works for awakened below level 35. Wu University wants fighters who can handle real combat, not glass cannons inflated by resources. Cheng Xing agreed. Without that cap, elite powerhouses would have monopolized the place. How many of these experienced sanctuaries does the school have? He pressed. Right now, just 2. Only 2? That was far fewer cleared sanctuaries than Cheng Xing had imagined. You're underestimating the secret realms. Even the lowest ones are grade D or higher. Chun Yifei leaned against the doorframe, half joking and half warning Cheng Xing. He raised a finger for emphasis and continued. 1. Each realm sets hard limits on participants' personal level and team size, and the conditions for a perfect clear vary completely. 2. Calamity beasts appear in far greater numbers inside realms than in disaster zones of the same grade. You can't wipe them out with manpower alone. 3. Restricted entry and exit mean you have to rely on top-tier talent to clear a realm. High-grade realms demand enough personnel and firepower to field an entire division. Otherwise, the major bases wouldn't stay huddled behind their walls. 4. In theory, a squad of class prodigies could handle low-grade realms. But how many families are willing to risk their golden seeds? He spread his hands in a timeout gesture. That's enough for now. Just keep it in mind. For you, realms are still a long way off. Cheng Xing nodded. Had only just arrived at Wu University, and for now his plan was to get his bearings. Chun Yifei rubbed his eyes, yawning so hard, he looked ready to fall asleep on the spot. He was about to leave when Cheng Xing stopped him. Senior, where do I go for class? Class. Chun Yifei arched an eyebrow. Wu University's biggest selling point is freedom. Want to graduate? Reach the required level and walk out anytime. Otherwise, just finish the academy tasks on schedule. Sitting in a classroom never makes anyone strong. Then, with a hint of schadenfreude, he added, knowing those instructors, your days won't be easy. Work hard. I can't help you. Still yawning, he jerked his chin at the computer in the corner. If you have questions, check the school forum first. If you still don't get it, come find me. With that, his figure dissolved like dust in the wind, a clear teleportation skill. Silence settled over the room. Cheng Xing lay back on the bed, eyes closed, sorting through today's information. Sector H was even more behind than had thought. Had never heard details about SS class abilities or secret realms, and had never bothered looking. Now, at least, that gap was patched. Wu University's hands-off system suited him perfectly. Resources weren't his problem. What he lacked was information. His phone buzzed, pulling him back to reality. Cheng Xing, where are you? We've finished enrollment. Come out and explore. Chu Yanyan's voice was bright and clear. On my way. He smiled, stepped outside, and went to meet Su Yanran and the others. By dusk, while the group wandered the campus, the Wu University forum had exploded. Thread after thread appeared, several freshmen with extremely high-level talents. Yang Jian among the entrance season favorites, already filled the front page. Had Cheng Xing been online, he would have recognized every face. An even hotter headline concerned the Li Yuan freshman. Holy crap, never thought I'd see the day. Li Yuan is actually recruiting newbies? How busted will these rookies be? Think Instructor Chun, level 49. Forget it, read the sticky first. Moments later, the admin pinned a new thread to the top. Its title was blunt. Anyone who defeats a Li Yuan freshman will be admitted to Li Yuan immediately. The poster used the dean's verified avatar, and the signature contained just 2 characters: Yichua. So your faculty isn't all that different from the Li Institute. While listening to Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan's explanation, Cheng Xing frowned in thought. The 2 girls offered far more detail than Chun Yifei had, yet the overall framework was almost the same. Maybe, but have you looked at who your dean is? Su Yanran rolled her eyes. People fight tooth and nail for personal guidance from Lord Zhuge. The Li Institute can only envy that. So what are you planning next? Chu Yanyan tilted her head, curiosity filling her voice. Me? Cheng Xing paused. After yesterday's long chat with the 2 girls, his plan was clear. Level up, rack up credits, and trade those credits for a good set of gear. Strength is all that matters. It was a blunt goal, but perfectly clear. Su Yanran laughed as if she had expected it. I knew it. That's all he ever thinks about. She shot Chu Yanyan a smug look. Chu Yanyan puffed her cheeks in mock grievance. The cute expression made Cheng Xing reach out and ruffle her hair. Leveling is fine, but why insist on buying gear with credits? Didn't you make a bundle in the selection tournament? Even after giving us our cut, you've got enough for a full class set, right? Su Yanran pressed. Cheng Xing just chuckled and kept silent. You're not secretly keeping a woman outside, are you? Su Yanran leaned in with a wicked grin. She didn't finish the sentence before a sharp pain shot through Cheng Xing's waist. The next morning, a shrill alarm yanked Cheng Xing awake. He sat up, rubbing his sore waist, spent half the night denying that ridiculous other woman rumor. After a quick wash, the dorm doorbell chimed. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan stood outside, eyes shining with excitement. Come on, let's climb the ranking board, and then move in, they said together, each grabbing one of his arms and dragging him along. After experiencing the realm building's perks yesterday, they couldn't wait to move. But the building was reserved for the top 10 students of each faculty per year. As brand new freshmen with no ranking, the girls didn't qualify. Cheng Xing was the lone exception, was the Lee Institute's only first year. The ranking rules matched with university's level board. Freshmen could issue challenges on their second day, with results tallied that night. The list stayed fixed for a month. Afterward, the cycle began anew. Every settlement awarded credit points, and the higher the rank, the richer the reward. They boarded the campus shuttle and, less than 20 minutes later, arrived at a colossal dome structure. The Golden Characters Martial Arena blazed above the main gate, and the plaza was already packed with students. Cheng Xing wasn't surprised today was the sole chance to grab a spot. Miss it, and you waited another month. Inside, evenly spaced platforms stretched across the floor. The regular ones covered several hundred square meters, while the central stage spanned more than 1,000. Encircling the fighting area rose towering walls capped with tier upon tier of seating, room enough for over 100,000 spectators. Between the platforms, students thronged easily more than 1,000. Clearly, it wasn't just freshmen here to compete. All of them had their eyes fixed on the sky, buzzing with speculation. Following their gaze, Cheng Xing saw 4 giant screens suspended above the main arena, each one cycling through real-time leaderboards. The senior equipment list, junior level list, sophomore PK list, and freshman level list flashed in turn, casting a faint blue glow across the stage. Su Yanran kept her eyes fixed on the screens, and only when the freshman level list appeared did she grab Chu Yanyan's sleeve and pull her close to study the rankings. Besides the overall standings, the freshman board was broken down into 8 departments. Yet there were hardly any new names vying for spots. First place was only level 15, which already had the watching upperclassmen buzzing. These first years are seriously high level. Yeah, the best in my class was only level 11. Back in our day, we never had it this good. The chatter fired Su Yanran up, and she immediately rallied everyone to update their data. The nearest upload platform was barely 20 meters away, so she tugged Cheng Xing along at a brisk jog, their steps clicking crisply on the alloy floor. Su Yanran was the first to hop onto the pad. A pale gold glow rose from the surface, and a translucent interface appeared before her. Welcome to the battle arena. Please select a function. PK mode upload personal level. She tapped upload personal level without hesitation. Please release your aura. A wisp of spiritual power emerged, and the interface locked on at once your level is 18. Upload to the freshman level list? Yes. Light flared, and a second later the freshman board refreshed, Su Yanran's name shooting straight to the top. Whoa, level 18. Su Yanran. Whose prodigy is that? I'm a sophomore, and only level 17. The Grind King is level 17, and I'm stuck at 15. Cries of disbelief rippled through the crowd as people craned their necks to find the level 18 newcomer. Before they could pinpoint her, Chu Yanyan uploaded as well, her name sliding in right below also level 18, but a split second later triggering another wave of excitement. I see them. Someone pointed from the crowd. Chu Yanyan's delicate features glowed under the lights, her long hair shimmering, while Su Yanran's bright smile framed eyes like ink. They're not just topping the rankings. They'd rule the campus beauty list too. Pretty and powerful, I'm already in love. Bro, 2 dishes in and you're hammered? The buzz grew louder. When the 2 girls rejoined Cheng Xing, a forest of jealous and admiring stares locked onto them, sharp enough to prick the air. Cheng Xing rubbed his temples and sighed. From now on, if you stand next to me, masks are mandatory. At the straight-laced remark, Chu Yanyan pulled a playful face and wrapped an arm around him, right in front of the gawking girls. Not to be outdone, Su Yanran hooked his other arm. Envy spread through the stands like wildfire. The commotion hadn't even faded when someone shrieked. Woe level 20 freshman. Every head snapped up. The top spot that had belonged to Su Yanran now read. Cheng Yun level 20, the flashing cursor making the numbers burn in everyone's eyes. I only came to check on the departing freshman, and I walk into this? Up on the walled viewing platform, a tall man in a black trench coat stared at the board, his voice full of astonishment. President, these new students are something else. The towering figure behind him slowly opened his eyes, his tone deep and commanding. Enough. Remember why we're here. We can try recruiting them later if the opportunity comes. Cheng Xing frowned at the names scrolling across the leaderboard. If things followed the usual script, Cheng Yun should be making an entrance any second. Sure enough, the moment Cheng Yun's name appeared, the dueling arena erupted. Gasps rolled through the crowd as everyone craned their necks, eager to drag this walking headline into the spotlight. Level 20, the bare minimum to graduate from WUDA. Students with weaker talent or a laid-back attitude usually had to grind until senior year to hit that threshold. Yet a freshman had just crossed it on day 1, and the entire arena drew a collective breath. Even so, no one could spot Cheng Yun. The instant he uploaded his stats, he slipped out of the arena. With Su Yanran and the others on site, Cheng Xing had to be somewhere nearby, and Cheng Yun knew full well that sticking around would only make him a stepping stone. But he still needed the credits, so uploading was non-negotiable. He's not as clueless as I thought, Cheng Xing murmured, eyes narrowing. If Cheng Yun had actually jumped out to mock him on cue, Cheng Xing might have wondered whether had fallen into a cliché novel. Clearly, the fake young master wasn't so simple. With the main attraction missing, the gossip cooled. Upper-class students uploaded their levels, stirring the occasional ripple but never matching Cheng Yuan's shockwave. Then the freshman board exploded again. What year is I another level 20 freshman? A new name shot to the top, and the arena went pin-drop silent. Cheng Xing and his friends exchanged knowing smiles. An old ally had arrived. Yang Jian claimed first place, pushing Cheng Yuan to second. Lu Xinxin, Ning Xia, and Lin Yan followed, all at level 20. 5 level 20s. Am I dreaming? What are these freshmen eating rocket fuel? The arena boiled like oil on a hot griddle. Everyone stared at the screen. If freshman rankings hadn't been plastered across the top, they'd have sworn it was the junior or senior list. Yang Jian's team now owned the top 4 spots, bumping Cheng Yuan to 5th, followed by Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan. On the sub-rankings, it was total domination. Jin House number 1 Yang Jian, Ken House number 1 Lu Xinxin, Sun House number 1 and number 2 Ning Xia, Lin Yan, Zhen House number 1 Chu Yanyan, Qian House number 2 Su Yanran. Meanwhile, Yang Jian's squad had also cracked the university's overall top 1,000. Seeing their old friends surge ahead, Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan felt a twinge of frustration. They knew Yang Jian's group had leveled up by killing fallen ones during the earlier attack, while they'd missed their shot. "I'll power level you later," Cheng Xing said, reading their expressions and giving each of them a reassuring pat. "Really? It's a deal, then." Hearing that, the 2 girls' eyes lit up. They shook his arm excitedly, the silk-soft feeling making Cheng Xing summon 20 years of self-control. The boneless touch stiffened his shoulders for a moment, and the room erupted. The boy's jealous stares nailed him to the spot. "Damn, I'm so jealous. Why him? So good looks let you do whatever you want. Then why don't any girls look for me?" Cheng Xing could hear the gunpowder in their whispers. He sighed inwardly. If he could keep a low profile, he would, especially after learning what an SS grade talent meant. But for the sake of credits, he had to stand in the light. He drew a deep breath, gathered himself, and stepped onto the platform. "I have no love for showing off," he told himself. None at all. Light rippled across the ring, and a translucent screen popped up. "Welcome to the battle arena. Please select a function. PK mode upload personal level. Please release your aura." Only then did he let the aura had been holding burst free. Collecting aura collection complete. "Your level is 23. Upload to the freshman ranking?" "Yes," Cheng Xing answered gravely. Because the arena shielded energy fluctuations, no one below sensed his level. They saw only his solemn face. What's with the drama? Like he's never seen the world. You'd think he was making a life or death choice. I want to see why those 2 goddesses bother with him. A heartbeat later, the rankings refreshed. Freshman level ranking number 1. Cheng Xing, LV, 23. At the same time, his name jumped to number 798 on Wooda's overall list. The clamor fell into a dead hush. Eyes locked on that line of text, Adam's apples bobbing in silence. Cheng Xing slipped off the platform, took Su Yanran with one hand and Chu Yanyan with the other, and headed for the exit, muttering, "If showing off is a crime, I just got life without parole." Outside the combat hall, they nearly ran into Yang Jian and his crew, who were also beating a fast retreat. "Cheng Xing? Finally. Why didn't I see you during department signups?" Yang Jian called. "Shoo, not here. Move," Cheng Xing said, tilting his chin toward the eerily quiet arena. Yang Jian nodded like a woodpecker, and they sprinted for the secret realm building. The moment they left, the combat hall exploded. "Holy crap. Level 23? That level could buy my Lafino. Make me risk my Lafino, just damn. What kind of monster is that?" Shouts rose higher and higher. Some people so worked up they could barely form words. "President, good news. We found the freshman who withdrew." "Bad news. He's level 23. So this is the lead division's privilege, huh? Movie and day, and you've already snagged a room in the secret realm residence." Cheng Xing's dorm was small, yet Yang Jian, Lin Yan, Chu Yanyan, and Su Yanran had packed it to capacity. They squatted by the bed or leaned against the desk, touching everything in sight, eyes sparkling with envy. Each of them had just tested the AFK EXP farming feature, and every one of them had finished with a long, awestruck exhale. A lone recruit really does get special treatment. "The rest of us have to wait until tomorrow at the earliest," Yang Jian said, patting the wall where the light screen was still loading, jealousy thick in his voice. "And we don't have any credits yet, so even if we wanted a room, we couldn't afford one." "I never dreamed you were a lead division freshman," Lin Yan laughed, elbowing Cheng Xing. "Bet the forum's blowing up right now. Anyone who planned to challenge you must be losing it." Yang Jian and Chu Yanyan nodded, looking delighted at the chaos. "Challenge me? Why would they challenge me?" Cheng Xing blinked, confused. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan looked just as baffled. "You mean you don't know you're already famous on the forum?" The 4 of them stared. When it was clear Cheng Xing wasn't faking, they exchanged uneasy glances. "I haven't checked the forum. I stay pretty low-key," Cheng Xing muttered, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. If he hadn't needed the credits, he wouldn't have chased the rankings at all. Who knew the tallest tree catches the wind? Seeing his blank face, they recited the pin challenge post they'd seen the night before. Cheng Xing listened in disbelief. then rushed to his computer, logged in, and headed straight for the Wu University forum. The page loaded, and a post by Suzuku sat pinned at the top. View count already in the tens of thousands. Every reply was a sticker worshipping some unbeatable boss. Yesterday's comments had been any clues? And who's the lead division freshman? Today the headline blared, "Another monster talent joins the lead division." He clicked in. First thing he saw was a screenshot of the Combat Arena leaderboard, his name locked at the top, under the lead division tab. The comment section was brutal. "Not your average grinder. Yesterday, I thought the lead division was within reach. Looked at his level today, no way that's human. Dragon King. I'm a senior at level 21. This freshman's level 23. Gotta be an old hand smuffing in first year. King of Salt. Total freak. Did they secretly trigger a spiritual revival while the rest of us were asleep?" As Cheng Xing scrolled, black lines practically etched across his forehead, clearly that cheap teacher had set this trap. If they hadn't run off earlier, who knows if they'd have escaped. His level was high enough that low-level upperclassmen probably wouldn't pick a fight, but the real headache was that his next opponents wouldn't be freshmen, they'd be seniors. "Cheng Xing, want me to ask my dad to have Lord Suzuka delete the post?" Su Yanran asked, frowning at the comments. "Yeah, if this keeps up, a bunch of seniors are going to come after you," Chu Yanyan added, nodding. Competing within the same year was one thing. Forcing a first year to fend off fourth years was pushing it. Don't worry, without pressure there's no drive, and that's not always a bad thing. Cheng Xing fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. The post would affect his future, but at his current level hardly anyone his age could truly challenge him. He understood the need for vigilance, yet believed even more firmly that real pressure has to come from within. Respect. Yang Jian gave him a thumbs up. In Yang Jian's shoes, he would have begged his mentor to step in and make Vermilion Bird delete the post. Fourth-year students were downright scary. As strongest on the university's leaderboard was already level 29, one step short of level 30. Even setting level differences aside, for years of honed tactics and equipment would be enough to crush a group of freshmen. After Cheng Xing refused, Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan stopped trying to persuade him. Over the past few days they had learned his temperament. If he could handle something himself, he would never trouble anyone else. "Well, head out then. See you tomorrow, neighbor." Yang Jian checked the time, tapped the tabletop, and led the group out of the dorm. Once the door closed, Cheng Xing glanced at the two girls still loitering. "Aren't you leaving?" The moment the others were gone, Chu Yanyan yanked Su Yanran onto Cheng Xing's bed. The two of them crawled under the quilt, jumping around with no intention of going anywhere. "Everyone's searching for you outside, it's dangerous. Let us stay a little longer." Cheng Xing sighed, and let them fool around while he turned back to the computer. In Zone H had never even touched one of these machines. Though its internals differed from what he remembered in his last life, the operating logic was the same, and he slipped right in. On the forum's homepage, the hot topic about him was still pinned at the top. Most of the other posts were team-ups or help requests for academy missions. Freshman mission, guide looking for teammates. Sophomore mission, hand in 10 a grade beast material swows in. Help. Senior free mission, how do you hunt bloodthirsty bamboo worms? Curious, Cheng Xing opened the seniors post. At Marshall University, academy missions fall into two categories. 1. Mandatory assignments handed out according to a student's strength, usually involving real combat in disaster zones against beasts. 2. Voluntary assignments available for students seeking extra credits. You could earn points by slaying beasts, turning in materials, or even posting personal bounties. Here, you were either doing missions or grinding in secret realms. The faculty only surfaced to teach combat techniques. In the thread, the poster complained that the bloodthirsty bamboo worm was labeled a grade beast, yet his scanner on site showed grade, so he fled in panic. Cheng Xing was about to close the page when a reply caught his eye. "LOL, why didn't you do your research? Everyone knows bamboo worms have the camouflage talent. They love scaring people by faking a higher tier profile." Fake a height tier stat screen? Cheng Xing froze, finger hovering above the exit key. It was well past midnight before Chu Yanyan and her companion finally left, having straightened their clothes and composed themselves. Once the door shut, silence reclaimed the corridor, and Cheng Xing settled back in front of his computer. He logged onto the Wuda forum, typed bloodthirsty stick insect into the search bar, and hit enter. Dozens of posts appeared, far more than he expected. He opened them one by one, Chun Yifei's warning still echoing in his ears. An SS-grade talent must never be exposed. If a power existed that could read someone else's status panel, the consequences would be disastrous. As he sifted through the threads, his goal came into focus. The bloodthirsty stick insect was the only target that fit. With his direction decided, he closed the forum and opened the local disaster beast compendium. A detailed entry popped up almost at once. Bloodthirsty stick insect. Threat level, medium. Habitat, 500 kilometers northwest of the South China base, outskirts of the Y-City disaster zone. Category, grade beast, outer ring, average level 2025. Talent, grade mimicry, can disguise its aura, basic appearance, and status panel. Assessment, few skills, limited combat strength. Hunting tips. 1. Practice against its attack patterns in the Wuda simulation hall first. 2. Recommended party size same level. 4 grade talents, 3 grade talents, 2 A grade talents, 1 grade or above. The compendium's thoroughness made Cheng Xing marvel. Back in District H had never had such convenience. To test the database further, he searched for beasts head faced before. Crazed rabbit. Threat level, low. Habitat, 20 kilometers south of the South China base, outskirts of the Qingcheng disaster zone. Talent, grade sprint. Assessment, few skills, extremely weak, ideal for rookie awakeners. Hunting tip, restricted speed and its easy prey. Recommended party size, same level, 5 FE grade talents. Blood roach. Threat level, medium. Habitat, 50 kilometers south of the South China base, Qingcheng disaster zone. Talent, A grade digestive regeneration. Assessment, few skills, average combat strength, suited for intermediate awakeners. Hunting tip, joints are vulnerable. Remove the forelegs first to drop the difficulty sharply. Recommended party size, data incomplete. System only shows recommended party. Staring at instructions detailed down to joint weak points, he couldn't help thinking that if Head had this data sooner, he would have leveled up far faster. Pushing the thought aside, he closed the compendium, pulled up the Wuda campus map, marked the simulation hall, and finally washed up and turned in. The next morning he rose early. When he saw Su Yanran and the others again, the two women had already moved into the rooms on either side of his. After a brief exchange, the three of them headed to their own faculty buildings for class. They had already chosen their instructors in advance. Their families had even arranged some courses before the semester began. For Cheng Xing, this was perfect cover. Nobody could learn just yet that he had acquired a talent for disguise. A short ride later, he hopped off the campus shuttle and faced a building as large as a shopping mall, the university's simulation center. Inside, the vast atrium was mall-like as well, except every would-be storefront had been turned into a glass cubicle. Through the panels, he immediately recognized the disaster beast simulators used during the entrance exam. In the upper district, this equipment was already commonplace. Eyeing the long lines of machines, Cheng Xing sighed to himself. This was why he had to get into Wuda, and all the information gap was huge, and without connections he needed every edge he could find. Only a handful of students dotted the wide hall. He picked the nearest booth and swiped his card. Credits 1, balance 196. Welcome to the Disaster Beast Simulator. Remaining time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. 1 credit for a single day? He almost shouted. No wonder the place was empty. It was outrageously expensive. Later he learned that 1 credit equaled 10,000 Huaxia yuan and was nearly impossible to buy. With that in mind, he shut the glass door, then put on the helmet without further hesitation. The simulator booted up, a burst of white filling his vision. An instant later he stood in a boundless blank space, a translucent control panel hovering before him. Unlike the exam, where the fight began immediately, he could configure everything here. Stroking his chin, he equipped a full set of grade weapons and armor. Simulation target, bloodthirsty stick insect. Location, periphery of Y City disaster zone. Simulation start. The system's voice faded, and the scenery reassembled in a blink. Dense forest closed in, with the ruins of a city occasionally jutting through the trees. Cheng Xing kept moving, Xiuchuan Dao in hand, body low. A stick insect's camouflage wasn't just a line on its stat sheet. The humid forest fell silent. Even the insects stopped chirping. Suddenly, a shrill whistle split the air. Every danger sense flared. Cheng Xing threw himself sideways as a branch swept past. When he turned, the branch that had seemed motionless snapped down from the canopy and smashed into the ground, with chips spraying. It writhed, bark peeling away to reveal a pale green carapace beneath. Up close he saw it clearly, a bloodthirsty stick insect disguised as a tree limb. Its slender body stretched more than 10 meters, and the blow he had just avoided was only one of its many limbs. Calamity Beast, Bloodthirsty Segment Worm. Level 30. HP, 4000. Attributes, Strength 200, Agility 450, Constitution 200, Spirit 105. Innate Talent. Berserk, Grade B. When HP falls below 20, all attributes rise by 30. Skill, Lash LV.1. Cheng Xing glanced at the outrageous stats the system had just spat out and smiled. Instead of triggering his own skills, he deliberately lured the worm into striking first. Under the lights, the worm's gray-black, segmented carapace gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, every lash slicing the air with a shrill whistle. Cheng Xing stood his ground, taking the whip-like blows heat in. Sparks skittered off his arm guard each time steel met chitin. After several exchanges, he judged the beast's true combat power to be only roughly equal to a level 20 human martial artist. Dozens of rounds later, he had its rhythm down. Raise the tail segment to charge, snap forward in a blur, finish with a sweeping feeler. Spotting his opening, Cheng Xing's eyes hardened, and he unleashed 4-point slash. Blades of light crossed from every direction, carving a clear-shaped rift. Scales burst away in a glittering spray. Starlight flickered across the worm's hide. At last the creature collapsed, dissolving into motes of alien stardust. Calamity Beast eliminated. Battle duration 30 to 37. Rating C. Virtual hunt points 1. Total points 1. The projection delivered its verdict and popped up a cold continue hunting prompt. Cheng Xing wasn't surprised. Had already learned from the Simarina database that virtual calamity beasts feed both the points leaderboard and the rating leaderboard. Points reset each month like levels, but ratings accumulate indefinitely, and rumor had it that an SS-rank kill could be traded for a hefty credit bonus. Continue hunting. Without hesitation, he tapped the confirmation and dove back into the bloodthirsty segment worm strategy cycle. At that very moment, as his new point registered, a half-ethereal girl beneath a distant, shadowed vault opened her eyes. Data streams shimmered through her watery pupils like rivers of starlight. With a thought, she replayed Cheng Xing's entire duel in front of her as though watching footage. A slender finger touched his projected face, and his full character panel unfolded attributes, talents, skills, everything laid bare. He surfaced again, she murmured, a trace of helplessness in her voice. But he's still too weak, not ready to show himself to the world. She brushed a fingertip over the bold line that read SSS-rank talent. At her touch, the SSS faded to SS, and the rest of the talents quietly vanished. The moment Cheng Xing finished speaking, the landscape twisted again. Cracks of light spread across his vision like shattered glass, and in the blink of an eye he was hurled onto a different battlefield. The soil was dark brown, littered with broken branches and brittle leaves, and a damp, metallic stench hung in the air. Unlike the first time, he didn't look around in confusion. Instead, he focused at once, letting his danger sense ripple outward until every movement within a kilometer was mapped in his mind. A breeze rustled the leaves underfoot as he advanced, each breath timed to save oxygen. Suddenly, a blade-sharp surge of killing intent sliced through his thoughts. A rushing sound followed something dropped from overhead. Cheng Xing angled his body, and the bloodthirsty bamboo mantis scythe-like limb missed him by a hair, as if the move had been rehearsed. He reversed his grip on the longsword, steel flashing cold and bright. Blade arc. The moment the command formed, his arm snapped forward. A crescent wave of force howled out, slamming into the joint of the insect's carapace. The shell split, exposing a ragged wound. Green, foul-smelling ichor fountained out, hissing when it hit the ground, and the creature's health bar dropped a notch. Although the simulated mantis was only level 20, its defense remained formidable. The blade arc hadn't severed the limb entirely. Agony pushed the beast into a frenzy. 7 or 8 legs lashed down at once, tearing the air with a shriek. Block. Cheng Xing's eyes glinted coldly. Instead of retreating, he stepped in, sword held crosswise before his chest. His guard shifted so quickly it formed an unbroken wall, parrying every strike. Metal met chitin with muffled clangs, and the barrage faltered for an instant. Cheng Xing closed the distance and unleashed a quadrant slash. For intersecting blades of light tore into the thick limb, spraying blood in all directions, and the health bar plunged again. The mantis screeched in pain. Its assault didn't slow. If anything, it grew wilder. The limbs kept hammering down, yet Cheng Xing's blocks held. Spotting an opening, he stepped forward and launched a second quadrant slash at the same target. The Brank skill detonated with power, shearing the leg clean off. Blood misted through the air. Now bleeding, the mantis entered a hemorrhage state, and its health kept dropping. Yet level 20 disaster beasts regenerate quickly, especially a mantis built for attrition. After about 10% of its health bled out, the green fluid stopped flowing and the wound began knitting together before his eyes. Cheng Xing watched for only a heartbeat before pressing in quadrant slash, another quadrant slash. The chain of skills drained his stamina to the warning line, but at last the creature collapsed, shrieking, its massive body dissolving into motes of starlight that drifted on the wind. Disaster beast eliminated. Battle duration 21:59. Rating C. Virtual hunting points 1. Current points 2. Continue hunting. A translucent settlement screen floated in front of him, its blue-white glow reflected on his face. Only AC. He raised an eyebrow. Had finished much faster than the first time, yet the score barely improved. Tapping his chin, he muttered, so the system doesn't grade on time alone. After a moment's thought, he selected continue hunting. The scenery shifted a third time, as though a giant hand crushed the world and rebuilt it. The instant he landed, Cheng Xing reopened his danger sense and locked onto a new target. This time, though, he muted his psionic energy would fight the next bloodthirsty bamboo mantis with nothing but basic attacks. Without his skills active, Cheng Xing found the fight noticeably harder. He swung greedily and ended up eating several of the bamboo crawler's moves, almost getting killed in the process. Luckily, he had spec'd heavily into agility and held a clear speed advantage. He slid along the shadow of the creature's legs, whipped his blade backhand, and carved a crescent of light slash, sidestep, repeat. The relentless hitandron shaved the bloodthirsty bamboo crawler's health down to 0. It fell with a shriek, and Cheng Xing was left on the brink of death. Calamity beast slain battle duration 54 to 29 rating. B. Virtual hunting points, 1 current points. 3. Continue hunting? The results screen confirmed his hunch. Rating was tied not only to time, but to combat efficiency. So they're teaching us to kill calamity beasts in the most efficient way possible, Cheng Xing muttered. With that figured out, he grinned and hit continue. In the second run, he targeted the crawler's weak spots, the joints linking its head segment to its legs. Every strike landed deadened, and its health bar plummeted. But while he was basking in textbook perfect DPS, a sweeping tail stinger broke through his guard and erased his HP. Awakened slain battle duration, 928 battle failed. Too focused on offense, ignored my own health, he said, unfazed. Can't rely on autos alone. I need to use skills to trim the time, then cut skills while keeping the time steady. After a quick review, he jumped back in. Third run skills fully unleashed. Amid thunderous explosions, the bamboo crawler was shredded by a burst of blade light. Calamity beast slain battle duration, 1504 rating. B. Virtual hunting points, 1 current points. 4. His clear time had dropped sharply, but he still wasn't satisfied. Fourth run, 1043. Fifth run, 848. Sixth run, 459, rating bumped to A. After multiple simulations, the timer stalled below 5 minutes and refused to budge. That's about my limit. Time to start phasing out skills. He stopped chasing faster clears and hit start again. This time he could practically fight with his eyes closed. He didn't even activate danger sense. Sheer instinct tracked the murderous insect in the forest shadows. When it lunged, wind howling off its legs, he leaned aside, missing the strike by 2 centimeters. The Xiuquan Dao flicked up, the tip wedging into a joint like a crowbar. Crack! The leg popped clean off. While Cheng Xing immersed himself in virtual hunts, the martial arena on the other side of Wuda was buzzing. After yesterday's level ranking update, overall attendance had dipped, yet hundreds still duked it out on the platforms for a shot at the PK board. The high walls and bleachers were packed with students enjoying the show. Suddenly someone pointed at a distant holoscreen. Hey, the virtual points board is moving. Someone's actually grinding that thing. Each run costs a ton of credits. Look at him. That freshman from the departed courtyard, his points are skyrocketing. Gasps spread through the crowd as everyone recognized the name climbing the list. Cheng Xing. The virtual hall was pricey and strictly solo. Few first or second years had the chops to down a calamity beast alone, and even the talented ones balked at the cost-forward ratio. The leaderboard was usually the domain of third and fourth years. News of a freshman crashing the board tore through Wuda in seconds. Within minutes, students from all over campus were streaming toward the virtual hall, some eager to worship a new idol, others itching to challenge Cheng Xing. Disaster beast eliminated. Battle duration, 9 minutes 59 seconds. Rating, S. Virtual hunt points 3. Current total, 43. Continue hunting? A pale blue panel flickered to life in Cheng Xing's view. He let out a slow breath, the corners of his mouth lifting in satisfaction. Once the rush faded, the mental fatigue from back-to-back high-intensity fights crashed over him. The simulator might spare his stamina and nullify any risk of death, yet taut nerves still left his head throbbing. He glanced at the message time remaining, a little over 10 hours, then decisively selected no. By his own calculation, an SSS rating required killing a disaster beast of equal level in under 5 minutes without using any skills. Only after farming more than 20 level 20 bloodthirsty bamboo worms did he dare challenge a level 23. He finally squeezed the last same level worm under 10 minutes and earned his very first S. Exhausted, he logged out. The moment he removed the helmet and rubbed his aching temples, the sight before him made him jump. The once empty VR hall was now packed. Crowds ringed every operating pod, his included. Although the booth's glass turned one way once occupied, scores of wide eyes still made his pulse hitch. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through messages from Chu Yanyan and the others, and realized his location had leaked again. He could only chuckle wryly. After a brief reply, he switched the glass to an opaque setting, cutting off all prying stares. The booth was fully equipped, even sporting a roomy folding bed. Cheng Xing sprawled out and fell asleep, and used practice time was hardly something to waste. A private food chute connected to the lounge area. He ordered fast food, and within 2 minutes a steaming meal slid through the pipe, fulfilling every man cave fantasy. After a hearty meal and a nap, he opened his eyes to nightfall. Fewer people waited outside now, though a handful still lingered. Down the hallway, more pods glowed with active lights. Evidently seniors had moved in for extended leaderboard runs. Once a pod was activated, its timer never stopped. Many top players stayed for days, even a month, and with amenities rivaling the dorms, no one questioned it. Feeling fully recovered, Cheng Xing blanked out the external feed and dove into another scoring spree. Sleep was almost optional for high-tier awakened. Unless their minds were seriously wounded, a short rest sufficed. They were, after all, the undefeated champions of all-nighters. Countless bouts later, he knew every beat of the bloodthirsty bamboo worm's attack patterns. In his early runs he still got nicked for overreaching, but now his movements were crisp and sure. Killing the worms had become as easy as wringing a chicken's neck. Battle time 9 minutes 28 seconds, rating S. Battle time 8 minutes 57 seconds, rating S. Battle time 4 minutes 48 seconds, rating S. By constantly tweaking his skill rotations, Cheng Xing kept trimming almost half a minute off each run. After about an hour, he had stabilized his clear time under 5 minutes, and his rating rose to S. Yet until the timer on the simulator cubicle hit 0, he never managed to set a new record. He felt no discouragement at all. He renewed the booth on the spot and pushed for an even faster run. What he didn't realize was that this single move sent his position on the virtual points board soaring. Unlike the level board, which closed once a month, the points board reset every week, and many fourth-year seniors relied on it to earn credits. Those upperclassmen had dominated the board for years. Their levels were high, and the gap in strength was hard to bridge, so the rankings were rock solid. Then a ranking maniac suddenly appeared and shoved them down the list. How could they swallow that? Spurred by Cheng Xing's charge, many students on the board dropped whatever they were doing and joined the race. On the second day, his best rating stayed at S. On the third day, it climbed to SS. On the fourth day, he broke through again and reached SS. In the dormitory of Secret Realm Tower, Su Yanran, Lu Xinxin, and several others crowded around Chu Yanyan's screen, refreshing the forum in real time. Only Yang Jian was missing. The constantly updating points board thread flashed new numbers. Cheng Xing is insane. He made it to first place in just a few days. Yeah, I can't even scratch a beast of my own tier in the virtual arena. What on earth is in his head? And that hothead Yang Jian is still outside the top 100. The day after hearing about Cheng Xing's surge, Yang Jian couldn't sit still either and began farming points. Thanks to a decent level and talent, he barely squeezed onto the board, but he was nowhere near as dazzling as Cheng Xing. By the fifth day of Cheng Xing's non-stop grinding, the seniors finally gave up chasing him and turned to fighting for second place instead. Their moods evolved. Anger on day 1, defiance on day 2, frustration on day 3, despair on day 4. By today, they had no choice but to accept reality. We can't top him, we just can't. Where did this monster even come from? When hunting virtual disaster beasts, you had to fight within your own tier, and your level couldn't exceed the beasts by more than 5 levels. A level 20 couldn't fight below level 20. A level 26 couldn't challenge a level 20. Even if you won, you earned no points. The higher your rating, the more points you gained, and beating a higher level beast granted bonus points. By the second day, they had worked out from Cheng Xing's point swings that he scored S or above every match. They tried to copy him, but gained no points and only wasted time. They finally admitted defeat. This kind of combat intuition, which transcended the talent system, couldn't be made up for by effort alone. After that, Cheng Xing's points kept rising, yet each match displayed the same numbers, clearly signaling a bottleneck. Then came the 7th day. A level 23 bloodthirsty bamboo worm shattered beneath his feet, and the familiar panel filled his view. Disaster beast slaying. Battle duration 4 minutes 59 seconds. Rating SSS. Cheng Xing glanced at his score, took a deep breath, and finally allowed a satisfied smile to spread across his face. SSS had at last broken through. In the entire mock battle, he had felled beasts of equal level using nothing but basic attacks. Congratulations, awakened Cheng Xing. Rating, SSS. Credits 100. Current balance, 390. Would you like to broadcast this to the whole academy? As the settlement screen dimmed, a fresh prompt appeared. He tapped to accept the credits, then dismissed the broadcast option without hesitation. No way. He had only just survived a week of being mobbed outside the VR arena. A campus-wide announcement would trap him there for another. With time to spare, he stayed put and loaded a level 24 bloodthirsty bamboo worm for another hunt. 7 minutes later, the worm burst into pixels. Fighting above his level meant he couldn't rely on basic attacks alone. The win had come from a hard-hitting mix of skills. He didn't bother checking the score and jumped straight to level 25. That run took nearly 14 minutes, twice as long as the previous round. The higher the level, the harsher the suppression. Back when he was only F or E rank, he could punch up with great skills. Now it was becoming a grind. With my grasp of the bloodthirsty bamboo worm, 3 more levels shouldn't be an issue. Reviewing the fight, he spoke to himself. Since earning the SSS rating, had memorized every beat of the creature's attack rhythm. If the gap wasn't outrageous, he could probably finish it hit-free, just muscle memory. Goal met. He exited the simulator. He switched on the one-way glass to scout the corridor. A few onlookers remained, but far fewer than during the peak. Many had their eyes on other booths. Clearly, he wasn't the sole attraction anymore. In mastering the beast, had also climbed the leaderboards and unintentionally kicked off a school-wide ranking craze. More than half the booths now glowed red, signaling they were in use. Seeing his chance, he packed up and slipped out before anyone could react. Back in the dorm, Su Yanran and the others were in class. Without a word, he booted up and logged into Wood's task network. The refreshed interface overflowed with mission slay calamity beasts, turn in beast materials, and so on. Rewards varied by level, but submitting drops paid far better than simple kills. Calamity beasts roamed everywhere, yet loot wasn't guaranteed except for him. Comparing prices, he noticed the academy's buy-in rate sat below the open market value, a clear move to stop students from buying materials outside and flipping them for easy credits. After scanning the listings, Cheng Xing played it safe this time. Instead of taking the bloodthirsty bamboo mantis job, he picked a bounty to hunt face spiders on the outskirts of Y City, along with a materials contract. Once the paperwork was done, he slipped out of Wuda without a sound and headed straight for his familiar rental in H District. Opening the security door, he stepped into the cramped living room, its dim yellow light and worn furniture instantly putting him at ease. The whole building was his now. After winning the selection tournament, Head paid a hefty sum to buy it from the landlord, freeing himself from rent and turning himself into a small-time landlord overnight. He packed quickly, slung his gear, and went downstairs. The parking spot that had once been buried in trash was spotless, and a crossover wrapped in a silver-gray cover sat there quietly. Cheng Xing pulled the cover free, revealing the sharp lines of a brand-new black pickup. He climbed in, turned the key, and the engine let out a low growl. Pedal to the floor, the truck sliced through the night toward base F District. The pickup had eaten more than half of his earnings. Forged from behemoth parts, it was the same model Su Haoran drove, one of the few vehicles capable of operating in a disaster zone. Head thought it would gather dust for a while. Instead, it was already earning its keep. He crossed the city without trouble. From the outside, the truck looked ordinary. Only when he rolled into the adventurer camp by the F District gate did it start drawing eyes. Few people could afford to drive a disaster-grade vehicle out here. Cheng Xing winced at the attention, but 500 kilometers to Y City on foot was not an option. Before he could step out, someone tapped on the window. A striking female adventurer offered a bright smile, clearly hoping to chat. Even the most basic disaster-grade truck cost more than a supercar, and everyone knew it. Cheng Xing politely declined, stepped out, and headed for registration. Seeing he was alone, both the registrar and those in line looked surprised. Anyone who dared leave the city solo these days was usually class or higher. The black mask covering the lower half of his face added nothing to his power, but combined with his dark eyes it lent him an air of mystery. During the brief registration, he fended off several more approaches, scribbled his name, and retreated to the driver's seat, flooring it into the disaster zone. So cool. Rich, strong, and aloof's exactly my type. I can't imagine how gorgeous he must be under that mask. A few women watched the dust trail behind his truck, their eyes lingering. Someone muttered sourly, "Sure, he's probably hiding some weird deformity." The remark drew a quick, low chorus of objections. Outside the city, the road was a wreck. Years of neglect and behemoth traffic had left it barely passable for ordinary cars. For this purpose-built pickup, it was only a rough ride. Civilization faded fast, ruined villages flashed by, nothing left but broken walls and collapsed roofs. Soon even the villages vanished, leaving a scarred ribbon of asphalt winding through dense forest. If the Adventurers Guild didn't run the occasional shuttle, the jungle would have swallowed the road long ago. 6 hours later, the truck crested a ridge, and the view opened wide. A city smothered in vines and undergrowth lay silent below, its tilted skyscrapers and shattered windows catching the last light in a dull, cold gleam. Y City's disaster zone at last. Cheng Xing found a relatively intact courtyard near the outskirts of Y City and pulled the car in. He slung on his pack, tiptoed to peer over the wall, then nimbly climbed to a vantage point that gave him a full view of the outer disaster zone. Wedged between mountains, Y City was ringed by dense forest, and the battered outlines of several old county towns could still be seen. He took out his terminal, matched the scene against the map, and checked the terrain again. Getting lost inside would be awkward. No way we'll run into the slaughter cult again, right? He muttered, rubbing his chin. Those lunatics showed up every other day, but they should be lying low now. Thinking of Su Haoran's grumbling, "We patrol all day and can't even get a sip of hot water," made him laugh under his breath. Since the ambush at the last qualifier, South China Base had pulled elite Awakener Bureau agents to sweep the disaster zone. Several cult hideouts had been smashed thanks to prisoner intel, yet the spirit seed was still nowhere to be found. Shaking the thought away, he refocused on the ruins. Once oriented, he vaulted off the high ground, letting his danger sense ripple outward. Huh. A soft exclamation slipped out. His perception radius had somehow stretched to nearly 100 meters. Had spent so much time tweaking moves in the simulator that he never noticed the change. Only real combat revealed it. Maybe the simulator really could strengthen perception. It was probably linked to how often Head drained his mental strength in the virtual arena. Head asked his senior when he got back. Setting the idea aside, he blurred into the disaster zone. Days of fighting had sharpened his eye, and it locked on an ancient, thick-trunked tree ahead. As he focused, a data stream from the Awakener system flashed across his vision. Disaster Beast, Bloodthirsty Bamboo Worm. Level, 31. HP, 4400. Stats, STR 220, AGI 480, Con 230, SPI 113. Talent, Grade B Enhanced Leap Movement Skills 30. Skill, Venomous Breath LV, 1. This readout doesn't match that creepy bug at all. He chuckled. drawing his Shochuan Dao and lunging forward. His speed left the worm barely time to react before the blade fell. From a wicked angle, he sliced through the joint between leg and body, then flicked his wrist upward, a flash of steel casually severing a limb. The creature screeched, its remaining legs whipping like lashes, but Cheng Xing moved as though he could see the future, parrying each strike with minimal effort. After a brief clash, the bloodthirsty bamboo worm shed its disguise altogether, its slender torso twisting free of the trunk. Cheng Xing never paused. The blade flashed again as he barked, Quadra Slash. With a sharp command echoing in Cheng Xing's mind, 4 arcs of blade light burst forth. Had Su Yanran been there, she would have been stunned. Unlike the casual 4-direction slash he had used earlier, the blades now curved in midair, shearing precisely through the remaining joints of the bloodthirsty bamboo boar's legs. Foul green ichor sprayed as 5 of its 6 limbs were sliced away in an instant. Off balance, the creature crashed to the ground. Its last leg thrashed in panic, but Cheng Xing sidestepped with calm precision. Several desperate lashes whipped toward him. He flicked his Shochuan Dao and parried them cleanly. The mountain of combat experience he had piled up in the simulator came into full effect without a single skill. His blocks were textbook perfect. Confirming the insect still had plenty of health, Cheng Xing snapped his wrist. The Dao rang out, and several arcs of blade force crashed down, all striking its weak points. The health bar plummeted visibly. Killed LV, 21 bloodthirsty bamboo borer. EXP 6000. Seconds later the bar hit 0, the system chimed, and 2 pale green materials clattered to the ground. The battle had lasted less than a minute. Cheng Xing tossed the loot into his pack and looked for his next target. With a threat sense radius of 1,100 meters, hunting bamboo borers in these mountains was like tracking a slow-moving blip on radar, clear and effortless. Before long, a level 33 borer stepped into range. Cheng Xing blinked forward, sending 2 icy slashes ahead of him. Both legs hit the ground a beat later. This one, far stronger than the last, counterattacked at once. Its joints were noticeably tougher. A normal strike from Cheng Xing left only shallow grooves. Whip-like limbs swept in from both sides and above. Eyes narrowing, he vaulted back to escape the encirclement, then chopped off the end of another leg with a follow-up blade wave. The fresh wounds drove the creature berserk. Scarlet light swelled in its eyes, and its strikes blurred with speed. Yet no matter how dense the assault, Cheng Xing always found the dead angle. Combos that meant certain death for others looked to him like a leisurely stroll. After a few parries he had pegged its real level 23. This isn't the simulator where I chase high scores, he thought, planting one foot. A 4-direction slash howled out, smashing the weak point and forcing the health bar down. The borer shrieked. Cheng Xing spun, fired off another 4-direction slash, and wiped the bar clean. Using his ultimate twice in a row sent hot waves rolling through his chest, and his breathing grew heavy. In the simulator, every reset restored stamina and dulled pain, so a death felt no worse than taking a punch. Real combat was different. No system reset existed, and fatigue gnawed at both body and mind. Gauging his remaining strength, he scooped up the drops and slipped deeper into the forest. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the number of bloodthirsty bamboo borers in the disaster zone dwindled before the naked eye. Meanwhile, at the center of Y City's outer disaster zone, a bald circular clearing lay silently in the woods. The circle was perfectly drawn, a full 100 meters across, and the surrounding forest stood eerily still. As the lesser beasts grew scarce, the head of a bloodthirsty bamboo borer suddenly surfaced in the clearing's center. It stepped forward, its body assembling in midair as though an invisible doorway had opened. Unlike the others, this one was noticeably larger. On the outskirts of Y City's disaster zone, Cheng Xing's blade flashed, the air ringing as he lopped off the final bloodthirsty stickbug's head, splattering black-green ichor across the rubble. He slid the sword back into its sheath, scooped up the chitin and crystal core, wiped the sweat from his brow, stuffed the trophies into his pack, and left the blood-reeking alley without pause. He knew that stench would draw more beasts in minutes. A loud growl from his stomach cut short any urge to keep hunting. Relying on his danger sense, he pinpointed a stretch of crumbled wall free of monsters within a few hundred meters and vaulted into its shadow. This was his 5th day in the zone, and his kill tally had climbed from 50-odd bloodthirsty stickbugs on day 1 to 10 more each subsequent day. The pace was decent, yet nowhere near the simulator's effortless hundreds. Real fatigue and focus drain were far harsher than raw data suggested, forcing him to stay on edge just to stay alive. Even worse, the bugs were scattered here, and his danger sense rarely flagged more than 1 or 2 at a time. To avoid collapse, he usually looked for a safe spot the moment hunger or exhaustion appeared. At night, he retreated to the off-road vehicle parked on the perimeter and emptied his pack. No one could guarantee whether surprise or disaster would arrive first, and even the sharpest instincts weren't foolproof. Now he sat with his back to the broken wall, pack at his side. He pulled out water, bread, and jerky, silencing his hunger in a few brisk bites. A swipe of his finger brought up a translucent status panel. Name: Cheng Xing. Level: 23 2,994,043 million XP. Health, 3,400. Attributes: Strength, 228. Agility, 344. Constitution, 189. Spirit, 109. Unassigned points, 0. Talents: SSS-rank, drop rate boost. Frank, sprint. E-rank, metabolic recovery. E-rank, rally. A-rank, invisibility. Skills: rank, quadra/LV.1. E-rank, block LV.1. Drank, blade, aura, LV.1. One more kill would push the experience bar over the edge. Chewing the jerky with a crunch, he muttered under his breath about the impending level up. The equipment list scrolled next. Back at the Awakened Administration selection event, his boosted drop rate had let him swap every piece of armor for grade or better, yet a proper weapon still eluded him, so he kept wielding the Blood Mantis Fawn. Current gear: Bug Helm, Crate Set Piece, Spirit 20, Constitution 10. Bug Gauntlets, Crate Set Piece, Strength 20, Constitution 10. Bug Boots, Crate Set Piece, Agility 20, Constitution 10. Bug Greaves, Crate Set Piece, Agility 20, Constitution 10. Set bonuses: 2 pieces, all attributes 15. 4 pieces, all attributes 45. 5 pieces, damage reduction 10. After just 5 days, he was a single step from leveling up and had finally completed the Crate Bug set. As for the chest piece, he did own one, but the great armor he carried offered better stats, and its bonuses overlapped with the 5-piece set, so there was no reason to swap it out. As his level climbed higher, the difference in equipment started to show. Beginning at grade D, each piece granted stats equal to half a level, so a full 5-piece set translated into a 2.5 level boost. Even so, almost no one at the base could match Cheng Xing's loadout. While still a grade D awakened, he was already wearing a full set of grade C gear plus a few grade B extras. Only the scions of influential clans or the children of the rich could normally afford that. Everyone else, even the hardest grinding martial arts students, considered themselves lucky just to wield gear that matched their own grade. An ordinary awakened who failed to enter the academy usually scraped together nothing better than a second-rate set. The one downside was that anything below grade B couldn't be reshaped. Clad in 4 pieces of the insect armor set, Cheng Xing looked as if he were wearing light armor forged from a black beetle's carapace. The grade B plague rat garb had originally taken the form of a flashy trench coat, but he simply adjusted its appearance to match the insect set's jacket. After a short break, he packed up his spoils. A complete grade C set might have felt like striking gold to anyone else, yet Cheng Xing never lost sight of his goal-grinding monsters for levels. He closed his eyes, spread out his senses, and quickly locked onto a bloodthirsty bamboo mantis. The dark green shape drifted into view, and he stepped forward. Quadra/. Instead of crippling its legs first, for blades of light sheared cleanly through every joint that linked the creature's limbs to its body. With his new gear, Cheng Xing no longer needed to slow a target down. All he had to do was swing. Steel flashed, blood sprayed, and the mantis died before it could even scream. Grade C gear really does hit different, he muttered. Thanks to the upgraded loadout, his stats were brushing the threshold of level 30, and one-shotting a level 20 disaster beast was effortless. Defeated LV 20 bloodthirsty bamboo mantis, EXP 6000. Level up 2324. Unassigned attribute points 30. No sooner had he spent those points than he noticed the mantis had dropped a weapon blade, no less. Picking it up, he found a saber that glowed deep green, its outline almost identical to a Yinling Dao. Bamboo segment blade. Quality, grade C. Effect, damage 40/damage 10. He gave it a few test swings. The pitch-black edge, seemingly forged from some unknown shell, glimmered with a cold light and matched his insect armor perfectly. His wrist flicked. A blossom of steel bloomed and vanished as the blade slid back into its scabbard. He immediately replaced his long-trusted blood mantis fawn. Buoyed by the good fortune, Cheng Xing quickened his pace. Before long, he found another target. As he drew near, a bloodthirsty bamboo mantis came into view, this one standing in the open, staring straight at him, and larger than any he had seen so far. Still riding the high of his gear upgrade, Cheng Xing failed to notice the oddity. He focused, and system data popped up at once. Disaster Beast, Bloodthirsty Bamboo Mantis. Level, 31. HP, 4,400. Strength, 220. Agility, 480. Constitution, 230. Spirit, 113. Talent, Grade C Mimicry. Talent Effect, Masks Appearance and Stats. Skills, Whiplash LV. 1, Iron Body LV 1. So it didn't bother disguising its talent and skills as another beast this time. Cheng Xing offered a faint smile, stepped forward, and drew his blade in one seamless motion. Fourfold Cleave. He barked, sending 4 intersecting arcs of steel toward the bloodthirsty bamboo beetle's weak points. Clang. Metal rang out, but the expected one-strike kill never came. The creature's 6 limbs crossed in a blur, blocking every slash. Its carapace gleamed like polished iron. Sparks flew, and the jarring force shot up the hilt into Cheng Xing's palm. His face tightened. Something was off. The insect's limbs suddenly lifted high, the joints flashing cold light, and a needle-sharp sense of danger closed in. Before Cheng Xing could see what happened, his body moved on its own. Block. Instinct triggered the skill, his longsword tracing a flickering arc. Bang, bang, bang. Explosive impacts showered sparks. Only then did he realize the limbs hadn't vanished, they were simply too fast. Pain tore through his grip as he sprang backward. Whoosh. A deafening crash followed, kicking up dust and carving a crater where he had stood. Using the recoil, Cheng Xing leapt back several more paces, stopping over 10 meters away. The pressure eased, but he didn't relax. Eyes fixed on the beast, he flung his pack aside and tightened both hands on his sword. The mountain wind stirred. The dust settled, revealing the gaping hole in the ground. 2 brief exchanges told him all he needed. 1 delayed reaction, and he would be dead or maimed. Who snuck a real monster in with the knockoffs? What lousy luck, he muttered, yet his gaze never left the bloodthirsty bamboo beetle. Without the hundreds of simulated life-and-death duels and the heightened danger sense, they'd forget it'd already be a corpse. Even so, a thrill he couldn't name whitened his knuckles. The beetle's crimson eyes locked onto its prey. 6 limbs hammered the earth, and it lunged in a blur. Here it comes. Cheng Xing braced, finally tracking the path of a Class C calamity beast. In a blink the insect closed in, thick limbs whipping through the air with a shrill whistle. He no longer met it heat-in. A dance of sidesteps, slides, and pivots let him slip past every strike. As the creature recoiled, his blade hummed, and a razor slash snapped toward a limb joint. The sword bit deep, meeting steel-like resistance, but the follow-throw carried on shunk, severing the limb at the root and spraying dark ichor. Cheng Xing didn't linger. He darted back at once. Against an opponent faster than himself, greed had no place on his blade. The only thing keeping Cheng Xing from getting hit was the split-second foresight honed by years of experience. The bloodthirsty stick insect's HP bar had barely dipped, and Cheng Xing found this thing was even tougher than had expected. Still, he felt no discouragement. His footwork shifted non-stop as he slashed back whenever a gap opened in the creature's assault. After that first clean hit, the bug's response changed completely from what had seen in class beasts. It seemed to realize its weak spot had been marked. Instead of absorbing the blows, it began to dodge with purpose, slipping past nearly every strike aimed at its vitals. Cheng Xing unleashed 2 consecutive quadrant slashes just to shear off the tip of one leg. The sharp pain drove the class beast into a frenzy. Its hoarse roar rattled the forest, and its rhythm kicked up another gear. They already differed by more than 100 agility points, and with that new burst of speed Cheng Xing finally failed to dodge everything. A whip-like leg cracked across his waist, raw force rippling through his body. He was flung sideways more than 10 meters, plowing a trench through leaves and soil. Blazing pain stole his breath, and half his HP evaporated at once. He yanked out a strip of jerky, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed hard. As he ate, his HP bar inched upward. Cheng Xing gave a wry smile. Being close to class was still only close. Going toe-a-toe across a tier really wasn't easy. Worse, once a calamity beast hit class, it gained intellect, replacing bestial instinct with genuine combat logic. With every exchange, the windows to strike its weak point grew slimmer. The bloodthirsty stick insect offered no respite. Foul, sticky fluid dripped from its mandibles, and cold compound eyes locked onto him, as if an urge to devour had eclipsed even its drive to reproduce. Cheng Xing kept his nerves taut, weaving and dodging. The few counterblows he landed barely moved the creature's HP bar. Time to bail. He glanced at the bug's H down by barely a fifth thin at his own stamina, already half spent, and made the call. If he kept slugging it out, he was dead. Another lash came in. He raised his blade, parried, and used the recoil to propel himself backward. Stealth. The moment the thought formed, his figure blurred and vanished. Invisible, he didn't dare pause. Like an arrow from the string, he shot through the forest, covering several hundred meters in a heartbeat. Bereft of its prey, the bloodthirsty stick insect swiveled in confusion, mandibles rasping. Then it hacked at nearby trees, sending trunks and branches flying. Moments later, it seemed to remember something. An unseen ripple of danger sense spread outward, blanketing a 500-meter radius, and it found Cheng Xing again, just as he was about to slip clear. Target reacquired. The insect rocketed forward. While Cheng Xing was orienting himself, alarm bells exploded in his mind. The needle-prick threat head felt in their earlier standoff was back. Stealth was useless. He unleashed his own danger sense, and in a flash felt a massive presence barreling straight toward him. No doubt, that crazed bug. What? Even stealth can't fool danger perception. Upon seeing this, Cheng Xing's expression darkened. Invisibility clearly wasn't infallible. The bloodthirsty bamboo weevil's gaze sliced through the air like a knife, tracking the hidden figure and giving him no chance to stop. Time was tight. He hunched low, darting through broken streets and collapsed buildings while constantly recalibrating his course. Fortunately, his grade talent, sprint, unleashed explosive power in his legs, sending shards of brick and concrete spraying like rain and steadily lengthening the gap. With a pursuer on his tail, heading back to the car was out of the question. Cheng Xing knew a level 20 awakened and a class beast could out-accelerate any vehicle. Rushing for the special car parked roadside would only corner him. Besides, that newly purchased vehicle could repel beasts below class. It was nearly useless against a class bloodthirsty bamboo weevil. While running, he used danger sense to gauge their distance. He was gaining roughly 1 meter per second, and the weevil was about 300 meters behind. Had been sprinting southwest, but suddenly cut sharply west, shattering a chunk of pavement underfoot. In his peripheral vision, he saw the weevil pause for half a beat before switching course. It didn't lock onto me right away. Stealth still works. It's relying mostly on danger sense, he reasoned. If I can outdistance its sensing range, I'm safe. But how far could a level 30 beast sense? Using his own 1 kilometer diameter at level 20 as a reference, he guessed close to 2 kilometers. That meant he needed a full kilometer of separation to shake it. Decision made, he pushed harder. The cracked asphalt blurred beneath him, wind howling past. Man and beast hurtled through Q City's outer disaster zone in a brutal foot race. 350 meters, 400. Numbers flickered through his mind. At 499 meters, he figured 2 more minutes would let the weevil slip beyond his danger sense radius. Then, a new signal flared. Ahead, an unfamiliar beast aura and several awakened presences weaker than his own. The clang of metal and bursts of power rang out practically around the corner. People? A team operating in this remote zone was the last thing Head expected. A lightning-fast idea arose. Lure the weevil to them, let them buy him a moment, and escape. Yet with their lesser strength, they'd be dead against a class beast, delaying it for mere seconds. He crushed the thought immediately. Pivoting mid-stride, he veered north-northeast, skirting the coming battle while muttering wryly to himself. Let's hope I'm the tastier target. According to his estimate, a class calamity beast could sense danger within 2 kilometers, so those people were probably already on its radar, and changing direction now would be too late. To avoid steering the monster toward innocent strangers, he could only hope he remained a more tempting target. The hard-won gap would inevitably shrink, but at least that unknown squad might survive. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing lunged forward, his blade cutting through the air of 4-point slash that rippled across the woods. A silver arc flashed, trees were severed at the trunk and crashed to the ground, the thunderous noise shattering the silence. The instant the devastation was done, he sprinted away. The deafening strike fully exposed his position and, as expected, yanked the class bloodthirsty mantid's attention back to him. When the insect wheeled around and charged, Cheng Xing actually breathed easier. The aggro was his again, and the plan was working. Less than 300 meters away, a 5-man squad was besieging a level 20 bloodthirsty mantid. The sudden roar made them all jump. Captain, someone else is out there. One of them warned nervously. Stay sharp, the captain ordered, wary of potential bandits hiding in the woods. Elsewhere, Cheng Xing turned once more, letting the class mantid close to roughly 250 meters. Once he was sure its hatred was fixed, he went invisible. Against a class foe, the stealth helped only a little, but it kept the weaker class beasts from noticing him and saved him a lot of trouble. The familiar chase resumed. He stretched the distance to 500 meters as the terrain grew darker and more tangled. Just when he meant to widen the gap farther, he noticed something odd. The moment he slipped past 500 meters, the mantid's presence vanished from his senses. A class beast's danger range is really this short? He wondered. The monster couldn't possibly have lost interest so fast. The only explanation was that Head left its lock-on radius. He decided to test the theory. Doubling back, he crept forward. The instant he stepped inside the 500-meter boundary, the rampaging mantid snapped to him, shrieked, and charged. So a class beast's danger sense spans only a 1-kilometer diameter. Spinning on his heel, Cheng Xing dashed off. Both thrilled and relieved. It confirmed his hypothesis and proved that his own perception was superior. He wasted no more time. Activating his leg talent, sprint, he tore through leaves and branches, losing the mantid so completely that it soon disappeared from view. After confirming nothing was chasing him, he wiped the thin sweat from his brow and silently thanked his luck. Without sprint, he would already be bug food. To stay safe, he remained invisible. His eyes darted about, searching for a vantage point to orient himself. He soon fixed on a towering tree that pierced the canopy and ghosted toward it. He never reached it. The trees ahead thinned abruptly, and the forest opened into a broad, circular clearing nestled within the dense woodland. Cheng Xing stared at the open ground ahead, baffled. Dense mountainside forests should have tangled branches and roots, yet the very center looked as if a blade had sliced out a perfect disc, smooth, immaculate, not even a fallen twig in sight. The sight was unnerving. Did someone set up camp here? He muttered, scratching his head while pacing the perimeter. It was so symmetrical that he couldn't buy the idea it was natural. After a moment's thought, he chose the safer option. Forget it, it'll go around. He stopped at the edge without stepping in. A detour of a few kilometers meant nothing to him. It was just a longer hike. But the instant he stepped back, something strange happened. The center that should have been receding seemed to lurch closer. He glanced at his footprints and broke into a cold sweat. Despite retreating 2 full steps, he now stood 2 or 3 meters farther forward. What's going on? His face paled, a wave of foreboding rolling through his chest. If trouble was coming, it was arriving now. He drew a deep breath, forced the anxiety down, and steadied himself. Remaining still, he summoned the energy within and spread his danger sense. Grass rustled. The wind whispered. Everything felt eerily normal. No hint of a threat surfaced. Can my luck really be this bad? He murmured wryly. To test it, he stepped back again, only for his path to tilt once more toward the center. Then he shifted left and right. Each time, his body inexplicably slid forward. In contrast, one deliberate step ahead pushed him forward exactly as expected. Physics no longer applied. There was no doubt Head stumbled into a secret realm. The phenomenon matched almost word for word what Chen Yifei had once described. But why is a secret realm here? Cheng Xing frowned. Before setting out, he had combed through every post on the Wuda forum about bloodthirsty bamboo mantises, the Q-City disaster zone, and its outskirts, yet found no mention of a secret realm. By rule, anyone who discovered one and reported it would earn a hefty reward from either the Adventurers Guild or Wuda. If this realm had existed for long, someone would have flagged it. Something else felt wrong. Ordinarily, secret realms were tied to disaster zone lords. Once a realm appeared, the Lord Beast showed up as well. Cheng Xing scanned the surroundings. No lord, not even an ordinary disaster beast. Given his recent hunts, at least 3 beasts should have been lying in ambush around a clearing this size. His mind jumped to the class bloodthirsty bamboo mantis. If most of the local beasts were around level 20 to 25 and a lord existed, odds were that mantis was it. That begged the question, had it crawled out of this very realm? Sure enough, a trail of beast tracks stretched south from the clearing, and following that line of prints led straight to the area where Head been hunting the mantises earlier. Did I really kill so many that the realm had to restock itself? Cheng Xing frowned, his expression tangled. Head thought being chased by a craved bloodthirsty stick insect was just rotten luck, but the truth was the secret realm was repairing itself and had been sucked in as collateral damage. A lord-class disaster beast has spawned, yet it hasn't linked to the realm, so this place was just born? His eyes brightened. Since stepping onto the clearing, more than enough time had passed for the crate insect to catch up, yet his danger sense stayed blank. The creature was clearly being kept outside. Even so, he couldn't relax. A newborn realm could still kill you. He tried every escape strategy he knew: sprinting, jumping, crawling, even walking on his hands. Everything short of flying. No matter what he did, every path led to one spot, the center of the clearing. Worse, the distance was shrinking with every step. The good news, he was unharmed, and his danger sense hadn't screamed once. The bad, his phone had 0 signal. The realm's warped physics blocked all communication like an iron dome. Whatever I do, I head for the middle. Definitely a forced rule, he noted. With no way to call for backup, he stopped resisting. Sooner or later He'd have to face it. And who knew when that crate insect would break in? He drew a deep breath, lengthened his stride, and headed straight for the center. The moment he crossed the line, the world flipped. Springy leaves cushioned his boots, damp earth filled his nose, and a dense forest burst upward. Light as bright as noon spilled over the canopy, yet no sun hung overhead. Entering Disaster Beast Secret Realm. Realm Grade, C. Level Limit, 2029. Clear Condition. Solo kill 1,000 bloodthirsty stick insects within 7 days. Special Rule. No swearing. Failure Rule Violation Penalty. Erasure. A pale blue panel flashed across his vision, then folded into a tiny window in the lower left corner. Progress. Time remaining. 167:59:59. Kills. 0-1000. Pretty civilized for a death trap, Cheng Xing muttered at the no swearing line. The interface vanished, and he flung his danger sense outward. Dozens of savage auras lunged into the net like wolves. Here, the beasts seemed to flaunt their positions, their killing intent blazing like beacons. Density was 10 times higher than outside. Thankfully, every aura sat firmly in grade territory. None of the suffocating crate pressure was present. If it were 1,000 crates, I'd be writing my will. He exhaled, finally a shade relaxed. Grade he could handle. He stepped back to test the way out, and didn't move an inch. The entrance was one way. Still, the bizarre law near the doorway was gone. Forward was forward, back was back, and his sense of direction worked again. One more check of his phone, still dead air. He pocketed it with a sigh. Since I'm stuck, might as well start slaughtering. His eyes narrowed. Secret realms came with all kinds of conditions. Today luck handed him the simplest straight kill count. Simple for him. Anyway, most people would despair at a solo, 7-day, 1,000 beast quota. And right now, the realm wasn't just keeping him alive. It had dropped a perfect training ground in his lap. Had been wondering where to grind levels. Problem solved. Outside the disaster zone that rings Y City. for students from South China Marshall University moved side by side through a lush mountain forest, keeping their steps light and their breathing shallow. The silence was unsettling. Lin Fei tightened his grip on his weapon, uncertainty edging his voice. Bro, maybe we should head back. We're almost at the core area, and with our strength I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Lin Kong cut him off. Aren't you curious what those people just discovered? Had Cheng Xing been present, he would have recognized the quartet immediately. They were the students who had brushed past him earlier. The school crest on their chests caught the dim forest light, unmistakably identifying them as members of South China Marshall University. Moments ago, they had taken down a pack of roughly level 20 disaster beasts. Drawn by the massive commotion caused by Cheng Xing, they arrived only to see a swath of trees sliced clean in half and deep ruts left by bloodthirsty segmented worms as they dragged themselves away. Lin Fei stuck to his theory. Maybe those guys didn't find anything special. They might have been outmatched and fled from the worms so we wouldn't get caught up in it. Outmatched? Lin Kong's voice dropped, sharp and cold. You know what level the beasts are around here. This is a disaster zone. If there's no such thing as kindness. Stay this naive and, a great talent or not, you'll die here sooner or later. The other two teammates nodded. Your brother's right, Fei. In the disaster zone, survival comes first. Seeing the innocence on his brother's face, Lin Kong shook his head. The kid's already a junior and still like this. I need to teach him a real lesson soon. A few minutes later, the four emerged from dense undergrowth into a sudden clearing. Lin Kong lifted a hand. Hold up, we'll take a look first. He stepped onto the open ground, dry grass crunching under his boots. The air was windless and still no traps, no beasts. A quick sweep eased his tension, and he turned back. All clear. You can. He froze, face draining of color. His hand shot up. Wait, don't come over. Too late. Except for Lin Fei, the other two had already stepped onto the clearing. Lin Fei stood at the edge, anxious. Bro? What's wrong? This is bad, Lin Kong muttered, eyes dark with concern. If I'm not mistaken, we're at the entrance to a brand new secret realm. A new secret realm? The two teammates exchanged excited glances. If we report this to the university, that'd be a huge merit. Lin Kong gave a wry smile. The problem is we're already inside. At his words, all of them noticed the ground gently shifting beneath their feet. A moment ago, Lin Kong had been walking toward them. Now they were being carried toward the center of the clearing. After testing their theory, they whipped out their phones and immediately discovered there was no signal. In the same heartbeat, their expressions darkened. Following Cheng Xing's earlier example, the other two began probing the area for an exit, yet no matter what they tried, they could not step beyond the cordoned-off clearing. Quit moving around. Lin Fei, call the instructor now. One of them ordered in a low voice. Inside the secret realm, Cheng Xing focused on a nearby bloodthirsty bamboo borer as a translucent panel materialized before his eyes. Calamity Beast, bloodthirsty bamboo borer. Level, 31. HP, 4300. Stats, STR 230, AGI 470, VIT 210, SPI 123. Talent, Grade B accelerated reproduction 30 higher hit rate. Skill, Bite LV.1. Cold numbers felt oddly detached from the insect's savage appearance, and Cheng Xing allowed himself a brief sigh of relief. The next second he burst forward, blade flashing. A cross slash struck the weak spot, the health bar vanished, and the carcass hit the ground with a dull thud, dropping a faintly glowing material. You have slain LV.31 bloodthirsty bamboo borer. EXP 7000. He barely glanced at the notification, let alone stoop to pick up the loot. Instead, he checked the bar on the left side of his vision. Raid progress. Time remaining, 167:54:35. Kills, 1000. Clear 1000 in 7 days. Way too tight, he muttered, then sprinted toward the next target. Anything unrelated to the objective had to be ignored. As the hunt continued, the counter crawled upward. Kills, 1000. Kills, 1000. Kills, 1000. The realm knew no sunrise or sunset. The sky remained the same dull gray blue. Cheng Xing relied on the countdown to gauge the hour. After near continuous combat, he had wiped out almost 200 borers by what he reckoned was the end of the first day. Exhausted, he chose a tall, relatively safe tree, braced his blade, and caught a short rest. A few hours later, he opened his eyes among the leaves, dropped to the ground, and resumed the hunt. The further he pressed in, the stronger the insects became. Right after felling another one, his danger sense flared in. Aura ahead felt identical to the Kraid calamity beast that had stalked him earlier. So there's another Kraid lurking, he muttered, pupils narrowing. Figures a secret realm wouldn't be that simple. Fortunately, the borer's own killing intent masked his presence, keeping him outside the creature's perception range. Otherwise, he would have had to waste precious time shaking the thing off. Now that he knew higher-tier enemies prowled the realm, his every move grew even more cautious. Meanwhile, at the entrance, using his communicator, Lin Fei reached Wuhan University, and mentors from the 8 academies arrived in force alongside members of the Adventurers Guild. They threw up a perimeter around the clearing and hauled the trio out one by one using a thick rope. With the rescue complete, Guild investigators began a meticulous survey of the newborn portal. Hey, you lot got lucky, stumbled right into a fresh secret realm. The university mentors clapped them on the shoulder, grinning. Don't worry, you'll earn plenty of credits for this. Brand new realms tend to be low in difficulty, yet rich in options ideal for raiding. Not everyone shared the optimism, though. Cheng Xing yawned, unfolded the collapsible lounge chair strapped to his back, and flopped down to sleep. If secret realms were really that easy, they wouldn't be called secret realms, he mumbled. Before long, an investigator returned to the group, frowning. You said you went in with another team? They nodded in unison. The man flipped through his tablet and clicked his tongue. Then you're living on borrowed time. According to our data, someone else was here, a lone runner being chased by a crayed calamity beast. The fact you never crossed paths with that thing means you're blessed. Those outside the cordon exchanged uneasy looks. Deep inside the secret realm, Cheng Xing was still racing the countdown in a silent forest. What? A Class C calamity beast is here. At those words, Lin Kong and his companions paled and tightened their grips on their weapons. The Adventurers Guild investigator nodded, gazing toward the secret realm. That's right, and the creature burst straight out of the entrance. Good thing none of you rushed, and never mind the bizarre entry rules. The beasts inside alone would be enough to wipe you out. Lin Kong's group exchanged uneasy looks. The investigator added, unfortunately, the expert you mentioned has already gone in. I saw several bone-deep wounds on that Class C beast, so his strength is undeniable. He glanced at the stunned faces around him and went on, Class C is a turning point. Below that, calamity beasts have almost no intelligence and are relatively easy to kill. Once they cross that threshold, they grow craftier with every level. By the time they reach level 40 and step into Class B, they're as smart as humans, and a fight becomes exponentially harder. The investigator sighed. Anyone bold enough to charge into a secret realm alone must have at least in strength talent. Even so, in a place like this his chances aren't good. Just then the monitoring device beeped. The investigator raised a hand for silence. Preliminary readings are in. Entry level permitted, 20 to 29. A Class C beast has already appeared. Realm rating, Class C, danger level, extreme. Raid is not recommended. In addition, more Class C beasts will keep spawning in this area, so the entire disaster zone has been upgraded to Class C. Repeated field tests confirmed his assessment. Only awakened fighters between levels 20 and 29 were drawn in and teleported. Anyone outside that range, no matter how strong, couldn't pass through the gate. Only now did the tutors from Wuda University crash from excitement into despair. When the new realm surfaced inside a Class D disaster zone, they'd assumed the realm itself would stay Class dwell within reach for their students. No one expected it to jump straight to Class C and drag the surrounding zone up with it. The entrance requirements remained Class D, yet they would have to face Class C beasts hidden. Unless someone at Class D could leapfrog and slay a Class C monster, clearing the realm was impossible. As the mood sank, Cheng Xing stayed sprawled in a folding chair, cap brim shading his eyes, and lazily twisted the knife. Told you, didn't I? Yet you still drag me out of bed. Several tutors beside him rubbed their hands awkwardly. Lots of mismatched realms have popped up these past years. We figured we might get lucky with an easy one. Cheng Xing snorted and said no more, but everyone understood. Whoever controls a realm secures first tier, standing in the South China base's power map. You keep studying it, I'm heading back. He got up, tucked the folded chair under his arm, and walked toward the edge of the crowd. The investigator suddenly caught up to him. One more thing. We found an unusual vehicle to the southwest. He swallowed, astonishment coloring his voice. I've seen plenty of specialty rigs, but never one packed floor to ceiling with beast loot. After checking the vehicle registration, we've confirmed that the person who drove into the rift is an adventurer named Cheng Xing. Apparently, he's one of your students at Wu University. The investigator paused before adding the last part. Thud. Cheng Xing, who had been about to leave, froze in place. The folding lounge chair tucked under his arm slipped to the ground. His mouth twitched as he fixed his gaze on the investigator. Cheng Xing? That name sounds familiar. Yeah, where have I heard it? The instructors nearby frowned, trying to remember. Oh wait, I got it. Someone blurted out. The freshman who left the academy this year, his name's Cheng Xing. Instructors from the other departments needed a moment for the realization to sink in, while Lin Kong and the rest simply stared in shock. It's really him? What a shame, I wanted to spar with him. I wondered why he stopped after grabbing first place on the points board last week. Turns out, he went straight to the disaster zone. As far as they knew, Cheng Xing was still that level 23 name frozen on the leaderboard. That level was high enough to train in the disaster zone, but no one expected him to storm into a secret realm alone. Cheng Xing flashed forward, seized the investigator's shoulder, and spoke through clenched teeth. Say it again, who went into the rift? It was Cheng Xing. The car is registered to him. The investigator stammered. Old Cheng. Old Cheng. Cheng Xing dashed to the center of the clearing and clawed desperately at the air, trying to rip open the sealed entrance. His fingers met nothing. He pounded his chest and howled until his voice cracked. My junior brother was right there and now. Poof, he's gone. A wave of despair washed over everyone. The crowd could only sigh. Cheng Xing heard none of the lamenting outside. Deep in the realm's mountain forest, he bounded across moss-covered stone, moving like the wind. Only 12 hours had passed in the outside world, yet he had already endured 3 full days here. Clearance progress. Time remaining. 86 hours 54 minutes and 32 seconds. Kills 510-1000. One glance at the numbers drew a wry smile. Something had gone wrong again. Was this damned place even meant to be cleared? His danger sense screamed the same class bloodthirsty stick insect still dogged him. No matter how far he ran, it closed the gap at once, as though pulled by an invisible thread. The weirdness had begun after his kill count passed 500. The realm itself seemed to be targeting intruders. Gritting his teeth, he steadied his breath, tightened his grip on the long blade, and lunged at a class of the same species up ahead. Steel flashed like lightning, skills poured out, and in a blink the insect's health bar hit 0. Killed LV.23 bloodthirsty stick insect. EXP 8000. No time to check the loot. Snatching what he could, he wheeled around and sprinted off, the class pursuer already less than 20 meters behind. Once he opened a bit of space, he locked onto the next low-level target over and over. Shake the high-tier beast, harvest the weaker ones as fast as possible. The kill counter crept upward. When the tally ticked to 600, the underbrush suddenly exploded. A second-class bloodthirsty stick insect lunged out. I, Cheng Xing, could barely stop myself from swearing when 2 crank bloodthirsty bamboo mantises appeared on my radar. Was this dungeon ever meant to be cleared by humans? Killing 1,000 drank beasts alone is insane enough, but someone thought it'd be funny to hide crank monsters in here as well. By the time ID reached my 500th kill, the crank pair had strolled right up to me. Ridiculous didn't even begin to cover it. The taskbar flashing 400-1000 mocked me at every glance. Exhausted, eyes bloodshot, I dragged my drained body forward, sheer willpower keeping my mind from shattering. Days of non-stop hunting had taught me every weakness the bloodthirsty bamboo mantis possessed. Anything below level 25 lasted less than 5 seconds in front of me. If I stopped now just to farm my score, I could walk away with an easy SSS, but the moment I paused, those 2 crank trackers would pounce. So I kept pushing. Another mantis burst from the dead vines, jaws dripping gore as it screeched and lunged. I didn't even slow down. Blade swept out, Brank skill quadrant cleave activated. For precise arcs of steel cut through its joints and neck membrane, shattering the creature that normally required an entire squad to bring down. Defeated LV.24 bloodthirsty bamboo mantis. EXP 9000. Level up 2425. Free attribute points 30. Skill quadrant cleave LV.1 LV.2. Radiant upgrade lights spread from my feet, warm energy flooding every limb until the fatigue vanished. I took a long breath and pulled up my status window. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 25-25705-000-000. HP, 3450. Attributes, STR 244, AGI 370, Con 195, INT 115. Free attribute points, 30. Talents, SS-rank drop rate boost, Frank sprint, A-rank metabolic recovery, A-rank rally, A-rank stealth. Skills, Brank quadrant cleave LV.2, A-rank block LV.1, Drank blade aura LV.1. After allocating the points, I checked the upgraded quadrant cleave. Each swing now hit for a staggering 250 damage, and the skill unleashed 4 of them in a single burst. The boost was almost tempting enough to make me turn around and brawl with those 2 crank monsters on the spot. Common sense pulled me back from that cliff. 1 crank might be a good test run, 2 was still suicide. With my stamina and stats skyrocketing, I danced between dense forest and broken cliffs, the crank pursuers gradually losing ground. The new LV.2 quadrant cleave mowed down rows of drank mantises, the counter climbing from 600 straight to 640. Huh, a special drop? On the 640th kill, the loot wasn't materials or gear for once, but a skill book glowing with a cool blue light. Cheng Xing didn't pause to read. He grabbed the skill book and ran. The second it touched his hand, a blue system pop-up appeared. Skill, Combat Mirage. Grade, B. Effect, generates a duplicate with an aura identical to the caster's, inheriting all stats, skills, gear, and talents. The duplicate deals 50 less damage, lasts 600 seconds, and has a 30-minute cooldown. I told you bad luck can't last forever. He grinned as a daring plan formed in his head. Without hesitation, he activated the book. Combat Mirage. A figure identical to him in looks, an aura materialized at his side. 2 distinct viewpoints flooded his mind, one from his own eyes, the other from the clone's. The mirage landed and synced with him instantly, darting through the forest like the wind. Multitasking felt instinctive. With only 10 minutes to work with, Cheng Xing wasted no time. He willed the clone to break off and slip into another grove while he fixed his gaze on two class calamity beasts ahead. To test his idea, he told the duplicate to slow down, edging into the beast's detection range. The creatures snapped toward the clone like sharks tasting blood, roaring as they charged. Joy surged through Cheng Xing's Mirage had copied even his danger sense, effectively doubling his scouting radius. Now that's a god-tier skill. He sent the clone sprinting off, drawing the class beasts away, and turned on the nearby cluster of class monsters. A low chuckle escaped him. Free from interference, his progress bar rocketed upward faster than ever. After leveling up, he found 4 direction/dealt ridiculous area damage, so he started rounding up mobs and cleaving them down in waves. At first he relied on raw AoE, but he soon began targeting weak points, pushing his efficiency even higher. 10 minutes flew by, the mirage vanished, and the class beasts instantly locked onto him again. Forced to kite while clearing the field, he waited out the cooldown. 30 minutes later he cast Combat Mirage once more, lured all 3 class beasts away, and resumed farming in peace. Each level brought visibly better drops. Even several ultra-rare disaster seeds appeared, but he left them on the ground at this monster density. One slip, and they could shatter with catastrophic results. With Combat Mirage, he could even rest while the clone acted as bait, keeping his hunting rhythm smooth. The kill count climbed to 900. As the 900th beast fell, a deep green orb of light dropped to the forest floor. When the dark green orb finally dropped, Cheng Xing froze for a moment. He hadn't expected to spend so long getting it. A faint, ghostly glow pulsed in his palm, and as the warmth seeped through his fingertips, new information flashed before his eyes. Talent: Mimicry Camouflage. Grade: C. Effect: Conceals aura, appearance, and panel. Cheng Xing let out a wry smile. For this single Kraid talent, had been chased by a Kraid calamity beast, blundered into a secret realm, and practically turned the place upside down before it finally appeared. Use, he murmured. The orb sank into his body. He glanced at the remaining raid timer and clone duration, both still safe, then set about studying the new talent. Original panel. Name: Cheng Xing. Level: 25 2,830,475 million. HP: 3,500. Stats: STR 254, AGI 390, Con 195, INT 115. Free attribute points 0. Talents: SS grade drop rate boost. Grade sprint. A grade digestive recovery. A grade rally. A grade stealth. Grade mimicry camouflage. Skills: grade 4-way/LV 2. A grade block LV 1. A grade blade aura LV 1. Battle art phantom body LV 1. With a swipe across the talents row, the entire panel reshuffled. Disguised panel. Talent: S grade drop rate boost. Effect: drop rate 70. His name, level, and skill stayed the same, but every other talent vanished, and the drop rate boost slipped from SSS to SS. Intrigued, he skimmed his fingers across the fields again, crafting a brand new panel. Disguise template. Name: Blood Reaver. Level: 23 2,830,473 million. HP: 3,300. Stats: STR 214, AGI 340, Con 145, INT 135. Free attribute points 0. Talent: a grade stealth. Skills: Calamity Beast, Bloodthirsty Bamboo Borer Encounter Template. Level: 31. HP: 4,400. Stats: STR 220, AGI 480, Con 230, INT 113. Talent: Kraid Mimicry Camouflage mimics appearance and panel. Skills: Whip LV 1, Iron Hide LV 1. Satisfied after copying the Kraid Bamboo Borer's panel, Cheng Xing grinned. This talent was a lot of fun. Just then, his clone timer hit 0. Lights scattered and forced him to stop experimenting. Yet a bold idea had already taken shape. He cranked the Bamboo Borer template up to level 40, boosting every stat and matching the aura of a high-tier calamity beast. Once set, he unleashed his killing intent and charged the nearest real bloodthirsty bamboo borer. 50 meters. The degrade creature shuddered, limbs twitching. As if it had met a natural predator, it spun and bolted, its segmented shell clacking in panic. It works. Bright-eyed, Cheng Xing suppressed a laugh. If it fooled grade, what about a Kraid? He withdrew his aura, slipped back into stealth, and pressed on with clearing the secret realm. The clock was ticking. As for the Kraid beasts, he still had phantom body. When the time came, Head let that battle art do the talking. Soon the battle art doppelganger came off cooldown, and Cheng Xing deployed it at once. An avatar radiating a menacing class aura appeared before him. He nodded in satisfaction and, with a thought, sent the clone streaking toward the 4 class calamity beasts behind him, while his real body stood with hands clasped behind his back, observing. The moment the avatar entered their sensory range, the grotesque creatures froze, then instinctively backed away as if they had sensed a kin. They're not attacking? Through the clone's eyes, Cheng Xing saw them retreat even before spotting the avatar and began to ponder. He then guided the doppelganger fully into view so the beasts could see this human-shaped figure carrying their own kind's aura. Killing intent surged like a tide. The four calamity beasts fixed their gaze on the avatar, fear and confusion mingling in their eyes, yet they still didn't pounce. So it only fools their senses once their eyes register the mismatch. They lock up, Cheng Xing mused, narrowing his eyes for another test. He made the avatar turn invisible, and in the next heartbeat it vanished from sight. The beast's simple minds seemed to crash. What had stood before them was gone, yet their senses still marked its exact position. The avatar drifted forward, and in his mindscape, Cheng Xing watched the monsters glance at one another, none daring to give chase. He was elated. Half the plan had worked. Class beasts have limited wits. An awakened human wouldn't be fooled so easily. If the clone could slip by, why not the real body? Without hesitation, he masked himself with a fabricated class aura and crept along the edge of their detection range. The scene repeated itself. The four calamity beasts bristled as though facing a formidable foe, circling warily, but never daring to lunge. So the secret realm can track my location but can't relay it to the beasts in real time, Cheng Xing noted silently. It was his first venture into this domain, and he was still teasing out the rules, but the deadliest pursuit had already been neutralized by his aura disguise. After a deep breath, he suppressed his aura and turned his focus to the class bloodthirsty stick insects. The real hunt began. Meanwhile, the avatar joined the fray. Even with its damage halved, it still cleared targets faster than many full squads. Prey fell one after another. Kill count 951-1000. Kill count 962-1000. Kill count 1000-1000. When the final class beast shrieked and collapsed, the counter froze. With 7 hours left on the clock, he had completed the 1,000-beast slaughter. At that instant, the four class beasts circling him let out ghastly howls, collapsed in turn, and spewed more than a dozen loot items onto the ground. Cheng Xing noticed none of it. 7 days of relentless hunting had pushed him to his limits. As system notifications flooded his vision, the moment he relaxed, he felt utterly drained and fell straight over, slipping into unconsciousness. Secret Realm Clear Rating, SSS. SS-rank Realm Binding initiated. Current owner, Cheng Xing. The devastated outskirts of Q City. Instructor Chen, I'm sorry for your loss, but it's time to let go. You've seen it yourself, this is a class secret realm. Even a level 29 awakener with enshrank talent would barely stand a chance, and Cheng Xing is only level 23. The department instructors took turns trying to persuade him. The night air was cool, thick with the scent of scorched earth and iron. Yet Chun Yifei sat stubbornly in front of the rift's entrance, jagged gravel numbing his legs, refusing to move. Since learning that Cheng Xing was the one who had gone in, he had kept watch here all night. Investigators from the Adventurers Guild finished their survey and rushed to every camp to update the intel, making sure no more low-level awakeners wandered inside. The other instructors had meant to leave as well, but when Chun Yifei remained rooted like a nail, they had no choice but to stay. You don't understand, Cheng Xing won't die that easily. Chun Yifei's initial panic had faded. Now he was calm to the point of stubbornness. Cheng Xing was the first person he had ever suspected of possessing an S-rank talent. He had never seen the young man's status panel, but Cheng Xing's feats had already surpassed the limits of S-rank, and Chun Yifei believed in him without question. The instructors exchanged looks, unable to grasp his confidence. Only a day had passed. Waiting a little longer couldn't hurt. Some even stayed just to see the outcome. Among the 8 departments at W University, the Detached Institute was the strangest. It had only 2 members, yet it consumed more resources than the other 7 combined. A recent post by someone codenamed Zhuke had stirred the entire campus. Top students sought out Cheng Xing, hoping to challenge him and earn a place in the institute. The other departments where livid students they had painstakingly recruited were wooed away the moment the institute beckoned, a public humiliation they could do nothing about. They dared not complain about Zhuke, whose legend hung over them like an invisible mountain, but that didn't stop them from seeking satisfaction elsewhere. If the institute's first new recruit in years died here, perhaps that legend would finally crack. With that thought, they gave up on leaving and decided to keep Chun Yifei company. None of this had been reported back to W University. They wanted to tarnish a legend, not risk facing Zook's wrath. Lin Kong and the others also stayed out of curiosity. Cheng Xing was already a campus legend. He had entered the university at level 23, immediately topping the freshman rankings, and then effortlessly claimed first place on the virtual leaderboard. Because of that, they felt he might just walk out of a class realm alive. Inside the Disaster Beast realm, no one knew how much time passed before Cheng Xing finally opened his eyes. A stabbing pain shot through his skull, forcing a sharp intake of breath. On reflex, he activated Crisis Sense. The agony multiplied 100-fold, draining all color from his face, and he nearly blacked out on the spot. Looks like he'll need some time to recover. Cheng Xing let out a wry smile. Apparently, this was the inevitable backlash from burning through his mental energy in combat. Leveling up had refreshed his stats, yet real rest had been almost non-existent these past few days. The only stretch he could relax was the brief lull after acquiring mimicry disguise, but with a 7-day deadline looming, he never dared sleep for long and kept his nerves taut. The instant the final objective was cleared, he collapsed on the spot. He scanned his surroundings to confirm no calamity beasts remained alive in the instance, then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One must always keep some strength in reserve during a fight. Faint in a disaster zone, and you would become the next course on the menu. After a brief respite, he raised a hand to pull up his personal panel. The display still showed the bloodthirsty bamboo borer form, proof that the data he had tampered with had not been rolled back while he was unconscious. Satisfied, Cheng Xing swiped the screen, restoring the readout to his true body. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 25 3 730 4705 000 000. HP, 3500. Attributes, Strength 254, Agility 390, Constitution 195, Spirit 115. Free attribute points, 0. Talents, SSS-rank drop rate boost. Frank Sprint. E-rank digestive recovery. E-rank rally. A-rank invisibility. Crank mimicry disguise. Skills, Brank quadrant / LV.2. E-rank block LV.1. Drank blade aura LV.1. Drank war phantom LV.1. Instance, Crank time instance. Only when the panel finished unfolding did he notice a new instance category at the bottom. As he focused on it, the relevant data surfaced automatically. Time instance. Grade, C. Owner, Cheng Xing. Entry-level requirement, none. Status, closed. Effect, time flows at a 6:1 ratio compared with the outside world. Time instance. Cheng Xing frowned. This wasn't some cultivation world where a bit of meditation meant instant level ups. Worse, the moment he cleared the run, the system had tagged every calamity beast inside as exterminated. After thinking for a second, a crooked idea flashed across his mind. Open a shady company, make employees grind inside the instance, then pay them by outside world hourly rates. He chuckled at the notion, amused by his own villainy. First problem, how do I get out? The thought had scarcely formed when his vision exploded outward. The entire instance unfolded like a satellite map. Every contour of the land and every swirl of air came into razor-sharp focus. If his earlier danger sense could only detect blurred, killing intent, this perspective resembled the spiritual sense of cultivation novels. One thought, and any detail could be magnified at will. He quickly locked onto a blue glowing vortex at the center, while the system tagged it. Exit. Elsewhere, materials, gear, and skill books glittered in scattered piles. Odd. I remember picking up only one copy of War Phantom. Frowning, he homed in on the lair of the former class beasts. As the view zoomed, their corpses came into sight, ringed by heaps of gear and manuals bathed in blue light, far more than he had noticed earlier. So everything the system kills during settlement still counts as my loot? The logic clicked instantly. If a monster died after the clear, ownership defaulted to him. Jackpot. Grinning from ear to ear, Cheng Xing sprinted toward the class corpses without a moment's delay. Before long, Cheng Xing was standing over the corpse of a class calamity beast. Its on-sedget black shell had lost its luster in the sun, yet a faint blue glow still pulsed within. He pried apart the cracked armor and pulled out a piece of gear from the mess of flesh and metal. The giant insect boots. Giant insect boots. Set quality, class. Attributes, agility 40, constitution 20. Special effect, movement speed 10. Set bonuses. 2 pieces all stats, 35. 4 pieces all stats, 85. 5 pieces skill damage 10. Upclass set piece. Cheng Xing weighed the boots with a grin. Set gear only dropped from calamity beasts, and even a single piece went for a fortune, let alone one rated B. He lacked the rest of the set, so he kept the boots in hand instead of equipping them. His backpack had been torn to shreds in the fight. Common materials and class items were dead weight now, so he focused on the essentials. He hurried to the next class carcass. A slash had split the insect's abdomen, and a bright cyan glimmer caught his eye. Shaking the loot free, he found a ring in his palm. Bamboo segment ring. Quality, class. Attributes, strength 20, agility 20, constitution 20. Special effect, presence reduced by 10. Jewelry weighed almost nothing, so he slipped it onto his right hand and felt his stats rise. A moment later, a black-covered skill book slid off the shell. Skill, backstab. Quality, class. Effect, attacks from behind deal 200 damage. An assassin-exclusive skill. Cheng Xing glanced at the page and immediately added it to his must-learn list. Paired with his stealth, backstab would be a lethal finisher. The last 2 class beasts didn't disappoint either. Beside a severed claw lay a pair of gloves and a staff. The gloves belonged to the same set as the boots. Giant insect hands. Set quality, class. Attributes, strength 40, constitution 20. Special effect, strength 5. He equipped them at once. The thick plates molded to his arms, and he felt his power surge. To stay inconspicuous, he masked their appearance as class gear, leaving only the real stats untouched. The staff was a dull brown, its head inlaid with a translucent, leaf-shaped crystal that shimmered green. Withered leaf staff. Quality, class. Effect, healing done 100. Special effect, aggro reduced by 10. Healer gear too bad, yin yin, and the others already have class weapons. He tucked the staff into a makeshift pouch. Another healer with impressive output crossed his mind, but they weren't close enough for him to give away a class item. He would sell it later. Loot collected, Cheng Xing switched back to his aerial view. His spirit sense flooded the entire secret realm, yet no more class glints appeared, only scattered class items and materials. The haul was already generous. No need to get greedy. With these class boosts, if he met that level 31 bloodthirsty bamboo worm again, the outcome was anyone's guess. This place really needs a gather-all button. He chuckled, surveying the treasure strewn across valleys, forests, and riverbeds. The rest can wait for another run. With that thought, he turned away from the loot that littered nearly every corner of the realm and moved on. The secret realm stretched almost as wide as the ruined outskirts of Y City. With no backpack at hand, he would need an eternity to gather everything. Since no one could enter without him, the loot was safer here than outside anyway. Cheng Xing checked the time. He had been inside for quite a while. He needed to return to the squad before anyone grew suspicious. Resolute, he stepped over the scattered resources and headed straight for the exit. At the edge of the Y City disaster zone, beside the rift that marked the realm's entrance, Cheng Yifei stared unblinkingly at the mist-filled fissure, while the other faculty members squatted among the rubble, chatting out of boredom. How long has it been now? Roughly half a day. Give it another half, and he'll have to face reality. Yeah, no awakened who stumbles into a secret realm has ever lasted more than 48 hours. Before the words had faded, a furious shout exploded. Damn, I'm such an idiot. Cheng Yifei sprang to his feet and slapped his forehead. The sudden outburst silenced the whispering instructors. What's wrong with him? Did he hear us? Is he going to take it out on us? They swallowed hard. The strongest of them was level 38, while Cheng Yifei was 49, an adult facing children if it came to blows. He's coming this way. See, we should have left earlier. Now we're going to get thrashed. Shut up. You were the one who insisted we wait. As Cheng Yifei drew closer, the instructors panicked, blaming one another. One hurried forward. Instructor Chun, the dead can't come back. How about this? Pick anyone you like from our academy to join the detached institute. Another chimed in. Kuan Academy has plenty of talent. Take whoever you want. A third even patted his chest. Honestly, I wouldn't mind joining the institute myself. Their schemes were so blatant that the nearby soldiers heard every word. Cheng Yifei's expression was odd. He waved them off impatiently. I'm not here to settle scores. Your little plans are louder than a brass band. With that, he sidestepped the instructors and walked straight to the students Lin Kong and the others. The students jumped to their feet. Instructor Chun, I need a favor. Cheng Yifei produced several thumb-sized gray-white stones etched with runes. Secret realm escape stones. Who's willing to go in and check on the situation inside? The surrounding instructors drew sharp breaths. Escape stones? Each one costs tens of millions. All this just to save a single student? That's a crade realm. Those stones are usually reserved for high-grade raids. Lin Kong and his friends hesitated. A crade realm was almost certain death for them. Seeing their doubt, Cheng Yifei added, don't worry. The stone will force an emergency teleport. If you're in danger, crush it. Anyone who goes in gets an extra 300 credits. The offer hit like a stone dropped into still water. Amen. The moment the announcement ended, someone couldn't resist and shot up their hand. Off to the side, Lin Kong watched his two best friends charge forward, a frown creasing his brow. 300 credits were simply too tempting at his rate. Scrimping through ordinary academy missions had need at least half a year to save that much. I'm going too, he muttered, drawing a deep breath. After a glance at his younger brother, Lin Fei, he forced himself to step out. With those credits, he could finally buy Lin Fei an entire set of decent gear. Bro? Then I'm in, Lin Fei blurted, falling in behind him. No, you stay. Lin Kong refused without hesitation. Lin Fei opened his mouth, only to snap it shut when Lin Kong shot him a fierce glare. Relax, it's just reconnaissance, Mentor Cheng Yifei said, strolling over to the brothers. If anything feels off, pull out immediately. And if you spot Cheng Xing, hand him an exit stone. Your safety comes first. Those few words settled their nerves. A quick look shouldn't be too risky. Exchanging glances, they gripped their exit stones and edged toward the portal. At the center of the clearing, they inhaled once, stepped forward and passed straight through the entrance as though it were empty air. You've got a good brother, Cheng Yifei remarked, watching Lin Fei's back. He just thinks he'll drag him down, Lin Fei muttered. Lin Kong's kindness usually came with scolding. He was used to it. Cheng Yifei scratched his head, said nothing more, and kept his eyes on the trio. Moments later, Lin Kong's shout echoed across the field. Mentor Chen? Something's wrong with the realm. A blur of motion, and Cheng Yifei appeared behind them. Again and again they tried, yet each attempt saw them pass straight through the doorway. Even you three can't enter? Chen Yifei frowned. One more thing. Lin Kong stepped back. This time the odd forward beacom's backward effect was gone. The entrance rule vanished. The rule disappeared. Chen Yifei froze. Then his eyes lit up. Ha ha. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He threw back his head and cackled. All decorum gone. Around the clearing, several instructors traded uneasy looks. Had he lost it? Chen Yifei's sudden laughter startled the group, now numbering 4, because Cheng Xing, missing inside the realm, had just stepped out behind them. So many people? Senior brothers here too? Cheng Xing scanned the area, hand resting on his sword hilt. Spotting Chen Yifei, he finally relaxed. Cheng Xing. Everyone gasped. Instructors at the edge of the field stared, as if watching a corpse rise. No ways alive. And not even scratched. Did we misjudge the realm? A Drank Awakener strolled out of a crank domain without a mark? Whispers rippled through the crowd, disbelief etched on every face. Cheng Xing, are you all right? The moment Cheng Xing stepped out, Chen Yifei's laughter died. He blinked to the front as if he had teleported, giving Cheng Xing a thorough once-over, delight written all over his face. Congratulations, old Chen. One instructor jumped in, speaking a mile a minute. I told you Cheng Xing has luck on his side. No way he'd die in a little rift like that. A second instructor rushed to add, exactly's a born prodigy. He even came out alive without using an escape stone. Cheng Xing, could you share the conditions for clearing that rift? We need to plan the next assignment. A third instructor brought things back to business. In just a few seconds their expressions flipped from stunned to effusive. The speed of their about-face was breathtaking. They were also secretly relieved. Thank goodness they had kept Cheng Xing's entry under wraps. If Zhuke had heard he might die inside, they would have been dragged over the coals long ago. Still, it nagged at them. If a level 23 rookie made it out alive, maybe the Adventurers Guild was wrong to call the place crank. No one else had gone in. Nobody would spend a fortune on an escape stone just to test it except someone as loaded as Chen Yifei. The rift's clearing conditions? Cheng Xing looked to Chen Yifei. Chen Yifei caught his eye, smirked, and nodded. Since they're so eager, let's tell them. Our institute isn't stingy, Chen Yifei announced loudly, sarcasm dripping. The instructor's smiles froze. Clearly he had heard every word they'd whispered. Cheng Xing didn't keep them guessing. All right. The rift is crank, level cap 20 to 29, and you have to kill 1,000 calamity beasts solo within 7 days. A collective gasp erupted. Nearby students, Lin Kong included, turned ashen. That requirement was a death sentence. The instructors exchanged quick glances, doing the math. Hunting beasts solo wasn't impossible with the right gear. The time and kill count were brutal, but maybe a level 29 awakened in full-grade gear could scrape by. Cheng Xing's next line crushed that hope. At 500 kills, a crank calamity beast spawns and hunts you. For every additional 100 kills, another crank beast appears. Silence fell. Even Chen Yifei was stunned. This was beyond insane. No level 29 awakened, no matter how well equipped, could survive 4 crank beasts working together. Chen Yifei frowned, trying to process it. How had his junior brother possibly cleared that? The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. Cheng Xing was a monster. What? A crank beast at 500 kills? So 4 of them by 900? How is anyone supposed to beat that? An instructor blurted, then eyed Cheng Xing suspiciously. Wait, how do you know all this? Cheng Xing's lips curved. How do I know? Simple, I cleared the rift. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings dropped into a deathly hush. Only the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. In the middle of the training ground, dozens of instructors and upper-class students held their breath, every gaze fixed on Cheng Xing, standing outside the crowd. Chen Yifei drank in their stunned expressions, a wordless satisfaction swelling in his chest. The moment he learned that the dungeon's entry rules had vanished, had known someone had cleared it. The rules collapse only after total conquest. Chen Yifei raised his voice, sounding casual. Cheng Xing, could you say that again? We didn't quite catch you. Cheng Xing lifted his eyes and stated calmly, yet firmly, I've already cleared that dungeon. Chen Yifei flashed a sly grin and followed up, you heard him right? He says he soloed the entire dungeon. Impossible. An instructor blurted, his voice shaking. That's a class dungeon. You're only level 23, how did you manage that? Another instructor pressed him. Exactly. Didn't you say once you hit 500 kills a class calamity beast hunts you down? How did you get past the last 4? Questions erupted from every side, every instructor wearing the same incredulous look. Each level past 20 is a chasm. A level 29 awakened in full class gear might barely hold off one class beast, but facing several at once is a virtual death sentence. Like this. Cheng Xing spoke softly. To silence further doubts, he played his trump card. Before the words faded, an identical figure materialized beside him, another Cheng Xing. Clone technique. Someone gasped, then immediately shook his head. No way. That's only a class skill. It can't have this kind of presence. Staring hard, they saw that the duplicate not only matched his appearance and equipment, but even reproduced the same roiling energy, faintly radiating battle intent. Look at its level. Holy level 25. The clone made no effort to hide its aura. and the bold LV-25 above its head drew a collective gasp. In just a few days, Cheng Xing had jumped 2 full levels. Lin Kong and 2 classmates traded looks. They had clawed their way to level 25 and were already upper mid-tier among seniors. But the dungeon's solo quest required 1,000 kills. If he took all that experience for himself, 2 levels made perfect sense. The instructor's eyes flicked between Cheng Xing and his duplicate, battle scenarios forming in their heads. The clone pins down the class beasts while the real body mops up the rest. If he could really do that, clearing a class dungeon no longer sounded like a fairy tale. They looked him over again, confirming the class gear he wore was genuine. None of them knew that both the gear and this game-breaking skill were recent acquisitions. By the way, one instructor finally asked, after you cleared it, what did the area turn into? At this point, doubting his achievement would only insult their own intelligence. Cheng Xing shrugged. Nothing special, just a temporal dungeon. Time inside runs 6 to 1 compared with the outside. Cheng Xing was perfectly candid. The time dilation pocket realm didn't mean much to him. If he wanted to level up, he had to hunt calamity beasts. Once a realm's been cleared, there aren't any beasts left to kill. So why keep it unless you plan to start a crooked business? He shrugged, stating it outright. What? You call that realm useless? The instructor's stand went dead silent, then exploded. They stared at him as if they'd misheard. No beasts, no speed up for my leveling. How is it useful? Cheng Xing waved it off, looking as if it were obvious. Useless to you? Maybe, one instructor sighed. But imagine moving the simulator inside. Familiarization time with beasts gets cut in half. And if our craftsmen forged gear there, their efficiency would jump 6-fold. They rattled off more examples, and Cheng Xing finally realized the realm wasn't bad. It just didn't help him. He turned to chat with his senior brother, Chen Yifei, only to find him frozen. The other instructors noticed Chen Yifei's odd expression. Confusion flickered across their faces, then shock. Wait, think about Instructor Chen's talent. Someone shouted, slapping the desk. Instructor Chen's talent? Isn't it? Exactly. Another blurted, too excited to finish a sentence. Can you act like professionals? Shouts of unbelievable flew around, leaving Cheng Xing baffled. It was just a realm. What did it have to do with senior brother? After a moment, Chen Yifei snapped out of it, hands trembling. Cheng Xing, say it again. What realm do you have? A time dilation realm, senior brother. Aren't you overreacting? Cheng Xing grew more puzzled. Was this thing really such a big deal? Chen Yifei suddenly burst out laughing, all dignity gone, and dashed to the instructors. Quick, Hit may need to know I'm not dreaming. Cheng Xing looked to the instructors for answers. Your senior's talent is unusual, shrank rate dream of 1,000 autumns, one explained. He gains experience simply by sleeping. He levels up by sleeping? I thought you had to kill calamity beasts. And why only shrank? Cheng Xing's jaw dropped. Had never heard of leveling that required no combat. There are always exceptions. The realm tower lets people level without killing, right? As for the rating, each level means he has to sleep longer, so it caps its rank. The realization hit Cheng Xing. If senior brother slept in his time realm, his leveling speed would soar 6-fold. No wonder he was excited. Sorry about that, Chen Yifei said after laughing himself hoarse, straightening his clothes. Once he calmed down, Lin Kong and the others handed back the realm ejection stones. Instructor Chen, we don't need these anymore. I'm in a good mood, keep them, Chen Yifei said generously. Realm ejection stones? What are those? Cheng Xing asked. They're odd stones from a realm the Wang family controls, Chen Yifei explained. Anyone inside a pocket realm can use one to force themselves out. That's all. Really? Thank you, Mentor Chun. Lin Kong and the other two froze for a moment. Then their faces lit up with broad smiles. They knew nothing about the origin of a realm exit stone, but the undisguised envy in the surrounding mentors' eyes said it all. This thing was anything but cheap, and it had been crafted by the artificing prodigy, Chen Yifei himself. You can actually force your way out of a secret realm? Cheng Xing stood rooted to the spot. He had assumed that once you entered, you either cleared it or died trying. Of course you can, Chen Yifei replied cheerfully, patiently explaining. A few realms come with their own exit rules, but most of them don't. Then how did people gather intel at the start without a way to escape? Cheng Xing asked, frowning. Back then, we had to pile up bodies, Chen Yifei sighed. Pile up bodies? Cheng Xing muttered. Ahem, you're not wrong, Chen Yifei said with a wry smile. Before the Wang clan's realm appeared, our predecessors really did tackle secret realms that way. But ever since the realm exit stones showed up, we no longer have to toss awakened warriors into them like cabbages at a roadside stall. Cheng Xing scratched his head and pressed on. If we have such an artifact, clearing a realm should be much easier, right? Knowing the conditions in advance is better than feeling around in the dark. That would be true if supply could keep up, Chen Yifei said, shaking his head. Unfortunately, the Wang clan's realm produces only 10 stones a month, and every one of them is sold at auction. Low supply and sky-high prices mean they're reserved for the most critical realms. Once they grasped its value, Lin Kong and the other two quickly tucked their realm exit stones into their jackets. These were no ordinary stones, but treasures worth more than gold. At least with them, the casualties from realm exploration have finally gone down, Chen Yifei added. So only the Wang clan's realm produces these stones? Cheng Xing asked again. That's true for the South China base. Chen Yifei nodded. Other bases have their own output, but the stones are classified as strategic materials, and none of the bases trade them. Cheng Xing's brows knitted tighter. No wonder the Wang clan could act so high-handedly when you monopolize a life-saving resource like this. Who would dare stand against you? All right, junior brother, pack up the realm and come back with us, Chen Yifei urged after talking for so long. Pack up the realm? How? Cheng Xing's eyes went wide. He had assumed that once a realm was cleared, it had to stay where it was. Of course it can. How else do you think the realms in the secret realm pavilion were moved into Wuda? Chen Yifei chuckled, but offered no further explanation. Few people knew what happened after a realm was cleared. He knew only because his teacher was the vermilion bird. A secret realm can be packed away and redeployed just like a piece of gear. The moment he heard that, Cheng Xing's eyes lit up and a bold idea flashed through his mind. If he ran into an opponent he couldn't handle, couldn't he just drop the entrance on the ground and dive inside? It was as if Chen Yifei had already read his thoughts. Smiling, he asked, planning to duck into the realm mid-fight to dodge attacks or shake off pursuers. Is that not allowed? Cheng Xing froze, wondering if it had been that obvious. Feel free to try. I asked our instructor the exact same question. Chen Yifei kept the mystery alive and patiently explained how to store the realm. Cheng Xing arched a brow and walked up to the invisible doorway of the temporal realm. As he focused, faint lines of light sketched an oval outline in the air, and the realm's data floated into his HUD. He raised a palm and murmured, "Retrieve realm." A system prompt appeared. Collecting the realm will take 30 minutes. While the realm is in portable mode, no living creature may remain inside. Proceed? The message instantly explained why Chen Yifei had teased him. If retrieving alone took half an hour, releasing it wouldn't be any faster. In combat, 30 minutes was enough time to die several times over. Continue. Once confirmed, a progress bar materialized. The previously invisible doorway seemed to be kneaded by unseen hands. Shards of light peeled from the rim and flowed into his palm. The onlookers formed a semicircle. Curiosity blazing, none had ever seen anything like it. 30 minutes slipped by. At last, a transparent orb no bigger than a fist hovered above Cheng Xing's hand. Its shell looked like glass or an incredibly tough soap bubble, and inside lay a miniature version of the forested temporal realm they had just left. Temporal realm, portable mode. Realm owner, Cheng Xing. He turned his wrist, studying the sphere. It felt weightless, yet it was impossibly sturdy. Chen Yifei leaned in, eyes gleaming. That's portable mode. If you want to sell the realm, just change the ownership while it's like this. His awe was unmistakable. Around them, people's breathing grew heavier. Realms could be traded? What would one be worth? The South China base currently held 8 realms, 2 with the Su family, 2 with Wuda University, and 1 each with the Chu family, the Wang family, the Adventurers Guild, and the base military. This sphere meant a ninth. Anyone who understood the power structure knew a realm was the ticket into the top tier. Countless second-rate factions had choked on that threshold. If someone actually put one up for sale, the price would be unimaginable. Cradling the orb, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. Senior brother, I have a favor to ask. What favor? Chen Yifei blinked. Cheng Xing leaned close and whispered a few words. You're sure? For an awakened, that's the highest honor. You're really willing to give it up? Honor? Sounds more like a lifetime of trouble to me. Chen Yifei wanted to say more, but when he saw how determined Cheng Xing was, he could only sigh and shake his head. All right, I'll ask, but I'm not making any promises. You know our teacher's temper. He patted Cheng Xing's shoulder, moved to the edge of the training ground, and scrolled through his contacts until he found Zhuke. The screen lit up. He took a deep breath and hit call. The phone rang twice. As soon as it connected, Chen Yifei seemed to swap out his personality chip. His voice turned soft and sugary. Hi, teacher, it's me, Xiaofei. I swear I didn't cause any trouble. His grin couldn't have been wider, every syllable dripping with flattery. Hey, race the thing. My junior needs a favor. He just cleared a pocket dimension, and he would like. Lin Kong and the others were stunned. Chen Yifei, a level 14 awakened only a step away from 50, was bowing and scraping over the phone as if lightning were poised above his head. The instructors from the other departments, however, took it in stride. Everyone knew that if this hot-headed senior got annoyed, you might wind up eating a beating. Wu Dao encouraged sparring, so they simply kept their eyes to themselves and pretended to hear nothing. Zhuke listened in silence, showing no reaction. Chen Yifei hurried to relay Cheng Xing's request. Publicly claimed that the dimension had been cleared by Lord Zhuke or by Chen Yifei. Too many eyes were watching, and a new dimension could decide the fate of the base. Cheng Xing had to keep his name off the radar. Given what he knew of their teacher, Chen Yifei expected a flat refusal. Zhuke only appeared to drop nightmare-level missions or to give the occasional pointer. Everything else was beneath him. Chen Yifei was already rehearsing how to comfort Cheng Xing after the inevitable no. The icy rejection never came. Anything else? Zhuke asked, voice flat. No, that's all. If your junior can solo a pocket dimension, you can stop loafing. 3 strikes, 1 a class calamity beast. Don't dawdle. The line went dead. 3 strikes to kill in a class beast? Does he think in a class beast is pork? Cheng Xing muttered, almost hurling his phone. His expression suggested head swallowed a fly. Shouldn't the teacher be busy sizing up the newcomer? Why was he still riding him? Well, senior, how did it go? Cheng Xing asked, poking his head over. He agreed, so relax. Cheng Xing forced a smile that looked more like a wince. The thrill of victory had been smothered by a single sentence from his teacher. Meanwhile, Zook's tacit consent sent ripples through the upper ranks. South China base discovers its 9th pocket dimension spread like wildfire. The South China Tower, the Adventurers Guild, Wuda, the 3 great clans, and every second-tier faction got the alert at once. A 9th dimension? Who pulled it off? The Su clan or the Chu clan? I heard it's a rare time affinity realm. Rumor says Lord Zhuge cleared it himself. Within hours the news raced through the hierarchy, sparks in dry grass. The second-tier powers were especially restless, each determined to learn who would claim the new domain. The moment it became known that the 9th instance had been crafted by Vermilion Bird, every second-tier faction fell silent. At South China base, no one could hope to buy an instance from someone of that rank. Rumors flooded the place, yet not one of them mentioned Cheng Xing. It was obvious who had released the news. After tying up every loose end, the group hit the road. They had only driven a short distance when, while passing a barren disaster zone, Cheng Xing suddenly slammed on the brakes and eased the SUV to the shoulder. Cheng Xing, what's wrong? Chen Yifei looked up from the passenger seat, clearly puzzled. The Wuda escort vehicle behind them stopped as well, its tutors peering out the windows. Cheng Xing's record made anything he did worth watching. Nothing serious. I picked up a mission here, Cheng Xing said, getting straight to the point. If no one had noticed his movements, he could have claimed it was just an academy assignment, slipped in, grabbed the talent, cleared the instance, and doubled back. But with the trunk stuffed full of bloodthirsty bamboo boar specimens, any other excuse would have been an insult to their intelligence. A mission? An academy mission? Chen Yifei frowned. That can't be right. Freshmen aren't assigned academy missions this early. Normally, first years didn't receive mandatory missions until second semester. Right now they were supposed to be learning the campus and improving their combat skills. The other tutors nodded in agreement, just as confused. I'm short on credits and want to get used to academy missions ahead of time. So I took this one for fun, Cheng Xing answered offhandedly. The group exchanged looks. You short on credits? Someone muttered. You're first on both the level board and the virtual points board. That's 200 credits already. You're richer than most sophomores. Lin Kong and the others, who knew Cheng Xing's exploits even better than the tutors, were even more shocked. Chen Yifei, unaware of the leaderboards, patted his chest. If you need credits, just tell me. Can you add credits for me? Cheng Xing asked. No. Chen Yifei forced a smile. Don't the tutors have credits of their own? Cheng Xing raised a brow. We do, Chen Yifei said, and we have to distribute them before the deadline. But we can't hand them out directly. Students only receive them through missions they complete. The other tutors nodded. Since its founding, Wuda had aimed to stay fair. Random giveaways would only skew the balance. Fine, then wait here. He'll make it quick. Cheng Xing pushed the door open, unwilling to argue about Wuda's rules. Come on, let us watch, one tutor said with a grin. They were dying to see what Cheng Xing could do now. Sure, but keep your distance, Cheng Xing agreed after a moment. He had just picked up a disguise talent and could afford to cut loose a bit. Staying completely hidden was unrealistic. The best he could do was conceal what he could. Having them stand back served 2 purposes. If he was lucky enough to trigger a talent drop, he could absorb it immediately, and if things went sideways, he still had the Bureau of Awakened Control, the Lee Institute, Bai, and several other identities ready as fallback plans. Those were the safety nets he had set for himself. With Cheng Xing's permission, Chen Yifei and the others trailed silently behind him, watching as he ventured deeper into the ruin zone. He moved with effortless composure, showing no sign of pressure. In an instant he slipped into combat mode, danger sense unfurling like invisible tendrils probing the surroundings. Seconds later he detected a hostile fluctuation and fixed his gaze on a level 20 face spider. Without even looking back, he handed his phone to Chen Yifei. Senior, record this for me. Chen Yifei took the device and aimed the camera at him. The mission panel showed a contract to hunted class or higher face spider worth only 5 credits, provided the full hunt video was uploaded. They pressed on until a giant-faced spider nearly 10 meters long emerged, its gray-black shell gleaming like metal. Cheng Xing never slowed. He drove off the ground in a burst of speed, blade flashing quadrant slash. For arcs of light intersected, carving cleanly through the joints where the 8 legs met the body. The monster didn't even have time to scream before its massive frame crashed to the ground, lifeless. Somebody pinch-meted that really happen? He's already got 1 foot in the minute precision realm. Everyone sucked in a breath. Except for Lin Fei, they were all floored. A freshman approaching minute precision was enough to outpace most seniors, even many licensed hunters. Baffled, Lin Fei asked, Seniors, what's minute precision? Lin Kong hurriedly covered his mouth, but the instructors were happy to explain. Compared with other awakened, Wuda's edge lies in ancient martial arts, one instructor said. When the academy was founded, we created a new advancement path based on Wuxia's traditional martial systems from before the cataclysm. It's independent of talent, level, gear, and skills. He raised a hand and listed the stages. 1. Threshold entry. 2. Minute precision. 3. Seamless integration. 4. Perfect balance. 5. Unity of man and heaven. Lin Fei stared, wide-eyed. Minute precision is the second stage, the instructor continued. At this level, an awakened can compress every movement and skill to its limit, delivering maximum damage with each strike and even beginning to reshape a skill's form just like Cheng Xing's slash. All eyes returned to Cheng Xing, their awe undiminished. Lab data shows that under identical conditions, hunters who master minute precision are 200% more efficient than ordinary fighters. Put simply, you need several hits for one critical. They land a crit with every swing. How could their efficiency not soar? He concluded, if you want a more scientific explanation, ancient martial arts are simply a training method that lets an awakened gain finer control over their own power. Someone had achieved a half step in a fine insight during their freshman year. The moment the news broke, every instructor was stunned. Now they finally understood how Cheng Xing had cleared the secret realm at such a high level. When the shock faded, a bigger question emerged. How had Cheng Xing progressed so quickly? All eyes shifted to Chun Yifei beside the lectern, and the instructors suddenly understood. Since the ancient martial system was founded, the most famous practitioner was Vermilion Bird, the only one to reach the third realm, seamless unity, and Chun Yifei was Vermilion Bird's top disciple. He had to know some shortcut to rapid breakthroughs. With that thought, the instructor's eyes lit up, and the praise poured forth. Incredible, Instructor Chun. We thought you were the least committed, but you've really opened our eyes today. You helped Cheng Xing master ancient martial skills this fast? If you're the one guiding him, I need to learn from you. Compliments rained down. Momentarily stunned, Chun Yifei then straightened his back and adopted a look that said, exactly, that was all me. No matter how they tried to probe, he revealed nothing, leaving the instructors secretly frustrated. This guy was tight-lipped. Just as they considered another approach, Cheng Xing returned with an armful of materials. Sensing the strange atmosphere, he looked puzzled. Chun Yifei, still recording on his phone while soaking up the praise, waved him over. Hey Cheng Xing, all done. Cheng Xing, could you share how you broke into fine insight? An instructor asked eagerly. Fine insight? What's that? Cheng Xing blinked. Seeing his confusion, Chun Yifei quickly outlined the 5 realms of ancient martial arts. The more Cheng Xing listened, the more surprised he became. So the state head reached actually had an enemy. He had assumed it was just a natural bump from grinding mobs. He hadn't realized there were 3 more realms above it. The instructors exchanged looks, sensing something amiss. You didn't know? Then how did you master it? I really don't know, Cheng Xing shrugged. All I did was score SSS in the simulator, and when I came out, I was in what you're calling fine insight. SSS rating? The simulator can do that? I don't know either, Cheng Xing said with a shrug. In the conference room, a dozen instructors looked up at once, eyes full of confusion. Even the well-traveled Chun Yifei frowned. Clearly this was news to him. Cheng Xing scratched his head and asked again, so none of you know? Chun Yifei thought for a moment before speaking. Not knowing makes sense. The virtual arena was built to let students familiarize themselves with calamity beasts and cut their first mission death rate. These simulators are the newest models we brought in from the North China base only a few months ago. He paused and gave a wry smile. He himself had never been told about any hidden SSS rating feature. Cheng Xing pressed on. Then you've also never heard that the simulator can expand a person's danger sensing range? What? Crisis perception can be trained by a machine? The room exploded. Seeing their reaction, Cheng Xing had to recount his experience in detail. After an intense session in the virtual arena, he walked out to find his perception radius had clearly expanded. This time Chun Yifei didn't dismiss it. He remembered that when the equipment arrived, his own mentor had casually said, try it when you get the chance. Had thought it was a joke, but now the word sounded different. If Cheng Xing is right, these simulators aren't just teaching toys, one instructor muttered, face grave. They exchanged looks, more astonished by the second. All this time, they'd let a treasure sit idle. Let's go test them. Only practice tells the truth. Someone shouted, leaping up. The rest surged for the door, pushing and shoving in their hurry. If these machines really boosted both combat skills and crisis perception, it would be a breakthrough for students and every other awakener. The Adventurers Guild had bought a whole batch of Wu to missed out. They'd handicapped themselves. Senior, let's go too. Cheng Xing watched the lead car's taillights vanish around a corner and scratched his head. Thought this was common knowledge. He yanked the still-dazed Chun Yifei into the car. All right, coming. Chun Yifei finally snapped out of it and slammed the door. By the time they reached Wuda, it was almost noon. The instructors skipped lunch and drove straight to the virtual arena. Even before they arrived, the entrance was packed with students from every department, summoned on short notice. Why did the instructors call us here? No idea. I was in class when the notice came. You too? Yeah, super mysterious. Voices rose and fell in the crowd. A car suddenly screeched to a halt in front of them, tires shrieking and making everyone jump. Hey, the instructors are back. WHYD, they return in a convoy. A well-informed student lowered his voice. Haven't you heard? A senior just found a new secret realm outside the disaster zone a few days ago. For real? That's insanely lucky. The doors opened, and the instructors filed out. Someone started directing the crowd. Kuan Institute students, over here. Qian Institute students, over there. The vehicle had barely stopped when the instructor jumped out, waving the students toward the virtual arena. I'm giving you one mission: enter the simulator, fight the disaster beasts, and aim for an SSS rating, the instructor boomed. But sir, we don't have that many credits. Several students protested. We'll cover the cost. And anyone who earns an SSS rating gets an extra 100 credits. Another instructor declared. Cheers erupted instantly, and students from every year swarmed into the hall. The simulator's steep fee had always kept them at bay, but with someone else footing the bill, why hesitate? What about us? Lin Fei asked, watching the excited crowd. We're going too, Lin Kong said decisively. After seeing Cheng Xing's pinpoint control in battle, who wouldn't be tempted? While the front of the bus buzzed with excitement, Cheng Xing in the back was just as busy. All the way, Chen Yifei grilled him about every detail of his time in the virtual arena, down to what he ate for each meal. Once this is verified, you'll be the hero of the day, Chen Yifei said solemnly as the vehicle rolled onto the Wu University campus. Yeah, you've said that a dozen times already, Cheng Xing replied, scratching his head. What do you plan to do with the secret realm? Where are you going to set it up? Chen Yifei asked in a low voice, barely able to contain his excitement. He clearly wanted to be the first to try the time realm. Since it's under the teacher's name, let her decide, Cheng Xing answered after a moment, leaving the choice to Mentor Zhuke. Got it. He'll report back now and call you later, Chen Yifei said, hopping out in one smooth motion. The simulator's new possibilities could wait for other faculties to explore. The detached institute had only one student, Cheng Xing himself. He cared more about where to place the time realm and when to open it. Watching Chen Yifei hurry away, Cheng Xing shook his head, opened the campus map, and looked for the mission hall. The virtual arena would be jam-packed, so he might as well hand in his assignment and get some rest. To Chen Yifei and the others, he had spent only 8 or 9 days in the disaster zone. But for him it had been 14 straight days of high-intensity fighting, and his danger sense was still on cooldown. The SUV wove through campus and soon stopped in front of a sleek glass-walled building. For glowing letters spelled out Mission Hall beneath the dome. As the car door opened, the sensor-activated doors slid apart, revealing a spacious, brightly lit lobby. Task listings scrolled across wall projections, occasionally flashing secret realm exploration, with rewards ranging from 1 to 500 credits, each marked extremely dangerous. At the far end, a 100-meter obsidian counter stretched across the room, flanked by computers every few meters and staffed by attendants in the center. It was even busier than the combat arena. Squads darted back and forth, turning in or picking up assignments. He claimed an empty terminal and uploaded the video on his phone of the bloodthirsty stickbug hunt. When the progress bar finished, his balance jumped by 2 credits. He was about to leave when he suddenly remembered the pile of bloodthirsty stickbug material still in his vehicle. Let's see if there's a related job. With that thought, Cheng Xing turned to the mission hall's holoscreen and searched for tasks involving the bloodthirsty bamboo mantis. Within seconds, 2 material delivery quests popped upon specifically called for a bloodthirsty bamboo mantis, while the other accepted any grade material. He weighed his options for a moment, then claimed both missions. After confirming the jobs, he returned to his parking spot and lifted 2 pre-packed specimens from the trunk. The metal case clicked open, revealing a complete bloodthirsty bamboo mantis carapace and a grade beast horn he had taken earlier. At the staff counter, he placed the items before the clerk. A blue scan swept over the materials, and the panel flashed. Requirements met. Credits awarded. Mission complete. Cheng Xing was about to leave when the same 2 quests lit up on the holoscreen again, now marked available. Huh, they refreshed already? He muttered, then looked up. Excuse me, can these material quests be taken an unlimited number of times? The clerk, a pretty young woman, paused before answering. You mean the ton-in missions for specific materials? Yes, they can be repeated. Is there any cap on how many times? She gave him a discreet once-over, thinking, another rookie trying to farm credits through arbitrage. Upperclassmen know the exchange rate on these quests is deliberately low. Buying materials outside and turning them in only loses money. Most players sell their loot to outside brokers and use the campus black market to swap for credits. This guy probably hasn't figured that out yet. Keeping her professional smile, she said, no cap. The school keeps these quests up to collect raw materials for forging weapons, then trades them back to students for points, but the rate is not great. Got it. Cheng Xing nodded, dropped the subject, and headed out. Thinking he had given up, the clerk leaned toward her coworker and whispered, how many kids have tried flipping materials this week? Every year the freshmen look for loopholes, the other replied. They'd level faster if they put that energy into actual hunting. She added with a grin, still, that guy was pretty cute. I almost lost my train of thought. The chatter continued in bursts. In the hall, Only material-related quests that required verification had to go through the staff counter. Most hunting missions could be completed at the self-service kiosks. With so few students taking gathering assignments, the two clerks had plenty of downtime. They lounged on bar stools behind the mission hall counter, chatting and occasionally sweeping their eyes across the empty lobby. In the middle of their conversation, a hesitant voice broke in. Hi? Again? What is it this time? The girl who had helped him earlier looked up. Spotting the visitor's bulging hiking pack, she frowned. I'm here to submit a quest. Cheng Xing flipped the pack upside down onto the counter. With a clang, piles of dark red carapace shards, spikes, and venom sacs spilled out, forming a small hill. All degrade parts from bloodthirsty bamboo beetles, he said casually. While speaking, he walked to the public terminal, clicking through several beetle-related quests in quick succession. The sudden commotion drew the handful of people in the lobby. How long would we have to grind to drop that much stuff? Seriously? Will you let just anyone in now? He can't think dumping mats for credits is worth it. Freshman gaps wild this year, some hit level 23, some can't even add. The ridicule kept coming, but Cheng Xing never looked up. He knew his farm rate. Selling for cash and buying credits was nowhere near as efficient as turning materials in directly. Seeing him repeat the same quest window, the clerk finally offered, let me do it. Her practiced hands tallied and logged everything, and the material hill quickly transformed into glowing numbers that streamed onto Cheng Xing's student card. Realizing she could process in bulk, Cheng Xing said, hold on, grabbed his pack, and stepped out. Minutes later, he returned bags slung over shoulders and waist, more clutched in both hands. He dumped everything again, doubling the hill. Whoa, whose spoiled rich kid is that? Burning credits with raw matsballer move. Doesn't he know there's a black market on campus? Amazement soon turned to greed as people sized him up like easy prey. When Cheng Xing came back a third time with another full sack, someone finally rushed over. Bro, farming credits? My black market booth is $7.49 swing by, and it'll top their rate by 3%. Scam artist. Freshman, give me the goods, and it'll add 5%. Bunch of crooks. Pal, trust me, it'll boost your payout by a full 10. The three men squabbled, turning the counter into an impromptu bidding war. Cheng Xing pinched his brow. Sorry, I just want to submit quests. Most people stepped back, but a few stayed, blocking his path. What's your problem? Cheng Xing's voice turned icy. The leader laughed. Easy, we're from Kirin trading on the black market. You're getting ripped off here. Let us. He never finished. Cheng Xing looked up, and a wave of pressure burst from him. Pale gold numbers appeared above his head. 25. The air seemed to vanish. Everyone sucked in a breath. The man up front went white and stumbled back. Level 25? You're not a freshman? Cheng Xing gave him a calm glance. Who says a freshman can't be level 25? You. The single word left everyone speechless. There had never been a rule against it anyway, and the university had already admitted a level 23 transfer student. Adding a level 25 freshman still fell within acceptable bounds. No one even thought they might be the same person. Cheng Xing's leveling speed was simply unbelievable. At Wuda, advancing one level a month after level 20 was enough to be called a prodigy, but if they learned someone had gone up 2 levels in 9 days, they would swear he was cheating. If my answer isn't clear enough, I also know a bit of hand-to-hand. He withdrew his aura now that the message had landed, the implied threat unmistakable. Several upperclassmen were not even above his level and stepped back in unison. Humph. The Chilean Merchants Guild will remember this. Their leader snapped, cheeks burning with humiliation. He could only toss out the threat and slink away. The spectators, unwilling to stir trouble, opened a path for Cheng Xing. He narrowed his eyes. Bullies respect strength. Sometimes a little swagger is the best shield. No one else tried to block or pester him, and he soon returned to the counter. The clerk had been replaced by a bright smiling girl whose warmth felt like spring sunshine. She threw him a few playful glances, but Cheng Xing's face stayed impassive. After checking every item, he turned to leave, and the girl felt a fleeting pang of disappointment. With all the grade materials sold, he now had nearly 1,000 credits and still held a stack of grade resources, gear, and spare skill books. The earlier scuffle had stirred his curiosity about the so-called black market, perfect excuse to take Su Yanran and the others for a look. He would have to tell them about this trip anyway. A little hush money never hurt. So many credits, why not head straight to the 9th floor? He twirled his student card, calculating. The 9th level of the Secret Realm Tower granted 5% experience a day, and he needed a stretch of downtime. Decision made. He drove toward the tower. Moments later he arrived, left his gear in the car, and set off for his old dorm to pack. On the way to the door, a hurried silhouette crashed into him. Heaton. 2 soft cushions slammed into his chest as the girl's startled cry faded. He caught her slender wrist with one hand, the other slipping around her waist to steady her wobbling balance. Trying to grope me, wait, Cheng Xing? Lu Xingxin's brow shot up, and she was about to shove the person in front of her, but the angry words died on her lips when she saw who it was. Xing, what's going on? Why do you look so flustered? Cheng Xing leaned down slightly, surprise in his voice. Why could you let go of me first? She whispered. His fingers were still wrapped around her wrist, warmth radiating from his fingertips along with a strong masculine scent. Under the sunlight his handsome face seemed to glow, and the usually bold Lu Xinxin felt a rare flutter of panic. Her pale cheeks flushed scarlet. Oh, sorry. Cheng Xing finally realized how suggestive their posture was, and hurriedly released her. Once her breathing steadied, Lu Xinxin lowered her voice. Where have you been these past few days? Yanran arranged a fight after class today. The other side means business, and am worried something will happen to her. She looked up, her eyes full of concern. Yanran set up a fight? With whom? Cheng Xing's expression instantly cooled. The Wang clan Wang Bing. Where are they now? The combat arena. Get in. Cheng Xing turned, yanked the passenger door open, and left no room for argument. Lu Xinxin jumped into the seat, clicked her belt into place, and the engine roared. The car shot off toward the arena like an arrow loosed from its bow. Meanwhile, the combat arena was buzzing. Every ring, big and small, was packed with students grinding for ranking points, steel clashing in an endless rhythm. Suddenly a commotion rippled through the hall, and the crowd surged toward the main platform. On the platform stood a young man who resembled Wang Sheng by 7 points. He was Wang Bing of the Wang clan, ranked 49th on the PK list. Opposite him, Su Yanran waited with fists clenched, a fitted combat suit tracing the sleek curve of her waist. Her stunning face and striking figure drew more than a few admiring glances. Is that Wang Bing? The guy in the top 50? Who's the girl facing him? She's gorgeous. I've never seen her before. Shows how little you know. That's Su Yanran, the new queen of Qian Institute and one of the top 10 beauties at Wuda, someone explained. Compared with the level rankings, the PK list is the real measure of individual combat power. The top 100 are basically Wuda's greatest prodigies. As soon as Wang Bing number 49 was recognized, even Su Yanran's radiance dimmed a little. A freshman beauty? She's only in her first year. What's the big deal? Someone scoffed, though curiosity still shone in his eyes. You think it's just about looks? Wang Bing's Wang is from the Wang clan. Care to guess which Su Yanran belongs to? Wang clan versus Su clan. A clash of powerhouses. Excitement spiked, and those who had been ready to leave pushed eagerly back toward the ring. It had been more than 2 weeks since the freshmen arrived, and Su Yanran's background was already public knowledge. Now that she was standing in the center of the ring, all eyes were on her. Weird, Wang Bing's a senior, isn't he? Why is he picking on a freshman? Not sure. Rumor has it the Su family sheltered the killer of a Wang clansman, so the Wangs want payback. No way. The Su family's always been upstanding, hasn't it? Guess crows are black no matter where you go. The murmurs from the bleachers made Su Yanran frown. She stood at the edge of the platform in the center of the training arena, her palms white from trying to bottle up her anger. What should have been a simple spar had been twisted into a sordid farce, and it sickened her. Opposite her, Wang Bing folded his arms, a thin, icy smile showing just how satisfied he was with the chaos head engineered. Even before Cheng Xing set foot on campus, the Wang family had ordered Wang Bing to take care of him by any means necessary. For a while, Wang Bing found no opening, at least not until Cheng Xing rocketed up the virtual leaderboard. When family intelligence hinted that Cheng Xing was close to the heiresses of the Su and Chu families, Wang Bing quickly changed tactics. He first planted people around Cheng Xing's friends Yang Jian and the others, then challenged them under the guise of guidance. Yang Jian let his guard down and wound up badly injured. After that, Lu Xinxin and the rest were nearly caught in the same trap, but Su Yanran uncovered the plot in time to stop it. Once his scheme was exposed, Wang Bing turned to gossip. The rumor Cheng Xing tried to kill a Wang family student spread through campus like poison. When Su Yanran could take no more, she confronted Wang Bing and demanded a duel, which led to today's spectacle. I doubt you can stay calm much longer, Wang Bing thought as the crowd's hostility closed in on Cheng Xing. Twisting public opinion to shatter an opponent's psyche was his favorite pastime. Killing was crude. He wanted Cheng Xing to suffocate in the gutter, then defeat him and claim a coveted transfer slot. 2 birds with 1 stone. Why protect a murderer? Aren't you dragging the Su and Chu families through the mud? Hand Cheng Xing over, and I'll let this slide, he said, perfectly in control of the mood had crafted. Save your breath, Su Yanran snapped, drawing her sword. If you want to fight, let's fight. At the same rank, I've never feared anyone. Wang Bing sneered and tapped rapidly on his personal terminal. Pale golden lines lit up across the floor, and a translucent barrier began to descend around the platform. A notice flashed in Su Yanran's field of vision. One glance, and her expression darkened. Oh, I know you're unbeatable at your level, Wang Bing shrugged. But when did I ever promise an even rank match? Su Yanran's heart sank. Had agreed to equal terms when they set the challenge, and now he was backing out. The barrier was closing fast, leaving no room to retreat. With only half a person's height left before the shield sealed shut, a dark figure shot in from outside like a streak of light, slipping through the final gap and landing on the platform. Who's there? Wang Bing stiffened. Cheng Xing? Cheng Xing, you're back? Su Yanran froze, while Chu Yanyan and the others below gasped, then shouted with relief. The newcomer was indeed Cheng Xing. He wiped a sheen of sweat from his brow, exhaled, and turned to give Chu Yanyan and the others a nod. "I'm back. Is everyone all right?" "I'm fine, but he's coming for you," Su Yanran warned in a hush, sliding half a step forward as her gaze locked on Wang Bing, who was strolling toward them. The moment her words fell, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes and a flicker of killing intent flashed inside them. Above the platform, the holographic display flared. "You have entered dual mode. No level adjustment." Cheng Xing had noticed the message the instant he stepped onto the stage. Earlier, had Lu Xinxin researched the combat arena. Once the barrier closed, no one could enter or leave. It would only lift if someone surrendered or became unable to fight, and any blow that exceeded an opponent's tolerance would be absorbed to prevent death. The arena offered two modes: level adjustment, which forced both fighters to the same rank, and no level adjustment, which left their original levels intact. The screen's announcement explained everything. Wang Bing's scheme was obvious now. "So you're Cheng Xing?" Wang Bing sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. "I've been looking for you forever, and here you are, delivering yourself." With that, he raised a hand in signal. The shills hidden in the crowd responded at once, whipping up the atmosphere. "So he's the murderer. Top of the martial exams? No wonder the Su family is protecting him. How could an ordinary civilian level up that fast?" The crowd burst into an uproar, every accusation aimed at Cheng Xing. At the same time, Wang Bing let his aura explode, and the golden words level 25 blazed above his head. "Damn, it's not the adjustment mode." Chu Yanyan and the others went pale at ringside, realizing Wang Bing had lied from the start. Wang Bing fixed his gaze on the center of the platform. "Don't bother trying to surrender, I won't give you the chance." The shills kept stoking the fire, and the abuse soon dragged the Su and Chu families into the mess. Chu Yanyan and the others tried to defend themselves, but their words vanished like pebbles in the sea. Wang Bing's rumor net was far too tight. "Cheng Xing, let's concede. One step back and this all ends," Su Yanran urged softly, brow furrowing. Their opponent was a senior, higher in level and skill, and had come prepared. In no adjustment mode, their chances were slim. "No need. Trust me, won't have to lift a finger," Cheng Xing replied, shaking his head with calm certainty. Su Yanran hesitated, but said no more. She knew Cheng Xing never took a loss lying down. With that thought, she stepped back, leaving the center of the arena to him. Whoa, Yanran actually backed off. Is Cheng Xing really going to solo this? Lu Xinxin sucked in a sharp breath. Chu Yanyan, on the other hand, unclenched her fists a little, oddly reassured Cheng Xing would never refuse to team up unless he was sure. Wang Bing watched Cheng Xing's movements and sneered. "Nice line. Make sure you don't throw in the towel later." Cheng Xing raised his right hand, and a plain longsword leapt from his inventory into his palm. The moment the sheath left the blade, a cold gleam burst outward, its fierce aura making the air shudder. An instant later, a familiar number flared above his head as well. "I won't give you a chance either." "What? Impossible. He hit level 25 too? Wasn't he just level 23? How long has it been?" The moment the glowing 25 appeared above Cheng Xing's head, the entire combat arena erupted. A first year who sat atop both the freshman ladder and the virtual points board, he was recognized at once by the old regulars half a month ago, had been stuck at level 23, and now had caught up with the arena's favorite, Wang Bing. The narrative Wang Bing had so carefully crafted collapsed instantly. Even the shills had planted in the stands were left gaping. "No wonder you're so confident you've already reached level 25. Wang Bing stared at the number, a bad feeling rising in his gut, but he forced himself to stay calm. He was a senior, his combat skills long since perfected. Same level or not, how hard could it be to crush a freshman who barely knew any techniques? He snorted and stepped forward. Before the cold gleam of his sword could spark, Cheng Xing vanished from sight. "Didn't anyone tell you that spacing out in a fight is suicide?" A frosty voice detonated right behind him. Damn! Every hair on Wang Bing's body bristled. He spun frantically, catching only a blur of steel. Agony and a crunch erupted in his mouth. Blood-spattered porcelain teeth custom implants worth a fortune spun past his eyes. Reflexively, he opened his mouth to scream. A second strike flashed, a heavier, blunter blow that dislocated his jaw so badly, he couldn't close it. Cheng Xing flicked his long blade, still looking a little unused to striking with the flat. Plea terror contorted Wang Bing's face. Dragging his ruined jaw, he tried to beg for mercy, but couldn't form a word. Cheng Xing gave him no opening. He produced a crate material shaped suspiciously like a disaster beast's reproductive organ and stuffed it into Wang Bing's mouth, sealing off his last chance to surrender. Bad habit. We agreed no giving up. Cheng Xing's flawless white teeth gleamed in an icy smile. Cornered, Wang Bing yanked out his sword, still clawing at the object in his mouth. The instant a sliver of cold light left his blade, Cheng Xing sidestepped and swept his long knife across. Crunch. The sharp, brittle sound rang out as Wang Bing's extended arm snapped. Blinding pain reduced his voice to muffled whimpers. A surge of panic glued his gaze to Cheng Xing. Azure flash. He roared inwardly. His sword glowed pale green and carved through the air at lethal speed. His proud grade skill never once dodged at this distance. The next second, his eyes went wide with disbelief. With just a few subtle adjustments, Cheng Xing slipped past every one of Wang Bing's abilities, not even bothering to block. Wait, meticulous mastery. How is that possible? Am I dreaming? He's not only level 25, he's already reached meticulous mastery. For a heartbeat, the arena felt vacuum-sealed. The seniors, veterans of countless duels, were still stunned into silence by Cheng Xing's footwork, while the underclassmen wore blank faces, having no idea what combat skill tiers really meant. Below the stage, Ning Xia and Lin Yin exchanged glances. Equally shaken, both were from the Temple of War and understood just how rare meticulous mastery was. By contrast, Lu Xinxin could only blink in confusion. Chu Yanyan's eyes went wide, her hand covering her lips as delight threatened to spill out. Pressed by Lu Xingxin's constant questions, the three finally whispered in explanation. Combat skills have tiers. You're only considered initiated once you reach entering the hall. Above that is meticulous mastery. The base doesn't refuse to teach it, it's just insanely hard. Without talent, you might be stuck at entering the hall for life. Compared with that, leveling up, swapping gear, or learning new skills is child's play. What? A skill that powerful and no one else can learn it? Lu Xinxin yelped. It's not that they won't teach you, Chu Yanyan sighed, but failing the practice only slows your leveling. A hint of pride then lifted her chin. This was the man she had her eye on. While they spoke, the duel was already ending. Wang Bing's limbs twisted at impossible angles from the rapid impacts, and he could barely stay upright. Without the safety barrier, he'd have been carried off long ago. Awakening at level 20 grants a huge boost to physique and regeneration. Yet even so, it took only a few dozen strikes from Cheng Xing to knock him out. The instant the barrier dropped, system prompts appeared. Challenger Wang Bing has lost combat capability. Challenger Su Yanran has conceded. Victor, Cheng Xing reward, 69 victory points. Current ranking, 79th. Cheng Xing's name rocketed up to 79th place, while Wang Bing fell straight off the top 100 board. Silence blanketed the crowd, everyone holding their breath. Just when they thought the matter was settled, the hired hecklers Wang Bing had planted started shouting. So ruthless, don't tell me he isn't a killer. I'm reporting him. Cheng Xing must be dirty. We're classmates and he smashed him like that. The racket swelled, then quickly sounded out of place. The spectators had watched the entire match and their minds were racing just as fast. Nonsense. Cheng Xing only just transferred, and where would he find the time for murder? I noticed it too. They've been steering the crowd from the start. I know those faces there from the Qilin Trading Guild. Hearing the sudden change in the crowd's tone, the Qilin Merchants Guild members hidden among the spectators sensed danger. Voices rose on every side. Knowing exactly what was about to happen, they abandoned their mission and slipped away while the commotion intensified. The protective shield vanished in an instant, a ripple of psionic energy sweeping across the arena. Several figures immediately leapt onto the platform, positioning themselves in front of the unconscious Wang Bing. Their eyes locked on Cheng Xing in case he made a move. Cheng Xing merely narrowed his eyes, then, without another action, turned and vaulted off the stage with Su Yanran. It's only been a few days, and you're already level 25. Yang Jian practically sprinted over, unable to hide his shock. By contrast, had needed to grind through hordes of fallen just to hit level 23. Cheng Xing scratched the back of his head, scanning the onlookers. Took an academy mission, spent some time in the disaster zone, he muttered. Let's head back, we can talk on the way. At once the surrounding crowd strained to listen. Everyone wanted to know how Cheng Xing had leveled so fast, but his vague reply left them disappointed. They could only envy Yang Jian and the others, so this was the upside of staying close to a top player. As Cheng Xing's group departed, the crowd automatically opened a path. When he first topped the level leaderboard, people dismissed it. Anyone could grind. When he appeared on the virtual points board, they claimed he'd exploited a bug. But today's real fight told a different story. Same level, flawless technique, and a clean sweep against the 49th ranked Wang Bing. Anyone still treating Cheng Xing as an ordinary freshman had no choice but to give him a thumbs up now. Under countless eyes, they piled into a single car and left the combat arena. How did so many people fit? Bent double in the trunk. Yang Jian, unable to straighten his legs, had the answer. The moment they exited the campus, he burst out, Cheng Xing, how did you master a combat art? The car fell silent, every eye fixed on Cheng Xing. Everyone knew how difficult combat arts were, only a handful could use them. I think it's the simulator, he said, hands on the wheel. After a moment's thought, he explained. By repeatedly challenging the same scenario, syncing his virtual moves with reality, had gradually uncovered the essence of the art. What? You pushed a single disaster beast score to SSS in 1 week? Yang Jian's voice cracked in disbelief. Lu Xinxin rolled her eyes. Why so dramatic? Yang Jian threw up his hands. You have no idea how hard those scores are. I've only ever hit a minus. Apart from Cheng Xing, he used the simulator the most and understood exactly what an SSS meant. The others turned blazing eyes on Cheng Xing and asked in unison, so how did you do it? Yang Jian couldn't hold back and kept firing questions. Cheng Xing held nothing back, rattling off every trick he'd uncovered in the simulator. Wait, you mean that to score SSS you can't use a single skill, and every strike has to hit the beast's weak spot? Yang Jian drew a sharp breath, staring at Cheng Xing as though he were some rare creature. After hearing Cheng Xing's explanation, everyone finally understood his meteoric rise in the meticulous ranking raw talent, plus a mountain of sweat. No one could argue with that. Cheng Xing added that after grinding the simulator at full throttle, his danger-sensing radius had visibly expanded. Stop the car! Yang Jian roared, freezing everyone in place. He vaulted out of the trunk and bolted toward the Academy's virtual arena without looking back. How did I forget to mention that every department mentor is in the arena right now? Cheng Xing watched Yang Jian's retreating figure and shrugged. The girls shook their heads. Let him blow off steam. He'll be back soon. Back at the dorm, Ning Xia and Lin Yan excused themselves. They needed to find their teachers and digest the flood of information. In the hallway, Lu Xinxin watched Cheng Xing laughing with Chu Yanyan and the others ahead, a sudden ache in her chest. She waved goodbye and hurried to her room. Cheng Xing seemed to notice, but Su Yanran and the others dragged him inside. The door shut, and the atmosphere flipped. Out with it, where have you been? Sneaking around with some girl behind our backs? Hands on hips, Chu Yanyan glared at him. Another roommate's eyes glimmered. She had activated her talent, becoming a walking lie detector. Cheng Xing raised both hands in surrender. Fine, he'll tell you everything. Meanwhile, in a distant disaster zone, amid ash-choked ruins, a tall figure moved like lightning, locking onto a class beast. The creature growled, fur bristling, and lunged with its claws. With the smallest pivot, the young man slipped past the strike and unleashed a flurry of punches, every blow smashing into a weak spot. Minutes later, the beast let out a final wail and collapsed. The young man wiped the sweat from his brow, still relaxed, but his expression tightened an instant later. Show yourself. At his words, a man in black stepped from the shadows. Didn't I say to stop bothering me with the family's petty problems? Wang Qian died in the trials because she was weak. Trash is trash. If you need something done, find Wang Bing. Young Master Wang won. Young Master Wang Bing has failed, the man in black said, bowing. Oh, let me guess, he tried the same sleazy rumor-mongering again. Yes. But young Master Wang Bing was defeated in a PK match. Someone took down Wang Bing. He's level 25, every combat art perfected, and he still lost to a freshman? According to the latest intel, Cheng Xing is also level 25 and has mastered those arts. Interesting. Battle lust gleamed in Wang Wen's eyes. A freshman, level 25, full mastery. He let out a short laugh and grabbed his jacket. Tell the family I'm taking this one. No one else is to interfere. You're trying to hide your profile, so you've gone off to hunt bloodthirsty stick insects, huh? Su Yanran gave Cheng Xing a once-over, her face stern as she pressed him for answers. Cheng Xing nodded. That was indeed one of his many excuses for heading out, and Su Yanran hadn't sensed anything odd yet. And then, with your strength, you shouldn't have been gone that long. Su Yanran kept probing. Beside her, Chu Yanyan wore the same serious look and nodded in agreement. Cheng Xing scratched his head and admitted, I ran into a class calamity beast and accidentally wandered into a secret realm. The words chased by a class calamity beast instantly wiped the smiles from their faces. When stumbled into a secret realm followed, Chu Yanyan's mouth fell open, and she instinctively covered it in shock. In the end, I managed to clear the place barely. Cheng Xing laid out the entire story. He knew half-truths would never fool Su Yanran. The two women stared at him, speechless. So the 9th secret realm at the base was cleared by you? Su Yanran finally asked, recalling the rumors and finding them hard to believe. Yeah, I asked my instructor to keep my name off the record. Cheng Xing nodded. Amazing. Chu Yanyan's eyes lit up as she stared at him. She and Su Yanran knew better than anyone how hard it was to conquer a secret realm, especially one branded near impossible, later confirmed to be a rare time-type realm. Seeing her friend's sparkling eyes, Su Yanran cleared her throat and pulled the nearly pouncing Chu Yanyan back. I don't care how great you are, you can't just run off without telling us. And you definitely can't leave us behind. Cheng Xing almost let his smile slip. He raised a hand and surrendered. Do with me what you will. So, you got a new talent out of it? Su Yanran pressed. Cheng Xing nodded again. Show us. Obediently, he projected his masked interface. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 25, 3,730,475 million. HP, 3,700. Attributes, STR 308. AGI 430. Con 235. SPI 115. Free points, 0. Talent, SS grade drop rate boost. Skills, B grade quad / LV.2. E grade block LV.1. D grade blade aura LV.1. B grade war technique. Phantom body LV.1. Chu Yanyan stared at the almost suspiciously clean panel, wide-eyed with curiosity, while Su Yanran fell into thought. She still felt Cheng Xing was hiding something. Then she reminded herself that revealing multiple talents could be fatal. It made sense for him to be cautious. Trusting him was enough. In that case, Su Yanran folded her arms and shifted her tone. If someone's willing to power level us, we might be willing to forgive him. Exactly. Hearing that, Chu Yanyan remembered she was supposed to be angry, forced her face back into a stern expression, and nodded in agreement. Fine, no problem, but the disaster zone will have to wait. Right now, grab your stuff, we're moving. The tension eased, and Cheng Xing knew the danger had passed. Pack up, where are we going? To the 9th floor of the secret realm hall, Chu Yanyan replied. In no time the three of them swept bedding, toiletries, and even the knickknacks off their desks into their backpacks, then rolled their luggage into the direct access elevator. The 9th floor corridor had the same layout as the first, but it was completely empty, a thin layer of dust on every door. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Chu Yanyan muttered as she eyed the row of vacant rooms. 20 credits a day for only a 5% XP boost. The return is terrible. It's really only worth it after level 30, and almost no one at Wu University reaches that in 4 years. What's there to worry about? Credits are the one thing I have plenty of, Cheng Xing chuckled. He had racked up more than 900 credits from that last wave in the mission hall, enough to house the three of them for half a month. The car still held a pile of crate materials, and they had left even more loot uncollected in the secret realm. When the credits ran dry, he could always trade on the university's black market. With that thought, he swiped his card and opened 3 single rooms. While Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran were still debating room numbers, Cheng Xing had already stepped into his. The furniture was identical to that on the first floor, except for a simulator in the corner pulsing with blue light. Now this makes it worth every credit, he said, resting a hand on the machine. The virtual training hall was always packed. Had been looking for a way to practice without waiting in line. Now he could grind levels and hone his combat skills at the same time. The only downside was how fast the credits would drain. Before long, Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan shuffled in wearing slippers, the same excitement written on their faces. So you saw it too? I've got a feeling the 9th floor is about to be packed, Su Yanran said, tapping the simulator's casing. Nobody came up here before because it wasn't cost-effective, but if the instructors confirm these things really speed up technique mastery, this will be the hottest spot on campus. Hood turned down leveling while training. Cheng Xing nodded, already picturing even longer lines at the virtual training hall once everyone caught on. They were about to head back to their rooms to train when their phones buzzed simultaneously. A text? 3 pairs of eyes checked their screens, then met with matching smiles. Looks like you got the Awakener administration results too? Cheng Xing asked, holding up his phone. Both women nodded. They had all passed and were now official agents. Meanwhile, in a dorm on the 5th floor, smash. A phone hit the floor, the screen separating from the frame, cracked spiderwebbing across the glass. On the still-lit display, a single message flashed. Student Cheng Yun, we regret to inform you that you were not selected Awakener Administration Bureau. Why? Why wasn't I accepted? Veins bulged on Cheng Yun's forehead. His clenched fists turned white, bloodshot eyes burning. Suddenly a vicious glint flickered in his gaze. It was you, Cheng Xing. You and the Su and Chu families must have rigged this behind the scenes. A page listing the successful candidates was attached to the bureau's notice. Cheng Xing skimmed it out of curiosity and soon spotted familiar names like Yang Jian. Huh, that's a lot more people than usual. He lifted an eyebrow. Normally only about 30 applicants made the cut, but this list was clearly longer. There was an attack by the fallen during the trials, Su Yanran explained while flipping through the sheet. The bureau probably kept anyone who fought well, so they expanded the quota. Cheng Xing kept reading, then froze. Cheng Yun's name was missing. What? Cheng Yun didn't make it? He should have passed on strength alone. He looked up at Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran. Did you two do something? The women exchanged a smile and shook their heads. We considered it, Chu Yanyan admitted, palms up. We wanted Yang Jian to report how Cheng Yun left you for dead during the beast tide. But before we moved, someone else acted first. If not you, then who? Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, then arched a brow. The Wang family? Knew you'd guess, Chu Yanyan said with a grin. Su Yanran pouted. Took all the fun out of it. A quiet satisfaction warmed Cheng Xing. He knew exactly how deliberate Cheng Yun's strike had been during the beast tide. Being cut now was only fitting. His one regret was not meeting Cheng Yun in the disaster zone. He could have repaid the favor. Since school started, Cheng Yun had stayed well clear of him. While the three joked around, their phones buzzed simultaneously. Now what? Cheng Xing opened the message, his expression odd. Another notice from the bureau? Su Yanran asked. Yeah, they want us rookies to form a pursuit squad. He scratched his head and turned the screen to them. The two women checked their own phones. By decision of the bureau's committee, new members Cheng Xing, Su Yanran, Chu Yanyan, Lu Xinxin, and 4 others are assigned to a new pursuit squad. Cheng Xing is captain, Su Yanran vice captain. Assemble at once and choose your own base. A squad of nothing but newcomers? Never seen that before, Chu Yanyan said, blinking. Su Yanran pocketed her phone, eyes bright. Sounds fun. Almost immediately their phones rang again. Yang Jian and the others were calling for the dorm location. Moments later, a gentle knock sounded at the door. When they opened it, Lu Xinxin and the rest were standing outside, peering curiously into Cheng Xing's room. They had just received the message confirming they'd passed the selection, and they were over the moon. Moments later, a second system email popped up. They'd been reassigned to Cheng Xing's unit. The abrupt reshuffle left the three of them staring at one another. They called Cheng Xing right away and learned his team had already moved into a new dorm on the 9th floor of the Secret Realm building. The surprises just kept coming. As they pushed open the door, Lin Yin was the first to spot a silver-gray holographic simulator in the corner and blurted, "Wow, the 9th floor has its own simulator." Her voice echoed around the room. Lu Xinxin and Ning Xia hurried over to examine the machine, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Snapping back to herself, Lin Yin slapped her forehead. "Oh, so you all got the notice too?" Cheng Xing leaned against the doorframe and waved his phone. Of course. They traded puzzled looks, still unsure why the bureau had scrambled the rosters. "They'll find out," Su Yanran said, raising a hand as she dialed Su Haoran. At that moment, Su Haoran was patrolling a disaster zone with Gao Chun and the others. Headquarters had been piling on assignments lately, yet the prospect of two SSS agents joining his reconnaissance unit kept a grin on his face. He whistled while picking his way over the rubble until his phone buzzed. Seeing Su Yanran on the display, he answered cheerfully, "Hey, what's up?" When he heard his sister's team had all passed the selection, he was so thrilled he nearly spun circles on the debris, already planning the evening's welcome party. Then came the bombshell. "You've been placed on a new team with Cheng Xing." His grin froze. "What did you just say?" His outburst drew Gao Chun and the others closer. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Wait right there, I'm asking Zhong Deng if he's behind this." Then he hung up. The room went quiet for a few seconds. Staring at the dark screen, everyone smiled wryly. "Well, just wait." Soon the doorbell rang again. Cheng Xing opened the door to find Yang Jian racing in, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. "I finally got my turn on the machine, then this notice showed up," he muttered, clearly having sprinted upstairs. After catching his breath, he spotted the simulator in the dorm. Pointing at it, he squeaked, "The 9th floor actually." "Enough," Cheng Xing cut him off. "They already said that." Yang Jian blinked at the familiar faces, then asked, "So everyone got the notice?" Who could have guessed one moment they were classmates, the next they were co-workers. Time slipped by until Su Yanran's phone rang again. She listened briefly, closed the phone, and announced, "Hey, race the situation. Too many candidates qualified this round, so the existing slots are full. Because we're high-ranked and have fought fallen ones, we've been given special approval to form a new pursuit team." She paused. "And our first assignment just came in." "That fast?" They blurted in unison. "What is it?" Cheng Xing asked. Su Yanran met their eyes, her voice steady. "We're to investigate the traitor behind the attack during the selection trials. Inside a dorm room on the 5th floor of the Mijing Tower. Things aren't hopeless yet. I still have the Cheng family behind me. Even if I don't join the Awakener Bureau, I can still rise to the top." Steeling himself, Cheng Yun offered a silent pep talk. Though the Chengs barely counted as a second-tier power, his status as their sole heir let him outshine most of his peers. He opened a drawer, pulled out a brand new phone, and slid in the SIM card. Before the screen even finished loading, a familiar number lit up. Lu Chunmei. Cheng Yun quickly smoothed his hair and answered, pretending to be pleased. "Mom, what's up?" "Yun, come home. Your father needs to see you." Her gentle tone carried an unfamiliar distance. "Sure, he'll be right there." He hung up, confident he could soothe her as always. The call cut off abruptly, and he muttered, "Weird. Did they have a fight?" Still puzzled, he swapped his clothes for a crisp shirt and jacket. When he came downstairs, the family's black Maybach was already waiting. South China Base, Zone A, War God Residence. The car rolled through the gates, its tires crunching on the gravel drive. "Young master, the master and madam are in the study," the old butler said, hustling over as Cheng Yun stepped out. "Got it." Irritated, Cheng Yun waved him off. Recent failures had shredded his patience. He walked straight into the main house and stopped outside the study, pushing the door open. "Dad, Mom." His voice was sweet, his smile ingratiating. Behind the desk, Cheng Xingyang paused over his keyboard and merely frowned. Lu Chunmei didn't smile at all. The chill in the room made Cheng Yun's heart sink. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong?" he ventured. "What's wrong? Explain why you failed the selection." Cheng Xingyang rose slowly, his face stricter than ever. I don't know," Cheng Yun said, spreading his hands as if none of it concerned him. "I bought you the best gear, pulled every string, secured the best training grounds. You wanted time on the 5th floor of the Mijing Tower, so I traded credits for you. And now you can't even pass the Awakener Bureau selection? And you say you don't know why?" Cheng Xingyang slammed the desk, his words firing like bullets, anger blazing in his eyes. The sudden outburst made Cheng Yun flinch. Panicked, he shot Lu Chunmei the pleading look that had always worked before, but this time she didn't seem to notice. "Don't look at your mother," Cheng Xingyang barked, jabbing a finger at him. "What else are you hiding from us? It must be Cheng Xing's doing. He must have asked the Su family to trip me up." Inside the study, Cheng Yun slammed his palm on the desk, veins bulging at his temples. The tricks that had never failed him had backfired for the first time, and he immediately realized Cheng Xingyang must have uncovered something. "So you finally admit Cheng Xing has ties with the Su family?" Before he could react, Cheng Xingyang's furious shout crashed down on him. The man brought his hand down on the rosewood desk and the priceless tabletop shattered, splinters flying as if his rage had detonated inside it. If he had known Cheng Xing was close to the Su clan, he would never have severed their father-son bond. Had this year's selection not felled off, and had he not investigated in secret, Cheng Yun might still have kept him in the dark. The thought made his teeth creak with regret. How was I supposed to know the Su family would back that useless? Useless? Cheng Xingyang barked, cutting him off. He has S-level aptitude. Tell me again who's useless. Cheng Yun's face turned ashen. Instinctively, he looked to Lu Chunmei. In the past, his mother would always shield him, but today her expression was filled with anger. Her former indulgence had rested on being able to boast about her son to the other war gods' wives. Missing the top spot in the martial exams she could stomach, but failing even to enter the Awakening Bureau had cost her all face. She had no desire to defend him now. What are you standing there for? Lu Chunmai's fingertip nearly jabbed his nose. Go apologize to your brother right now. If you don't make peace with him, don't even think about stepping back into the Cheng household. Useless good for nothing. Cheng Xingyang echoed her in a frosty tone, clearly ordering him out. Realizing further argument was pointless, Cheng Yun lowered his head and stumbled from the study. The corridor outside was dark and silent, yet his level 20 enhanced senses picked up every word inside. Lu Chunmei whispered anxiously, will this work? Will Xinger forgive us? We really were too hard on him before. Cheng Xingyang snorted and, after a moment's thought, said he wouldn't dare refuse. We're his biological parents, after all. I've already given him an out. Do they expect a war god like me to beg? When he gets back, they'll humor him a little. Once we connect with the Su family, the Chengs will join the top tier in no time. While the couple painted a rosy future, Cheng Yun stood outside, face dark. His clenched knuckles turned white, even oozing blood. You forced me into this. Rage churned in his chest until it felt ready to burst. His parents' decisive abandonment was the final straw. Apologize to Cheng Xing? Forget it, he muttered, eyes cold. And forget him, abusing his new authority. They want to use me as a bridge to fix things? They can keep dreaming. At South China Wudai University, inside the Secret Realm Pavilion. Investigate a traitor? What does that have to do with the attack during the selection? In the main hall, everyone stared at one another in confusion. Clearly none of them had sensed anything odd about the assault back then. Cheng Xing leaned over the round table and laid out all of his earlier suspicions in detail. When he finished, Yang Jian and the others finally understood. Now that you mention it, the timing really was too convenient. Everyone fell silent, deep in thought. Shouldn't veteran agents from the Awakener Bureau be handling a case like this? Why are we the ones taking it on? Yang Jian frowned and added, we're a brand new rookie team, and they throw this at us right away? Maybe the higher-ups want to toughen us up, Su Yanran said after a moment's thought. The investigation was posted as a bounty mission ages ago, and plenty of bureau squads have accepted it. From what I know, Su Haren's recon team 1 is on it too. So far, though, all they've done is wipe out a few slaughter cult outposts in the disaster zones. She paused before adding, they probably want us in because we were there during the attack. We might notice details others missed, and we get some practice at the same time. Hearing this, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, as if he had just caught a new lead. But we don't even know where to start, Lin Yan whispered, nervously twisting her sleeve. If we mess up, will they fire us? Relax, Su Yanran said with a light laugh. Failing a bounty mission carries no penalty, but the reward for success is generous. In truth, she herself had no leads on the assault. The slaughter cult acted cleanly, wore masks, and didn't even know one another's identities. Every investigation had stalled. Even after that temp worker killed Bishop Six Tube, the spirit seed was still missing. Lin Yan let out a breath, but immediately asked, so what exactly is the prize? The entire squad gets a week of training in the Bureau's private secret realm, Su Yanran replied. Just 1 week? The group muttered. Secret realms were rare, but they were standing in one right now, and Cheng Xing even owned one himself. 7 days didn't sound enticing at all. Su Yanran lowered her voice conspiratorially. What if I told you that realm can raise your skill levels? What? Everyone except Chu Yanyan shot to their feet. Cheng Xing's eyes lit up, knew how huge a boost a skill upgrade could be. His rank quadrant slash had advanced during a secret realm raid, after all. While he was still thinking, Yang Jian suddenly remembered something. Hold on. I thought the only realm that upgrades skills belongs to your Su family? A moment later, new doubts dawned on the group, and they voiced their questions with puzzled expressions. I mean that secret realm, the one the Bureau of Awakened Affairs conquered, Su Yanran explained. Because the Bureau is a classified organization and the base wanted a morale boost, they filed the realm under our family's name even though it actually belongs to the Bureau. Her voice was low, but everyone heard her clearly. A realm that can raise your skill level directly? The room fell silent. Then every pair of eyes lit up. No one had ever found a way to advance their skills, so of course they wanted to try, but beyond exchanging glances, they had no idea where to start. All right, head back for now. Let me think of something, Cheng Xing said with a smile, waving them out. Half an hour earlier they had been pounding the table, swearing he would be amazed by them. Now they muttered a quick goodbye and scattered faster than anyone. When the room quieted down, Cheng Xing turned to the only two still there. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan. Go on, take it out, Su Yanran said, giving her hand a confident wave. Take what out? Cheng Xing touched his nose, pretending not to understand. Yeah, what is it? Chu Yanyan's bright eyes brimmed with curiosity. You sent everyone away, that means you're holding a lead, Su Yanran said, arching an eyebrow in triumph. Huh, Cheng Xing has a lead? Since when? Chu Yanyan tilted her head, puzzled. Quit dodging. Su Yanran tapped her lightly on the head, and Chu Yanyan clutched her hair, playing the victim. You've got me, Cheng Xing sighed. He ruffled Chu Yanyan's hair, then pulled a plain black phone from his pocket. A phone? Chu Yanyan blinked at it. It looked no different from any model on the market. Su Yanran stayed silent, eyes fixed on Cheng Xing. I took it off a slaughter cultist who called himself Bloodgrind. They jammed outside signals and relied on this phone's chatroom to communicate. Using the messages inside, I tracked them down and wiped them out, he said, unlocking the screen and opening a pinned group chat. The last message from the cult seed still sat in the thread. Su Yanran immediately scrolled back through the chat, growing more shocked the farther she read. No wonder Cheng Xing had managed to kill so many of the fallen. Naturally, he left out the secret of the talents he collected. The first record popped up. Anonymous, Disaster Zone, outskirts of Q City, 1A2C. All three frowned. They'd hoped to trace the Cinder's cult code name, only to find it was anonymous from start to finish. Su Yanran tried tapping the avatar, nothing. Anonymous posts couldn't be messaged directly. Should they contact the other members? Cheng Xing shook his head. That would only alert them. Would never learn who it is, and would give away that we have the phone. So the lead's useless? Cheng Xing scratched the back of his head. If not for the current mission, he would have forgotten the phone in a drawer. Su Yanran was about to give up when a crisp notification sounded in the quiet room. The chat refreshed, and a new message appeared. All three of them leaned in. Seed, Bloodgrind, where are you? The light from the phone screen washed over the three faces, each marked by a different emotion. Cheng Xing fixed his eyes on the private message from Lingzhong, a plan rapidly taking shape in his mind. The corner of his mouth lifted almost imperceptibly, yet he offered no explanation. Noticing the subtle change, Su Yanran asked, what idea did you come up with? Let me look first. Cheng Xing shook his head, dodging the question while a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head and typed swiftly, Blood Reaper, Disaster Zone. The four words disappeared into the void, as if dropped into deep water. On the other end, Lingzhong stared at the screen. His brows furrowed, then relaxed. Blood Reaper's silence about his location matched the madman's reputation. Blood Reaper always worked alone, obsessive and temperamental, vanishing whenever he had no assignment. What a pity. If Blood Reaper hadn't missed Cheng Xing last time, that extra variable wouldn't exist, Lingzhong muttered. With Blood Reaper's gift, meeting Cheng Xing before level 20 would have meant certain death for him. But the beast tide had erupted, and Lingzhong had other loose ends to handle, so the chance slipped away. Since Blood Reaper was masquerading as an adventurer, he had likely killed plenty of people. The lack of reported results in the chat? That was entirely his style, so Lingzhong never doubted him. Lingzhong sent another message. What level are you now? Cheng Xing thought for a moment, then made one up. Blood Reaper, level 22. Lingzhong clicked his tongue in silence at the rapid Rizia's solid performance. After weighing it briefly, he wrote, I have 2 jobs for you. Blood Reaper, not interested, Cheng Xing replied flatly. Lingzhong remained calm. Don't be so quick to refuse. Things are tight out there, and you're the only one who fits. Cheng Xing answered with 2 words. What's offered? Prepared for this. Lingzhong dangled the bait. You've noticed your danger sense weakening after level 20, haven't you? I have a brank skill book, Veiled Killing Intent. With your talent, it lets you move unseen by anyone under level 50. Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed. Interest flickered across his face. Blood Reaper, deal. Send the skill first, no guarantee of success, he demanded. Lingzhong answered instantly, no problem. Moments later, the first assignment arrived. I need you to infiltrate South China Martial University and assassinate an awakened one named Cheng Xing. I've planted an insider to get you in. Hey, race his exact location. He's level 25 and inside the university, so his guard should be low. At your level you should succeed. After reading everything, Cheng Xing finally understood why Lingzhong had agreed so readily. If the real Blood Reaper were sent to kill him, he might not manage it without that skill. Realizing that sensitive information such as their rankings and the fact that they had moved to the 9th floor had been exposed, Cheng Xing, Su Yanran, and Chu Yanyan exchanged worried looks, each lost in thought. Those top-secret details had surfaced on the Slaughter Cult's Darknet task board, and it took them only a moment to conclude the leak had almost certainly come from the traitor. On the list, 2 red tag titles stood out. 1. Spirit Seed, assassination target Cheng Xing. 2. Concurrent extraction, a new recruit from Wuda is under tight bureau surveillance. After eliminating Cheng Xing, assist the recruit in escaping the base. This takes priority. A single rookie can make the Slaughter Cult this eager. His potential must be remarkable, Su Yanran muttered, eyes sharpening as she scanned the entry. The traitor who leaked our intel is almost certainly one of the candidates, Chu Yanyan added. And if the bureau is tailing this recruit, Who else could it be but that guy? By cross-checking the clues, the three quickly narrowed a once huge suspect pool down to a single name. Cheng Xing, what's your plan? Su Yanran asked, though she already had an idea. He'll take the job, Cheng Xing said, tapping the tabletop. He'll pose as Xuan Nu and get close to the traitor. Alone? Isn't that too dangerous? Chu Yinyan frowned. The risk is minimal, he replied with a confident grin. Inside the cult, everyone works under code names. Hardly anyone has met Xuan Nu in person. And he have this. He brought up his personal interface, flipped to the skills tab, covered his face with his hand, and wiped downward. His features flowed like liquid, and an utterly ordinary face took shape. Only then did Chu Yanyan relax a little. But how do you stage your own assassination? She pressed. Like this. Cheng Xing chuckled and focused buzz. A perfect duplicate of himself appeared, identical in aura, build, and clothing. The two women had never seen the trick live. Curiosity won out. They poked and prodded the clone's chest, abs, and thighs. Where do you think you're touching? Cheng Xing yelped, feeling everything through the shared link. He made the double swat their hands away. Whatever, cheapskate, Chu Yinyan pouted. Su Yanran, however, eyed the clone's musculature thoughtfully. Same abs, same long legs. If this skill levels up, can we get a longer duration? 10 minutes isn't enough. Seeing the conversation drifting off course, Cheng Xing reeled them back in, outlining rendezvous codes, escape routes, and logistical cover in detail. No problem, leave it to us, the two women said in unison, glad to help. Should we tell the others? Not yet, Cheng Xing decided. The act has to look real. Explanations can wait. The more people who know, the more holes there will be. Once the plan was set, he logged into Xuan Nu's darknet account and messaged Spirit Seed. He'll take the mission. Almost immediately Spirit Seed replied with the meeting time, location, and contact signal, then went silent. Genius arrogance? Spirit Seed raised an eyebrow. Interesting. This Xuan Nu might be useful. Yet a vague sense of foreboding settled in his chest. He pulled out a second encrypted phone and sent a private message to his ally. Spirit Seed, I've arranged for someone to kill Cheng Xing and extract you. Make sure to check his talent and status panel when the time comes. The next day, outside the base, disguised as a frank adventurer, Cheng Xing followed a gravel path away from the compound, made a full sweep of the perimeter, and confirmed no one was tailing him before circling back. Near the gate, he tugged his cap lower, merged with the crowd, and slipped through the security turnstile without drawing notice. The instant he was inside, he pulled out his phone and typed, Xuan Nu, I'm in. Across the city, Lingzhong was leaning against a window when the message arrived. One brow arching. Xuan Nu had breached the base even faster than expected. He replied with coordinates. The skill book is in locker 78 at the Jinyuan Foot Spa, Sector L. Cheng Xing frowned at the text, then locked his screen and turned away. To avoid every camera, he activated stealth and ghosted through a side door where traffic was sparse. The mirrored walls reflected nothing. He pushed open the storage room door in silence, paused at locker 78, flicked the latch with a soft snap, and pulled out a neatly wrapped paper bag. At that moment, the spa's security feed was hijacked and streamed to Lingzhong's phony, a locker opening by itself, its contents vanishing. Satisfied, Lingzhong relaxed. Disguises could be faked, but an innate ability could not. He sent another message. Bag secured. Follow the location I senial enter Wuda directly. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. So the book was bait. Had he skipped using his talent, he'd have walked into a trap. Now they would drop their guard. He answered nothing, slipped into a quiet corner, and opened the bag. Inside lay a thin booklet glowing midnight blue. He studied it. System prompt. Skill, killing intent suppression. Grade, B. Effect, completely masks the user's killing intent until the first strike. His eyes gleamed. He accepted the skill without hesitation. Blue light flooded his body. The booklet scattered into motes. A garbage truck rumbled pa that tossed the empty bag into its bin and headed for Lingzhong's coordinates. Minutes later, the truck halted to dump its load. Several shadowy figures crept up, recovered the paper bag, and ducked into an alley. One closed his eyes, activated his power, and coaxed the bag's surface to replay the recent footage. He froze the image into a photograph. Nothing but a skill book floating in midair. They forwarded the photo and a concise report to Lingzhong. Lingzhong scanned it and murmured, careful and clever, interesting. Admiration for Xuan Nu deepened. Since his mentor's death, he had lost his soul shield in the cult of slaughter, yet his strength far beyond a rank kept him influential. What he needed was a loyal team. The hidden contact at Wuda was one thread. Xuan Nu might become the second. As for the old man, he preferred not to dwell on him. Recruits he won and molded himself would always be safer. For this operation, I have to find a way to bring every one of them under my command. With that thought, the Ling Seed made up its mind from the shadows. South China Base, Sector C. At the end of a gray street stood a two-story building done up like a travel agency, catching the first light of morning. Cheng Xing paused at the entrance, a small frown creasing his brow. What is this place? The moment he pushed open the glass door, an eager young clerk almost pressed into his face. Hello, planning a trip? Chilean Travel Agency offers Zone 80, 5-day and 7-day tours of would greet value, unbeatable prices. Before the pitch was finished, another staffer bustled over. Following the Ling Seed's instructions, Cheng Xing gave a slight nod. My name's Wang Qi. I have a reservation. The clerk blinked, then flashed a professional smile. Mr. Wang, of course. One moment. He hurried into the back to check the records, returned almost at once, and gestured invitingly. Right this way, sir. You've booked the Onadi Wuda tour. Hey, race your temporary student ID. It lets you wander the campus freely, just remember to return it when you're done. The card carried a name and serial number Cheng Xing had never seen. He pocketed it without batting an eye, letting the guide lead him down a narrow corridor. The passage opened onto a sprawling underground plaza. Neon signs flashed above rows of upscale storefronts, and the travel agency head just left sat in the plaza's prime spot. In the center, white lines marked off numbered zones: part marketplace, part auction block. With obvious pride, the guide announced, Mr. Wang, welcome to Wuda's black market. Over 90% of the students trade here. Cheng Xing glanced back at the fancy storefront. So you're a black market outfit too? Absolutely. The guide straightened. Qilin Travel Agency belongs to the Qilin Trading Guild. Our members span every year, and we're the biggest guild in the Marquetno contest. Wuda just lets this slide? Oh, the university cares, the guide chuckled, lowering his voice, but our backing is rock solid, so we run whatever business we like. Cheng Xing arched an eyebrow, but asked no more. Taking that as encouragement, the guide launched into a non-stop lecture on rules, hot items, and trade codes, dumping everything he knew on Mr. Wang. After they'd visited several busy stalls, the guide stopped before a high-rise rimmed in blue-gold energy conduits. This is the secret realm tower, specifically, the experience realm, he whispered theatrically. Wuda's elites turned it into housing reserved for the top 10 students in every department. Cheng Xing obligingly drew a sharp breath, eyes full of staged amazement. Mind if I take a look inside? He asked at just the right moment. The guide reacted as though someone had stepped on his tail. Mr. Wang? Only the top 10 can even enter. How could I possibly? Cheng Xing merely stared at him. The guide's eyes darted. He gritted his teeth and dropped his voice. ITLL cost extra. The bluntness caught Cheng Xing off guard. He sighed, pulled out his wallet, and paid without hesitation. The guide's face lit up, and he stepped aside with theatrical respect. Please, boss, right this way. Passing through the light curtain at the entrance, the system prompt entering secret realm flashed across Cheng Xing's retina. For a split second, the ease of it all felt unreal. It took him a moment to steady himself. He found a dim restroom, slipped inside, locked the door, and activated battle art, phantom body. A pale glow formed a perfect duplicate of him. He sent the double upstairs first to slip into the assigned dorm. Once the phantom was settled, Cheng Xing sauntered out of the restroom and made his way up to the 9th floor. Lingzhong stared at his silent phone, calculating in silence. He had just heard from a mole in the city that Cheng Xing had entered South China Wuda University. By his reckoning, Blood Fury should already have slipped into the Mystic Tower. With that in mind, he opened an anonymous chat window. Lingzhong, are you sure Cheng Xing has been alone in the dorm all day? Anonymous, positive. No idea why he stayed. Most of his usual friends are gone. Lingzhong, is the assassin in position? The reply was emphatic, yet a vague unease crawled over Lingchong's job was dangerously bold. He forced himself to stay calm. Killing a student in broad daylight on the Wuda campus was unheard of even in the South China base. Without the killer intent suppression skill he had prepared for Blood Fury, invisibility alone would never have been enough. Still worried, he typed again. I'm not convinced. Do you need to check in person? Anonymous paused. Fine. That unexpected consent made Lingzhong frown. Poking around now was the same as putting one's head on the chopping block. By comparison, the careful and steady Blood Fury seemed far more trustworthy. With a silent shift in his mind, Lingzhong nudged Blood Fury up in rank and pushed Anonymous down. Meanwhile, at South China Wuda University, to avoid notice, Cheng Xing skipped the elevator and climbed the stairs to the 9th floor. At the landing, he confirmed the stairwell was empty, slipped into invisibility, and activated killer intent suppression along with a newly acquired skill. Unsure whether Lingzhong had lookouts on the 9th floor, he decided to play the part to the hilt. On tiptoe, he reached his dorm door and knocked. Who's there? A roommate's puzzled voice called out. The lock clicked, the door opened a crack, and no one was outside. Frowning, the roommate leaned out and looked around. While his back was turned, Cheng Xing glided past the double and slipped into the room. Weird, did I imagine it? The roommate muttered, scratching his head before closing the door. Moments after the latch clicked, a barely audible rustle stirred inside the dorm. At that same instant, Lingzhong's phone lit up. Anonymous, I heard something inside Cheng Xing's dorm. Anonymous, ask the assassin if it's done. Lingzhong raised an eyebrow and messaged Blood Fury. Lingzhong, is it done? Blood Fury took an age to respond, while Anonymous' continual pings grated on Lingzhong's nerves. He couldn't fathom the depth of Anonymous' hatred for Cheng Xing. At last, Blood Fury replied, no words, just a photo. In the picture, Cheng Xing sprawled on the floor, riddled with savage wounds. Blood had soaked his clothes deep, dark shade, and splattered across the walls and floor. His eyes were wide open, terror frozen on his face. Staring at the photo, Lingzhong finally relaxed. This was classic Xuan, brutal, direct. Even the way the corpse had been posed reeked of twisted provocation. With Cheng Xing butchered so badly, every trace of doubt evaporated. Once he was sure, he forwarded the image unchanged to the mole inside the opposing camp. Lingzhong, 202-5050509000.jpg tap to view. Lingzhong, mission complete. I've kept my promise. Pull out now. After sending the picture, Cheng Xing re-engaged his cloaking ability. He cracked the dorm room door, swept the corridor with a quick glance, and, finding it empty, executed the sequence open, slip out, close in one fluid motion. Off the 9th floor, he hurried toward the elevator, only to see someone already boarding. Just before the doors shut, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. His heart plummeted. Why is she here? The thought stabbed his mind like an ice pick. Please don't let it be you. The elevator descended. He couldn't risk it. He dashed for the stairwell, taking the steps 3 at a time. Inside the public restroom, he scrubbed with cold water and soap until the stench of blood was almost gone. Only then did he drop the cloak. On his way out, he shot a sideways glance at a first-floor dorm door. Nothing unusual. Satisfied, he slipped through the side exit of the secret realm building. Mr. Wong, finished the tour already? The guide hurried over, eyes flicking between Cheng Xing's hands and pockets. Seeing nothing suspicious, he exhaled in relief. At close range, a cloying perfume wafted into the guide's nose. He frowned before forcing a smile. This secret realm building isn't anything special, Cheng Xing grumbled. The guide cursed inwardly, spend pocket change, and expect an experience dungeon, but kept his professional smile. The experience realm requires entering a dorm trial. Since you're not one of our students, you can't access it. Boring. I'm leaving. Cheng Xing pulled a face. If you quit now, the fee's non-refundable, the guide reminded him with a thin smile. You people, Cheng Xing snorted, pretending outrage while mourning the wasted cash. If that's your decision, this way please, the guide said with a show of regret, though he was delighted another easy mark meant half a day off. Following the guide, Cheng Xing retraced his steps out of the Wu University gate. Before long, he boarded a bus heading toward the nearest exit from the city. As soon as the bus cleared the urban limits, his phone buzzed. Lingzhong, where are you? Xuan Nu, outside the city. Lingzhong, first task done. Time for the second. He's already left town. Rendezvous here. A pinpoint appeared, marking a ruined disaster zone. Cheng Xing compared it with his map, fixed the direction, and set off immediately. Unease gnawed at him. Pulling out his personal phone, he fired off a text. Check whether Lu Xinxin is in the dorm. After receiving Cheng Xing's text, Su Yanran was about to start class when surprise flashed across her face. The brief line, "Is Xinxin in the dorm?" stabbed into her mind like a needle. Why was he suddenly interested in Lu Xingxin's whereabouts? The question lingered for only a moment before a grim possibility surfaced, and her expression darkened. According to their plan, Cheng Xing should have already assassinated her and left the base. To keep up appearances, everyone else had vacated the dorm today, leaving him alone in the secret realm building. Yet at this critical moment, he asked about Xinxin, hinting that something had gone wrong with her. If that was true, they were in serious trouble. Su Yanran could no longer focus on the lecture. She shoved her books into her bag and walked out. Her tall figure drew the eyes of several boys, and when the teacher began taking attendance without her return, disappointed murmurs spread through the room. Outside, she almost sprinted toward the secret realm building, calling Chu Yanyan on the way. Hello? Yanran, what's up? Yanyan, meet at the dorm. Something big may have happened. A brief pause, then a gasp. Did something happen to Cheng Xing? No, just get over here. Got it. I'm coming. Chu Yanyan hung up and bolted from her classroom, mirroring Su Yanran's urgency. Minutes later, she spotted Su Yanran pacing outside the secret realm building. Yanran, what happened? Cheng Xing just contacted me. He said the mission's going smoothly, Su Yanran whispered, but suddenly asked whether Xinxin was in the dorm. Xinxin? Why bring her up? Chu Yanyan frowned. I suspect Xinxin might be the traitor. Su Yanran glanced around, her voice barely audible. What? That's impossible, Chu Yanyan blurted. Su Yanran quickly covered her mouth. If any passing student overheard, they'd have more problems. I don't want to believe it either, but Cheng Xing wouldn't mention her now without a reason. He must have noticed something. You mean he sensed evidence? Chu Yanyan's voice faltered. After spending days with Lu Xinxin, their budding sisterhood felt genuine. Accepting betrayal would be painful. First, we confirm. They exchanged a look and hurried into the secret realm building, heading straight for Lu Xingxin's room. The closer they got, the faster their hearts raced, and their footsteps automatically softened. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yanran inhaled, then knocked. Seconds ticked by in perfect silence. Her heart sank. Chu Yanyan knocked again, calling, Are you inside? The words echoed down the hallway, but no reply came, like a stone sinking into a deep lake. Su Yanran's face grew darker. She whipped out her phone and rapidly composed a message to Cheng Xing. Within seconds the text was ready. Just as Su Yanran was about to hit send, A familiar scream echoed from the ninth floor. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan froze. The voice was unmistakably Lu Xingxin's. Oh no, had she really gone to Cheng Xing's room? Their hearts lurched, and they sprinted upstairs, knowing exactly what was waiting inside that dorm. Seconds later, they reached the corridor. Under the dim yellow lights, Lu Xingxin was collapsed outside Cheng Xing's door, legs trembling, eyes locked on the gaping doorway. Tears streamed down her face, raw grief and terror written all over her. Su Yanran cursed under her breath. She exchanged a look with Chu Yanyan, then the two of them rushed forward, each grabbing one of Lu Xingxin's arms. Half dragging, half carrying her, they hauled her into the room and slammed the door. What are you doing? Lu Xingxin finally found her voice, but she was already inside. Footsteps gathered outside. The scream had clearly drawn a crowd. Chu Yanyan pressed her ear to the door, while Su Yanran raised a finger to her lips. Shoo, it's all fake. She nudged the corpse of Cheng Xing on the floor, and white silicone peeked through the split wound. Fake. Lu Xingxin sobbed, still bewildered. A few minutes later the hallway quieted, and Chu Yanyan let her shoulders drop. If anyone else had seen this bloody scene, the whole dorm would have erupted. Su Yanran tapped the body again, fully exposing the silicone core. Only then did Lu Xingxin's nerves begin to settle. She wiped her cheeks and glared at them. What on earth are you two doing? Knowing they were in the wrong, Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan exchanged sheepish looks and confessed everything. How they'd set up the props, staged the carnage, and planned to observe everyone's reactions, every detail laid bare. Lu Xingxin's expression shifted as she listened. Once she was certain Cheng Xing was perfectly safe, she exhaled in relief, the joy of getting him back flooding her face before she could stop it. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan saw it clearly and understood at once. After calming down, Lu Xingxin realized how badly she had lost her composure. She turned away to wipe the last of her tears, then faced them again only to find their knowing eyes on her. Honestly, why didn't you tell us? Aren't we on the same team? Flustered, she tried to go on the offensive. Hands on her hips like an empress, Chu Yanyan countered. Don't change the subject. Tell us, what were you doing in Cheng Xing's room? Lu Xingxin turned aside, tongue-tied. Their stares were too intense. She bit her lip, then blurted it out in one breath. I think maybe I might like Cheng Xing too. Outside the South China base, in the ruined disaster zone, Xingxin stayed in her dorm and was perfectly safe. Cheng Xing soon received a text from Su Yanran and finally relaxed. As expected, Yanran had picked up on his hint immediately. With Lu Xingxin cleared of suspicion, he wasted no more energy on that lead and moved on to his other targets. He composed and sent 2 more messages in quick succession, then followed the coordinates supplied by the spirit seed to the rendezvous point. He never underestimated the spirit seed's methods. If it had stationed a high-level fallen at the site, he would be walking straight into a trap. The disaster-stricken ruins were overgrown with weeds, and gusts of cold wind occasionally stirred dust along the shattered streets. After trekking several kilometers, he spotted a collapsed factory. Before the invasion, it had been the lifeblood of a small town, but now its walls lay in heaps, holes gaped in the tin roof, and a few glass calamity beasts wandered aimlessly in the depths of the yard. Cheng Xing didn't charge in. Instead, he activated his cloak, suppressed his killing intent, and checked every blind spot inside and outside the compound. Once sure no one was lying in ambush, he chose a shadowed platform that overlooked the whole area and waited, scarcely breathing. Time crawled by. Both the chat room and the wasteland outside were so silent that only the wind remained. When the sun hung directly overhead, a furtive figure finally slipped into view. They're here, Cheng Xing muttered, eyes narrowing as his danger sense locked on. The newcomer wore a black cloak and a mask marked with the mahjong tile 2 of bamboo. 2 of bamboo? That ranks way too low, Cheng Xing thought, frowning. In the cult's hierarchy, that symbol meant a level below 20, far lower than had expected. Would the spirit seed really make such a fuss over someone so insignificant? Something felt wrong. The cloaked figure scanned the ruins, failed to notice Cheng Xing, and settled at the designated spot. At the same moment, Cheng Xing's communicator pinged. The spirit seed confirmed the contact is in position. Let's test him first. Decision made. Cheng Xing slipped down from the platform under cover of invisibility and closed in step by step. Standing face-to-face, he sized up the figure's build and felt a flicker of familiarity. After a moment's thought, he drew his blade in a lightning slash, deliberately holding back so the target had time to react. The black-cloaked man, already on edge, jerked aside at the sudden flash of steel and shouted, "Who's there?" Cheng Xing dropped his cloak and appeared. Invisibility? Your Blood Reaper? The man started, then froze when he saw Cheng Xing's uncovered face. Cheng Xing's voice was icy. You're the mole we planted at Wuhan University? Yuis, that's me. The man stammered, clearly caught off guard but nodding all the same. Humph, the Bureau's little tricks won't fool me. Cheng Xing let out a cold laugh seen through the intruder long ago. He swung his blade. Even as he held back, the edge carved several crimson gashes across the man's body. Blood spattered, and a horrifying rumor flashed through the man's mind, the legend of the madman who loved bleeding his prey. the blood fiend. Brother, I'm on your side, I swear. Terror drowned out his pain as he begged for mercy. The streets are crawling with bureau patrols, and you still strut around in a slaughter cult robe? Who are you trying to fool? Cheng Xing pressed forward, his blades surging like a tide, every word laced with scorn. The question left the man bewildered. Called bureau agents wear masks on patrol? But under the relentless assault, he had no time to think. Dodging clumsily, he stammered out half-finished explanations. In less than a minute, the flashing blade had left him covered in blood, mostly shallow cuts. Haunted by the blood fiend's reputation, he turned ghost white. Please, what will make you believe me? He cried, voice cracking under the shadow of death. The brief clash had been enough. If this were really the handler arranged by the spirit seed, he wouldn't be this useless. The real target must be someone else. Take off the mask. He'll snap a photo and send it to the spirit seed. Cheng Xing's tone was righteous. The man froze, his eyes flicking toward the depths of the abandoned factory. The instant he hesitated, an icy killing intent closed around his throat, promising a blade across his windpipe. We'll take it off. Don't kill me. His knees buckled, and he collapsed, trembling as he removed the mask. When the mask hit the ground, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. It was Wang Go, someone had seen only briefly during the Bureau's recruitment trials. Still suspicious, Cheng Xing kept up the act. He pulled out his phone to snap a close-up, silently counting to 10. Clap, clap, clap. Head just reached 10 when applause sounded behind him. Enough. No photos. He's just a rookie. I'm the one you're supposed to meet. Let him go. The clapping ceased, and a familiar voice drifted out of the warehouse shadows. Cheng Xing whipped around. A figure stepped into the light, dressed in ordinary clothes, making no effort to hide his face. Recognizing him, Cheng Xing lifted an eyebrow. So it was him. Everything now made sense. Even so, he kept his expression cold, still playing the blood fiend. You expect me to believe you're not with the Bureau? He sneered. You think I don't recognize you, son of the war god Cheng Yun? The moment he spoke, Cheng Yun, who had always worn the title of war god's son like a badge of honor, went dark. The easy, languid air had shown seconds earlier vanished. His brow twitched, and his eyes grew as heavy as storm clouds. Cheng Xing saw it all and stiffened inside. That reaction is off. Did Cheng Yun break with the Cheng family? He used to wave his war god's son banner in my face at every chance, and now he's done a complete 180. Clearly, something bigger is going on. Once head confirmed his hunch, Cheng Xing tested the waters, his tone casual, but every word barbed. If I remember right, your father is Cheng Xingyang, one of the war gods at the South China base, isn't he? If you were really working for us, you'd have no reason to leave the base. No one would suspect you could keep playing the war god's son and be far more valuable to us. He paused deliberately, a sneer tugging at his lips. Instead, you slipped out of the city, burned your identity, and turned yourself into a rat in the shadows. And you still insist you weren't sent by the Awakener Bureau? Each sentence cut straight into Cheng Yun's raw nerve. Veins bulged along his clenched jaw, the whites of his eyes bloodshot, but he said nothing. Seeing that, Cheng Xing twisted the knife. I heard you washed out of the selection. I'm guessing that rumor came from you, so we'd drop our guard, right? The taunt landed like a poisoned whip, snapping Cheng Yun's control. Shut up, he snarled, eyes blazing red as he fixed on Cheng Xing. If you want to stay alive, never mention Cheng Xingyang in front of me again. His bottled-up fury burst free. A hoarse laugh tore from his throat. Don't lump me in with you gutter rats. I left the base so I wouldn't have to skulk. Even if I joined the cult of slaughter, I'll walk in broad daylight. His words rang like forged iron, though madness flickered in his gaze. War god's son, I was just a trophy to them. The moment they heard Cheng Xing had tied himself to the Su family, they kicked me aside and even ordered me to apologize to that cripple, get cozy with him so their little family portrait could stay picture perfect. The more he spoke, the harder his chest heaved. Cheng Xing frowned inwardly. What did that pair of lunatics do to drive him this far? Bah! Cheng Yun spat, wiping his mouth as his eyes flashed viciously. They want Cheng Xing back in the clan? Then he'll find a spirit seed and kill him. How does a useless wreck qualify to cling to the Su family? Picture the uproar if he's found dead in his dorm with that status. He swung his glare onto Cheng Xing. Meeting narrowed, icy eyes only, then realizing someone else had set the spirit seed disaster in motion. He turned to the still petrified Wang Go. Wang Go jolted back to life, nodding frantically to show they were on the same side. How the whole base will quake, Cheng Yun said, laughing in short, sharp bursts. The temp's new disciple dies at Wuda. The Su and Chu families start breathing fire. None of them will let it slide. When that happens, Cheng Xingyang can kiss his war god title goodbye. He can keep dreaming. After emptying out his frustration, Cheng Yun's expression gradually settled into calm. Across from him, Wang Go stood rigid. Only now did he realize Cheng Yun hadn't chosen to keep his identity hidden. He simply couldn't. If not for fear of the Wang clan's retaliation, Wang Go would never have followed Cheng Yun into the cult of carnage. A sudden idea flashed through his mind. Should he run straight to the Bureau, confess everything, and beg for mercy? Cheng Yun saw the thought in his eyes and gave a frosty laugh. Don't even consider betrayal. I killed Wang Qian, but you helped. If you turn on me, we'll tell the Wang family we did it together. A chill shot up Wang Go's spine, leaving him frozen in place. Even Cheng Xing was stunned, so the Wang family had been right. Wang Qian really had died at the hands of her own people, and the killer was Cheng Yun. With his last escape route sealed, Wang Go could only submit to the man who had ruined him. Cheng Yun patted his shoulder, his tone playful. Stay close. It won't be long before we march back in with our heads held high. Completely cowed, Wang Go nodded at once. Then let's get going. Memories of Cheng Yun's ruthlessness made his voice tremble. Cheng Yun shot him an icy glance, and Wang Go fell silent. What's the hurry? A gift this big deserves my personal delivery. Cheng Yun checked his phone. The Chilean Chamber of Commerce should have made its move by now, and Su Yanran ought to be racing to the dorm after hearing of Cheng Xing's death. He dialed Cheng Xingyang. The call connected, and an impatient voice came through. Hello? Cheng Yun you. Cheng Yun cut him off. Dear Dad, I've got a splendid gift for you. A gift? Is it Cheng Xing? He's finally coming back. At the name, Cheng Xingyang's voice leapt with joy. The commotion drew Lu Chunmei over. Purse in hand, she asked eagerly, It's Cheng Xing? Settled? I've got a mahjong game soon. Hearing that, Cheng Yun's suppressed anger flared again. His knuckles cracked around the phone. Still dreaming of Cheng Xing coming home? He's dead. And Wang Qian, the one who died in the Bureau's selection eye, killed her too. Since you think him useless, I've joined the cult of carnage. With every word, Cheng Xingyang's face whitened. In the end, he slumped into his chair, whispering, It's over, all over. Lu Chunmei hadn't grasped the gravity. She frowned. Over? What's over? And who's Wang Qian? Grabbing at his last straw, Cheng Xingyang rasped, No. Cheng Xing is level 25, you couldn't kill him. This is your mess, not the Cheng family's. If Cheng Yun spoke the truth, his war god reputation was finished. Cheng Yun reminded him lazily, You're running out of time. The base will be on first level alert any minute. He kept the line open but said nothing more, as if the sirens might blare at any second. Time dragged on. The other end stayed silent. Cheng Yun's brow furrowed. It staged the perfect scene, so why hadn't the alarm started? Isn't it strange? Why aren't the alarms sounding? At that moment, Xuan Nu, who had been all but ignored, finally spoke. A cold wind swept through the ruins, and the two men's tense standoff broke off at once. Cheng Yun's anger faltered. Only then did he remember the third person standing nearby. Xuan Nu. What did you say? Wait, why do you get to question our identities? He reined in his temper, his gaze locking on Cheng Xing. The fingers around his sword tightened. Lingzhong's warning echoed in his mind, and he forced himself to stay calm. You've been grilling us the whole time. Now it's my turn. How do you prove you're one of us? Yes, had seen Cheng Xing appear out of thin air, but that could be just another disguise skill. And when had the usually silent Xuan Nu become this talkative? Oh, then how would you like me to prove it? Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, his tone cool. The panel. Cheng Yun made a downward motion with one hand. Invisibility can be faked, behavior can be copied, but a status panel doesn't lie. Before he finished speaking, Cheng Xing projected a shimmering interface into the air between them. Name, Zhang Muji. Level, 26. Experience, 730,476 million. HP, 3,700. Attributes, Strength 308, Agility 430, Constitution 235, Spirit 115. Free points, 0. Talent, Grade A. Invisibility. Skill, Grade D. Blade, Aura, LV.1. Zhang Muji. So Bloodbane actually had a name. The numbers were plain as day, and the last shred of doubt in Cheng Yun vanished. Level 26, 4 tiers higher than the 22 Lingzhong had mentioned. The extra experience must have come from killing Cheng Xing. Envy flickered in his eyes. Any more questions? Cheng Xing's voice was frigid. None. Cheng Yun shook his head. Talent and level matched. The man before him could only be Xuan Nu. But you still haven't confirmed who we are. Cheng Xing lifted his blade one-handed, its tip rising slightly, battle lust boiling in his pupils. Lingzhong never said two people would come. The cutting glare made Cheng Yun frown. Thinking fast, he pulled out the cult's encrypted phone and typed. Barely 10 seconds later, Cheng Xing's comm panel popped up with a forwarded friend request from Lingzhong, Sword Sage. No doubt that was Cheng Yun. After accepting, he casually sent Cheng Yun a single digit, 1. Cheng Yun's phone pinged. Xuan Nu 1? He shot Cheng Xing a puzzled look, not sure what the number meant, but with the friend link confirmed, the identity issue was closed. Settled now? He exhaled in relief and began to speak again. Cheng Xing raised a hand. Wait, I need to confirm something myself. With Xuan Nu's suspicions seemingly laid to rest, Cheng Yun turned back to his call, with Cheng Xingyang still had the second act to finish. Of course, no problem. Cheng Xing's lips curved in a faint smile. In the next instant, blade aura exploded from his weapon. The sudden surge of force made Cheng Yun's hair stand on end. He instinctively dodged, only to find the slash wasn't aimed at a vital spot, it was targeting his right hand. Swish. Steel met flesh, and Cheng Yun cried out in pain. The keen blade came down on his palm, but the phone he was holding took the brunt of the blow, sparing him from losing the entire hand. What the hell are you doing? Cheng Yun shouted through the pain. He had already proved his identity. Why was Xuan Nu still attacking? Cheng Xing didn't answer. He simply studied the phone, now split in two, the Cult of Slaughter's dedicated communicator. His eyes were icy as he snorted. What am I doing? Settling scores. Murder all but dripped from his words. He had waited a long time for this. If Cheng Yun had stayed quietly at Wuhan University or never joined the Cult of Slaughter, Cheng Xing would have had no reason to act. But the man had chosen to fall, and mercy was no longer an option. Cheng Yun was completely at a loss. Even if a spirit seed were here, he'd concede that Xuan Nu had reason to strike. Yet all he could do was roar, "You're insane." He turned to Wang Go and ordered, "Notify the spirit seed," hoping the name alone would sober Xuan Nu up. Wang Go gave no response. Cheng Yun looked over just in time to see him clutching his slashed throat and collapse. Blood streamed through Wang's fingers, pooling dark and fast. The sight finally told Cheng Yun something was horribly wrong. He stared at Cheng Xing. "You're a mole?" Panic surged inside him. Was it the Awakening Authority? The South China Tower? Instinctively, he reached for his phone, then froze. It was already destroyed. A cold dread spread through him. Had Xuan Nu planned all of this? Cheng Xing saw the fear in his eyes, yet his own face remained calm. A moment later, Cheng Yun's gaze flicked toward Wang Go's body, and he suddenly sprinted that way. Cheng Xing assumed he was after a spare communicator and lunged to cut him off, but it was a ruse. Cheng Yun veered sharply and shot toward the factory gate. Cheng Xing didn't lose his cool. He crushed the scattered metal underfoot and gave chase, the two of them streaking hundreds of meters in an instant. As he ran, Cheng Yun sensed something else was wrong. If Xuan Nu were a mole, reinforcements should have closed in by now, yet the surroundings stayed silent and empty. Did Xuan Nu have no backup? The thought sparked a ruthless gleam in his eyes. Invisibility was unbeatable below level 20, but after that every awakened gained danger sense, its perfect counter. He had also liquidated the Cheng family's assets for a full set of grade gear. Against him, even most sub-level 30 awakened would have trouble. Why should he be afraid? His confidence surging, Cheng Yun skidded to a halt, drew his longsword, and faced the oncoming Xuan Nu. Behind him, Cheng Xing noticed Cheng Yun pull up short and stopped as well, keeping roughly 100 meters between them. Whatever happened, Cheng Yun was still a member of the Cheng clan, backed by war god Cheng Xingyang's vast resources. No one could tell what tricks he might be hiding. The two men stared each other down, the air drawn tight like a bowstring as the stalemate dragged on. Cheng Yun suddenly let out a cold laugh, a gleam of certainty in his eyes. Xuan Nu really had come alone. He scanned his surroundings, shed his earlier panic, and spoke with renewed confidence. "I have to hand it to you. Are you with the Awakener Bureau or the base? Didn't anyone tell you it's unwise to work solo?" Cheng Xing paused in mild surprise. So he ran before because he feared an ambush and stopped now only after confirming I was alone. Thinking he could handle me? He gave a quiet chuckle. Had seen this brand of contempt too many times. Since the man was no longer fleeing, there was no need to keep chasing. That faint smile looked like mockery to Cheng Yun. He raised an eyebrow. "You don't actually think invisibility is omnipotent, do you? Or did your Lingseed forget to mention that even hidden killing intent leaks?" Cheng Xing's expression turned oddly thoughtful. "If that's true, I might as well test it," he mused. Cheng Yun was about to fish for more information from the silent Xuan Nu when several blades of qi ripped through the air toward him. "So you couldn't keep your cool after all," Cheng Yun sneered. The blades were lightning fast, but the grade gear on his body flashed, and he slipped aside with ease. When he looked again, Xuan Nu had vanished. Invisible? Cheng Yun stayed calm. He closed his eyes and pushed his danger sense out to a radius of 500 meters. The moment he moves to kill, I'll have him. What he failed to notice was that Cheng Xing had already slipped several hundred meters away. My stealth module is level 26. While the aura Cheng Yun leaked earlier was only level 20, Cheng Xing calculated. With that gap he still dares to face me, so he must have a trump card. He crept closer, deliberately leaking only the faintest thread of killing intent. At 250 meters, he felt Cheng Yun's gaze brush past him. The man had locked on. "Found you." Cheng Yun exulted inwardly, though he kept his guard up. As that aura drew near, he clenched his sword hilt until his knuckles whitened. 10 meters. Cheng Yun barked, triple slash. His longsword flashed free, a burst of speed propelling him forward. In a heartbeat, he was on Cheng Xing, the final stroke about to split him open. Clang. Steel met steel, sparks flying. A long saber appeared out of nowhere, blocking the blow, and Cheng Xing's form shimmered into view. "Got you." Cheng Yun grinned, his longsword flowing through a blur of angles as he hacked at Cheng Xing's neck. With a subtle shift of his toes, Cheng Xing slid back, his wrists snapping over. The saber that had been held flat flicked upright, its icy edge skimming along the oncoming sword and showering sparks. When the glare faded, the tip of the blade hung 4 inches from his throat, and no matter how hard Cheng Yun pressed, it would go no farther. Lightning 5-strike sword. Cheng Yun hissed the words as his weapon glowed pale blue. He yanked it back and thrust again, 5 parallel arcs of light ripping forward like bolts of electricity. Instead of retreating, Cheng Xing stepped into the attack, his saber tracing an intricate curve that slapped aside each glowing streak. Steel rang on steel in a storm of echoes. Within a handful of heartbeats, they had traded more than 10 moves. Yet every lunge was smothered before it touched Cheng Xing's robes. It's only a crank skill, Cheng Yun thought in a cold sweat. With my full gear, any normal level 26 awakened would be crushed. Still refusing to concede, he pressed on, but it felt as though he were fencing a level 30 veteran. Suddenly Cheng Xing closed the gap and smashed a blade wave into his chest. The impact was like a freight truck. Cheng Yun catapulted backward, skidded across the ground, and barely managed to stay upright. Agony flared through cracked ribs, stealing his breath. He looked down. The brank cuirass he had bought for a fortune now sported a glaring white gouge. Without it, that strike would have cut him clean in two. Brank gear, Cheng Xing murmured, eyes narrowing. Not just one piece, either. A full 6-piece set. Satisfied with the test, he stopped holding back. One light step and he melted into the night, vanishing from Cheng Yun's sight. The killing intent disappeared, leaving only Cheng Yun's ragged breathing. Every sense strained, yet he felt nothing. A chilling thought surfaced. If danger sense worked on Blood Reaper, how had Blood Reaper killed a level 25 Cheng Xing back then? Unless the man had never died at all. Took you long enough. The voice drifted in behind him. Cheng Yun spun, only to face 4 intersecting blades of light. He had seen that technique from one-person Blood Reaper. Blood sprayed. The precise cuts slipped through the gaps his armor couldn't cover, stripping away half his health in an instant. Pallid, he collapsed, all will to flee gone. So it really is you. His voice shook as he stared at Cheng Xing's handsome face, now bare of any mask. Every last hope crumbled. Cheng Xing walked toward him, eyes cold as a verdict. Spare me. I surrender. Am useful. Cheng Yun babbled. Lingzhong has grown powerful. He's my handler. I can lure him out. Cheng Xing paused. Seeing a sliver of hope, Cheng Yun rushed on. He can already summon a brank beast tide. If he reaches level 40. White light flashed. Cold air flooded his throat. He clamped a hand to his neck, unable to stem the hot blood that welled between his fingers. Eyes wide, he stared up at Cheng Xing towering over him. Sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. Cheng Xing's voice was frost itself. Leave the rest to me. As Cheng Yun collapsed, Cheng Xing immediately noticed his experience bar surge. After confirming the target was dead, he wasted no time. Stepping over rubble and still wet blood, he raced back to the abandoned plant where it had all begun. On the way, he used his communicator to alert Su Haoran and the others. During their planning, they had agreed that Su Haoran would lead Recon Team 1 to lie low in the disaster zone in case the spirit kind tried an ambush. Chun Yifei received the signal as well, though for now that contingency was unnecessary. The factory was dim and damp, the air thick with rust and dust. Cheng Xing headed straight for the northwest corner and picked up a phone that was still recording. He stopped the recording and played it back on the spot. From the clash itself to Cheng Yun's admission that he had murdered Wang Qian, the picture and sound were crystal clear. The mission only required them to identify the traitor behind the assault, not to keep him alive. With such ironclad proof, the team's first objective was securely accomplished. Before long, Su Haoran burst in with his squad. The moment they entered, they saw Wang Go lying in a pool of blood. Su Haoran's brow tightened. Instinctively, he pegged Wang Go as the traitor. Wang Go had once been Su Jiangwo's adopted son, but had betrayed the Su family for the Wangs and knew plenty of secrets. If he had joined the slaughter cult, the fallout would be catastrophic. Is he the traitor? Su Haoran asked coldly, giving Cheng Xing a nod. No. Cheng Xing shook his head and checked the corpse. Had only just signed on. He didn't even have a cult phone yet, much less know the hideout. Oh, then who is it? Su Haoran was taken aback. Cheng Xing handed him the phone with the full recording. The others crowded around, eyes locked on the screen. I want to see too. Li Man stood on tiptoe, tugging at Su Haoran's arm as she urged him on. Cheng Xing gave a faint smile at her impatience, though inwardly he remained calm. The footage also exposed his use of invisibility and disguise, but he had prepared explanations long ago. The Clevel skill Mirror Flower, Water Moon allowed partial invisibility, enough to fool outsiders, and several other skills could easily justify the altered face. Transaction logs and skill panels had been doctored in advance by Su Yanran and the others, ready to satisfy any investigator. When the moment where Cheng Yun appeared and confessed played on screen, it felt as if the air had been punctured. Everyone gasped. Did I see that right? The traitor is war god Cheng's own son. Why give up the cushy life of a war god's son to join the slaughter cult? Seriously, if my dad were a war god, I wouldn't have to bust my tail like this. Gao Chun and the others spoke over one another, clearly unable to grasp why Cheng Yun had betrayed them. Su Haoran, who knew a bit more of the story, lifted his head and gave Cheng Xing a meaningful look. Cheng Xing merely shrugged. The problem certainly wasn't his. When they learned that Cheng Xing was somehow connected to Cheng Xingyang, and that Cheng Yun had even set up a scheme to cheat his own father, everyone was stunned all over again. The air in the room tightened, and every eye locked onto Cheng Xing, searching for an explanation. Don't look at me. I have nothing to do with the Cheng family. Cheng Xing raised a hand dismissively, his tone calm but resolute. From the day I awakened, I cut all ties with them. The moment he finished, whispers spread through the crowd. Cheng Yun had always assumed Cheng Xing still coveted the family's modest fortune, but the truth made his paranoia look ridiculous. Had Cheng Yun behaved like a proper heir, he would never have reached this point. Curiosity turned to respect. One thumbs up after another rose in salute. Walking away from that kind of background and resources was something few could do. Good heavens. Wang Qian died at his hands. Li Manman gasped, eyes wide. All attention swung back to the footage on the wall. Su Haoran hesitated, then dragged the progress bar. The scene where Cheng Yun brazenly threatened Wang Go appeared, the image crystal clear, the audio shrill. When the clip ended, silence fell as everyone processed the revelation Cheng Yun had been secretly involved in far more incidents than they imagined. Where's Cheng Yun? Su Haoran was the first to snap out of it, his eyes blazing. Without another word, Cheng Xing led them to an abandoned warehouse at the back of the plant. He kicked open the sheet metal door, dust billowed, and Cheng Yun's corpse lay on the concrete floor. No one reacted at first. Given what Cheng Yun had done, he never stood a chance. Had they caught him alive, they would have drained him for information and then executed him. Fallen ones deserved no pity. But when their eyes slid to the gear on the body, several people drew sharp breaths. Am I seeing things? Or is that a full set of great equipment? So that's what the war god was hoarding. He's only level 20, yet his loadout shames our squad leader. Pulling this off would take someone at least level 30. The chatter snowballed, their amazement tinged with a fresh assessment of Cheng Xing's strength. Su Haoran could only pound his thigh in frustration. If upper management had made a different call, a talent like this would have been on their team. What do you need from us? At length, Su Haoran steadied himself and looked at Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing chuckled and laid out the plan he had devised long ago. When he finished, their expressions turned strange. Finally someone muttered, "Tacticians like you have filthy minds." The grumbling ended there. They got to work with brisk efficiency. Following Cheng Xing's instructions, they rearranged the battle scene, moved the bodies, smashed parts of the equipment, splattered dried blood, and used incendiary gel to mask key clues. By the time they finished, night had fallen. After that, Su Haoran, Gao Chun, and the others carried away the bodies of Cheng Yun and Wang Go, ready to report in. Outside the warehouse, Cheng Xing surveyed the freshly doctored scene, pulled out a phone labeled Xuannu, and typed a single line. "Xuannu, you set me up?" The moment the message was sent, he pocketed the phone and let the spirit type on the other end bombard him with questions while he slipped straight into stealth. On the other side, the spirit type reread the reply, brow furrowed. One line, and then silence. His heart sank as the familiar sense of losing control washed over him. He quickly gathered his thoughts and dispatched the few subordinates he still had to the plant where Xuannu and the Sword Saint were supposed to meet. Minute by minute the time slipped away. Under a broken street lamp, a staggered figure reached the destination, greeted by a mix of dust, scorched odors, and lingering blood. The operative crouched, sifted through debris, compared marks, and finally opened an encrypted channel. "MOU, boss, judging from the scene, it looks like the Sword Saint has betrayed us, and Xuannu was hunted down by an unknown master. Her status is currently unknown." South China Tower, top conference room. Seated at the head of the table, Su Jiangwo sat ramrod straight, the composure honed by decades and command written in every feature. Even with a mountain of pressure bearing down, his expression remained unruffled, radiating a quiet dominance that chilled the room. To his right, Chu Yunfei looked equally solemn, yet his presence carried a sharper edge, tinged with latent killing intent. Su Jiangwo raised his hand and tapped his knuckles against the rosewood tabletop. Bang, 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 the measured rhythm echoing through the cavernous chamber. With each rap, figures filed in and took their seats. Within 5 minutes, nearly every war god of the South China base was in place, all but Cheng Xingyang. When the last war god sat, the tapping stopped abruptly. Instinctively, everyone straightened their backs and fixed their eyes on the head seat. "Since we're all here, let's begin," Su Jiangwo said, his voice low but carrying unquestionable authority. "Wait, Tower Master Su, war god Cheng hasn't arrived." One war god ventured, unable to ignore his friendship with Cheng Xingyang. Su Jiangwo glanced over, calm. "Don't worry, we'll invite him after the meeting." His gaze swept the table before he continued, "Gentlemen, regarding the attack during the Awakening Bureau selection, we have identified the traitor planted inside us by the Cult of Carnage." Murmurs rippled around the table. Many of the war gods frowned in silence. Their own men had chased leads for days and come up empty. The assault had been a slap in the face, costing them several prodigies. Until the mole was rooted out, none of them could stomach the loss. Su Jiangwo gave a slight nod. Behind him, his secretary stepped forward, activated the projector, and cast a video onto the holographic display at the center of the table. The footage Cheng Xing had handed to Su Haoran. Light flickered across their faces, and every eye locked on the screen. In the video, Cheng Xing suddenly struck, forcing Wang Go to remove his mask. Brows lifted around the room, and several gazes drifted toward Wang's. After all, Wang Go was part of the Wang family. Feeling the heat of those stares, Wang Zi snorted, stone-faced. Why are you looking at me? Wango hasn't been one of us for a long time. No one replied. The room collectively dismissed the aside. The Wang lineage was too deep to be shaken by a single discard. The footage continued. Cheng Yun appeared and self-destructed, his act both desperate and decisive. A chorus of sharp inhales swept the room, and everyone finally understood why Cheng Xing hadn't been invited today. The war god who had spoken up for Cheng Xing earlier shrank his neck, vowing to block him on WeChat the moment the meeting ended. When the video revealed Wang Qian's true cause of death, the conference room fell into dead silence. Every war god turned in unison to stare at Wang Zi. His face darkened, but he said nothing. The air was heavy, yet no one uttered another sardonic word. Clearly they knew what was at stake. The video cut out. Su Jiangwo spoke, his tone icy. Our investigation confirms that Cheng Yun, son of Cheng Xing, was the traitor behind the Awakening Bureau attack, and the offense is grave. Cheng Xing, as his father, failed to notice, and during his tenure he formed factions for personal gain. His conduct is unworthy of the title of war god. I therefore propose that Cheng Xing be stripped of that title. Please cast your votes. Su Jiangwo spoke calmly. As soon as he finished, he raised his hand to vote, and Chu Yunfei followed. At that moment, everyone knew Cheng Xing was finished. Arms rose one after another. A dark wave of hands lifted under the lights until only Wang Zi remained still. After a few heartbeats, he raised his hand. His face impassive. The motion passed unanimously. The meeting is adjourned. Su Jiangwo closed the folder with a quiet snap, and the room fell silent. The war gods filed out, their footsteps echoing down the corridor. Outside the entrance, they formed small clusters, whispering about the same thing. Cheng Xing, the first war god in years to be stripped of his title. Inside the conference room, only the Su, Chu, and Wang families remained. The heat from the lamps still lingered in the air. Hand over Cheng Yun, Wang Zi said, his voice icy. Fine, but increase our monthly quota of realm exit stones by 20%, Su Jiangwo replied, adjusting his cuff. You. Wang Zi's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Su to raise the price now. Don't be so quick to refuse, Su continued unhurriedly. Your mines produce more than stones. We'll buy the rest at the old rate, so it won't hurt you. Deal? Wang Zi growled, then looked up again. One more thing, no information about Cheng Yun may be leaked. Don't push it. He slammed the table. He needed Cheng Yun to restore the Wang family's reputation, and Su's gag order made that impossible. Su Jiangwo shrugged. Then forget the arrangement. After a tense pause, Wang Zi relented. Fine deal. No more clauses. The secretary slid the non-disclosure agreement forward. All three signed in one motion. The folder closed, and Wang Zi stormed out. Watching the door, Chu Yunfei laughed. Su, you're ruthless. If he finds out Cheng Yun is already dead, we're in trouble. Su Jiangwo smirked. He's caused me enough trouble. I never said whether Cheng Yun was alive or dead. Meanwhile, in the war god residence of Sector A, the study was flooded with harsh white light. Cheng Xing paced, sweat sliding down his temples. His eyes kept darting to the phone on the desk. Cheng Yun's frantic call had shaken him, and when the line went dead without a first-level base alarm, his anxiety only grew. Could he have made it up? Lu Chunmei asked, arms crossed by the bookcase. Joke about this. Cheng Xing snapped. Then stop panicking and call your friends. Her words jolted him. He dialed a familiar number, but every call returned a cold, busy tone. You try call one of the war god wives. Lu Chunmei dialed, yet the result was the same. Someone picked up, then hung up in haste without a word. The war god intranet still works, right? Check it, she reminded him. Grasping at a last straw, Cheng Xing rushed to the computer and entered his credentials. Seconds later, a stark message flashed across the screen. Your account has been terminated. It's over. He collapsed into the chair, the color draining from his face. Before he could speak, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Several officers in jackets marched in. Cheng Xing, by resolution of the War God Council, your title has been revoked. You have 1 week to vacate the residence. Zone C, South China Wuda University. Evening, a cool breeze drifted through the campus. When Cheng Xing reached the main gate, he powered off the Blood Massacre app on his phone and ignored the Spirit Seed's relentless reminders. Smart people are the ones you really have to watch, he muttered, likening the information Head just fired off to a bullet. Now that it was in flight, Head let it travel a while. After tossing every piece of gear and weapon back into the SUV's trunk, he turned and headed for the Secret Realm building. The moment he pushed open the dorm room door, he stopped cold. Hours earlier, the place had looked like a crime scene. Fake blood everywhere. Now even the gaps between the floorboards were spotless, and the silicone dummy had disappeared. A faint scent of detergent lingered. Told you had come back, didn't I? Lu Xinxin, Su Yinran, and Chu Yinyan were sprawled on the bunk, but turned to him in unison. All three wore loose loungewear, hems askew, pale skin flashing here and there. Lu Xinxin drew the most attention. Her ivory slip barely contained her spectacular curves, its two thin straps looking ready to give way. Seeing him, Lu Xinxin blushed and tugged at her dress. still a little self-conscious. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan, by contrast, stared openly without moving aside. When did they get so chummy? The sight made Cheng Xing's throat go dry, yet he hovered at the doorway. He also noticed the redness at the corner of Lu Xingxin's eye. She had clearly been crying. As soon as the door shut, the three women closed in. Su and Chu seemed to demonstrate something for Lu, who mustered her courage and pressed her palm to Cheng Xing's firm abs, fingertips grazing his skin. See, didn't I tell you? Su Yanran arched a brow. Feels way better than that dummy, right? Cheng Xing was about to dodge when the word dummy sank in, three metaphorical black lines springing to mind. A dummy? What on earth had they been doing with it? Lu Xingxin's hand slid lower, her tongue darting across her lips as her gaze drifted downward. Forced back step by step, Cheng Xing finally felt the door against his spine. All right, enough teasing. Chu Yanyan's shoulders shook with laughter. Let's get serious. How did the mission go? The three women exchanged glances, then burst out laughing. The tension eased, and Cheng Xing wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead before recounting everything that had happened. He spoke a sentence, and they immediately fired off questions. When the story reached its most intense point, the trio climbed onto his bed and sat cross-legged. Chu Yanyan produced a bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere and handed them around with a crackle. I can't believe Cheng Yun turned traitor. Upon learning Cheng Yun was the mastermind, Lu Xinxin was so stunned she forgot to pop the seed into her mouth. With the title of War God's son, why choose to become a fallen? She simply couldn't grasp it. Cheng Xing then revealed the truth behind Wang Qian's death, and all three women drew in a sharp breath. No wonder he shot straight to level 20 after he got back, Chu Yanyan whispered. It was because he killed Wang Qian. I thought so. Knowing the Wang family, Wang Qian's gear had to be better than ours. There's no way an ordinary fallen could have taken her down, Lu Xinxin said, the pieces finally fitting together. Su Yanran nodded thoughtfully, flicking a seed shell away. Sounds like he joined the cult of slaughter quite a while ago, doesn't it? She mused, rubbing her chin. They had never been able to figure out how Wang Qian died. For a young heir with plenty of ways to protect herself, an early death made no sense. Everyone gathered around the conference table and laid out the clues they had collected. The Wang clan's secret investigation timeline, Wang Qian's last known location, and those blurry security feeds. Once Cheng Yun's name surfaced, the scattered fragments snapped into a single picture. Wang Qian really had died at the hands of her own people. Only the Wang family had been blaming the wrong suspect all along. The air was still warm from the overhead lights when Su Yanran's communication wristband buzzed. She glanced down at a flash message. Breaking. For failing to keep his relatives in check and tarnishing the war god's reputation, former war god Cheng Xing has officially been stripped of his title. She immediately interrupted the meeting and read the notice aloud. The base moved that fast. Cheng Xing stared, stunned. Wait, they can actually revoke a war god title? Before he finished, Lu Xinxin let out a gasp. Coming from a civilian background, she knew little about high-level politics. Chu Yanyan picked up the thread, her tone precise. A war god not only sits on the base's top council, but, more importantly, represents hope for the public during the apocalypse. Their image has to be spotless. Strength and contribution both are non-negotiable. Lu Xinxin blinked, still puzzled. Isn't that a bit too heavy a penalty? Su Yanran pulled up several classified files, scrolling as she explained. The base's overall combat power has skyrocketed. We have plenty of level 50 fighters now. Some war gods let power corrupt them. Cheng Xing is one of them. Years ago we might have kept him around for lack of options, but now? Perfect time to make an example, and we have replacements ready. He walked right into it. She glanced at Cheng Xing. She had only mentioned the main reason for the revocation. The secondary reason was clearly tied to Cheng Xing's recent moves. Lu Xinxin mulled over this. Was her first time realizing that public image alone could decide whether someone kept the war god title. After a moment of silence, Su Yanran seemed to remember something and turned to ask, by the way, Cheng Xing, what's happening on your end? Every eye landed on Cheng Xing. He had long since arranged the follow-up plan against Cheng Yun, but he only smiled lightly. Don't worry about it yet. All right, that wraps up official business. Su Yanran closed her terminal, clapped her hands, and flashed a meaningful grin. Next up, your personal problems. She exchanged a look with Chu Yanyan. The two women pounced on Cheng Xing almost simultaneously, one on either side, digging mercilessly into the soft spot at his waist. We watch you day and night, and you still fool around? Speak up. When did it start? Chu Yanyan hit with brutal accuracy. Blindsided, Cheng Xing saw stars, dodging and pleading for mercy, his head spinning with question marks. He glanced toward Lu Xinxin. Arms folded, Lu Xinxin propped her long forearms against her proud curves. She snickered at his predicament, raised an eyebrow, and tossed him a wink. Nothing big, they just found out I like you. What? You like me? Why wasn't I informed first? Cheng Xing was completely lost. He hadn't even had time to get to know her, yet they were already talking about liking. Even stranger fine, like me all you want. But why were the three of you getting along so well before? His only answer was a fresh wave of attacks from both sides. He threw up his hands. My fault, I surrender. Still talking? Chu Yanyan growled. Su Yanran added, Your punishment pull an all-nighter playing cards with us. Ow, fine, fine, fine. Just go easy on my waist. The next morning, Lu Xinxin, Su Yanran, and Chu Yinyan staggered out of Cheng Xing's room, their legs trembling as they leaned against the cold corridor wall. Under the dim lights, the redness on their knees was impossible to miss. The night before, intent on punishing Cheng Xing, they had suggested a game of forfeit poker. Whoever lost had to keep playing on her knees until she won a hand and could sit again. None of them had anticipated Cheng Xing's uncanny card skills. Even together, they lost every round. By dawn, they were still kneeling. Su Yanran and Chu Yinyan shuffled back to their dorm in low spirits, unsteady and unwilling to admit defeat. Lu Xinxin was about to follow them up the stairs when Cheng Xing's voice called out behind her. Hey, Xinxin, wait a second. She turned. He was already hurrying over, a slender staff in his hand. The black metal gleamed softly under the hallway light. What's this? Lu Xinxin took the staff, puzzled. Cheng Xing motioned for her to examine it. The moment it touched her hand, a system prompt flash grade B weapon, healer exclusive. Lu Xingxin's heart raced. A standard grade B weapon went for roughly 3.2 million, and a rare class exclusive like this was worth at least 4 million. With her finances, the price was astronomical. Even on a bureau salary, she would have to save for ages and still might never find one in stock. She looked up, questioning. Cheng Xing scratched his head with an awkward laugh. It's yours. He caught her furrowed brow and quickly amended. I mean, they'll sell it to you. Her brow eased, though she still hesitated. If she passed this up, she might never get another chance. Before she could voice a refusal, Cheng Xing cut in. Pay in installments whatever you can each month until it's settled. How about it? She stared, then locked her almond eyes on him, lips curving in a faint smile. Cheng Xing felt a jolt in his chest and rubbed the bridge of his nose. All right, I'll take it. What's the monthly payment? He thought for a moment. 3,000. With a teasing grin, she stepped closer and draped her arms around his neck. Soft curves pressed to his chest, their noses nearly touching, a sweet scent filling his lungs. When they finally parted, a strand of silver clung to her lips. She licked it away, trailed a finger across his chest, and murmured, Don't forget to come collect. I only deal in cash. By the time Cheng Xing recovered, she had vanished around the 9th floor corner, her light footsteps fading. Seeing her playful side again, he couldn't help thinking, that's the intoxicating spark I remember. Inside the 9th floor dorm, Lu Xinxin rushed to her bed, buried her flushed face in the sheets, and lay motionless, long hair cascading over the covers. After walking her back, Cheng Xing returned to his room. The all-night showdown had drained even him, and he was about to collapse onto the bed when his phone rang. Hello? Senior brother, what's wrong? An urgent voice answered. Cheng Xing, we've pinned down the location of the secret realm. I need you here right away. Chen Yifei's voice came over at once. Whatever drowsiness Cheng Xing had left vanished. He pinpointed the source, turned, and headed out. His destination, the North Campus of South China Marshall University. A little more than 20 minutes later he pulled over, looked up, and saw a nine-story, antique-style pagoda tower. The old brick structure clashed with the surrounding concrete buildings, as if someone had yanked it out of a bygone era and dropped it here by force. Cheng Xing, over here. The familiar voice echoed from inside. A second later Chen Yifei strode out to meet him. Senior, skip the pleasantries. Come on. Chen Yifei waved him in. The tower's interior covered several hundred square meters. It was almost empty, save for a few thick pillars and a card reader in the center. The secret realm entrance will sit right here, Chen Yifei said, pointing to the machine. What's the reader for? Cheng Xing asked, running his hand over it. Once the realm opens to the public, the school will charge a fee. Chen Yifei chuckled. You'll get a cut, of course. A cut for me? You're leasing the realm to the university. Rent comes with the deal. Fair enough, Cheng Xing thought. He raised a hand and murmured, Release secret realm. A prompt appeared. Releasing the secret realm will take 30 minutes. Proceed? Confirm. A progress bar filled his vision. 30 minutes later it hit 0. The air in front of him warped, and another prompt flashed. Entrance to the time secret realm. Is it open yet? Let me in. Chen Yifei's hands trembled with excitement, and that folding lounge chair had somehow reappeared on his back. Cheng Xing activated the realm and stepped inside. In an instant the tower vanished, replaced by dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, and the air smelled of earth and fresh grass. Chen Yifei followed, swept his gaze around, and gasped. Whoa, look at all the beast drops. Materials and crystal cores of every color littered the forest floor. Most were only D or crade, but the quantity was staggering, roughly 2,000 pieces by his quick count. This patch alone equals a month of the base's output. He whistled. I was in a rush earlier. Didn't have time to pick them up, Cheng Xing said. No problem. I can send a crew. What are you planning to do with the loot? Trade it on the black market for campus credits, Cheng Xing said, rubbing his chin. All of it. What's your angle? At market prices that's nearly 300 million. Even in credits you'll clear over 20,000. Staring into the deeper forest, Cheng Xing answered calmly. I'm putting my entire team on the 9th floor. Are you with the Awakener Administration Bureau? Chen Yifei asked, clearly surprised. As Zook's disciple, he knew exactly who Cheng Xing worked for. When Cheng Xing nodded, he stroked his chin and muttered, "It's about time they leveled up. Otherwise they won't be able to handle what's coming." Handle what? Cheng Xing sensed something was off and pressed him for details. Chen Yifei looked around. The secret realm was ringed by mountains and thick with greenery. Aside from the occasional spirit bird, no one else was around safer than anywhere else. He finally relaxed and lowered his voice. "You've heard of West China Martial University, right?" Cheng Xing nodded. Every base had its own martial university, and the annual tournament rotated among them. "It's West China's turn this year," Chen Yifei went on. "They recently sent out invitations, asking the top students from every year to come and spar." "That sounds routine," Cheng Xing said, remembering the stories had heard about past tournaments back when had been too busy just trying to survive. "We've hosted it ourselves before." The catch is West China base suddenly went into full lockdown. Lockdown? Cheng Xing froze. A base only sealed itself if a massive beast tide was incoming. The South China base he knew had never closed its gates once. Chen Yifei nodded. "And it's been locked down for quite a while." The invitation was the last news we got from them. A strange sense of unease seeped through the gaps in the story. "No one's tried to investigate?" Cheng Xing asked. "We did, but every entrance is sealed tight. We can't force our way in. Sending high-ranking fighters could be seen as an act of aggression, so the probe was shelved," Chen Yifei explained. "In the early days of the apocalypse, the bases were allies, but as order returned, their relationships quietly shifted." "So we're going to the tournament?" Cheng Xing zeroed in. "The base wants to know why they shut their doors?" Chen Yifei didn't answer, but Cheng Xing had already guessed. As Martial University students and rookie bureau agents, they were the perfect cover to slip inside West China. "How dangerous is it?" he asked. "No clue." Chen Yifei shrugged. "Since they went dark, we've got zero intel. Maybe nothing's wrong at all. Just make sure you power up fast." Cheng Xing fell silent, already mapping out a training plan. "Relax, it could turn out to be a good thing. We'll have backup," Chen Yifei said, clapping him on the shoulder. He believed Cheng Xing could handle it. With that, he pulled a lounge chair from his spatial ring, picked a tree with dense shade, unfolded the chair, laced his fingers behind his head, and drifted off to sleep. Watching Chen Yifei's unshakable confidence, Cheng Xing could only offer a wry smile. Fortunately, Chen Yifei had tipped him off in advance, giving him time to prepare. Less than half a day after leaving the secret tower, Cheng Xing called Yang Jian, Lin Yin, and Ning Xia back to the dorm. As soon as the door closed, Yang Jian blurted out, "Cheng Xing, why do you summon us?" "Nothing major," Cheng Xing said with a casual wave. "I just want to update you on that last mission and our future plans." "Mission? I don't have a single lead in my head," Yang Jian groaned, his face falling. "Same here," Lin Yin added, glancing at Ning Xia, who shook her head as well. Cheng Xing came right out with it. "Relax. The mission's done, the evidence is filed, and we'll get an official notice soon." All three stared at him. "What? When did we finish it?" "We only heard about it a little while ago." Yang Jian's eyes went wide. They'd been scouring every contact they had for details about the Selection Day ambush, never guessing the mission was already wrapped up. Cheng Xing didn't mince words. He laid out his plan with Su Yanran and the others, and Cheng Yun's betrayal. The trio stood frozen, stunned that a disciple of the war god could turn traitor. "Oh, that's why my master mentioned a war god getting stripped of the title yesterday," Yang Jian muttered, finally connecting the dots. Now they understood why Cheng Xingyang had lost his war god status. Then Cheng Xing dropped a second bomb. "One more thing, a plan to move the whole team up to the 9th floor." The words 9th floor made the three of them wince. Yang Jian scratched his head. "That's way too pricey. We can't afford it. Lu Xinxin definitely doesn't have that many credits." "Relax, they'll cover the credits," Cheng Xing said, thumping his chest. "Really? Godfather." Yang Jian hugged his leg first. Had been desperate to book a single simulator in the training hall, but 9th floor fees were way out of reach. Delighted, Lin Yin still asked, "Cheng Xing, where'd you get so many credits?" Ning Xia stayed silent, staring at him in curiosity. "You didn't hack W University's system, did you?" Yang Jian ventured, eyes wide. "Use your brain," Cheng Xing shot back, giving him a light kick. "It's all perfectly legal. Live there, or don your call. We're in. 9th floor it is." Yang Jian clutched his leg but switched to a fawning grin. "Good. Pack your gear and master those martial skills as soon as possible," Cheng Xing said. He paused. "As for Su Yanran's group, their levels are too low. They'll take them to the disaster zone later to grind." Meanwhile, in a luxury villa in Sector B, South China, Cheng Xingyang sat at his desk, eyes bloodshot, hair disheveled. The house had been a backup. Now, stripped of his war god title, his family had been forced to move in. No matter how lavish the decor, it could not replace the prestige of the war god residence, and he was still struggling to adjust. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly saw a pop-up on his monitor. An Adventurers Guild reputation quest? Cheng Xingyang snapped upright. Only crank and above adventurers could accept these missions. Besides the usual rewards, reputation quests granted reputation points, and reaching a certain threshold earned a war god nomination. Though his title had been revoked, his old reputation score remained. A few more reputation quests, and he might be nominated again. Hope flared. He clicked accept without hesitation. Quest accepted. Objective: travel to the West China base and establish a forward outpost. After a brief discussion with Yang Jian and the others, Cheng Xing called Su Yanran and her friends over to the dorm. The corridor was dim in the late-night light as the three girls all but supported one another through the door, their long, tousled hair in disarray, and sleep still clinging to their eyes. I was sleeping just fine, so what's so urgent? Su Yanran yawned, dropping onto the lower bunk. Chu Yanyan and Lu Xinxin leaned against the wardrobe, clutching plush pillows they had grabbed on the way. At the doorway, Yang Jian and the other two exchanged surprised looks. Any earlier distance between the girls had clearly vanished. Cheng Xing glanced around and got straight to the point. I'm planning to spend my credits to move all of you to the 9th floor of the secret realm. ITLL be our temporary base and make group training easier. No complaints here. Same. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan raised their hands almost together, their crisp replies showing they were already prepared for this. Lu Xinxin hesitated for a moment, then nodded under everyone's expectant gaze. If everyone's going, then I'm in too. Great, it's settled, Cheng Xing said. Su Yanran narrowed her eyes, the last trace of drowsiness disappearing. You wouldn't do all this for nothing. What happened? Nothing gets past you, Cheng Xing admitted with a wry smile, then explained the invitation to the Marshall University tournament and the hidden dangers behind it. What? There's really something like that? Everyone except Su Yanran stared, worry spreading across their faces. Su Yanran quickly added, the news is sudden, but our base won't just stand by. Huashi invited 4 universities, not just us, so the others won't ignore it either. Cheng Xing nodded. That means our only priority right now is getting stronger. Let the base handle everything else. With the two of them calming everyone down, the tension eased. Once the discussion ended, they rushed back to pack. Powered by Cheng Xing's seemingly endless credits, the whole group moved into the 9th floor without a hitch. The system recorded his spending at 140 credits a day. Anyone who saw that number would think he was cheating. A few days later in the training room, pale blue lights flickered on the metal simulator pod while Cheng Xing battled a virtual blood mantis. An incoming call alert suddenly buzzed in his headset. Frowning, he flipped his long sword, unleashing green flashes, flames, and arcs of lightning. In a blink, the class mantis was sliced into a charred shell. He removed the helmet, wiped the sweat from his brow, and answered, Senior brother? Cheng Xing, I've gathered all the materials, gear, and skills from the secret realm for you, Chen Fei said, sounding excited. I also found 4 disaster seeds. What do you want to do with them? Hand them all over to the base. Disaster seeds were messy and dangerous. Cheng Xing didn't hesitate to leave them to the authorities. Got it. By the way, it's a pretty big haul. Where should I take it? The warehouse is almost full. Take it straight to the black market, Cheng Xing decided after a quick check of his remaining credits. I want to convert it into points as soon as possible. The black market? All right, but no one buyer can swallow a batch this big. You'd better let a trading guild handle it. Just don't go to the Qilin Guild, Chen Fei warned, lowering his voice. The caution made Cheng Xing pause. Understood. Thanks, senior brother. No need to thank me. We're on the same side. I'm going back to training talk later. With that, Chen Fei hung up. Holding the phone, Cheng Xing muttered, Don't go to the Qilin Guild? Cheng Xing muttered to himself. He could pretty much guess why Chen Fei had left that warning. Now that the hunt for the traitor was over, the paperwork would have to be audited by somebody. His report was already on file, and it spelled everything out in black and white. Outsiders could hole up in the black market, use the Qilin Trading Guild to stroll right into Wuda, and then wait for a chance to assassinate a student. That corridor had been bait they deliberately exposed, but the loophole was real, and there was no way the university or the Bureau of Awakened Affairs would ignore it. In other words, the Qilin Guild was living on borrowed time. The thought made Cheng Xing curl his lip. He had never liked them anyway. He packed up his things and knocked on Su Yanran's door. Yeah? Level grinding maniac? What is it? Su Yanran took her sweet time answering. When she saw him, she immediately teased him. Ever since the last meeting, he had buried himself in the dorm's simulator, refusing to come out. So behind his back, they had started calling him the level grinding maniac. A vein throbbed on Cheng Xing's forehead. He flicked her smooth, pale forehead with a finger. Serious business. I've cleared the secret realm and sorted all the beast drops, but there's a lot. Do you know any guild in the black market that can handle the sale? How much is a lot? Su Yanran's eyes lit up. With his talent, she was dying to know how much loot he had hauled back. Cheng Xing raised 2 fingers. 200? Add a 0. Su Yanran's eyes went wide. More than 2,000. All of it grade or higher. Worth close to 300 million Huaxia credits. She clicked her tongue in awe. Even her notoriously greedy father had never pulled in that much at once. Keep me, please. I'm done working for a living. She joked as she leaned into him, her small hands wandering indiscriminately over his body. Cheng Xing laughed and swatted away the hand that was heading south. Don't waste that cool beauty face of yours. Stingy. Su Yanran pouted, then offered a solution. Go with the Howren Guild. My brother started it when he was at school at Solid. After another playful squeeze or two, Cheng Xing finally made his escape. On the edge of Wuda's black market, Cheng Xing parked and immediately spotted the large truck in the next space. The plates matched the shipment Chen Yifei had sent. After confirming with the driver, he slipped a handful of cash into the man's pocket. Could you wait here a bit, sir? No problem, boss. The driver pocketed the bills with a grin. Inside the market, Cheng Xing grabbed a passing student. A brief flash of cash later, the grateful student pointed him toward a shop in the corner, the Howren Guild. Following the directions, Cheng Xing stopped at the entrance. Compared to the lavish storefronts around it, the Howren Guild looked plain, even a little shabby. Just as he lifted his foot, a brash voice rang out from inside. How long has it been since the Howren Guild closed a deal? Why are you still clinging to this place? Tell you what, I'll pay 20 credits and roll it straight into the Qilin Guild. The underground market beneath South China Martial University. In a corridor lined with dark red carpet, Wang Do planted his hefty frame in front of his stall. Three chins bunched beneath his glossy round face, and arrogance glittered in the slits of his eyes. A dozen expensive rings wrapped his stubby fingers. When he patted his bulging stomach, metal clinked loudly, drawing even more attention. Four fully armed guards formed a wall beside him, their black muzzles convincing passing students to give the group a wide berth. Across from him, Luo Rui looked almost frail, backed by only a handful of apprentices from the Howren Trading Guild. One glance at the two sides made the power gap obvious. Forget it. Luo Rui's voice rang out, defying Wang Do's pressure. Senior Su founded this guild for ordinary students like us, and I won't let it fall into the hands of a rich guild like yours. Refuse me? Wang Do let out a cold laugh. Fine. I've already announced it. Anyone who does business with your Howren Guild will be blacklisted by the Qilin Guild. Who'll still dare trade with you? How will you pay rent? How will you cover wages? What will you use to keep the doors open? He swept a threatening gaze over the apprentices at Luo Rui's side. Forced to meet his eyes, the students dropped their heads, fear and hesitation flashing beneath their lashes. Seeing that, Wang Do poured oil on the fire. Of course, you could always beg your founder Su Howren of the Su family. Let's see if that alumnus is willing, or even able, to come back and save you. His narrow eyes gleamed like a fox's. President, maybe we should give up, one apprentice whispered. Yeah, ever since Senior Su graduated, we've fallen from the top spot to this. They were just students who had taken black market jobs for extra credits. While Su Howren was around, the Howren Guild had dominated the market, forcing the predatory guilds to behave and giving every student a fair place to trade. The moment he graduated, the guild lost its backing and was carved up by other powers none more voracious than the Qilin Guild, propped up by the Wang family. Several presidents had already resigned under the pressure, each refusing to hand the guild over, but leaving the dilemma to the next successor. Now, with a total blockade in place, Luo Rui had been driven to the brink. Surrounded by bowed heads, anger and helplessness churned in Luo Rui's chest. Just as he began to waver, a clear voice called out from behind Wang Do. Is this the Howren Trading Guild? Ready to savor Luo Rui's collapse, Wang Do was interrupted. He frowned and turned. Standing in the doorway, backlit by the overhead lamps, was a young man. The harsh light etched sharp lines along his chiseled profile, and his delicate features were hard to forget. On the opposite side of the aisle, several female students glanced back at him, eyes blazing with interest after they passed. Wang Do felt he had seen the newcomer before, but couldn't place him, and unease pricked at his chest. What business do you have with the Howren Guild? He asked, voice icy. Are you one of its members? The young man Cheng Xing countered, his gaze brushing over Wang Do's gaudy attire. You don't know who I am? Wang Do barked. I'm with the Qilin Chamber of Commerce. Wang Do lifted his chin in arrogant defiance, clearly annoyed by Cheng Xing's indifference. But before he could finish speaking, Cheng Xing cut him off with an icy snap. So what? Are you on a wanted poster? Why should I recognize you? No one asked for your opinion, so keep quiet, freak. Wang Do's face flushed crimson at the retort. He panted in rage. Yet Cheng Xing ignored him completely and swept his gaze around the room until it landed on the man behind the counter. I'm Luo Rui, president of the Howren Chamber of Commerce. How may I help you? Luo Rui finally recovered and offered a polite bow while secretly sizing up the young man before him. I've got some Calamity Beast drops to consign for Academy credits. Do you handle that? Cheng Xing asked. They don't handle it. Wang Do cut in first, his voice dripping with hostility. Cheng Xing's brows knitted. Qilin's reach really is endless, he thought. I'm talking to him. What does this have to do with you? Oh, nothing at all. Wang Do raised his voice in a high-profile threat. Listen up. As long as the Qilin Chamber is around, anything I say we won't take. Nobody else will dare take either. If you want to consign, you have to come to us. Go ask around and see if they have the guts. His shout drew the street vendors outside. When they saw Wang Do, they lowered their heads as if facing a predator. Satisfied, Wang Do returned his stare to Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing still refused to look at him and kept his eyes on Luo Rui. He'll ask once more. I want to consign these items. Will you take them? Wang Do shot Luo Rui a murderous glare. Luo Rui's heart pounded, agreeing meant offending the Qilin chamber. Refusing meant the possible collapse of Howren. After a brief struggle, he lifted his head and said firmly, the Howren Chamber of Commerce will take them. You. Wang Do's face darkened, and he let out a string of cold laughs. Fine. Very well. Don't blame me for what happens next. With that, he raised his hand. Four bodyguards stepped forward, releasing their aura level 20 numbers hovered above their heads. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes and stopped suppressing his own presence. A glowing 25 formed in midair. The four bodyguards halted, glancing back at Wang Do with hesitation. Wang Do swept his gaze over Luo Rui and fixed on Cheng Xing, clenching his teeth in frustration. You think this little transaction is enough to resurrect the Howren Chamber? And you? As long as I'm around, whatever you consign will never sell. Cheng Xing smiled coolly. Save your breath. You all, come help me move the goods. He beckoned several Howren staff members and strode out. Wang Do stayed where he was, glaring at Cheng Xing's departing figure. He'll be watching. Let's see how much you can consign before Howren collapses for good. Cheng Xing strode back in, his porters hefting one heavy crate after another. Through the gaps in the lids glinted cold blades, beast hides, and lustrous crystals. Each box held at least 50 pieces of calamity beast gear or materials, along with the occasional skill manual. The porters stacked the crates in the center of the shop, wiped their brows, and rushed out again, their shock leaving their faces blank. Within a few breaths, the scorn on Wang Do's face evaporated. First he froze, then his pupils dilated, and finally his expression solidified somewhere between terror and disbelief. The four porters shuttled back more than 10 times, and by the time the truck was empty, the floor was piled high with massive chests. A rough count put one number in Wang Do's mind: over 2,000 items. Refusing to believe it, he motioned for a bodyguard to pinch him. The sting told him it wasn't a dream. He swallowed hard. This looked like someone had raided an entire base warehouse. Was Su Howren secretly backing them? Even the Su family wouldn't dump such an insane quantity just to suppress one branch of the Kirin trading house, would they? Move aside. You're in our way. With a casual wave, Cheng Xing swept the still-stunned Wang Do straight out the door. Publicly humiliated, Wang Do's face went livid. He glared at Cheng Xing as if etching him into memory, then flung his sleeve and stormed off. Silence settled over the shop. Staring at the mountain of loot, Luo Rui felt joy and worry intertwine. A cut of this consignment could refill their coffers and restore their status overnight. Yet he understood Wang Do's nature. The man would never let it rest. If he started scheming in the dark, selling these goods might prove impossible. Something wrong with the merchandise? Cheng Xing asked when he noticed Luo Rui's uneasy look. No, the goods are fine. It's just. Luo Rui waved his hands, hesitated, and finally sighed. We've angered the Kirin trading house. Moving this much stock here could be risky. Maybe we should place part of it elsewhere. I don't want it stuck in our hands. He explained that under the Wang family, the Kirin trading house towered over the old Howren Commerce Guild, its influence staggering, and the Wangs followed no rules Su Howren ever did. Cheng Xing simply shook his head. Su Yanran sent me. I trust no one but you. Su Yanran, the young lady? Now I remember your Cheng Xing. Luo Rui's eyes lit up. Photos of Cheng Xing defeating Wang Bing in the arena had flooded the university forum, and many students still hoped to challenge him for entry into the Departure Institute. His excitement flickered out as worry returned. He lowered his voice. The Kirin trading house controlled 90% of the black market trade and even dabbled in dealings too shady for daylight, all with the market administrators turning a blind eye in deference to the Wang family. Brows knitted. He was about to speak when Cheng Xing said calmly, if the Kirin trading house is what worries you, rest easy. They won't be kicking up dust for long, mark my words. Seeing the situation, Cheng Xing simply patted Luo Rui on the shoulder, utterly confident. For now, just tell me how many credits these disaster beast parts are worth. Inside Howren Trading's warehouse, a chorus of orders erupted. Luo Rui swallowed his shock and directed the clerks to haul crate after crate of blood-soaked fangs, carapaces, and cores to the long table, logging each one in turn. Meanwhile, at Qilin Trading, the moment Wang Do returned, he locked himself in his office. Bang! A porcelain cup, a stack of documents, and his light-brain terminal slammed into the wall in rapid succession. Damn it! Luo Rui almost caved. If I'd swallowed Howren and taken the spoils back to the family, I'd have been a hero. After venting, he drew a long breath and started to analyze. Anyone who could produce that much disaster beast material at once had to have serious backing. Judging by his rank, he was no ordinary student. Yet the face was completely unfamiliar. Could he be a freshman? Wang Do had been buried in black market expansion and had missed the recent news. Someone in here. The door cracked open. A bodyguard poked his head in, knees shaking at the wreckage, but forced himself to the desk. Find out who that kid at Howren was. The guard froze. Wang Do's gaze sharpened. Quit staring and move. The bodyguard jolted and bowed his head. Chairman, I know him. The family told us to keep tabs on a new student, Cheng Xing. That was him. He's Cheng Xing? Supporting himself on the desk, Wang Dou's eyes gleamed. If he could finish the family mission and swallow Howard in one go, that would be 2 birds with 1 stone. He waved a hand. Spread the word, anyone who steps into Howard gets blacklisted by Qilin, no exceptions. And since we trade in beast materials too, I want to see how they plan to move their stock. The guard looked uneasy. Chairman, where do we get that much inventory? What's the problem? My uncle runs warehouse 3 at the base. They'll borrow from him. Wang Dou sounded relaxed as he pulled out his communicator, already plotting how to wipe out Cheng Xing. Beep connection established. Idiot. Are you brain dead? Why are you calling me? Don't you know you're already under surveillance? The torrent of abuse left Wang Dou frozen, his smile stiff. Before he could speak, the line went dead. Bang. The office door burst open again. 2 strangers strode in, brisk and efficient. Wang Dou frowned. I gave orders no one enters without permission. He stopped cold when he saw the new style badges on their chests. We're the new black market administrators, the man on the left said, flashing his ID as the other closed the door. Wang Dou, Qilin Trading Company, is implicated in multiple illegal operations in violation of base law and school regulations. Effective immediately, you are ordered to dissolve. Dissolve? Don't be ridiculous. We run a legitimate business, and am a member of the Wang clan. Wang Dou sat back, unruffled. A couple of black market monitors wouldn't scare him. Oh, then let's try another title. Both men flipped their badges, revealing a stark black field embossed with gold. We're with the Bureau of Awakener Control. You're suspected of dealing with the fallen. You'll need to come with us. Howard Trading Guild. 49 pieces of degrade materials, 2 pieces of armor. 45 pieces of degrade materials, 3 pieces of armor, 1 weapon, 4 pieces of crate materials. Crate materials. Inside the spacious warehouse, 4 clerks crouched before a row of wooden crates, prying off lids and calling out numbers. Burlap sacks were overturned onto the floor, and the crisp clinks of metal and crystal rang out again and again. Degrade materials, 49 pieces armor, 2 pieces. Another crate opened. Degrade materials, 45 pieces armor, 3 pieces weapon, 1 piece crate materials, 4 pieces. Luo Rue stood to one side, his fountain pen racing across the ledger, its scratch almost drowning out the clerks' voices. Had known the shipment was big, but counting it item by item still made his heart thud. The pen paused for a beat as he wondered if Su Yanren's family had abused their authority and emptied the entire base stockpile. The inventory check lasted a full half-hour. When the final lid hit the ground and the dust settled, Luo Rue stared at the densely packed figures. It was staggering, an almost impossible amount. Sold for cash, it would bring in roughly 400 million Huaxia credits. How was he supposed to wrap his head around that? Finished yet? How much is there in total? Cheng Xing's voice broke the silence. Huh. Oh yes, Mr. Cheng. All counted. Luo Rue snapped back to himself and read from the list. Totals 333 pieces of degrade materials, 108 pieces of equipment, 5 skill books, 211 pieces of crate materials, 23 pieces of equipment, 2 skill books. Grand total, 2,682 items. Initial valuation, over 400 million Huaxia credits. On the black market, that's more than 40,000 university points. If we sell on consignment, we'll charge a 10% fee, and with this volume it could take several semesters to move everything. Shall we continue? His eyes showed his anxiety. Even under normal conditions, a shipment this size would be hard to shift, and if the Qilin Trading Guild started causing trouble, it would be worse. Of course. The rest is yours. Where's the contract? Cheng Xing nodded, his calm surprising Luo Rue. He hadn't expected the haul to be this massive either, but as long as the points kept coming so they could level up on the 9th floor, time was irrelevant. Right away. They'll draft it now. Luo Rue ordered a clerk to bring paper and seals. While the clerks bent over the terms, a commotion erupted outside. Frowning, Luo Rue hurried to the door and froze. What's happening? Why are all the Qilin shops closed? Yeah, and aren't those their staff? Why are they hauling everything out? Look at those seals. Who put them up? One shop after another had its doors bolted, while black market officials plastered seals across the fronts. Qilin Guild members kept their heads down, carting out crates as they were driven away. Check the forum. Someone yelled, waving a terminal. Qilin Gaming Guild violated regulations and was disbanded on the spot. About time. That tumor finally got cut out. Dazed, Luo Rue rushed back behind the counter and logged into the Wuda forum. The top-end post read, Notice of immediate dissolution of the Qilin Trading Guild for illegal operations. Evidence was spelled out in full, followed by a new set of black market rules. The very first clause, blazing at the top, stated, Outsiders are strictly forbidden from entering Wuda. Staring at the post, Luo Rue drifted into a daze. Suddenly he remembered something and snapped his head around, looking for Cheng Xing, who had just taken the contract. A bold thought flashed through his mind. Was all of this under Cheng Xing's control? The clerk's impatient voice yanked him back to reality. By the time he blinked, Cheng Xing had already signed the contract and disappeared. President, we've hit the jackpot. The Qilin Guild got dismantled too. The clerk from Hao Ran Guild could barely contain his excitement. With them gone and this big order secured, forget graduation credits, we won't have to worry about cultivation resources until we leave school. They say they don't even know who they offended. Muttering, Luo Rue stared in the direction Cheng Xing had taken, certain the answer was staring him in the face. After leaving the black market, Cheng Xing drove straight to the dorm sector and parked beside the secret realm tower. Classes had just let out, and the walkway was crowded. Yet everyone slowed their pace. The three figures in front of the tower were dazzling. Su Yanran wore a form-fitting set of light armor. Key areas were well protected, yet every graceful curve was on display. Her left hand rested on the hilt of the sword at her waist, back perfectly straight. Midnight hair cascading like a waterfall, her cool face radiating a keep-away aura. Chu Yinyan chose a snug mage robe that hinted at the figure beneath. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail. She held her staff behind her back and rose on tiptoe now and then. The staff's tip swayed lightly, turning her into a breeze of springtime energy. Most daring was Lu Xinxin. Her deep V robe looked ready to burst around her curves. She rested her staff casually on one shoulder, her languid stance trapping every wandering gaze. Only a strip of white cloth covered the valley revealed by the neckline. The moment Cheng Xing pulled over, the three girls homed in on him like they had locked onto a target. Every eye followed them until they climbed into the vehicle, and only then did the crowd reluctantly disperse. Chu Yinyan plopped into the passenger seat, hands on her hips and cheeks puffed. You're so slow. We were on display like zoo animals. Exactly, Su Yinran added, expressionless but clearly annoyed. Cheng Xing chuckled. If zoo animals looked like you three, ticket prices would soar. Save it. The sun almost melted us, Lu Xinxin snapped, yanking the white cloth from her chest to use as a fan. In the rearview mirror, the sudden scenery made Cheng Xing stare a couple of seconds too long. A sharp jab hit his waist. Chu Yinyan glared. What are you staring at? My fault, my fault. We're leaving now. Cheng Xing surrendered, hit the gas, and rolled out of campus. Chu Yinyan huffed, turned away, then peeked at her own chest. It's not that small, she muttered. The two girls in back stifled giggles. Lu Xinxin reclined and teased, Cheng Xing, bringing only the three of us planning a foursome. Her words made Chu Yanyan's ears twitch. 3 pairs of eyes drilled into Cheng Xing. Come on, do I look like that kind of guy? He spoke earnestly. A 7-man squad spreads the experience too thin. Yang Jin and the rest are already level 20. Farming weapon skills on the 9th floor is faster for them. You two are lower level, and Xingxin's a healer. Learning weapon skills is harder for her as it is. Running with me gives the best return on experience. Hearing his serious analysis, all 3 girls rolled their eyes at once. Cheng Xing blinked. Why the silence? Humph, we're ignoring you, you clueless straight man. 1 month later, on the ravaged outskirts of P City, dust spun through broken walls as 4 figures moved in 2 pairs. At the far end of the ruins, a disaster beast shaped like a 10-meter toad crouched beside a crumbling wall, muscles coiled. In the next heartbeat, it leapt skyward. Now thunderstrike. Chu Yinyan barked. A sapphire circle burst open above the toad's skull, chains of lightning crashing down. The giant kicked once but froze in midair, then slammed to the ground, limbs quivering. The instant the paralysis landed, Cheng Xing and Su Yanran blinked in. Blade and sword light crisscrossed, ripping the tough hide into gaping wounds. Blood mist sprayed as the venomous toad's health bar plunged by more than half. Its agonized roar shattered the stun. The beast's maw yawned wide, launching a dark blur at Su Yanran. She slipped into insight. The world slowed, the barbed tongue's arc laid bare. A subtle pivot took her clear by a hair. Her talent micro-precision shone. With its strike wasted, Cheng Xing gave no respite. He stepped in, unleashing 4-fold slash and a razor-thin blade aura. The combined force was more than additive, shearing the level 30 venomous toad's toughest tongue into pieces. Robbed of its weapon, panic flashed in the monster's eyes. Its body ballooned, dorsal glands erupted, and viscous poison fanned outward, flooding the air with a stench. Chu Yanyan and Lu Xinxin had expected this. They vaulted back to safety, skills primed. Amid the toxic rain, Cheng Xing and Su Yanran adjusted their footwork, weaving through the droplets. For Awakened, who wielded micro-precision, such area attacks held little threat. The spray ended. The toad kicked hard, trying to bolt. Chu Yanyan was ready. Another thunderstrike pinned it in place, its health bottoming out. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran traded a glance. She pulled back. He slipped and closed 4-fold slash layered over blade aura tore clean through the beast's torso. The health bar emptied. The venomous toad stiffened, then crashed down, kicking up a storm of dust. Defeated LV.30 venomous toad. Experience 10,000. The system prompt flashed before their eyes. Light bloomed around Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran as their level counters flipped to 23. Level up. Chu Yanyan's triumphant shout echoed off the ruins. She popped open her stat panel to assign points, Su Yanran following with calm precision. Cheng Xing, meanwhile, strode forward to check the venomous toad's loot. Unfortunately, the drop was only a run-off-the-mill grade C material, worth about 200,000 at best. No talent shard this time. Lu Xinxin crunched over the gravel and strolled up, but the moment she saw the half-dried, sticky lump in Cheng Xing's hand, her excitement wilted. She had heard about his drop rate boost talent, yet watching that ludicrous stream of loot with her own eyes still shook her faith in game balance. The problem was, after seeing it so often, even shock could go numb. Now she cared only about quality. She had quietly reached level 23, while Cheng Xing was already 26. Talent shards aren't that easy to pull, Cheng Xing said with a shrug and a helpless smile. He had meant to keep the talent secret from Lu Xinxin, but Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan swore they would cover for him, so he finally came clean. Sooner or later his leveling frenzy would leave traces. Hiding it could breed distrust. If word ever did leak, he could always pull the My Mentor is Vermilion Bird card and bluff his way out. What did you get? Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan finished allocating stat points and wandered over. The moment they spotted the greasy lump in Cheng Xing's palm, they both grimaced as well. His talent had already spoiled them. Their standards were sky high. The four were about to keep farming when every phone in their pockets buzzed at once. Cheng Xing glanced at the screen. An official notice to head to West China in 1 week for the National Martial University tournament. Looks like it's time to head back, he said, lifting his head. The other three nodded, packed up the loot, and drove toward the base. They had made this trip several times, already a truck bed could never fit all the drops. The Secret Realm Hall was enough to keep the Howren Trading Guild busy for ages. So Cheng Xing let Su Yanran and the others handle sales, and immediately put the earnings toward a full set of grade B gear for the entire squad. Yang Jian and the others were included, of course. Cheng Xing, you're back. How'd the run go? Yang Jian, Lin Yan, and Zhong Ming were waiting at the 9th floor entrance. Though they hadn't joined the dungeon, idle grinding on the 9th floor had still pushed them to level 22. During trips back to the base, Cheng Xing coached each of them, and they could now barely cycle their martial techniques halfway to meticulous control. In live combat, Chu Yanyan had kept pace, while the real jaw-dropper was Lu Xingxin. Her execution and understanding topped the team. Cheng Xing and his close trio weren't surprised. They had seen how hard she worked. With this grade B set, I feel like I could one-punch the freshman at the tourney. Yang Jin laughed, caressing his new bracers. Lin Yin and Zhong Ming nodded eagerly. Their opponents would be first years with lower levels and worse gear, and they now dwarfed every peer at South China base, all thanks to one person. Not enough. Nowhere near enough. Cheng Xing pinched his chin, a faint frown on his brow. Something about the upcoming trip to West China left him uneasy. Almost in response, all 7 phones buzzed again. Cheng Xing opened the new message and finally smiled. This should give us a little more breathing room. The notice was brief. The rewards for the traitor investigation mission were ready for pickup. South China base, Zone A. After receiving notice of their reward, Cheng Xing's group turned onto the main avenue of Zone A. The farther they drove, the more the tower at the center of the base seemed to swell beneath an invisible magnifying glass, stretching skyward until it swallowed their entire view. The Bureau's secret realm was hidden inside that spire. Their convoy rolled past the adventurers' compound and immediately hit the first security checkpoint. The moment they stopped, soldiers carrying specialized scanners surrounded the vehicles, probes sweeping beneath the chassis and around the wheel hubs. A straight-backed sergeant stepped up to the door, saluted, and said in a deep voice, "Identification, please." Everyone produced their bureau IDs. Once the sergeant confirmed their identities and the soldiers finished their sweep, he saluted again and waved them through. Beyond the checkpoint, South China Tower finally loomed overhead. After one more identity check, they parked in the underground garage at its base. Stepping out, they felt as if the colossal structure were erupting from the earth, stabbing into the clouds. Yang Jian and the others craned their necks in awe, and Cheng Xing silently judged that it was roughly as tall as the big Waste-the-Canton Tower. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan, however, kept perfectly calm. Staff members hurrying in and out of the tower greeted the two heiresses with respectful nods. No one at South China base dared pretend they didn't know the Su and Chu families. "Come on," Cheng Xing said, and the others followed him inside. The lobby was spacious and bright, news from every region flashing across a grid of glass walls. After clearing security, they looked around in confusion until Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran naturally stepped forward and led them to the elevators that served the upper floors. The elevator shot straight to the 78th floor. When the doors opened, they faced an unmarked holographic glass gate. They swiped their IDs, the gate slid apart, and a single empty reception desk appeared behind it. No staff, no insignia. "I've always wondered where's the Bureau's real headquarters?" Cheng Xing mused while they queued. Su Yanran chuckled and nudged Chu Yanyan. "Ask her." "The Bureau doesn't have an actual headquarters," Chu Yanyan replied with a shrug. "Our people are spread across every industry. The current director, me dad, Chu Yunfei." The revelation nearly made Cheng Xing choke. "Cheng Xing? You made it," a booming voice called from beside the desk. They turned to see Qin Zhan standing there, as if had materialized out of thin air. "Hello, Uncle Zhan," Chu Yanyan chirped, and the others hurried to offer respectful greetings. Qin Zhan laughed heartily. No need for formality. Thanks to you, we caught the traitor behind the attack and spared me a heap of trouble. He had overseen the selection process that day. With the culprit in custody, his own blame had been greatly reduced. Under his gaze, Yang Jian and the others scratched their heads, suddenly feeling a bit sheepish. They coasted through the entire mission and still won handily, with Cheng Xing taking the MVP award. You're here for the tempering realm, right? Follow me and I'll show you the way, Xinjiang said, putting on no airs despite being in a rank awakened. He strode off toward the depths of the 78th floor, the others hurrying after him. When the elevator doors slid open, the group filed past an empty reception desk, their footsteps echoing down the corridor. A spacious lounge appeared ahead, rows of sofas lined up neatly, enough seating for about 30 people. In the center of the room, the air rippled like crumpled water. A vortex of warped space shimmered faintly the entrance to the tempering realm. The moment anyone's gaze lingered on it, a system prompt would pop up automatically. Around the hall stood more than a dozen awakened officers wearing Bureau of Awakening management badges, their tailored uniforms crisp and immaculate. At the sight of Qin Zhan leading Cheng Xing's team, envy flashed in their eyes. Do you know much about the tempering realm? Qin Zhan asked. I've only heard of it, Cheng Xing admitted. I thought the Su family had it all to themselves. Haha, we like to keep it under wraps, Qin Zhan chuckled, then launched into his explanation. The tempering realm used to be a brank dungeon. Back when we first cleared it, we nearly wore ourselves out. I even broke level 50 at the time. Its current form lets anyone inside stack skill proficiency like crazy whenever they cast, so skills level up directly. He held up a finger, his tone turning serious. Entry level doesn't matter, but headcount does 30 people max, 2 days per run. When time's up, the realm shuts down and cools off for a month. Everyone listened in silence. The downside is obvious. It does nothing for skills that are already level 2 or higher, so keep that in mind. Yang Jian and the others sighed softly. They'd only be able to boost level 1 skills to level 2. Don't underestimate a single level, Xinjiang warned. Cheng Xing agreed inwardly. Had seen the power spike a level 2 skill could bring if only the realm could push his 4 direction / to level 3. We've tested it thoroughly, Xinjiang went on. In 2 days, a brank skill can rise 1 level, a crank skill can rise 2, and in a rank skill just fizzles thaw. I doubt any of you carry a rank skills yet, haha. He patted Cheng Xing's shoulder. All the guidelines are right here. Pick the skill you want to boost, then head in. No one hesitated. They had only a handful of brank skills among them, so those obviously came first. A rank skills were rarities even for most rank awakened. Decision made, they stepped one by one into the distorted space. Cheng Xing followed close behind. The instant his foot crossed that rippling veil, the world flipped upside down. When he came to, he was standing inside a dojo, entering the tempering realm, closing in 47, 46, 45. Prompted by the system message, Cheng Xing instinctively swept his gaze around the arena. The training ground was austere and spacious. In the dim, amber light, 30 stone platforms each roughly 100 square meters were arranged in precise rows. Weathered patterns etched along their edges bore the weight of centuries, and an unspoken heaviness filled the air. One person stood atop every platform. Some brandished blades, others formed hand seals or hurled punches. Spells flared, fireballs streaked, arcs of lightning crackled, sword beams intertwined, yet each technique dissolved into mist the instant it reached the platform's boundary, as if it had never existed. Cheng Xing, stop spacing out, get over here. Yang Jian waved from afar, having just claimed his spot. On my way. Cheng leaped toward the only vacant platform. Heads turned at the sound of his footsteps, but most people glanced once and then resumed casting, unwilling to waste a single second of training. The moment his foot touched the stone, Cheng's mind went utterly clear. Inspiration and intuition expanded until the world itself seemed to move half a beat slower. So this is what the tempering realm does. He marveled at the crystalline calm, a state of perfect flow that felt almost addictive. He drew a steady breath and whispered, "Combat mirage." Invisible energy surged outward, and he sensed every stage of the process as a duplicate body coalesced beside him, identical in every detail. Upgrade clone technique? Whose faction is he from? Anyone who can afford grade isn't ordinary. People nearby were quietly astonished. Below grade, mirage skills were little more than showpieces. Only grade and above held real combat value. Though curiosity swelled, silence persisted, yet they watched him more closely. Cheng, meanwhile, noticed something odd. He had spent no stamina, and the skill wasn't on cooldown. Inside the realm, no cooldowns and no energy cost. His eyes lit up. He dismissed the clone and cast it again. With each repetition, he caught a subtle shift. The flow of energy corrected itself, formation time shortened, and power increased. The adjustments were so minute that only his heightened clarity made them perceptible. Is this the key to upgrading a skill? Excitement flared in his eyes. The platform seemed to fine-tune his technique automatically. All he had to do was keep experimenting and absorbing the insight. Recalling how his quadraslash had unexpectedly advanced in battle, Cheng became even more convinced. The earlier breakthrough might have given him a glimpse of the path to enhancing every skill he possessed. With every cast, Cheng Xing felt the technique flow more smoothly. Standing on the stone platform with his mind razor-sharp, he focused on every detail, even adjusting the pressure at his fingertips. Soon he could see the experience bar for Zhanfa Huanshan racing upward. A day later, his concentration steadied and the clones split off like piercing a thin membrane, a rush of exhilaration flooding his whole body. The system prompt appeared at once. Skill level increased. Zhanfa Huanshan LV.1 LV.2. Already? He blinked and opened his status panel. New numbers flashed. Class B Zhanfa Huanshan LV.2. Effect. Creates a duplicate with the user's identical aura, attributes, level, equipment, skills, and talents. The clone deals half damage. Duration 1,200 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. The duration had doubled. That much was clear. Normally a Class B skill needed at least 2 days to level up. How had he done it in 1? Maybe it was some kind of face value bonus? Cheng Xing looked around. Su Yanran and the others were still grinding their own class skills, none of which had leveled. Farther out, other trainees moved in a stiff, mechanical pattern, paying almost no attention to the finer points of casting. Could that be the key? Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes and decided to test the theory. He lowered his stance, drew his blade, and sent a slash of energy roaring through the air. The sudden switch caught immediate attention. Geez, leveling up in a single day? Thought we had a hidden master. Turns out he's just trash. Probably lucked his way into the tempering realm. The whispered jabs were loud enough for Cheng Xing to hear. Su Yanran and the others stared, baffled by his sudden change of skill. Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow and signaled for Chu Yanyan's group to stop. They left their platforms and gathered around as he explained exactly what had discovered. For real? You actually leveled the skill? Voices of surprise rose all around. Cheng Xing simply projected his panel. The words Zhanfa Huanshan LV.2 were plain as day, and another class skill had also jumped to level 2, ending any doubt. Give it a try yourselves. He urged them to test it right away. There was no downside. A short distance away, the earlier onlookers sneered. Putting on a show, who does he think he is? After a few more jabs, they went back to their training. Half a day later, Cheng Xing's blade aura leveled up again, confirming his conclusion. The key to rapid progression lay in polishing every micro-movement during casting pure micro-control. Su Yanran soon reported the same success. Her class skill, which normally needed 2 full days to advance, had taken only a day and a half. The group exchanged glances, admiration for Cheng Xing plain in their eyes. Now that they had the trick, they wasted no time and moved on to their next skills. With just 60 seconds left on the Tempering Realm's timer, everyone had already lowered their weapons and called it a day. For 2 days they had spammed their abilities over and over, and under the realm's unique buffs each of them finally hit their small goals. Though they were still a notch below Cheng Xing's squad. Under Cheng Xing's guidance, Yang Jian and the others brute-forced an extra level onto their core grade skills, and even managed to bump a grade skill as a bonus. Cheng Xing himself was far more outrageous. In 48 hours he leveled 4 abilities: as grade combat, art mirage form, the grade blade aura, the grade backstab, and, right before the exit closed, he crammed in an grade block. Such efficiency didn't surprise Su Yanran, Chu Yanyan, and the rest. For them the real hurdle was going from 0 to 1. Once they broke that threshold, it was like knocking over the first domino. The rest fell in sequence. If only I'd learned that key trick sooner, I could have pushed one more skill. Same Hurumi last grade was this close. They sighed while packing up their gear. Their conversation was quickly picked up by the crowd, and sneers followed. Where did this bunch of jokers crawl out from? Do they think skill levels are toys? One more level, my foot. The mockery kept coming. Lu Xinxin and the other women at least drew a bit of sympathy, but Cheng Xing and Yang Jian were prime targets. Yang Jian glanced at Cheng Xing. Now he understood how Cheng Xing must have felt when the whole world laughed at him. Thinking about what was about to happen, he couldn't help curling his lips into a smirk. The countdown hit 0. The scenery blinked, and everyone was transferred back to floor 78 of the South China Tower. The next instant a mountain-like aura rolled over them. Qin Zhan stood waiting, hands clasped behind his back. Normally, a Sufamily expert only showed up when the realm opened. Once it closed, the place cooled down for 30 days, and no one bothered to stand guard. Yet here was level 52 Qin Zhan, planted firmly at the exit as if he were waiting for someone. Does Lord Qin Zhan think there's a prodigy in here he wants to take as a disciple? Could be. If a level 52 boss picks you, you're set for life. The commotion spread, and the biggest daydreamers were already scripting apprenticeship scenes in their heads. Qin Zhan strode forward, cut straight through the throng, and stopped in front of Cheng Xing's group without sparing the rest a glance. You're out. How'd it go? He asked bluntly. Daydreams shattered on the spot. The others stared at one another, their self-insert fantasies suddenly nowhere to hide. Qin Zhan's interest traced back to the selection trials, where Cheng Xing had dazzled everyone. He couldn't wait to see what kind of trouble Cheng Xing had stirred up this time. We'll go first, Su Yanran said, meeting her teammates' eyes. Clearly, She still held a grudge against the earlier snide remarks. I just leveled up one crank skill and one brank skill. Same here. Ditto. What? No way. How did you manage that? The crowd exploded. Cheng Xing froze. The composure of a senior awakened, crumbling in an instant. Their backgrounds were clear: 2 heiresses and 3 disciples of a war god. Who would dare accuse them of lying? Besides, the man in front of them was already level 52. If anyone were acting, it certainly wouldn't be a bunch of ordinary awakened watching from the sidelines. The people who had mocked Cheng Xing moments earlier were stunned. They had planned to feign disbelief, but one look at Cheng Xing's face made any further denial ridiculous. As Cheng Xing pressed for details, everyone craned their necks, afraid to miss a single word from Cheng Xing's team. Lu Xinxin and the others exchanged mischievous glances and pointed at the spectators. Only then did Cheng Xing notice the dozen onlookers behind him. His brows knitted and he barked, "The secret realm is closed. Anyone not involved, leave now." Huh. A chorus of reluctant groans rose, but under Cheng Xing's sharp gaze they shrank back and scattered. Huh, that was satisfying. Nothing like a good slap in the face. Chu Yinyan finally lost it, laughing till her sides hurt. Serves them right for looking down on us, Lu Xinxin spat, still fuming over their earlier insults. Exactly, Ningxia added coolly. Only then did Cheng Xing realize the crowd had been badmouthing Cheng Xing. He raised an eyebrow. Want me to teach them a lesson? The grinding secret realm was registered under the Su family. They occasionally allotted slots to other factions or auctioned them off to raise funds for the bureau. Most of those people were outsiders, so Cheng Xing felt no qualms about roughing them up. No need. Let's get back to business, Cheng Xing said, lifting a hand. Cheng Xing focused on him, curiosity blazing. Both of Cheng Xing's skills were already at level 2, so another trip to the realm held little value for him personally, but spreading the method within the bureau could earn enough credit to vie for a war god position. Cheng Xing held nothing back. He laid out everything he'd discovered, from micro-controlling skills to squeezing maximum efficiency from the stone platforms. Cheng Xing listened thoughtfully. He had known the platform's accelerated proficiency, yet had only ever spammed his skills without digging deeper. What impressed him most was Cheng Xing's talent. The 18-year-old had not only forced his skills to break through outside the realm, but had also pinpointed the key to further upgrades inside it. Cheng Xing could scarcely believe such insight came from someone so young. I'd rather you keep this quiet. If you need to explain it, just say it was your idea, Cheng Xing said lightly. You're sure? Once it's verified, this could be a major achievement for the base, Cheng Xing asked, blinking. Cheng Xing shrugged, unconcerned. He knew official credit took time to materialize, whereas the goodwill of an A-class awakened might one day save his life. After leaving South China Tower, Cheng Xing and the others drove straight to the secret realm building. As soon as the car stopped, Yang Jian slipped into the crowd like a gust of wind and vanished in an instant. His mind was clearly on the simulator back in the dorm. Lu Xingxin's recent leap in martial skills had lit a fire under him. We're heading up first. Lin Yin and Ning Xia jumped out, waved to Su Yanran and the others, and hurried off with the same eagerness. That left only Cheng Xing and the 3 girls beside the car, and for a moment the silence felt awkward. What's next? We've got 5 days before departure. Rito, we keep leveling up in the disaster zone. Cheng Xing blurted. 3 very different yet equally sharp eye rolls hit him at once. Chu Yinyan planted her hands on her hips, cheeks puffed with anger. Level is that all that fits in your brain? She even jabbed his forehead twice for emphasis. Exactly. At our level we could lie in the dorm for 4 years and still graduate, Su Yanran said, pinching the bridge of her nose. And you 26 already. Plan to grind your way into grad school? Lu Xinxin nodded in agreement. They're right. You need balance. Cheng Xing scratched his head and surrendered. Okay, what master plan do you have? He knew 5 days wouldn't boost him much anyway unless he soloed everything. I want real food. Chu Yinyan shot up a hand and began counting on her fingers. Hot pot on the river, barbecue, dim sum. I'm sick of field rations. Drool threatened at the corner of her mouth. I want to shop. My shoes are falling apart, Su Yanran added with a sly grin. Cheng Xing thought. We wear grade combat boots on missions, no way those fall apart. The thought barely formed before her sharp gaze in the mirror shut him up. That insight talent was no joke. In the back seat, Lu Xinxin stretched, her loose shirt pulled tight across generous curves. She folded her arms and sighed. They seem to have grown again. I need new bras. Cheng Xing snapped to attention, righteous as can be. New bras are essential. A punch and a kick from Chu Yinyan landed on him before he finished the sentence. Humph, I need new ones too, Su Yanran chimed in. Under 3 faces that looked like execution orders, Cheng Xing could only start the engine and head for the busiest CBD in the South China base. 5 days flew by. After devouring hot pot, barbecue, and dim sum, and sweeping through every mall until their arms were loaded with shopping bags, Cheng Xing, Chu Yanyan, Su Yanran, and Lu Xinxin slung on their gear, piled into the SUV, and drove toward the train station. They left zone as forest of skyscrapers and entered the northern district. The moment they hit the elevated roadway, South China Station came into view, an enormous shell-shaped structure of crisscrossing steel ribs. Layer upon layer of steel shells formed an undulating dome, while vast glass curtain walls caught the sunlight in a dazzling flash. Compared with the station in his previous life, South China Station had only 4 platforms, stretching out toward the northwest and north. The small number didn't diminish its scale. Gray-white rails ran to the horizon, and giant trains loomed like walls. Alloy plating along their hulls glinted coldly under the lights, sending a chill through anyone who looked at them. When Cheng Xing eased the hovercar into a parking slot and stepped out, a wave of noise rolled over him far louder than had expected. So many people? He swept his eyes over the endless lines of travelers, one brow rising. Since the apocalypse, had thought cross-base traffic was on the verge of collapse. It's only gotten better in the last 2 years, Su Yanran said, pulling her suitcase clear and noting his surprise. Both wore civilian clothes and pushed identical cases, spare clothes in the left, personal gear in the right. Their appearance drew more than a few curious looks. Back then, the death rate on interbase trains was high, so no one dared ride. Su Yanran continued as they walked. Now they use the latest model. It can repel disaster beasts below class, so the risk is much lower. And with life easing up, people finally have the nerve to leave the city. Chatting, they reached the platform for West China Base. The moment they passed the turnstile, the earlier clamor disappeared as if shut out by the gate. The platform stood almost empty, no ordinary passengers at all. Only neatly lined soldiers, several hundred Wuda students, and 8 instructors waited there. Cheng Xing, level 14 Chun Yifei waved from the crowd. Cheng Xing relaxed at the sight of his senior. With Chun Yifei present, even a storm had a safety net. In just a few months the man's aura had grown stronger, no doubt thanks to harvest from the time rift. The shouts snapped the students to attention. Heated gazes locked on Cheng Xing, not on the 3 beautiful women beside him. The reason was obvious. The pinned vermilion bird post and the coming expedition had already branded him a contender. Cheng Xing could only smile wryly. Instructors from other departments brightened and crowded around, leaving their own students to mutter, "Why do our teachers look more anxious than us?" They had no idea those tutors had just uncovered several useful findings in the simulator. Across the way stood Qian Institute's contingent. "Young master, that's him," a senior student reported to the tall youth. "I'm not blind," the youth Wangwen snorted. "Playing lord and lackey doesn't bother you? If you've got that much energy, level up." Finished scolding, Wangwen fixed his gaze on the approaching Cheng Xing, fighting spirit blazing. Young master, the family says we shouldn't touch Cheng Xing yet. We should check out West China Base first. Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Wang Wen's eyes narrowed, an icy glint flashing. The student shrank under the stare and said no more. The other Wang sons might just curse you, but if you set this one off, he'd hit you for real. After placating his advisor, Cheng Xing finally regrouped with Yang Jian and the others. Scanning the area, he saw Chun Yifei chatting animatedly with them, trading jokes in quick succession. Gone was the half-awake slouch he usually wore. He still had his trademark folding lounge chair strapped to his back, but his voice was light, his eyes bright, and his mood unmistakably good. "Hey, they actually let you go?" Chun Yifei was the first to spot Cheng Xing and waved with a grin. Cheng Xing sighed inwardly. Him again? Weren't top-tier fighters supposed to stay out of this mission? Resigned, he let his gaze wander. A row of fully armed base soldiers stood close by, while scattered teams of adventurers milled about farther off. Among them, a familiar yet unexpected figure caught his eye. Cheng Zhengyang. "They want follow us into the city," Chun Yifei added, mistaking Cheng Xing's change of expression for concern about their battle lineup. "Once we're near Huaxi Base, they'll disembark, go in on foot, and camp outside. That lets them figure out why the base is sealed and give you backup whenever you need it." He had barely finished speaking when Cheng Zhengyang, basking in his admirer's praise, abruptly turned as if sensing Cheng Xing's stare. The moment he spotted him, excitement flashed across his face. If Cheng Xing recognized him, everything he had lost might be his again. Without hesitation, he blinked forward, landing right in front of Cheng Xing. His voice boomed so loudly it made Chun Yifei jump. "Cheng Xing, are you all right? I heard you were attacked recently. Are you hurt?" The shout turned every head nearby. "Look, isn't that war god Cheng?" Someone gasped. "What? The war god? Where?" "Shoo. Keep it down." Cheng Xingyang isn't the war god anymore. The title war god signified absolute power and prestige, so the buzz was inevitable. Cheng Xingyang still wore a self-satisfied smile, but the cold splash came quickly. "Who are you?" "I don't recall knowing you," Cheng Xing replied coolly, having already seen through him. "What are you talking about?" "I'm your father." Cheng Xingyang's face darkened, yet he forced a show of authority. "Whoa, did you hear that? Wei Cheng Xing is the war god's son?" The startled whispers were exactly what Cheng Xingyang wanted. Cheng Xing frowned slightly. "Watch your mouth. Everyone knows I'm an orphan. Are you blaming me for failing to look after you all these years? I know I was wrong, but please, stop making a scene," Cheng Xingyang said, instantly slipping into the role of a remorseful father once he sensed his plan taking hold. Bystanders who knew nothing of the truth began whispering, weaving their own tale of a long-lost father and son. Some even stepped in to mediate. Su Yanran and the others who knew the real story could only feel disgust. Sensing public opinion tilting in his favor, Cheng Xing relaxed. If Cheng Xing refused him, the young man's reputation would be ruined. If he accepted, Cheng Xing could hook into the Su and Chu families and wipe the slate clean. The familiar stench of moral blackmail wafted over him, and Cheng Xing's lips curled into a cold smile. He thrived on shattering that kind of manipulation. He blinked in confusion. Sir, please watch your manners. I really am an orphan. You're war god Cheng, aren't you? I saw the notice you posted. The moment he spoke, the crowd's mood flipped. The quickest students already had their phones out, pulling up that one sensational announcement. Whoa, it really says only son, Cheng Yun. Is the war god here because Cheng Xing's a vermilion bird disciple and he wants in on the connection? Speculation erupted, growing wilder by the second. Cheng Xingyang's expression darkened. He hadn't thought the notice head issued would trip him up today. As the situation spiraled, he forced a stiff smile, pretended had mistaken the boy for someone else, and slunk back to the adventurer's ranks. Shameless, Chen Yifei muttered. Cheng Xing waved him off. Whatever we had ended a long time ago. As he spoke, the platform quivered under his feet. He glanced at the rails. At first it was just a blur of shadow, then he focused. A gigantic locomotive was rumbling in. It was several times the size of a normal engine from his previous life, about 8 meters high, 10 wide, and 30 long. Jagged spikes jutted from its body, extending forward another 10 meters. The pitch-black metal shimmered coldly in the sun. One look told you it was forged from something extraordinary. At full speed, it could probably gore even a Class B disaster beast. Only 2 cars trailed the front engine, followed by an identical engine at the rear. The whole train was perfectly symmetrical, like a colossal double-edged spear resting on the platform. With a screech, the train stopped and the door slid open. Instructors began herding their students through the ticket checks. Cheng Xing's group didn't rush, they waited calmly. When the crowd thinned, the platform went eerily quiet until a shrill voice sliced through the air. Can't you move any faster? I'm going to miss the train. Cheng Xing turned. A girl in heavy makeup was tottering toward them on high heels, looking like she'd disowned the world. 4 young men staggered behind her, each dragging 2 bulging suitcases. At her command, they hurried up. Trouble magnet, Cheng Xing thought, speeding up to have his ticket scanned and board. Sure enough, the inspector blocked the entourage. I'm sorry, ma'am. They're not on the manifest for this train. They can't board. What? Do you even know who I am? They're just carrying my luggage, so what if they come aboard? She snapped. I'm sorry, ma'am. Rules are rules, the inspector replied, polite but immovable. Cheng Xing gave a look that said, I knew it, and walked away. Hey you, stop. Her piercing voice trailed him down the corridor. He tried to ignore her, but the shrieks grew louder with every step, drilling into his ears until he had no choice but to turn around. She jabbed a finger at him, still screeching. You come carry my luggage. Sun Lily lowered her voice when Cheng Xing turned around, pointed at the 8 suitcases behind her, and said bluntly, Why should I help you? Cheng Xing stared at her like she was no more than a stone. Why should I help you? He didn't even bother with a token compliment. Sun Lily lifted her chin, unwilling to yield. Women are the weaker sex. Helping us is a man's duty. Oh really? All right. Cheng Xing's tone stayed flat. Sun Lily's face lit up, convinced she had won. Then he added, almost offhandedly, by the way, I need a favor too. I've got my eye on a upgrade weapon for 3.2 million. Could you lend me 3.19? Sun Lily's expression darkened instantly. Who the hell are you? We're practically strangers, why would I give you money? What gives you the right to talk to me like that? Cheng Xing tapped his ear as if he'd just remembered something. Oh, I see. And what was it you wanted from me again? Carry my luggage. She blurted. And who the hell are you? We're practically strangers, why would I haul your stuff? Moron. With that, he turned to leave. Sun Lily's face went purple with rage. She pointed after him, but no words came out. The 4 simps behind her finally stepped forward, blocking Cheng Xing's path. Hold it. You think you can upset our goddess and just walk away? Yeah, you'd better carry her bags, or we won't be so polite. They puffed themselves up as if ready to tear him apart. Cheng Xing said nothing. He slowly turned back, sweeping them with an icy stare. The air felt sucked dry. The 4 men shivered, sensed the temperature plunge, and collapsed as their knees buckled. They couldn't name that look, only knew another word might kill them on the spot. Sun Lily saw it all, frozen. As the pampered daughter of the Sun family, a second-tier power at the base, she had never been cowed by a mere glance. Silence descended. The ticket inspector poked his head out, saw nothing amiss, and couldn't understand what had happened. After a long pause, Sun Lily snapped out of it, furious and ashamed. She began shrieking at Cheng Xing. Her sharp voice roused the 4 simps. Eager to prove themselves, they clustered around her, offering comfort while cursing Cheng Xing, pretending their earlier collapse hadn't happened. With the 4 fawning over her, Sun Lily regained a hint of superiority. Excuse me, are you boarding? We're about to depart, the ticket inspector said with a forced smile. Sun Lily froze, glanced at her 8 suitcases, then at the 4 limp hangers on, and her anger flared again. You four useless idiots. Cheng Xing, who had left earlier, climbed the spiral staircase inside the carriage to the second level. Waved over by Chu Yanyan, he finally joined the three women. Because the train was enormous, this compartment was far roomier than those on a normal train, and the corridor and stairs were wide enough for two people to walk side by side. A large bed stood on each side of the room, allowing 6 passengers to rest at once. Since the train was nowhere near full, the attendant had simply assigned them to this empty compartment. Why did you take so long, Cheng Xing? What happened out there? I heard someone screaming. Chu Yanyan asked curiously, propping herself up on the bed by the window. Su Yanran and Lu Xinxin, who had already stowed their luggage, sat on the edge of the bed and looked at him as well. Nothing, just ran into a boxer, Cheng Xing said offhandedly, waving it away before sitting down between the three women without ceremony. Seeing how casual he was, the women chuckled and gave him a few light taps. Before Cheng Xing could even warm the seat, the carriage shuddered and the scenery outside began to slide back where the train had departed. The three women crowded excitedly at the window, while Cheng Xing stretched lazily and let himself fall toward Lu Xingxin's fair, shapely thigh. Just as he was about to succeed, the scrape of something heavy being dragged sounded outside the door. The noise stopped and the door was yanked open. All four turned around, and Cheng Xing's brow immediately furrowed. Why was this woman sticking to them like flypaper? Standing in the doorway was none other than Sun Lily, the woman they had met earlier. Beside her, a male attendant held 2 suitcases in one hand and explained, "Ma'am, there's still space in this compartment. The train isn't full, so you're free to choose." Before he could finish, Sun Lily swept her eyes around the room and fixed them on Chu Yanyan by the window, ignoring Cheng Xing entirely. Malice flashed in her eyes as she screeched, "Who are they? Why should I have to share a compartment with them?" Cheng Xing froze, and all four of them darkened at once. Where had this spoiled little princess come from? Sun Lily pointed at Chu Yanyan and shrieked even louder. "Do you know who they are and who I am? I'm telling you, you have to move me to another compartment." Even the attendant who was being yelled at froze, standing awkwardly with the luggage in his hands. "What's wrong with you? Are you deaf? Can't you hear me talking to you?" When the attendant still didn't respond, Sun Lily turned her gaze on the poor employee and unloaded a torrent of abuse. Snapping back to himself, the attendant drew on every ounce of professionalism to suppress the urge to hit her and forced himself to stay calm. "Miss, as I said, the train is not full. You may choose any compartment you like." At that, Sun Lily fell abruptly silent, like a duck grabbed by the neck. A second later she shrieked again, "Say it again. It's your duty. Without passengers like us, you wouldn't even have a job." Seeing Sun Lily argue so stubbornly, the attendant was at a loss for words. Earlier he had thought she was pretty when he walked past, and had come back especially to be helpful. "Hello, there are empty compartments farther down. Feel free to pick one," he said, forcing a professional smile. "So far away. Are you trying to exhaust me?" Sun Lily screeched. As soon as she spoke, Cheng Xing noticed the vein in the attendant's temple throb. "All right, how about this one?" The attendant took a deep breath and pushed open the empty compartment opposite Cheng Xing and his friends. "That's more like it." Sun Lily shot him a glare. "Just so you know, I'm definitely filing a complaint about your service today." With that, she dragged her suitcase inside. When she looked back, the attendant had already vanished, leaving her alone with 2 suitcases staring at each other in the corridor. Across the aisle, Cheng Xing's group of 4 were watching through their doorway, as if observing a rare creature. When Sun Lily's gaze swept over, Cheng Xing slammed the door shut with a bang and muttered, "Close it before that level of stupidity turns out to be contagious." "Who was that?" Su Yanran asked, puzzled. "No idea. She was the one yelling just now," Cheng Xing said. "She seems to have a real grudge against Yin Yan." While talking, his hand roamed across the bunk until it found something soft and familiar. Lu Xinxin tapped the offending hand and added with a grin, "I know her, Sun Lily. She used to be in the top 10 beauties list at Wuda. After you guys showed up, she got bumped off." "That's it." Su Yanran still couldn't understand. "Me? But all of you are on the list, so why single me out?" Chu Yanyan pointed to herself, utterly baffled. Cheng Xing gave a perfunctory nod, adjusted himself, and slowly leaned back. His head brushed over 2 soft peaks before coming to rest on Lu Xingxin's lap. "Because you and she are both in the Zhun Institute," Lu Xinxin explained. "What a waste of energy," Chu Yanyan said, rolling her eyes. The 4 of them chatted idly, and time slipped by unnoticed. After a day and 2 nights, the train that had been running smoothly suddenly slowed down sharply for no apparent reason. Cheng Xing had been lying on his bunk with his eyes closed when the train suddenly began to slow. His eyes snapped open, cold light flashing in their depths. He rolled to the foot of the bed, drew his long blade, and muttered, "What's going on?" Only then did Su Yanran and the others sense trouble. They jumped from their bunks at once. "I don't know. Just in case, suit up," Cheng ordered, pressing himself to the compartment door without opening it. At his word, the 3 of them flipped open their cases, breastplates, bracers, short blades, crossbow bolts, nothing left behind. A month of upgrades and drills had honed their teamwork, In under 30 seconds they were fully armed and standing in formation beside him. Satisfied, Cheng slid the door aside. The corridor lay empty, though the coach still trembled faintly as the train, after slowing, began to regain speed. As they leaned out, other students noticed the change and doors started sliding open up and down the aisle. What happened? No idea. Are we near the station? Impossible. It hasn't been that long. It takes at least 3 days from South China Base to West China Base. We're barely halfway. Speculation spread in a chorus of overlapping voices. Could something have gone wrong? This is the newest cross-base train. What could go wrong? Don't jinx it. What if we hit in a class calamity beast? Those words drained what little color remained in several faces. Someone even began to shake. If it really isn't a class beast, we're dead, aren't we? At barely level 20 on average, they would indeed be cannon fodder. A shrill voice cut through the din. The door opposite slammed open and Sun Lily stuck her head out, scowling. What are you shrieking about? Can't you see him trying to rest? The cross-base route avoids every A-class danger zone. You bunch of country bumpkins. The rebuke stung, but the claim that they wouldn't pass in a class zone offered a measure of comfort. Just then Yang Jian and 2 companions appeared at the staircase from the upper deck. Seeing Cheng's group in full gear, he blinked. Cheng Xing, why are you all suited up? Better safe than sorry. Any idea what's happening? Cheng asked in a low voice, still alert. Cowards, Sun Lily sneered, slipping on the headphones hanging around her neck. She smirked as though she'd won some argument, then slammed her door, muting the corridor. Almost on cue the train, after only a brief deceleration, surged forward again. Told you it was nothing. Pure guesswork. Look at you fraidy cats, I'm off to change my pants. The tension eased, though the chatter didn't vanish entirely. In that moment a figure appeared at the stairwell on the far side. Cheng's eyes narrowed. Students, there's a massive swarm of Class Day flying bats ahead, shouted one of the 7 Academy's instructors. We're going to punch through, so make sure every window is sealed. With that warning, he hurried downstairs. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, the crowd erupted and scrambled back to their compartments to check the windows. I think we forgot to close ours. Lin Yan smacked her forehead, frustration spilling from her voice. Startled, Ningxia grabbed her hand and raced downstairs. Leaning against the railing, Yang Jian watched their frantic exit and laughed. What a pair of scatterbrains. Halfway through the joke he froze. Wait, I didn't close mine either. The grin died on his face and he bolted after them. In the corridor the remaining 4 exchanged glances and chuckled. He'll double-check our window, Su Yanran said, stepping back inside for a careful look. Since I'm already out here, he'll find senior brother and see what's going on, Cheng Xing added, heading toward Chen Yifei. He had barely taken a few steps when the screech of tearing metal and a heavy thud rolled in from outside. The train lurched as it slowed, jolting everyone inside. Have we hit something already? The thought knotted Cheng Xing's stomach. He cast out his danger sense and instantly felt dozens of icy killing auras ahead, multiplying by the second. A rumble of impacts raced along the cars, and when it reached his position something new joined the din. A piercing scream ripped through the soundproof walls. Cheng Xing snapped around. The opposite door burst open with a bang and Sun Lily tumbled out, headphones askew, hair wild, clothes in disarray. She tripped on the threshold and crashed toward Lu Xinxin, standing in the aisle. Lu Xinxin caught her instinctively, then looked into the compartment and went as white as a sheet. A bat the size of an adult hunting dog was forcing its way through the window, its wings screeching against the frame. In a heartbeat it squeezed inside, hideous head lashing from side to side as its black membrane wings folded and its 4 limbs braced against the floor, filling most of the compartment. Outside, more daylight bats beat their wings furiously, fighting to pour through the same opening. The first bat steadied itself, fixed on Lu Xinxin, hissed low, and launched like a bullet. Lu Xinxin, seasoned and usually calm, started to dodge, but Sun Lily clung to her like a vice. Catching sight of those gaping jaws, Sun Lily screamed again, shoved Lu Xinxin toward the beast, and bolted. Lu Xinxin never expected the betrayal. She staggered and the monster's fangs loomed inches away. In that split second a blade flashed like lightning across her line of sight. The bat's jaws snapped shut on cold steel instead of flesh. The crash drew everyone's attention, and heads immediately poked out again. An instant later, an ugly, vicious head burst through the window, and a chorus of screams followed. Disaster Beast, Rixing Bat Daywalker Bat. Level, 31. HP, 4050. Attributes, STR 240, AGI 460, Con 200, SPR 280. Talent, Grade C Mental Amplification Spirit 20. Skills, Sonic Blast LV.1, Rake LV.1, Venom LV.1. The moment this panel appeared, every face went bloodless. Class Beast. Run. How did a class monster get in the carriage? Who left the window open? In seconds the second-floor car dissolved into chaos. Some students sprinted back to their rooms and bolted the doors. Others tumbled down the stairs, desperate to put distance between themselves and danger. Most contenders in the Wuda tournament were around level 20, the 4th years barely touching 25. Against a class beast, they had no chance, especially without proper gear. At the same time, the Rixing bat's charge was stopped cold. Its crimson pupils narrowed as it fixed on Cheng Xing, sensing he was only level 26. The bat's gaze turned contemptuous. A level 26 human posed no threat. Fangs clamped on the long blade. Talons gouged the floor, and the bat yanked back, trying to drag Cheng Xing into the compartment. He caught a glimpse of the open window. More Rixing bats were squeezing in from outside. There was no time to delay. No chance for a test strike, he thought. Power surged through his arms. The blade rolled inside the bat's jaws, and razor-edged energy exploded outward. Agony forced the bat to release him, and its huge body slammed into the window frame, knocking a half-entered companion back into the night. Roar! It bellowed, then charged down the aisle with claws extended. Mid-corridor, Lu Xinxin merely stepped back half a pace. The next instant, Cheng Xing moved past her shoulder to meet the beast head-in. Your opponent is me, he said quietly. Gripping his grade B longsword, Cheng Xing stamped the floor blade aura, quadrant cleave. In a flash, cutting force coated the weapon, for intersecting arcs sliced across the bat's steel-hard hide. They met almost no resistance. The skin parted like paper, and scarlet blood splattered across walls and ceiling. That single blow carved away a full third of the Rixing bat's health. The beast shrieked, astonished. Wasn't this man only level 26? How could he hit so hard? For an instant it froze, then the crimson in its eyes blazed even brighter. The daywalking bat no longer dared to be careless. It glanced back to see its companion almost inside. If it could hold out until then, their quarry would be trapped. It suddenly pushed itself upright, claws sinking into the floorboards. Its belly swelled, and its cavernous jaws snapped open. A shrill, blade-like screech ripped through the compartment, shredding tables, chairs, and bedding into splinters and ribbons. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. In a flash he sprang backward, yanked the door open, and slipped into the corridor. The door slammed shut just as the sonic blast hit, denting the wood but muting the worst of it. With a light tap, Cheng Xing knocked the warped panel off its track and sent it crashing inward. The moment he reappeared in the bat's line of sight, its abdomen puffed again, but Cheng Xing gave it no time to act. His figure blurred, and he was suddenly at point-blank range. 4 icy arcs flashed, slicing cleanly through the bat's gaping maw and shearing off its lower jaw, silencing the spell. Shrieking, the bat hurled itself against the ceiling, then snapped its wings shut, pinning both itself and Cheng Xing's blade in a vice-like grip. Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow and glanced at the window. Its partner had already forced half its body inside. Smart move, he said with a faint smile. Too bad I'm not alone. Even as he spoke, a lithe figure vaulted past him. Su Yanran sprang off the corridor rail, kicked off the ceiling, and streaked behind the bat like a gust of wind, sword drawn. Frostlight ring. A dazzling sweep of steel slashed toward the bat at the window. Boosted by her grade gear, the blow couldn't one-shot a crayed beast, but it packed enough punch to blast it back outside. Seizing the gap, Su Yanran lunged forward and slammed the window shut, locking it. The bat outside battered the reinforced glass again and again, but the pain only shuddered. Now there's just you, Cheng Xing told the trapped bat, lifting his blade. Sensing danger behind, the monster hesitated. Cheng Xing jerked his sword free, and the bat folded its wings and lashed out with poisoned claws, a sickly sweet gust brushing his face. Block. Cheng Xing's voice was calm as he angled his blade, batting the claws aside like straw. The bat drew back to strike again, but agony flared across its spine. Su Yanran's skill crashed home, a soft crimson glow boosting her strike until it rivaled Cheng Xing's own. That red light flowed from Lu Xinxin in the corridor. Leaning on her staff, she extended a hand towards Su Yanran. Blessing of courage. After buffing Su Yanran, she cast the same spell on Cheng Xing. Scarlet light wrapped him, and he glanced at his status to see every stat spike. Chu Yanyan had wanted to join in, but her wide-area spells risked tearing up the train. At Su Yanran's urging, she held back, ready on standby. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran met each other's eyes, and, without a word, unleashed their strongest techniques. Blade and sword wove an impenetrable net of light. The crayed daywalking bat's health vanished in an instant. With one last scream, it crashed to the floor, dead. As it fell, a dark green skill book slid free of its corpse and landed at their feet. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.